In a certain forest beneath the Nanha River, a boy with deep gray hair was engaged in a fierce battle with another version of himself. Insufficient, utterly insufficient. Such power is simply inadequate. The boy mused, his expression one of dissatisfaction. This barely matches the strength of a Chunin. How can I hope to survive the night of Annihilation Month? From now, his name was Achihai, and he was 13 years old. 3 months prior, he had traversed into this body. However, upon realizing that the moment of his arrival was just 1 month before the night of Annihilation, he could not remain calm. His current abilities would surely lead to his demise. Fortunately, on the second day after his arrival, he awakened his unique ability, the Traveling Frog System. As its name suggests, the system would send frog offspring on journeys to other worlds. Upon their return, they would randomly bring back various treasures, extraordinary abilities, powerful weapons, exceptional skills, and so forth. Each journey could last from a week to several years. Utilizing the powers of the traveling frog, he had acquired the jutsu of Shadow Clone 2 months prior. Yet, how can Shadow Clones provide me with the strength necessary for survival? His abilities were still only comparable to that of a Chunin, rendering him woefully weak. Who knows when the frog offspring will return again? After stopping to wipe the sweat from his brow, Achihai couldn't help but sigh. It has been over 2 months since its last departure, and there has been no word. As he sighed and prepared to leave, a peculiar synthetic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The frog offspring has returned from its travels, bringing back treasures ready for collection. Collect! As soon as he spoke, the space before him began to warp that a blood-red fruit materialized in Achihai's hand, its structure reminiscent of liquid magma, exuding an intensely obscure and searing aura. Upon gazing at the fruit, Achihai's pupils suddenly constricted, and his heart raced. Thump! Thump! He swallowed hard, overwhelmed with joy yet uncertain. Could it be the Magma Fruit? At that moment, a luminous screen appeared before his eyes. Item: Magma Fruit. Origin: Pirate World. Description: the most potent natural fruit of offensive power, when developed to its utmost, can instigate cataclysmic events. The system has removed the fruit's flaws. Once consumed, the user will no longer fear the sea. Reading the text before him, Achihai couldn't help but clench his fists in exhilaration. Truly, the system is remarkable. It's incredibly powerful. At last, he could breathe easier. Your frog offspring is about to embark on a new journey. Wishing the host a pleasant life. Upon hearing this, Achihai inhaled deeply and took a bite of the fruit's flesh. The taste was indescribable, but power is surging within me. Achihai felt his meridians expanding, the amount of chakra increasing and becoming more refined. It was as if his very flesh was ablaze. His skin turned crimson, emanating scalding steam, bubbling and releasing a pungent scent of sulfur and smoke. Is this the Magma Fruit? What an exhilarating sensation. He clenched his fists, feeling as though he could vanquish a Jonin with a single blow. Great fire! Emulating the stance of Akatsuki from his memory, he unleashed a concentrated punch of magma. The air itself seemed to howl in response to in the distance. A tree large enough to require 3 people to embrace was punctured through, and the residual force shattered a second tree before it finally dissipated. The vegetation along the path was left charred and blackened. The power truly astonishing. This could rival the fire release damage of a Jonin. Is this the terrifying might of the Magma Fruit? Remarkable. To possess such formidable strength so soon after acquiring was a testament to his potential. One could only imagine how powerful he would become with further training. He felt a burgeoning confidence that he could survive the night of annihilation. Next, I must enhance my physique and chakra reserves. The more chakra he possessed and the stronger his body became, the greater the power of the fruit he could manifest. Given the constant surveillance of the Uchiha Clan, this was the optimal approach to grow. Stronger without revealing his trump card. As for developing his abilities, he would temporarily follow the path of Akatsuki. Fire release, fireball, jutsu. He formed hand seals and expelled a searing fireball that obliterated the surrounding trees, erasing the traces of destruction left by the Magma Fruit. His current strength was insufficient. It was unwise to expose his possession of other abilities too soon. He certainly did not wish to attract the attention of Danzo. However, he brushed his fingers over his eyes. It seems my eyes have changed as well. When he released the ninjutsu, he felt an unprecedented clarity of insight. This was a power granted only by the awakening of the Sharingan. That means, his gaze sharpened, a hypothesis forming in his mind. He made his way to the riverbank to confirm his thoughts. Indeed, just as I imagined, the Sharingan has awakened. Gazing at his reflection with the double tomo in his eyes, a smile crept onto his lips. I never expected such a delightful surprise after consuming the devil fruit. Now that the awakening had occurred, there was no reason not to practice. At dusk, he had already begun to adeptly wield the power of his new eyes. With this, he felt more prepared to face the night of annihilation. Dragging his weary body back to the Uchiha Clan, he returned to the small house left behind by his parents. The next day, he continued his rigorous training to strengthen his physique. However, upon arriving at the training area, his expression suddenly turned cold. He saw that all his training equipment had been deliberately destroyed by fire. The culprit was a short-haired Achihai youth, around 16 or 17 years old. Upon noticing Uchiha Leaf's arrival, the youth wore a look of mock regret. TSK. Your training equipment is just too pathetic that I barely practiced, and it all broke. You can't blame me. He grinned maliciously, clearly harboring ill intentions. How about this to express my apologies? Let me train with you. Without waiting for Uchiha Leaf's consent, he charged forward, aiming a palm strike at Uchiha Leaf's face. The pretense of training was a facade. The intent to insult was genuine. In response, Achihai furrowed his brow and stepped back, his tone laced with disdain. Uchiha Tianxiang, do you not think you are being rather excessive, deliberately destroying my belongings? Do you think I am without temper? Uchiha Tianxiang had tormented him since the early years of this body. 3 months prior, this very body had succumbed to fatal injuries inflicted by such bullying. After his arrival in this world, he had sought solitude to concentrate on confronting the looming threat of his clan's annihilation, retreating to this secluded place to cultivate his skills. His dismay, his adversary remained unrelenting, audaciously overstepping boundaries. How could he endure this? You have a temper? Upon hearing Uchiha's words, Uchiha Tianxiang scoffed derisively, as if he had heard a jest. You, a mere waste? His expression darkened with malice. It seems the lesson from 3 months ago was insufficient. Did you believe that hiding in a remote location would spare you from me? Humph. It appears that without a proper reprimand, you remain oblivious to your own shortcomings. His face contorted in a sinister expression. He swiftly formed hand seals, fire style. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha's eyes grew cold. You brought this upon yourself. So do not blame me. Did he truly consider Uchiha to be a mere soft persimmon? Genjutsu, binding technique. This was the only illusion technique passed down from this body's parents. When unleashed through the Sharingan, its power was undoubtedly amplified. Double tomo? Genjutsu. Uchiha Tianxiang's eyes widened in horror, yet his body had become completely immobilized. Gazing at the coldly expressioned Uchiha, he exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. How could this waste possess a double tomo Sharingan? Awakening the Sharingan before the age of 10 already marked one as a genius. Let alone having both eyes with double tomo. That would signify an extraordinary prodigy. He could hardly believe that the Uchiha before him was such a prodigious talent. Humph. You have no idea how much more there is to discover. Uchiha coldly scoffed, his murderous intent palpable. Die. In this secluded location, there would be no witnesses to raise suspicion. As he spoke, his body began to flush crimson, and then magma surged forth, transforming into a cataclysmic punch. Great fireball. Boom. The surrounding air felt as if it had been incinerated in an instant, and the terrifying magma fist completely engulfed him. No. A pitiful wail escaped him as Uchiha Tianxiang was utterly obliterated within the magma. Fire style, fireball technique. Uchiha expelled several fireballs to erase any traces left on the ground. After all, a dead man tells no tales, no matter how much suspicion arose. He had ample reason to exonerate himself. Once he had alleviated the discomfort of his first kill, Uchiha made his way to the banks of the South River to commence his daily training. A week later, as dusk fell and he returned home, Uchiha unexpectedly encountered an uninvited guest. Itachi, what brings you here? He inquired with a slight chill in his heart upon seeing Uchiha Itachi before him. He was acutely aware that Uchiha Tianxiang's death would attract attention, yet he never anticipated that Itachi would be the one to come. You are aware that Uchiha Tianxiang has been missing for a week? Uchiha replied, yes. Uchiha Itachi continued, to this day, there has been no trace of him. And the elders suspect he may be dead. It is said that he was last seen with you, therefore. His gaze fixed intently on Achihai. I suspect you are the murderer. Hearing this, Achihai's heart sank. Though his face feigned nonchalance as he spread his hands, Uchiha Tianxiang was capable of battling special J-Nin. I can barely contend with J-Nin. How could I possibly kill him? Uchiha Itachi responded calmly. No, I believe your strength surpasses that. Therefore, I must personally verify it. I wish for you to unleash your full power in our battle. Otherwise, your suspicions may be difficult to dispel. Upon hearing this, Uchiha's eyes gleamed with fervor. Very well, I shall engage. To battle with such a formidable opponent was indeed a rare opportunity. However, the double tomo must remain sealed. In an instant, he flickered and charged towards Uchiha Itachi, fiercely wielding his kunai, Uchiha blade technique. With a sharp sound, Uchiha Itachi astonishingly failed to evade. His body torn apart. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Leaf felt no joy. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi transformed into a flock of crows, intent on disrupting Uchiha Leaf's line of sight. Uchiha Leaf's eyes darted rapidly, determined not to overlook a single detail. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi emerged from the crows behind him, forming seals and unleashing a terrifying inferno, the fire release, great fireball technique. It struck like a fallen sun, facing such a searing and concentrated fireball at close range. Uchiha Leaf felt as though his body might dissolve. Truly, Uchiha Itachi was a genius. He had even mastered the transformation of the fire nature. Amidst his astonishment, it was too late to evade, and he was engulfed by the flames. The fearsome fireball crashed into the forest, shaking the earth and shattering several large trees before it finally ceased. In its wake, Uchiha Leaf had vanished, seemingly consumed by the inferno. What astonishing speed! Uchiha Itachi exclaimed in admiration, leaping forward and delivering a powerful punch into the void before him. In the next moment, Uchiha Leaf reappeared. Evidently, that searing fireball had inflicted no harm upon him. As Uchiha Itachi's fist approached with alarming proximity, Uchiha Leaf seemed to have anticipated the attack. He shielded his head with both hands, only to be forcefully sent flying. Yet, in the midst of being hurled backward, he released several shurikens to halt Uchiha Itachi's relentless pursuit. As he twisted midair, he landed heavily upon a nearby tree. Propelling himself towards Uchiha Itachi while forming seals, fire release, great fireball technique. Though it lacked the intensity and size of Uchiha Itachi's inferno, it possessed its own formidable might. Uchiha Itachi swiftly retreated, but behind him, Uchiha Leaf had already executed a swift leg sweep aimed at him. Uchiha Itachi jumped high, then delivered a flying kick, sending the pursuing Uchiha Leaf crashing away. He vanished in an instant before Uchiha Leaf's released fireball. Boom! The fireball detonated, leaving a scorching crater in the ground. As Uchiha Leaf, who had been kicked away, prepared to rise, an illusion flickered before him, and Uchiha Itachi struck once more. He pressed a kunai against Uchiha Leaf's forehead, declaring the outcome. It's over. Uchiha Leaf immediately conceded. I admit defeat. Truly, Itachi is incredibly strong. I am no match for him. Uchiha Itachi, hearing this, sheathed his kunai and calmly replied, You flatter me. He then addressed his peer, Uchiha Leaf. Well, I have a fair understanding of your abilities. I will report this battle accurately and await the elders and clan leaders' decision. Through the earlier test, he had confirmed that the strength Uchiha Leaf displayed was indeed his entirety. Although it differed slightly from his expectations, it was not far off the mark. A mere Ch-Nin level individual could not hope to defeat someone of Uchiha Tenka's caliber. Thank you for your assistance, Uchiha Leaf thought, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, no flaws were detected. Soon enough, the results regarding Uchiha Tenka's disappearance were revealed. It bore no connection to Uchiha Leaf. The elders of the Uchiha clan did not believe that Uchiha Leaf possessed the capability to eliminate such a powerful figure as Uchiha Tenka. Instead, their suspicions were directed towards the higher echelons of the Leaf Village. The higher-ups of Konoha were somewhat displeased, particularly with the most suspect figure, Shimura Danzo, unjustly bearing the blame. Did he not care for his reputation? Cursed Uchiha, just wait. He would make the Uchiha clan understand the cost of defaming him. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke remained blissfully detached, diligently continuing his arduous training. Thus, a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the murmurs of rebellion and power struggle within the Uchiha clan grew increasingly fervent, reaching a point where even Uchiha Fugaku could no longer suppress the unrest. The night of annihilation had arrived. Gazing at the luminous moon in the sky, Uchiha Sasuke could not help but take a deep breath. Just half an hour prior, the Uchiha clan convened for their final meeting. Utilizing Uchiha Itachi's Genjutsu abilities to swiftly control the Konoha leadership, they initiated a bloodless revolution, aiming to overturn the status of the Uchiha clan. With outstretched hands, the sound of bubbling magma resonated as an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, both scorching and domineering. Fruit development progress. 40 such power should suffice to confront this impending calamity. Just as he murmured this, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! The frog spawn has returned from its journey, bringing back special products ready for collection. Collect. The moment these words left his lips, a torrent of profound memories rapidly merged into his consciousness, synchronizing his body with the newfound knowledge. Skill, beginner observation Haki, beginner, intermediate, advanced, source, pirate world. Description, the latent power of humanity, capable of perceiving and discerning information about all objects beyond sight, and at its peak, can even provide a brief glimpse into the future. Truly, the system never fails to appear at the most opportune moments. Undoubtedly, the emergence of observation Haki significantly augmented his strength, instilling him with greater confidence to face the night of annihilation. Now, even with his eyes closed, he could sense everything within dozens, even hundreds of meters around him. This was one of the unique abilities of the system. Skills and similar items could be learned and utilized almost instantaneously. It was just like the shadow clone technique. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, under the moonlight, Uchiha Itachi, clad in his umbu attire, knelt on one knee before the indifferent high-ranking officials, articulating the harsh reality. A revolution in Konoha was imminent. Upon hearing this, Danzo, the Hokage's advisor, immediately brightened with intent, then coldly declared, "The situation is urgent. We must take action before they do." He fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Itachi, his voice chilling. "Make your choice, Itachi. Will you join your clan in rebellion, leading to mutual destruction? Or will you adhere to our agreement and assist the village in quelling the insurrection, exterminating the Uchiha clan to safeguard your only brother?" This outcome was one Uchiha Itachi had never anticipated. Yet now, he had no luxury to ponder deeply, for his choice was singular. Sacrifice the small family for the greater good. In the Uchiha territory, silence reigned supreme. Let it begin. With an expression devoid of emotion, Uchiha Itachi addressed the air behind him. What a cruel and harsh man he was, willing to mortgage the lives of all his kin to ensure the survival of his brother. A distortion rippled through the air, and a man with a patterned mask and dark hair materialized. In response, Uchiha Itachi merely donned his umbu mask, stating, "A month ago, I extended an invitation for collaboration, not wishing to see my clan struggle unnecessarily. However, I am fully capable of completing this task alone. If you have no intention of intervening, I suggest you depart swiftly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I won't inadvertently cause harm." With that, he dashed towards the clan's interior. The masked man smirked at this and vanished from sight, clearly unwilling to allow Uchiha Itachi to undertake the massacre of his entire clan alone. At this moment, Danzo of the Root organization issued a command to encircle the Uchiha clan. Any who attempt to leave the Uchiha clan shall be eradicated. Do you understand? Upon hearing Danzo's indifferent order, the elite operatives assigned to this mission nodded in silent agreement. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke set out on his path of departure. Beneath the silent night sky, faint sounds of chaos and disturbance began to emerge. Had the slaughter already commenced? Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Sasuke instinctively quickened his pace. He understood that both the gates of the Uchiha clan and those of Konoha would soon be besieged by members of the Root organization. There was no time to waste. Activating his sensory abilities, he became acutely aware of everything within 100 meters, allowing him to evade unnecessary troubles. Thanks to this heightened awareness, he skillfully avoided 2 encounters with Uchiha Itachi. 200 meters, 100 meters. As he approached the Uchiha gates, relief washed over him upon noticing that there were no ambushes nearby. However, just as he was about to step through the gate, a chilling and playful voice echoed from behind him. A gloved hand emerged from the shadows, reaching for the back of his head. The eyes visible beneath the swirling mask gleamed with an eerie light, emanating an overwhelming aura of spatial devouring. In that case, allow me to claim your life. Uchiha Obito thought it impossible for this young boy to possess the strength to resist him. Is that so? Uchiha Sasuke's voice carried a hint of mockery, immediately heightening Obito's vigilance as he instantly phased out of sight. Fire style, fireball jutsu. In the next instant, a massive, searing fireball obscured Obito's vision, casting a red glow over a radius of several meters. Seizing this opportunity, Uchiha Sasuke formed hand seals to create a shadow clone while his real body utilized the properties of magma to meld into the ground and escape. The shadow clone swiftly erasing any trace of the original's descent underground. In the blink of an eye, he had successfully extricated himself. Interesting. This fire technique rivals that of a special jonin, far beyond what a 13-year-old could produce. Unfazed by the fireball, Uchiha Obito allowed it to pass through his body, his tone laced with arrogance as he scrutinized Sasuke. Surely, you do not believe such a fire technique could inflict any harm upon me? In response to Uchiha Obito's somewhat smug remarks, Uchiha Sasuke chuckled playfully. When did I ever claim that I intended to inflict harm upon you with such an attack? As he watched the fireball gradually traverse through Obito's form, a triumphant grin spread across his face. Do not misunderstand. I merely sought to buy myself some time to escape. After all, in your current state, you should be unable to pursue me physically, correct? So, farewell, Mr. Akatsuki. With that, he swiftly dashed away into the distance. Upon hearing these words, Obito's eyes sharpened with a piercing intensity. How does this fellow know my codename? Moreover, he seems well acquainted with my abilities. Who exactly is he? A sense of trepidation crept into his heart. Such an adversary could not be permitted to remain at large. He must be captured and interrogated. Watching Sasuke's retreating figure, Obito couldn't help but emit a cold snort. You think you can escape from me? How naive. As a successor of Uchiha Madara, it would be utterly laughable if I allowed a mere 13-year-old Uchiha brat to slip through my fingers. Uchiha Sasuke, you're quite swift. As he propelled himself forward, Obito quickly sensed Sasuke's presence within the range of his observation. Sasuke's body tensed momentarily. Very well, let me buy some time for my true self. 50 meters, 20 meters, 5 meters. Suddenly, the space behind Sasuke distorted, and several long black spikes shot forth, nearly grazing his body. With a series of piercing sounds, Sasuke had no chance to react as his body was punctured. It seemed he had secured the upper hand. However, just as Obito was about to breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing Sasuke's pierced chest, his eyes widened in surprise, witnessing an unexpected sight. The wound in Sasuke's chest transformed into a flow of molten lava, melting the spikes and healing almost instantaneously. Sasuke, entirely unscathed, continued to soar forward. What kind of bloodline limit is this? Despite Obito's extensive experience over the years, he found himself momentarily stunned by this spectacle. He had never encountered the ability to turn one's body into lava. Clearly, it was essential to capture him for further study. This unprecedented bloodline limit piqued his interest greatly. Furthermore, the fact that Sasuke had concealed himself within the Uchiha clan for so long without Obito's notice indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Obito resolved not to allow such a person to mature, lest he become a future nuisance. At the gates of Konoha, who goes there? When Sasuke's true self emerged from the ground, which was also surrounded by a barrier, preventing any escape, he was immediately detected and encircled by the root organization dispatched by Danzo. Ah, quite a crowd. Danzo truly is meticulous in his endeavors. Observing the enemies closing in around him, Sasuke licked his lips, his gaze burning with unprecedented intensity. It appears I have no choice but to break through with sheer force. After a month of arduous training, the moment for action has finally arrived. How laughable that I would assert I could only break through with brute strength. One of the root members adorned with a fox mask scoffed disdainfully, the Uchiha scum. Do not equate us with those useless umbu. We are the true elite of Konoha. As he spoke, another root member, clad in a black dog-headed mask, advanced menacingly, stating coldly, how dare you, a mere remnant of the Uchiha. Utter Lord Danzo's name so casually? Humph, prepare to descend into hell and repent before Lord Danzo. With that, a chilling flash of a blade sliced through the air towards Uchiha Leaf's body. Is that all you've got? The dog-masked member sneered contemptuously. But just as he prepared to retract his weapon, a sudden cry from his companion pierced the air. Watch out! A wave of searing heat surged forth, illuminating the surroundings in an instant. A colossal magma fire fist barreled through the air, hurtling towards him. What? The dogmasked member was taken aback. As the attack approached with alarming proximity, a tightness gripped his body, and an unbidden flicker of fear arose within him. No, I can't evade in time. Great fireball. This attack encapsulated Uchiha Leaf's boundless determination over the past month. With a single punch, the heavens roared. The scorching strike expanded violently, engulfing the dog-masked member entirely. Ah! A solitary scream echoed as he was utterly obliterated in the searing magma. Impossible. The scene stunned the surrounding root members. How could a prodigy capable of contending with Jonin perish so easily? Damn it. How could a member of the Uchiha clan possess the ability of lava release? They eyed the youthful Uchiha Leaf with newfound trepidation. This was no ordinary foe. Everyone, shouted a member with a painted mask, attack together. He charged forward first, forming hand seals to unleash a barrage of shuriken. Ninjutsu, shuriken shadow clone. Instantly, a rain of shuriken descended upon Uchiha Leaf with blinding speed. Meanwhile, two root members had positioned themselves behind him, severing his escape route. Thud, thud, thud. Uchiha Leaf was pierced before he could evade, becoming a veritable pincushion. Witnessing this, the two members behind him unleashed a combined ninjutsu, fire release, great flame technique. Wind release, gale technique. Boom. The wind intensified the flames. In an instant, a sea of fire erupted, illuminating half the sky and mercilessly consuming Uchiha Leaf. Is he dead? Surely he must be. The root members gazed at the inferno, convinced that Uchiha Leaf could not possibly survive this onslaught. As the flames gradually receded, the scene within began to reveal itself, causing the onlookers to collectively gasp in disbelief. How can this be? Uchiha Leaf's body appeared to flow like molten lava, completely unscathed. Is this also the power of lava release? The fox-masked member pondered, uncertainty clouding his thoughts, but he quickly shook his head. No, I have never heard of lava release having the ability to assimilate one's body. He recalled tales of the Uchiha Clan possessing the ability of hydration. But to transform one's body into lava? Such a bloodline limit could not exist. Is this truly the extent of the abilities possessed by the esteemed members of the root organization? Achihai surveyed the surrounding crowd with a hint of disdain and remarked, "Is this what one calls the elite of Konoha? Provoking these individuals would cause them to lose their composure and reveal their vulnerabilities, thus facilitating his swift departure from Konoha." Indeed, upon hearing his words, the expressions of the crowd turned icy. How arrogant, sneered a member of the root organization, adorned with a mask. If you seek death so eagerly, we shall grant it to you, regardless of your bloodline limits. Capturing you for research will suffice. Lord Danzo will surely take a liking to such a unique ninja. With that, he drew his blade and charged forward, enveloped in crackling lightning, his movements becoming unpredictably swift. The other root members, filled with pride, boasted, "This is a high-speed technique that even the Sharingan cannot perceive. Several elite shinobi have perished to this very maneuver." "You're finished, brat. A lightning-quick ninja," they claimed. Achihai paid their words no heed, yet he heightened his vigilance, aware that this was his first encounter with so many formidable opponents. Even with the remarkable ability of elementalization, he could not afford to be careless. He promptly activated his double Tomo Sharingan, employing his Kinbunshica Haki to perceive every action of his adversaries. Almost immediately, he detected a movement to his left. Dark Hound. His arm ignited with molten lava, hurling a searing punch towards the point he had locked onto with his perception. In the next instant, a chilling lightning blade thrust forward silently. Boom. The punch met the blade, resulting in a stalemate. Yet, upon witnessing Achihai successfully block his surprise attack, the masked member of Root was filled with disbelief. This was a technique that even someone as powerful as Danzo admired. One he believed few beneath the 5 Kage could counter. Yet, it had been anticipated by Achihai. He found this notion intolerable. Not just him, but the other Root members also wore expressions of shock. How is this possible? Double Tomo. They gazed at Achihai's scarlet Tomo eyes, incredulously exclaiming, "How can you possess such a high-grade Sharingan?" The masked member's eyes turned menacing. "You've been concealing your strength all along. Haven to you? What is your true purpose?" The Root organization was well aware of the information regarding every member of the Uchiha clan. However, Achihai was an unforeseen anomaly. This oversight could prove to be fatal. He signaled to the other Root members to launch a coordinated assault. Such a dangerous individual could not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, It would undoubtedly jeopardize Lord Danzo's plans. Surprised, are we? Achihai grinned at the remark, his blazing fist erupting with a terrifying wave of lava, surging toward the masked member of Root before him. The member's eyes widened in alarm as he retreated, but still, a large portion of flesh from his arm was incinerated, eliciting a pained grunt. Enough of your arrogance, brat. A furious shout echoed from behind Achihai. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. A deluge of attacks rained down upon him, offering no opportunity for retaliation, piercing through Achihai's form. Upon witnessing this scene, the members of the Root organization, concealed behind cat-faced masks, felt their earlier triumph dissolve into a frozen expression of dismay. Uchiha Leaf transformed his body once more into molten lava, disregarding the shuriken assault. How infuriating! He evaded once again. The cat-faced Root member clenched his teeth in frustration, pondering, does this mean he can ignore conventional attacks? No wonder the shuriken and fire release had no effect on him. He prepared to retreat. This intelligence was crucial and needed to be relayed to others. Not far away, the fox-masked Root member, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately moved to obstruct fire release. You wish to convey information? Huh, not on my watch. With the combined powers of observation Haki and Sharingan, he discerned every emotion and subtle movement with clarity. He would not allow the cat-faced member to succeed. He raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of searing magma, meteoric fire rain, which surged towards the two adversaries. The fox-masked member was compelled to retreat. His hand seals interrupted. The cat-faced member, suspended in midair, became an easy target, with no chance of escape. A piercing scream erupted as his right arm was severed by the lava, his chest caving in from the impact, scorched flesh turning black from the heat. Canine Bite, Crimson Lotus. A great fire release. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Leaf launched a simultaneous assault. The devastating blow of the great fire release consumed the cat-faced Root member entirely. Meanwhile, the speed-driven Canine Bite, Crimson Lotus relentlessly pursued the retreating fox-masked member. This is bad. The fox-masked member, barely touching the ground, faced the oncoming strike, his pupils dilating in terror. There's no time. The terrifyingly hot lava hound opened its maw and engulfed him, incinerating him into oblivion. How infuriating! Witnessing two of their comrades fall in quick succession. The remaining three Root members narrowed their eyes, now filled with a fierce intensity. Is this brat truly only 13 years old? Damn it. How can someone so young possess such keen insight? He anticipated our movements with uncanny accuracy. The flower-faced member's rapid lightning blade technique, which was notoriously difficult to perceive even with the Sharingan, was effortlessly seen through by Uchiha Leaf. Furthermore, the landing spot of the retreating fox-masked member was also predicted in advance by Leaf, leaving him with no opportunity to react and leading him despairingly to his demise. Moreover, his repeated use of that peculiar ability to evade attacks demonstrated his extraordinarily remarkable reflexes. Most importantly, he acted decisively, taking advantage of the situation to eliminate both the flower-faced and fox-masked members, thereby alleviating his own pressure. Such tactical acumen is something a mere 13-year-old could possess? Even the village's elite jonin would find it hard to match such ferocity. You are far too careless. At that moment, an icy voice emerged from behind Uchiha Leaf. The flower-faced Root member suddenly appeared. Since other attacks have proven ineffective, how about water release, which counters fiery assaults? Let us see how you evade this time with your lava transformation. With a vigorous puff of his cheeks, he unleashed a powerful and penetrating wave of water. The water release, water-severing wave. Splendid. The other three members of the Root organization could not help but cheer with joy upon witnessing this. However, in the face of this imminent strike, Uchiha Leaf merely chuckled mockingly. A commendable idea, but alas, futile. In an instant, his body transformed into magma, creating a vast void that rendered the attack from the masked member of Root entirely ineffective. What? The masked member's pupils constricted violently. Is it possible to do it this way? As he attempted to retreat, it was already too late. Hellhound! A searing arm pierced through his chest with great force, the intense heat instantly incinerating his internal organs. Ugh! The masked member spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing with eyes full of regret. How could this be? Observing this scene, the remaining three Root members were struck with terror. Is this fellow's predictive ability truly so terrifying? Even an attack utilizing the water element, which counters his own, was anticipated. Could they truly contend with such an adversary? Then it remains just the three of you. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Leaf grinned. Let us wrap this up quickly. These three, the weakest among them, would be the easiest to eliminate. With that, he surged forward in an instant. The trio immediately recoiled, unwilling to confront his lethal edge directly. Simultaneously, they hastily unleashed their ninjutsu to thwart Uchiha Leaf's relentless pursuit. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Ninja Art, 100 Rain of Needles. Wind Release, Wind Cutter Technique. A barrage of concentrated attacks surged forth, but Uchiha Leaf once again elementalized. Fully locking onto the three with his own counterstrike, Lava Eruption. Boom. The ground beneath the trio suddenly split open, three blazing pillars of molten rock erupting from below, engulfing the airborne trio without mercy. Even though Uchiha Leaf had yet to elevate the temperature of his lava to the staggering 1600 degrees of Sakazuki, the 650 degrees of heat was more than sufficient to incinerate the majority of his foes. In but a fleeting moment, the three were utterly obliterated. Huff, huff. Uchiha Leaf felt satisfied with his recent display. After catching his breath, his gaze sharpened as he summoned all his strength. Great Fireball. To his observation Haki, he sensed an Umbu squad hastening towards the commotion. Boom. An unprecedentedly massive molten fist shattered the sensory barrier of Konoha. Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out the main gate. Mere seconds after his exit, the Umbu squad arrived at the entrance. Boom. Just then, a blinding crimson light erupted within Konoha, accompanied by a resounding commotion that reverberated throughout the village. Uchiha Leaf promptly received information from his shadow clone. The disturbance had originated from his clone's fierce battle with Uchiha Obito. What a headache. To begin with, he had already made an enemy of someone of Uchiha Obito's caliber. The days ahead would surely be challenging. Even though Uchiha Obito had yet to acquire the Rinnegan, his strength was likely on par with that of the five Kage. This time, he had barely managed to contend with Uchiha Obito by relying on his shadow clone and the elementalization abilities of the Magma Fruit. However, the next time, it may not be so certain. He must swiftly grow stronger. Nevertheless, the immediate priority is to shake off the pursuers trailing behind. As he gazed upon the familiar mask of the leading Umbu, Uchiha Sasuke felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Kakashi Hitaki, a troublesome character indeed. With a swift use of lava release, he vanished at an incredible speed. Tracking team, do not let him escape. Kakashi commanded, his gaze narrowing yet remaining composed. In response, a member of the Uchiha Clan activated their Byakugan, leading the others in relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito observed, "Very well, young one. I shall remember you." Ripping away his singed sleeve, Uchiha Obito's eyes were filled with icy resolve. The esteemed Uchiha Obito, who had manipulated the ninja world from the shadows, found himself outmaneuvered by a mere 13-year-old child using shadow clone jutsu. This humiliation shall be avenged. He coveted Uchiha Sasuke's double Tomo Sharingan. Simultaneously, Uchiha Itachi, trembling, gripped his bloodied short blade, kneeling before the lifeless bodies of his parents, on the brink of mental collapse. Do not dwell on it, Itachi. Compared to your suffering, ours is but a fleeting moment. Uchiha Fugaku spoke weakly, yet with a sense of peace. Even if we chose different paths, I still take pride in you. In his final moments, he smiled as he clasped his wife's hand, urging Itachi, take good care of Sasuke. With that, he passed away with a smile. Yes. Uchiha Itachi rose from his despair, his tears now dried, though the lines of sorrow etched deeper upon his face. Half an hour later, in the Hokage's office. What did you say? After listening to Kakashi's report, Shimura Danzo erupted incredulously. The members I dispatched are all elite shinobi of exceptional caliber. How could they all perish at the hands of a mere Uchiha child? Kakashi, unfazed, replied calmly, Lord Danzo, I understand this may be difficult for you to accept, but it is the truth. If you doubt my words, you may send someone to verify at the village entrance. Upon hearing this, Danzo's expression darkened further, and with a huff, he returned to his seat, feeling utterly distressed. Before this operation, the higher-ups had reached a consensus. Aside from the brothers Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke, there should be no other survivors from the Uchiha clan. Yet now, such a significant blunder had occurred under his watch. How could the entire Leaf Village perceive him? As an incompetent fool? He could not endure such humiliation. Sarutobi, dispatch a pursuit team immediately. We cannot allow this threat to remain. Now, there is still time for action. Given that the events have unfolded, anger is futile. The priority is to resolve this defection swiftly and rectify the mistake. He was eager to uncover who could conceal themselves for so long under his very nose without raising suspicion. However, the third Hokage shook his head in response. based on what Kakashi has just narrated. The ability to eliminate more than 5 elite root members in mere minutes indicates an extraordinary level of strength. Moreover, this individual has managed to remain concealed among the Uchiha for so long without revealing his true prowess, and has accurately foreseen this impending crisis. He departed from Konoha with remarkable swiftness the moment we initiated our actions, which clearly indicates that his capabilities are far from ordinary. To pursue him recklessly would yield no fruitful outcomes. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo immediately grew agitated, exclaiming, "Sarutobi, how can you know it won't work if you don't make an attempt?" He felt the need to leverage this pursuit to restore his own reputation, and could not allow the third Hokage to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage shook his head in denial. He then immediately adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "In light of this, we must prioritize the subsequent handling of the Uchiha situation and respond to the reactions of various factions within the shinobi world. The internal peace of Konoha is of utmost importance." This statement garnered nods of agreement from the advisors, Mito Kamen and Narashikaku, who were present. However, this was utterly unacceptable to Shimura Danzo. With a grim expression, he attempted to argue further, "Sarutobi, you." Before he could finish, the third Hokage interjected sternly, "Danzo, this is the Hokage's order." This provoked Danzo's face to flush with anger, his eyes narrowing into a deadly glare fixed on the third Hokage for a full half-minute before he stormed off, muttering, "Sarutobi, you will regret today's decision. We must eradicate all threats." He felt profound disappointment in the third Hokage. Thus, Uchiha Itachi could not be spared, he thought to himself, gritting his teeth with a menacing expression. The Uchiha clan had already been purged through the actions of Uchiha Itachi, so there was no reason to keep him alive any longer. This would conveniently shift the blame for the massacre of the Uchiha clan onto Itachi, absolving the higher-ups of suspicion while maintaining their public image. After all, the dead cannot speak. It could also slightly redeem his own reputation. However, just a few hours later, at the root headquarters, following the report from his subordinate, Danzo's expression darkened once again, his gaze icy enough to kill. "Are you saying that you let Uchiha Itachi escape as well?" he growled, resembling a beast ready to devour its prey. "Yes." The root member trembled in fear as he replied, "Uchiha Itachi has never let his guard down around us. He placed Jinjutsu on all his former teammates, causing them to turn on each other when we attempted to make our move. In the end, they all fought among themselves, allowing him to leave unscathed." Upon hearing this, Danzo's teeth ground together audibly, his face contorted in fury as he shouted, "So, after all this time, I have trained you to become a bunch of useless fools." He rose in agitation, kicking over the root member, his rage boiling over. It would be one thing to let an unknown Uchiha brat take everyone down, but if we could just eliminate Uchiha Itachi, my reputation could still be salvaged. But you all, his voice dripped with lethal intent as he continued, "Is this how you repay my years of guidance? Have you all turned into useless dogs? You can't even handle a mere Uchiha Itachi." In the vast expanse of the root headquarters, silence reigned, with no one daring to respond. Only the sound of Danzo's deep, furious breaths echoed ominously in the air. Meanwhile, in some remote location within the Land of Fire, indeed, the covert operatives of Konoha are relentless in their pursuit. Observing the desolate land before him, Achihai shook his head and wiped away the evidence of his passage. After luring all the pursuers to a secluded area, he eliminated them with a single strike of molten lava. Now, it was time to seek a place of refuge. After a brief respite, Achihai set forth towards the northwest. Lingering too long would inevitably invite an assault from Konoha's forces, leading to considerable complications. During his recent endeavor to entice the Konoha operatives, he had already outlined the trajectory of his next steps. His plan was to first align himself with a certain faction to amass strength, and subsequently establish his own ninja village. Only with power could he aspire to lofty ideals. The faction he had chosen was none other than the Akatsuki, eternally shrouded in rain. This would also conveniently facilitate his search for Orochimaru. He was destined to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Regarding the continual use of the Manjiki, Orochimaru would undoubtedly have valuable insights. Additionally, by joining the Akatsuki, he could instill a sense of caution in Uchiha Bido, momentarily preventing any actions against him, thus granting him ample time to strengthen his position. The following day, two significant pieces of news from Konoha swiftly spread, sending ripples through the tranquil world of ninjas. Level rogue ninja Achihai Itachi slaughtered the Uchiha clan before defecting from Konoha, leaving only his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke and member Achihai alive. Level rogue ninja Achihai has hidden within Konoha for years, slaughtering several elite members before defecting, to be killed on sight. Is it truly possible that such a formidable clan as the Uchiha has met its demise? It is astonishing that one clan produced not one, but two level rogue ninjas. I have heard of Uchiha Itachi's genius. But where did this sudden emergence of Achihai come from? At merely 13 years of age, he stands as a peer to Uchiha Itachi as a level rogue ninja. Various factions within the ninja world were quite stirred by this news. For Konoha, he was a traitor, yet for them, he represented a rare talent. Who is not aware of the prowess of the Sharingan? Almost simultaneously, the three major ninja villages of Sand, Cloud, and Rock dispatched personnel into the Land of Fire to track down the two. Gaining either of them would significantly enhance their power, particularly for the Mist Village. Already possessing a Byakugan, their desire for the Sharingan was undoubtedly more fervent. At this moment, in the Rain Village, atop the tallest steel tower in the village center, an indifferent man with orange hair, adorned with various black rods, spoke without turning to the purple-haired woman behind him. A talent like Achihai is precisely the member we need. I intend to recruit him. Angel, what do you think? Upon hearing this, the purple-haired woman raised her gaze slightly and suggested, in that case, why not recruit Uchiha Itachi as well? Both are exceptional talents, and we should not let them slip away. As she spoke, she turned towards the orange-haired man, saying, allow me to personally undertake this task. The orange-haired man nodded in response, but maintained his indifferent tone. Let Scorpion accompany you. After all, both are level rogue ninjas, and we know little about them. It is prudent to exercise caution in dealing with such extraordinary individuals. Regarding the proposal made by the orange-haired man, the violet-haired woman, known as the Angel, did not decline, certainly. However, just as the Angel was about to depart, the space beside her suddenly warped, and the masked man, Uchiha Obito, appeared. Your Excellency, Angel, you need only to recruit Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi is already en route. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue passed through the deep, indifferent gaze of the orange-haired man, who remarked, Mr. Madara is surprisingly proactive in extending invitations. What talents does he see in Uchiha Itachi? In his eyes, the mysterious figure before him, the self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara, had always been elusive. It was indeed unexpected for him to actively seek new members. In response, Uchiha Obito cast a glance at the orange-haired man and stated, it is not I who is recruiting. He has expressed a desire to join. His talents are indeed commendable. Thus I have no reason to refuse. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the violet-haired woman, his eyes beneath the mask flickering with intensity. Your Excellency, Uchiha Sasuke is no ordinary individual. Exercise caution. Surprised by his words, the violet-haired woman smiled and replied, to have Mr. Madara personally advise me. My interest in Uchiha Sasuke is only growing. As she spoke, a multitude of paper shavings enveloped her, coalescing behind her into a pair of immense wings that unfurled as she took flight. At the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, in a tavern, a green-haired middle-aged man exhaled a cloud of alcohol-laden breath and remarked, have you heard? Konoha has placed a bounty of 55 million ryo on the rogue ninja Uchiha Sasuke. Indeed, Konoha village is quite generous. A one-eyed young man with a buzz cut licked his lips, his eyes alight with eagerness. Yes, 55 million ryo would allow us to live lavishly for over a decade. The green-haired man shared the same fervent gaze. Beside him lay a bounty poster featuring a clear likeness of Uchiha Sasuke. 55 million ryo, you say? In a secluded corner, a figure clad in a long robe and a wide-brimmed hat slightly examined the bounty poster, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Konoha certainly holds me in high regard. This individual was none other than Uchiha Sasuke himself. Suddenly, he sensed several gazes focused on him, and, within the realm of observation, detected malice. So, I have been targeted? A slight smile crept upon his lips. It seems I cannot underestimate anyone. He set down his fruit tea cup, placed 2 ryo, 1 ryo equals 10 yen, on the table, and made to leave. Follow him. As he exited, the green-haired middle-aged man and the one-eyed young man exchanged glances and immediately pursued him. Observing their actions, several others in the tavern decided to follow suit. In a remote grove, Uchiha Sasuke halted before a grand tree. Since you have all followed me, why not reveal yourselves? No sooner had he spoken than 2 phantoms appeared, surrounding Uchiha Sasuke from both sides. I didn't expect such fortune to encounter you, my plump prey. The green-haired man stepped forward, his expression one of greedy appraisal as he surveyed Uchiha Sasuke. Heh, you don't actually believe that luring us to a secluded spot would deter us, do you? The one-eyed man, with a fierce glint in his eyes, proclaimed, do not underestimate the relentless dedication that bounty hunters have towards their prey. In response, Uchiha Sasuke narrowed his gaze and retorted, are you not afraid of losing your teeth? 55 million Ryo is indeed tempting, but one must possess a life to spend it. Upon hearing this, the green-haired man grinned widely. Surely you do not believe we lack the capability to eliminate elite rogue ninjas? To be candid, the number of elite rogue ninjas who have met their demise at our hands is not insignificant. The one-eyed man chimed in. Thus, today shall be no exception. Uchiha Sasuke, accepting his fate, remarked, very well, but I have one question. How did you ascertain my identity? He pondered that his disguise had been flawless, without any apparent flaws. It was indeed remarkable that he had been singled out merely through a single utterance. Is it truly so challenging to discern your identity? The green-haired man scoffed with pride. I possess an innate ability to detect subtle sounds. I heard every word you spoke in the tavern with crystal clarity. Moreover, alcohol is the favored drink of bounty hunters, and your penchant for fruit tea renders you quite unique. Thus, the answer became exceedingly evident. Acknowledging this response, Uchiha Sasuke nodded. This is my first foray into the ninja world, and I admit my inexperience. However, he resolved to amend this oversight henceforth. Now, let us see, Uchiha Sasuke grinned. If you possess the ability to take my life. With that, he activated his Sharingan. The two of them exuded a chakra level commensurate with elite Jonin, rendering any carelessness perilous. Before Uchiha Sasuke could even form the necessary hand seals for fire release, the green-haired man, enveloped in ominous lightning, swiftly closed the distance, unleashing a barrage of poisoned senbon from his sleeve. In an instant, it was indeed a challenge to react. So swift, Uchiha Sasuke marveled internally. Recognizing the elite status of his adversaries in the ninja realm, he retreated rapidly, swinging his kunai to deflect the senbon, only to suddenly witness the green-haired man wearing a victorious smirk. Prepare to perish. The voice of the one-eyed man echoed from behind Uchiha Sasuke, who found his escape route severed. With hands swiftly forming seals, the one-eyed man unleashed Wind Release, Wind Blade. Several sharp and swift wind blades struck Uchiha Sasuke's body, leaving no time for evasion. Is this how it ends? The onlookers were incredulous at the sight. Could it be that an elite rogue ninja possesses such meager prowess? Some gazed at the torn body of Uchiha Sasuke with furrowed brows. They certainly did not dare to seize the prey. The one-eyed man and the green-haired man were the most formidable bounty hunters in their midst, ruthless and unyielding. No one dared to provoke the two. The one-eyed man, witnessing the scene, furrowed his brow and retreated. Although their tactical approach was indeed devastating, even elite Jonin could sustain injuries. However, to eliminate an elite rogue ninja in this manner seemed implausible. A rogue ninja designated by Konoha could not possibly be so easily vanquished. The audacity to pursue directly was undeniably remarkable. At that moment, a voice emerged from the torn body of Uchiha Sasuke. His form, though grievously injured, was now aglow with a fiery red hue as molten lava streamed down his body. Astonishingly, the wounds began to mend slowly. The scene left the onlookers in utter disbelief. Was his body transforming into lava? What kind of ability was this? Lava release? No, even that was implausible. Not only were the hidden observers astonished, but even the green-haired man appeared profoundly shocked, his expression turning grave. So, was this the reason this young individual could attain the rank of a rogue ninja? The green-haired man felt a surge of caution within, and the lightning coursing through him became even more intense. Let us attack together. With a shared glance at the one-eyed man, the green-haired individual transformed once more into a streak of lightning, appearing before Uchiha Leaf. Thunderstorm Fist. He unleashed a punch that summoned a cataclysm of thunder, an explosive force capable of shattering steel. Uchiha Leaf hastily retreated. However, the one-eyed man had already closed in, effectively severing his escape route. With a long blade imbued with a sharp wind chakra, he struck with ferocity, clearly mastering the power of elemental transformation. He could even slice through the air, causing Uchiha Leaf to feel a piercing pain from afar. It appeared that Uchiha Leaf was destined to lose. The onlookers thought as they observed the unfolding events. Even if Uchiha Leaf managed to counter the one-eyed man's strike, the green-haired man would undoubtedly follow with a relentless assault, leaving no room for respite. At that juncture, Uchiha Leaf would have no opportunity to unleash his abilities, sealing his fate. And indeed, that was how events transpired. After narrowly evading the one-eyed man's blade, Uchiha Leaf barely had time to catch his breath before the green-haired man materialized behind him. Yet before the green-haired man could make a move, Uchiha Leaf suddenly erupted in flames, molten lava spewing forth and surging towards him. Hiss. The green-haired man's pupils constricted in horror as he retreated, bewildered. How could this be? He had anticipated my movements in advance. But how could this be possible? Even the Sharingan-wielding ninja Kakashi had been severely injured by this strategy, and he was already at the 3-tomo level. The Uchiha Leaf before him was merely at 2-tomo. How could he possess such terrifying insight? Do you still have time to ponder this? In that moment of distraction, Uchiha Leaf's voice rang out. Canine bite Crimson Lotus. His arm transformed entirely into magma, suddenly extending into a canine head that tore through the air, reaching the green-haired man in the blink of an eye. How could it be so fast? The green-haired man felt the hairs on his body stand on end, the searing power blurring his vision, leaving him no time to evade. Damn it, do not underestimate me. He erupted with dazzling lightning. Your attack is indeed formidable, but the lightning armor I learned from the Cloud Shinobi is no less powerful. Boom. Lava collided with lightning. Yet the situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. Countless onlookers, finally processing the event, beheld an unbelievable sight. The green-haired man, enveloped in lightning armor, was consumed by the lava in an instant. A chilling scream echoed, and when the lava receded, only a charred, ruined corpse remained. Hiss. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, yet the outcome was utterly horrifying. Surely not. That individual's defenses are impervious even to elite J-nin. How could he be so easily overwhelmed? Furthermore, that person's reflexes surpassed those of J-nin, yet just now, his movements were entirely anticipated. How terrifying is Achihai's perceptiveness? Those who observed from the shadows felt a chill run down their spines. Some, sensing impending doom, retreated immediately, unwilling to remain and risk their lives. It's your turn. Achihai showed no hesitation, charging directly at the bewildered one-eyed man who stood frozen in shock. A torrent of flames erupted. Like a sun descending, a dreadful mass of molten lava transformed into a fearsome fist that swept forth. Whoosh! The one-eyed man, filled with trepidation, dared not confront this assault and swiftly retreated. But he suddenly noticed a smirk at the corner of Achihai's mouth, and an ominous feeling surged within him. As he prepared to land, the ground trembled violently, and a surge of crimson lava erupted forth. This is bad. In midair, how could the one-eyed man evade? Body substitute technique. Faced with the threat of death, he surged past his limits, executing the technique just in time to evade the strike. However, the one-eyed man had scarcely materialized a short distance away before he widened his eyes in disbelief. A blazing, red-hot arm rapidly enlarged before him, mercilessly piercing through his chest. He stared at Achihai, his eyes wide with reluctance, uttering, "How could you predict my movements?" This was also the question on the minds of the hidden observers. Achihai had managed to precisely lock onto the one-eyed man, launching a devastating blow the moment he appeared, as if he had crashed directly into Achihai's waiting arm. The prior anticipation of the green-haired man's attack had been executed in the same manner, as though he possessed foreknowledge of their subsequent actions. The double Tomo Sharingan grants such power? Huh. Why should I divulge that to you? Achihai scoffed, withdrawing his arm. Reveal one's capabilities to others? Foolish. He then turned his gaze towards the depths of the jungle, his aura swelling once more. Since there are those who covet my head, let them all remain. Among those present, not a single one displayed goodwill. In that case, there are no innocents to spare. A colossal fist of molten lava, at least 10 meters in size, surged forth, scorching the surrounding trees and enveloping the area in a hellish inferno, instilling a sense of despair. This is dire. The onlookers never anticipated Achihai's ruthlessness. By the time they sought to retreat, it was already too late. Boom. The flaming fist struck, obliterating everything in its path. The dense jungle was reduced to a vast wasteland, smoke billowing into the air. After a brief chorus of screams, not a single life remained within a 100-meter radius. Yet Achihai did not depart. Instead, he turned his attention to the distant jungle on his left, his gaze darkening. I ask you too. How long do you plan to observe? Within his heightened perception, two powerful, chilling presences emerged. Humph. Not yet of age, yet ruthlessly adept. I have come to comprehend why Zero summoned me to join the angel. A deep voice echoed from the forest. An angel alone may indeed struggle to subdue you. Emerging was a hunchbacked man clad in a black trench coat adorned with crimson cloud patterns, a steel tail protruding from his back. Behind this man floated a woman with a paper flower pinned to her head and a light blue-purple bun, also dressed in a black coat with crimson cloud motifs. Her back displaying an expansive pair of paper wings. It was none other than the master of the Scarlet Jade, Deidara, alongside the angel, Conan. How delightful! I never anticipated encountering both of you here. Upon seeing the newcomers, Uchiha Obito displayed a distinctly amused expression. Hearing his words, Conan's gaze sharpened. From your tone, it seems our arrival does not surprise you? Uchiha Obito chuckled in response. Why would I be surprised? Since you have come to find me, it saves me the trouble of seeking you out. Now, let us address the matter at hand. Speak of your purpose in coming here. You cannot possibly have simply passed by. Upon hearing this, Conan immediately replied, Uchiha Obito, our Akatsuki organization is in dire need of talents like you. Thus, we have come to extend an invitation for you to join us. What do you think? To her astonishment, Uchiha Obito replied without hesitation, very well, I accept. This left Conan taken aback. In her understanding, a young man like Uchiha Obito, known for his ruthless tactics yet formidable prowess, would never easily submit. Much like Deidara in years past, she had anticipated needing considerable effort to persuade him. Yet, she was taken aback by how readily he acquiesced. Following the usual script, he ought to have inquired about the origins of their Akatsuki organization, resisted joining, and ultimately been swayed by their might. Why was Uchiha Obito deviating from the norm? She found herself unable to read him. What? Surprised again. Observing Conan's expression, Uchiha Obito grinned mischievously. Of course, I have conditions. Upon hearing this, Conan's brow furrowed slightly. Let us hear them, but if they are too unreasonable, I cannot comply. Uchiha Obito then turned his gaze to Deidara. Exuding a fierce fighting spirit, I wish to engage in a battle with him. That request should not be excessive, right? Conan nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Deidara with a questioning look. Humph, boy, do you take me for a mere sparring partner? Deidara retorted, visibly displeased. You are truly infuriating. Do you believe I would create you as my art piece? I happen to be in need of a puppet with a Sharingan. Conan immediately interjected with a furrowed brow. Deidara, do not act recklessly. Deidara, with a low grunt of annoyance, stepped forward. Rest assured, I know my limits. However, he must learn some respect. What gives him the right to act so casually? Why should he receive such leniency when I had to be subdued by Conan to join the Akatsuki back then? Is he not concerned about his dignity? How frightening indeed. Uchiha Obito licked his lips. Come, allow me to experience the prowess of the genius puppeteer, Deidara. Not long ago, the experience of battling with the shadow clone against Obito Uchiha has been nearly fully assimilated. Now, he requires a formidable opponent like Deidara to validate his acquired knowledge. Humph. You must be cautious. I am not only adept at puppet techniques, but my poison is also quite remarkable. Your abilities are indeed impressive. Sharp weapons find it difficult to inflict harm upon you. However, should you presume that I am on par with those two fools from earlier, you are gravely mistaken. Obito Uchiha grinned. Of course, although Deidara has yet to attain the prowess depicted in the original narrative, there is no doubt he is a genuine shadow-level powerhouse. A true elite of the ninja world. Who would dare underestimate him? With that, he charged forward, his entire body instantly ablaze with a crimson hue, vanishing from sight in an instant. Against such an adversary, one must naturally exert their utmost effort. At that moment, Deidara suddenly fixated on a specific point, and his sharp iron tail lunged forward with great speed. In the next instant, as Obito Uchiha materialized, he perceived the icy threat rapidly magnifying before his eyes. How swift! Obito's pupils constricted. Is this the insight of a shadow-level powerhouse? It is indeed a disheartening realization. Fortunately, his observation Haki had already sensed the impending danger, allowing his body to elementalize. With a piercing sound, his body was penetrated, yet he retaliated with a barrage of molten projectiles. Meteor shower. Deidara, witnessing this, expressed his admiration. Well done. Manipulating his clay, Deidara tore off his mask and unleashed a sealing talisman, Rain of Mechanisms. With a resounding bang, an onslaught of kunai erupted from the talisman, piercing through the searing lava, and many kunai continued to pursue Obito Uchiha. Seizing this opportunity, Deidara retracted his severed iron tail. Releasing a toxic mist, he thrust his right hand forward, causing the sealing talisman in his palm to explode, enveloping Obito Uchiha in a dense green fog, leaving him no chance to breathe. The strength of a shadow-level powerhouse is evident. The sound of piercing continued to resonate from within the toxic haze. Yet Deidara showed no signs of relent. In the next moment, Infernal Hound, Obito Uchiha transformed as if made of molten rock, charging through the toxic mist towards Deidara, delivering a scorching punch at breakneck speed. However, behind Deidara, a shield fortified with dense chakra had already been erected. Boom! The ground shattered, and the air held. Yet, such a searing blow could not breach the shield. Remarkable indeed. Obito, witnessing this, couldn't help but marvel. What an astonishing reaction. Indeed, a shadow-level powerhouse. Recognizing the need to withdraw, he immediately retreated, simultaneously ejecting streams of lava to impede Deidara's pursuit. From their previous confrontation, he had discerned one of his shortcomings: insufficient strength. His attacks were rapid and fierce, and he evaded without hesitation after a failed strike, never lingering. Conan, observing from above, felt a surge of astonishment. Is he really only 13? How extraordinary. Achieving the level of a Jainin at 13 is already remarkable, let alone maintaining such composure in the face of a shadow-level opponent like Deidara. Truly, a reincarnation of a demon, a remarkably decisive judgment. If that is the case, I shall adopt a more serious approach. Suddenly, the left arm of Filiu shot forth a shield to deflect the oncoming torrent of searing lava, while the right arm erupted, revealing countless sealing talismans, thousand-hand manipulation. In an instant, a multitude of arms surged forth, overwhelming the battlefield and rushing towards Achihai. Each arm was surrounded by icy blades, delivering a strike that was undeniably lethal. Although elemental transformation could offer some protection, doing so would allow the Scorpion of the Red Sand to seize the opportunity to launch a counterattack, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Therefore, it was imperative to extricate oneself from this assault swiftly. Great Fireball. A scorching crimson fist erupted into the void, instantly incinerating all the arms, its residual force unyieldingly directed towards the Scorpion of the Red Sand. A wise choice. The voice of the Scorpion rang out once more, as he deftly disengaged from Filiu, extending his arms to unleash two high-pressure jets of water, devouring stream. Fire met water. Instantly, it transformed into a billowing cloud of scalding mist that enveloped the entire arena, obscuring both of their visions. The Scorpion of the Red Sand had initially contemplated launching a surprise attack on Achihai amidst the obscured sight, only to find that Achihai had anticipated him and was already on the offensive. Meteor shower. Condensed lava, the size of a fist, cascaded down like a torrential rain, instantly tinting the mist crimson, and all were strikingly precise in their trajectory towards the Scorpion. What a clever lad. The Scorpion immediately retracted Filiu and evaded the incoming assault. The searing heat of the lava was the last thing he wished to confront, for after all, intense heat was the nemesis of puppets. My dear Scorpion, this is not over yet. Be wary. Achihai's voice resonated once more from within the mist. The Scorpion of the Red Sand could keenly sense the impending danger beneath his feet. Lava eruption. The ground quaked violently before a towering pillar of intensely hot crimson lava surged upwards, poised to engulf the Scorpion. Even he could not help but narrow his eyes in astonishment, genuinely admiring such remarkable perceptive abilities. To strike with such precision despite the obstructed view was indeed formidable. Sand Clone. In the moment before the strike would land, he utilized the Sand Clone to evade the blow. However, an even more startling occurrence unfolded. Just as his true form emerged from the mist, attempting to extricate himself from this unfavorable predicament, the smiling visage of Achihai rapidly magnified in his sight once again. Accompanying this was a fist, as crimson and searing as a branding iron. Hellhound. Infernal Prison. The Scorpion of the Red Sand, being a top-tier expert, reacted swiftly. Two streams of terrifying flames erupted from his palms, imbued with a potent thrust that countered Achihai's assault. Truly, the Scorpion is remarkable, such quick reflexes. Seeing that his attack did not yield the desired effect, Achihai promptly retreated, yet from his sleeve emerged several shurikens, forcing the Scorpion to retreat and preventing him from launching a counterattack. But his expression suddenly shifted, his body transformed into molten lava. With a violent hiss, a merciless steel wire ruthlessly pierced through his chest. It was none other than the steel wires coiled around the abdomen of the Scorpion of the Red Sand that burrowed underground, launching a surprise attack. Did it indeed fail to take effect? The Scorpion of the Red Sands gaze sharpened at this scene. Such remarkable perceptive ability, even among the ninja world. Few can so calmly evade my strike. Achihai, I acknowledge you. As he spoke, the Scorpion of the Red Sands' expression grew serious as he drew forth a black scroll marked with the number 3 from behind. Since that is the case, I shall earnestly engage you in battle. Upon hearing this, Achihai licked his lips, inhaling deeply with fervent eyes. I am deeply honored. He was well aware of what that scroll represented. Floating above, Xiao Nan was equally astonished. To compel the Scorpion to produce this scroll, Achihai must indeed be exceptionally formidable. Even when contending against the elite of the 5 great ninja villages, merely employing Hiryu would suffice. Yet now, in response to Achihai, the Scorpion had resorted to his most precious scroll. How could this not astonish her? Nevertheless, his astonishing perceptive abilities were indeed troublesome. Without this scroll, he would likely find it difficult to gain the upper hand. One can surmise that even Mr. Madara had suffered in this regard, which is why he specifically cautioned me before my departure. While Xiao Nan contemplated this, the Scorpion had already unfurled the scroll, summoning one of his valued treasures, the 3rd Kazekage. Beware, Achihai. The forthcoming battle will not be the trivial skirmish of before. You are about to face my most proud creation, the 3rd Kazekage, renowned for his unparalleled prowess. After issuing this warning, the Scorpion unleashed the bloodline limit ability of the 3rd Kazekage, Magnet Release. Behold, as a torrent of black sand iron emerged from the Kazekage's mouth, transforming into countless refined sand iron bullets, the sand iron rain. Boom. The forest behind Achihai erupted in a storm of wood splinters and dust clouds. Yet, Achihai's form transformed once more into molten lava, remaining unscathed by the fierce barrage of sand iron bullets. So it is true? The Scorpion of the Red Sand observed this scene without exception, yet a smirk suddenly crept upon his lips. However, if you think that you can disregard my attacks solely due to this peculiar ability, you are gravely mistaken. Eroding mist poison. Suddenly, a mass of black sand iron surged from beneath Achihai's feet, releasing a torrent of purple poisonous gas. Achihai's expression shifted in response, while maintaining his elemental form. It was exceedingly difficult for him to undertake any other actions. This meant that while he was immune to the assault of the sand iron rain, he could not evade inhaling the poisonous mist. To avoid the toxic fog, he would have to retreat, but in doing so, he would be unable to precisely maintain his elemental form and evade all sand iron attacks. He was indeed caught in a dilemma. As expected, my conjecture was correct. The Scorpion of the Red Sand could not help but chuckle at this scene. While you employ your ability to disregard the physical attacks of the sand iron, it becomes exceedingly challenging to execute any other actions. Thus, it is over. With that, the sand iron rain intensified. No matter how you choose, in the end, you shall lose. Floating above, Xiao Nan could not help but think, it seems to be the end. To have fought to such a state against the Scorpion is quite commendable. But is it truly so? Achihai suddenly burst into laughter, causing the Scorpion of the Red Sand to become acutely alert. With a focused breath and an intense gaze, Achihai shouted, "Lava eruption." The ground beneath the Scorpion trembled violently, and he, sensing the impending danger, swiftly commanded the 3rd Kazekage to retreat. Boom. In the next moment, crimson lava roared ferociously from the depths, prompting even Conan to hastily withdraw. "Ah, my dear Scorpion, this is far from over." As the words fell, another pillar of red-hot lava surged forth, precisely targeting the Scorpion of the Red Sand. Whoosh. The Scorpion and the 3rd Kazekage immediately maneuvered to either side to evade the fiery column. Boom. Yet again, 2 fierce lava pillars erupted from the ground, each aimed to engulf the 3rd Kazekage puppet and the Scorpion. In that moment, even the Scorpion's soul trembled. How could I be pushed to such an extent? If that is the case, then let us fight with all our might. Iron Sand. Wings. In an instant, a pair of black wings materialized behind the 3rd Kazekage, shielding against the onslaught of lava. Meanwhile, the Scorpion executed a sand clone to evade once more. Boom. The molten lava clashed against the resilient iron sand, sending forth waves of scorching heat and splattering magma, obscuring the air with its intensity. The Scorpion reappeared a short distance away, but before he could command the 3rd Kazekage to counterattack, Achihai was already closing in at an alarming speed. Meteor fire rain. The torrential onslaught of searing attacks forced the Scorpion to retreat. However, Achihai did not grant the Scorpion a moment's respite to maneuver the 3rd Kazekage. With a piercing glare, Achihai invoked Jinjutsu, binding technique. The scorpion suddenly felt his body ensnared. Although such a constraint was trivial for him and was quickly dispelled. The momentary delay proved fatal for someone of his caliber. Canine bite, Crimson Lotus. Faced with the enormous flaming hound lunging at him, the scorpion's pupils constricted in disbelief. I am actually at a disadvantage? His eyes narrowed fiercely. What nonsense is this? A tremendous surge of chakra erupted from his heart. Suffocating in its intensity, iron sand, domain technique. In an instant, the air filled with terrifying iron sand, intertwining to form a sea of thorns. As myriad sharp iron spikes ruthlessly descended. Puffed. The fiery hound was instantly pierced and disintegrated upon impact with the ground. Achihai couldn't evade in time. His elemental body was riddled with holes. In the blink of an eye, the area within 100 meters transformed into a heap of rubble, with debris scattered everywhere. All avenues of movement were completely severed, rendering him immobile. Erosion mist, toxic fumes. The third Kazekage ascended once more, exhaling an even more potent cloud of toxic mist, thickening the air to the point of dizziness upon mere inhalation. I shall not allow you the opportunity to counterattack. Sensing Achihai's fluctuating energy once again, the now wary scorpion bellowed, iron sand, great burial. Beneath Uchiha's feet, the earth abruptly surged like a tidal wave of sand and iron, engulfing him in an instant, and then solidifying into a formidable mass that imprisoned Uchiha within its inexorable grip. This was the ability of the third Kazekage, who had once subdued tailed beasts. Although I have yet to unleash my full potential, it is undoubtedly sufficient to confront you. Thus spoke the scorpion of the red sand. To enhance the lethality against ninjas, I have infused it with a meticulously crafted toxin. Being ensnared within, you cannot possibly remain unaffected. Once you are poisoned, it will all be over. Witnessing this scene, the airborne Conan felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. At merely 13 years of age, he had managed to corner a master like Scorpion into such a precarious position. It is no wonder that Konoha classified him alongside Uchiha Itachi as an elite rogue ninja. However, it was indeed fitting. The ability to unleash a scorching bloodline limit technique without hand seals, the capacity to disregard sharp weapon assaults, the unique insight granted by the Sharingan, and a tactical judgment that rivals the finest masters, all these qualities make such performance utterly remarkable. Yet, ultimately, Scorpion remained slightly stronger. The battle was nearing its conclusion. But just as she thought this, the earth, bound by the sand and iron, suddenly trembled violently, the resonance growing increasingly intense. The temperature around them surged dramatically, and from within came Uchiha's profoundly ominous voice, Molten Realm Eruption. This technique represented Uchiha's most fearsome single-target attack, compressing lava to unleash searing high-temperature damage, incinerating all in its path. With a thunderous roar, the ground fractured violently. In the next moment, a tremendous surge of searing energy erupted from the earth, obliterating the terrain within dozens of meters. The confinement of sand and iron shattered completely, and the scorching force continued to surge outward, instantly annihilating everything in its vicinity and casting a crimson hue over the landscape for hundreds of meters. Sand-iron wall. Scorpion had not anticipated this. Faced with such an unimaginable and terrifying assault, he hastily summoned a defense. Yet, merely 2 seconds later, his expression shifted in disbelief. How could it be? The sand-iron wall was unable to withstand it? To his astonishment, cracks the width of a finger appeared on the robust wall, while other sections rapidly melted away. Shocked, the scorpion retreated, conjuring another arcane barrier before him. Boom. The searing power crashed against the barrier with a resounding echo. Why is he not seizing this opportunity to attack? Scorpion, observing the stillness behind him, felt a twinge of surprise. Such a golden opportunity, and Uchiha had not launched an assault from his rear? This defied reason. Above him, just as his thoughts swirled in uncertainty, a wave of intense heat emanated from above. Uchiha, grasping the molten lava, swept forward, unleashing a fearsome flame beast that charged toward him. Sand-iron rain. The third Kazekage promptly unleashed a barrage of sand and iron projectiles, dispersing the oncoming flame beast and forcing Uchiha to retreat. Yet, in that moment, Scorpion caught sight of the smile curling at Uchiha's lips, and an epiphany struck him as he swiftly turned around. Before him stood yet another Uchiha, transformed into molten lava, launching a ferocious punch that aimed to incinerate the air itself. This is bad. At that moment, it was too late to mount any defense. The solitary choice for the scorpion of the red sand was to replace him with the third Kazekage puppet. Bang! A searing strike caused the third Kazekage puppet to explode instantly. This was, after all, a desperate moment for the scorpion of the red sand, further compounded by the layer of iron sand covering the surface of the puppet. Otherwise, it would have likely been completely destroyed by now. Could it truly have obliterated the third Kazekage puppet? Konan gazed at this scene, profoundly astonished. Is Uchiha Sasuke truly this formidable? The series of tactics even rendered the scorpion incapable of making sound judgments. Impressive. She recognized that from this moment forth, she ought to regard Uchiha Sasuke as an equal among peers, rather than viewing him merely as a younger subordinate due to his age. Bang! Suddenly, the Uchiha Sasuke who had evaded into the air dissipated into smoke, while the Uchiha Sasuke who had destroyed the third Kazekage began to cough, his lips tinged with purple. As he half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, he had been poisoned. TCH, is this where it ends? Observing the now grim-faced scorpion of the red sand descending once more, Uchiha Sasuke wiped the sweat from his brow, his vision blurring. Lord Scorpion, I concede. I shall provide superior materials for the restoration of your lost puppets. Initially inclined to continue the battle and reveal his final unfinished trump card, the scorpion snorted in response. No need. I understand you can still fight. Do not feign incapacity. Coincidentally, my last trump card is not fully complete either. Should we truly engage to the end, we would likely reach a stalemate. As he spoke, he tossed a vial of green potion. This is the antidote. Let us spar again when time permits. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke grinned. Then I shall be grateful for your hospitality in the future, Lord Scorpion. Konan, having landed as well, expressed her admiration. You are the second ninja, aside from Zero Funeral, capable of destroying the third Kazekage puppet. No wonder Scorpion holds you in such high regard, even extending an invitation for a friendly duel. However, observing Uchiha Sasuke, Konan inquired, you readily agreed to join us without any curiosity regarding the origins of our Akatsuki organization? Aren't you concerned about our intentions? What if we recruit you only to turn against you? Uchiha Sasuke chuckled at her words. If I were to perish at the hands of a woman as beautiful as you, I would deem it worthwhile. Upon hearing this, Konan couldn't help but arch her brow, her face flushing with indignation. How unashamed of you, still so young. Then, her expression turned serious again. Before I set out, a masked man in the organization advised me that Uchiha Sasuke is not to be underestimated. Caution is advisable. From his tone, it seems you have clashed with him and did not fare well. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes gleamed momentarily. So that masked man is also part of your organization. I merely managed to escape from him unharmed. It hardly counts as a setback for him. Speaking of joining your ranks now, I wonder if that masked senior would make things difficult for me. He felt a twinge of wariness. Uchiha Obito suffered a setback at my hands. One would expect him to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards me and attempt to thwart my joining, seeking revenge instead. Yet, he has not done so. Could he be biding his time for a grander scheme? He believed that this matter deserved serious attention. Upon hearing this, Konan smiled. Of course not. I trust that Mr. Masked Man understands the gravity of the situation. As for Uchiha Leaf's modest reply, she found it hard to believe. If Uchiha Leaf had not put Madara in a difficult position, would Madara truly be so concerned about him? It seemed improbable. Meanwhile, Deidara appeared somewhat bewildered. Madara? Who is that? Is there a mysterious member in the organization I am not acquainted with? Without responding to Deidara's question, Konan led Uchiha Leaf directly to Rain Village to meet with their leader, Zero Burial. At that moment, a line of information appeared before Uchiha Leaf. Frog Spawn returns from travel, bringing you rare minerals from Artisan Ninja Village, high-quality chakra metal. Claim. He was aware of Artisan Ninja Village, a small village renowned for producing exquisite ninja tools. Once, a master blacksmith named Saimai forged several weapons that rivaled the legendary 7 ninja swords. Instantly, a fist-sized piece of olive green metal materialized in his hand. Both Konan and Deidara gasped at the sight of this metal. How did you acquire such high-purity chakra metal? Deidara, particularly, looked at Uchiha Leaf with fervent eyes. Would you consider selling me that piece of metal? Money is no object. Whether for repairing puppets or crafting new ones, incorporating such high-purity metal would significantly enhance their performance. And he couldn't help but be tempted. In response, Uchiha Leaf smiled as he handed the piece of metal to Deidara. You flatter me, Deidara. Consider this a token of apology for the damage to your 2 puppets. Deidara was taken aback. You intend to use this as compensation? Uchiha Leaf had indeed mentioned he would provide materials for puppet repairs, but he never expected Uchiha Leaf to present such a valuable chakra metal. Even he was momentarily stunned. You are giving me something so precious so casually? Uchiha Leaf nodded. Why not? With that, Deidara ceased to be polite. After accepting the metal, he solemnly stated, if you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I shall never refuse. The frustration he felt earlier from being bested by Uchiha Leaf vanished entirely. Conan, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim, to give away such a treasure without a second thought, do such items not pique your interest? Uchiha Leaf chuckled at her words. What of it? In the hands of a mediocre person like myself, it is merely a stone. Only in the hands of a capable individual like you, Deidara, can it realize its true worth. If so, why not facilitate that? Deidara's eyes gleamed with pride upon hearing this, while Conan remarked, it's truly hard to imagine such eloquent words coming from your lips. Are you really only 13? Whether indirectly praising Deidara or winning his favor with chakra metal. Uchiha Leaf had swiftly resolved their previous tension with a mere smile. Such a sophisticated understanding of human relationships certainly belied his tender age. Yet, at that moment, it only served to render him more enigmatic. Ah, it's merely a matter of sincerity begetting sincerity, Uchiha Leaf remarked, as if he could read Conan's thoughts, offering her a playful smile. Upon hearing this, Conan remarked, perhaps. Half a day later, at the Akatsuki headquarters, all members gathered. Welcome, Achihai. Pain, using the technique of projection, appeared before Achihai. His cold Rinnegan eyes exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. It seems Scorpion is in need of a companion. And you shall fulfill that role. What say you? Achihai nodded, but inwardly he could not help but marvel. Truly, he was worthy of being the strongest before the Ninja World Saga in the original text. His might instilled no inclination for resistance. Before him, he felt like a fragile boat amidst a tempest, destined for annihilation at any moment. Can someone so young truly bear such responsibilities? At this moment, a deep voice resonated, emanating from a projection with striking green eyes. I have my doubts. Before Achihai could respond, the Scorpion beside him coldly interjected, Kisame. Are you questioning my abilities? He is someone I have recognized. If you have objections, shall we settle it with a duel? Upon uttering these words, even Kisame, who had doubted Achihai, was taken aback, as was Pain, whose gaze revealed a hint of surprise. Both turned their attention toward Conan, who replied, Scorpion proposed a draw. Indeed, it was his own suggestion. Now it was Kisame's turn to be astonished. To have Scorpion willingly propose a stalemate? I must have underestimated you. He was well aware of Scorpion's prowess, knowing it was only slightly inferior to his own. Yet, the fact that such a young Achihai could match Scorpion was indeed remarkable. It appeared that one should not underestimate their opponent. Even Nagato, the mastermind behind Pain, felt a chill in his heart. No wonder Madara specifically warned Conan not to underestimate Achihai before her departure. My decision to have Scorpion accompany her was indeed prudent. Otherwise, this journey could have ended in failure. Ah, Itachi, you are here as well. Achihai expressed gratitude to Scorpion and then, feigning ignorance, glanced at the projection before him with a brilliant smile. It seems our choices are remarkably aligned. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's three-tomo spun, his gaze piercing. You have concealed your true self well. Even I was deceived. After a moment's pause, he said coldly, you were the one who killed Uchiha Tenka, weren't you? Upon hearing that Achihai had reached a stalemate with Scorpion, he understood everything. His tone became exceedingly sharp. What are your intentions? Hiding within the Uchiha and now joining Akatsuki? There was another sentence he restrained from uttering. Do you intend to bring harm to Konoha? Achihai chuckled, narrowing his eyes. What significance does discussing this now hold? Uchiha Itachi's gaze intensified. I shall watch you closely with my eyes, ensuring you do not act recklessly and endanger the organization. The other members regarded the unfolding Uchiha internal conflict with amusement. Scorpion exchanged a glance with Achihai, his eyes questioning whether he should eliminate Uchiha Itachi. Achihai shook his head, thinking, it is a fade of concern for Akatsuki, but truly a fear for Konoha. I assent it. He then replied to Uchiha Itachi, I await your move. Once again, it is imperative to monitor Uchiha Obito, ensuring that this enigmatic individual does not pose a threat to Konoha. In the present circumstances, vigilance against him is indeed a demanding endeavor. It is no wonder that in the original narrative, Uchiha Itachi met his untimely demise at such a young age. One cannot help but surmise that the excessive exertion of energy played a significant role in that tragic fate. The upper echelons of Konoha, wary of the formidable power possessed by your clan, annihilated your entire lineage, yet you chose to safeguard Konoha in the name of the Will of Fire. Willingly becoming a spy within the Akatsuki organization, selflessly providing intelligence to prevent any harm to Konoha. Itachi pondered, is all of this truly worth it? Uchiha. He had always held a profound admiration for the character of Uchiha Itachi, calm, powerful, and undeniably handsome. However, he struggled to comprehend the depth of Itachi's commitment to the Will of Fire. He could never bring himself to sacrifice his own self for the greater good. Nor could he fathom the ruthless slaughter of the entire Uchiha clan, ultimately turning against his own parents. In response, Uchiha Itachi fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Sasuke, resolutely declaring, I will. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Uchiha Obito observed this exchange, a smirk creeping upon his lips. His greatest fear was the unity of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Thankfully, such a scenario had yet to unfold. However, as he turned his attention to Uchiha Sasuke, his eyes sharpened with intensity. Uchiha Sasuke, grow stronger quickly, awaken your Sharingan, so that I may acquire an even more formidable pair of eyes. Did he need to prevent Uchiha Sasuke from joining the Akatsuki? Not at all. A pair of mature Sharingan was readily available before him. All he needed was to wait for his counterpart to fully develop before reaping the fruits of his labor. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Moreover, he had far more pressing matters to attend to than targeting Uchiha Sasuke. At that moment, Pain of the Akatsuki spoke up again. Allow me to elaborate on the objectives of our organization. He began recounting the accumulation of considerable wealth, the establishment of an independent mercenary group, and the monopolization of all war contracts, slowly unveiling their true ambitions. Our ultimate goal is to collect all the tailed beasts to forge the ultimate weapon, thereby achieving peace in the ninja world through the deterrence of absolute force. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Itachi could not help but stiffen, his fists clenching involuntarily. So even the tailed beasts are their targets? The Akatsuki is indeed a perilous organization. It seems my decision to infiltrate them was indeed a prudent one. They will undoubtedly pose a threat to Konoha in the future. As for Uchiha Sasuke, he feigned astonishment, exclaiming, what an extraordinary ambition, leader. At that moment, Kakuzu huffed derisively, taunting, kid, even if you're frightened now, it's too late to withdraw your application. Uchiha Sasuke promptly replied, it appears I must tread this path to the end. I hope the might of the tailed beasts will not disappoint me. Pain nodded in acknowledgement, then swept his gaze over the assembly. However, the most pressing matter before us is to strengthen our team. Does anyone have any recommendations? This prompted the group to shake their heads in unison. Uchiha Sasuke indeed had several individuals he could propose. But why recommend? Such a dazzling performance would surely heighten Uchiha Obito's vigilance toward him, wouldn't it? At this juncture, it would be prudent for him to maintain a low profile. Since you lack such information, I happen to possess details about two individuals. He turned his gaze toward Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. The recruitment of these two shall be entrusted to Qinglong as Sasuke's codename, and Kekkei, Itachi's codename. What say you? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke felt a stir within, realizing that the two individuals mentioned were none other than Deidara and Haiden. To be assigned such a significant responsibility upon arrival is indeed exhilarating. Uchiha Sasuke then glanced at his companion, Scorpion. Brother Scorpion, what do you think? The Red Sand Scorpion replied, it is acceptable. Uchiha Itachi naturally did not express any dissent. Here are their profiles. Two scrolls materialized before the four of them. Haiden, a member of the Akatsuki, is regarded as the foremost villain by the typically peaceful citizens of Takigakure, having committed countless murders. The organization has commissioned to eliminate this heretic to ensure tranquility within the village. As the Red Sand Scorpion perused the information, he could not help but frown. He does not seem to be a conventional ninja. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi was examining the profile of Deidara, the prodigious explosive release ninja from Iwagakure. Indeed, it is as I suspected. Observing these two profiles, Uchiha Sasuke mused, it is precisely these individuals. Thus, the countdown to Orochimaru's departure from the Akatsuki can now commence. He cast a glance at Orochimaru, whose greedy and fervent gaze was fixed upon Uchiha Itachi. Calculating in his mind, in light of this, let us conclude this meeting. With that, Pain instructed Konan to hand the two identical scrolls to Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi, after which he disappeared from the assembly. Upon opening the scrolls, Uchiha Sasuke's brow lifted in surprise. Within the scrolls were none other than the 3 exclusive ninjutsu of the Akatsuki, the body flicker technique, the sealing technique, Phantom Dragon 9 seals, and the transformation technique. Grant me a few days to restore the puppet. Closing the mission scroll, the Red Sand Scorpion addressed Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke replied, "Very well," fortuitously. "I too require time to familiarize myself with these techniques. Were it not for the Akatsuki's stipulation that missions must be undertaken by pairs, he had intended to complete the task solo." Exiting the Akatsuki's base, just as he parted ways with the Red Sand Scorpion, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly halted before the staircase. Before him stood Orochimaru, gazing greedily at him, licking his lips and uttering, "The body of the Sharingan is truly perfect in every regard. Since I cannot obtain Uchiha Itachi, acquiring you will suffice." This statement caused Uchiha Sasuke to tense up. Orochimaru, though not as formidable as the fully realized version of the 8-headed serpent from the original narrative, still possesses strength that ranks commendably among shadow-level opponents. He would be an adversary that would require all of his effort to confront. This realization came after he had already faced Uchiha Obito and the Red Sand Scorpion, resulting in a 50 enhancement in his developmental progress. Haha. How fortunate it would be for me. Uchiha Sasuke grinned. It is only on the brink of death that one can truly comprehend the essence of strength. Perhaps after battling you, my own power will experience significant growth. The prowess of fruits is on the rise, and naturally, the mastery of observation Haki must also be enhanced. This necessitates combat with formidable opponents. Ah, little brat, how audacious you are. Orochimaru observed Achihi's calm demeanor and couldn't help but feel a shadow of solemnity. Allow me to witness the extent of your abilities. As he spoke, his neck elongated towards Achihai, his foul, gaping maw poised to strike with ferocity, moving even faster than the scorpion of the red sand. Indeed, he bore the reputation of one of the legendary Sannin. Faced with the serpent's head, a chill ran through Achihai, prompting him to evade by transforming his body into an ethereal state, while simultaneously reaching out with his scorching hand towards Orochimaru's neck. Sizzle! His searing palm instantly seared the skin, yet no trace of joy adorned Uchiha's face. As anticipated, in the next moment, Orochimaru transformed into a puddle of mud. A mud clone. Orochimaru re-emerged from a distance, but before he could make another move, a low, resonant voice echoed from behind. Orochimaru, are you feeling a bit too frisky again? It was none other than the returning Scorpion of the Red Sand. The appearance of Scorpion immediately halted Orochimaru's actions. Alone, Achihai was not particularly intimidating to Orochimaru, but with the addition of the somewhat troublesome Scorpion, the situation shifted dramatically. He could no longer contend with Achihai. You are indeed fortunate, Yi-kun, Orochimaru chuckled, a hint of reluctance in his expression, before dissolving completely into a puddle of mud. Achihai expressed his gratitude to Scorpion. Having concealed his aura, thank you, Scorpion. I suspected Orochimaru's intentions were dubious from the moment we gathered. Indeed, I was right. He sought to bring you harm. Scorpion, maneuvering the H-Rin, acknowledged with a hint of trepidation. Orochimaru is indeed formidable. It is quite challenging to intimidate him alone. Thankfully, your extraordinary strength compelled him to retreat. Achihai smiled. I owe it all to you, Scorpion. Otherwise, I fear I would have been embroiled in a fierce struggle today. Scorpion indicated that it was merely a trifling effort. For days later, in the land of soup. Ah, young sir, I perceive you possess remarkable potential. Would you be interested in joining our evil god cult? On a shaded boulevard, Achihai and Scorpion were intercepted by a man in a stylish oversized hood, wielding a long scythe with a striking gray pompadour. Evil god cult? Achihai's lips curved upward at the mention, exchanging a glance with Scorpion before slightly lifting the brim of his hat. What kind of cult is that? The pompadour man responded with flamboyant bravado, kill someone and face no repercussions. In fact, it only serves to excite our evil god further. What do you think? Quite splendid, isn't it? Would you like to join? Achihai stepped forward, his smile radiant. It indeed sounds rather enticing. Just as the pompadour man displayed a gleeful expression, believing he had recruited a new disciple, Achihai abruptly shifted his tone. However, I must decline. The pompadour man's joy instantly froze, his demeanor darkening. Hey, are you mocking me? Achihai shook his head and fixed his gaze upon the man before him. You are the relentless killer, the cultist of the evil deity, Haiden, aren't you? In response, the man with slicked back hair appeared unfazed, instead enthusiastically extending his arms. A killer? No, my actions are merely a sacrificial offering to the great deity. This is a normal part of my religious practices. Very well, if you refuse to join, then I shall offer you to the deity. With that, he swung his scythe and charged at Achihai. It was indeed futile to view this through the lens of normalcy. Splat! Achihai made no move as he was cleaved in half, yet the man with the slicked back hair, initially thrilled, felt his smile freeze as he took a closer look. Achihai's body was transforming into molten lava, and the severed part began to heal rapidly. The scythe in the man's hands had already melted and deformed from the intense heat. Brother Scorpion, assist me. I shall probe this peculiar ability, Achihai requested. The originally poised Akasuna no Sasori, intending to unleash his poison, halted his movements. For him, no matter how bizarre one's abilities might be, they were all equal before his poison. Of course, their leader, Deidara, was an exception. However, since Achihai wished to take the lead, he had no qualms about stepping back. Kid, your ability is rather strange. The man with slicked back hair remarked, licking his lips. Yours is not lacking either, Mr. Haydn. Achihai retorted, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Indeed, this gray-haired man was none other than Haydn, the target of Achihai's pursuit. You seem to know me well. It appears you are well prepared. Haydn swung his scythe, his gaze sharpening as he advanced like a serpent, the blade slicing through the air with a speed that made evasion nearly impossible. Bang! Yet, this strike was still thwarted by Achihai. His right arm, radiating intense heat, grasped the scythe tightly, causing it to glow a fierce red as it began to melt. This prompted Akasuna no Sasori to ponder. The temperature seems substantially higher than during my last encounter with him. His rate of growth is truly remarkable, yeah? Achihai maintained a firm grip on the scythe, preventing Haydn from breaking free, which compelled Haydn to grit his teeth and abandon the weapon in retreat. However, Achihai closed in, his blazing arm launching a powerful blow. Hellhound. Splat. A punch infused with 800 degrees of heat shattered half of Haydn's body in an instant. Haydn's pupils dilated in disbelief, and he let out a heart-wrenching wail. He curled on the ground, struggling as blood gushed from his wound, staining the earth crimson. Is this all? Akasuna no Sasori observed Haydn, who was severely injured by Achihai's swift assault, his tone laced with bewilderment. How could such a weakling cause so much carnage in the land of rain? He felt as though he had been made a fool of. According to the intelligence reports, Haydn possessed an immortal body. If that were true, one could not underestimate him. In response, Achihai remarked, furthermore, since Haydn could prompt the land of rain to commission us to eliminate him, he must possess some extraordinary qualities. Akasuna no Sasori nodded in agreement. Let us see what remarkable abilities he possesses. As they conversed, Haydn, who was writhing in agony on the ground, suddenly sprang to his feet. The grievous wound upon his body seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. It hurts, you bastard, he bellowed, his expression a mask of fury. I shall deliver divine retribution upon you. In his hand materialized a sharp spike, which he lunged forward with, closing the distance to Uchiha Leaf at an alarming speed, striking out with a sweeping motion. Not bad in terms of speed, commented Scorpion, observing the scene. Uchiha Leaf mused internally, of course. This fellow is capable of confronting a master like Asuma Sarutobi, so he must possess some skill. After transforming into magma to evade the spike's attack, his eyes shifted to the double tomo pattern, binding technique. Haydn's eyes widened in shock. Double tomo Sharingan? You are that rogue ninja from Konoha, Uchiha Leaf. Rendered immobile, he became a lamb awaiting slaughter. Such trivial notoriety is hardly worth my concern. Uchiha Leaf retreated slightly, eyeing Haydn with intrigue. However, if you intend to acquire my blood to enact your ritual and inflict severe harm upon me, I suggest you spare yourself the effort. I shall not grant you that opportunity. After all, your ability is indeed rather troublesome, and I might just fall victim to it. Haydn, taken aback, gaped in disbelief, his voice charged with excitement. Who are you? How do you know the core abilities of my cult? This was his ultimate weapon, one that had allowed him to face any formidable adversary without fear. He had never divulged this information to anyone, yet it was now so casually revealed. How could this be possible? The mere thought of someone possessing such knowledge about his abilities was utterly terrifying. Scorpion, too, regarded Uchiha Leaf with surprise, pondering how he could know the secret capabilities of a stranger. Uchiha Leaf's image in his mind had taken on an air of mystery. Do not concern yourself with how I know. Uchiha Leaf gestured for Scorpion to immobilize Haydn with poison. With a series of swift strikes, several poison needles pierced Haydn, rendering him completely incapacitated. His lips turned a shade of purple, and his vision began to blur. Earlier, you invited me to join your cult. Thus, I extend an invitation to you as well. Uchiha Leaf remarked playfully. What do you think about joining the Akatsuki? Hayden responded vehemently. Stop joking. I would never join your pathetic Akatsuki. You bastard, if you have the guts, kill me. A disciple of the cult shall never submit. He believed that just because he possessed immortality, it meant he could not be slain. Uchiha Leaf smirked, stepping closer to Hayden, who was resolutely defiant. He extended his hand, and searing magma began to flow forth. Do you think your immortality will save you from my 800-degree lava? When you are reduced to nothingness, what value does your undying flesh hold? As he spoke, a droplet of magma fell upon Hayden's chest, instantly consuming a large portion of his flesh. Ah! Hayden cried out, his eyes bloodshot with pain. This hurts so much, you bastard. Yet what instilled a deeper sense of dread within him was the utter annihilation of flesh and blood, which had vanished entirely, unlike wounds inflicted by ordinary sharp instruments, leaving him wholly unaffected. He could very well be reduced to nothingness by this molten lava. The mere thought of dying in such a manner, leaving the tenets of the malevolent deity without a messenger, compelled Phaeton to make a decision that contradicted the doctrines of the dark god. Stop! Gazing at Achihai with the ferocity of a demon as molten lava dripped once more, Phaeton, his vision blurred yet filled with trepidation, uttered, Very well. I consent to join your Akatsuki organization. Upon hearing this, Achihai grinned and nodded, his demeanor returning to normal as he replied, Mr. Phaeton, that is indeed a sagacious choice. Why resort to threats of life and death so readily? This remark ignited a surge of indignation within Phaeton, who had just used the specter of mortality to coerce him. After being cured of his poison by Chiyo, he gazed upon the excessively youthful visage of Achihai, still reeling from the encounter. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is not to be trifled with. Chiyo, intrigued, inquired, What is this ability you referred to as Death's Scythe of Blood? You seem quite apprehensive about it. Moreover, Phaeton had displayed a hint of panic upon its mention, clearly indicating its extraordinary nature. In response, Phaeton had no intention of elaborating. His allegiance to Uchiha did not extend to Chiyo, the elder. Why should he divulge information? Did he not care for his own dignity? Uchiha, however, merely offered Chiyo a mysterious smile, teasing, Brother Chiyo, you shall soon witness this ability upon our return. This left Chiyo perplexed. Why would it only be observable upon their return? Was it not feasible to demonstrate it now? As Uchiha, Chiyo, and Phaeton made their way back, they coincidentally encountered Uchiha Itachi and his partner, Hoshigaki Kisame, who were accompanied by a young man with deep golden hair and a left eye shrouded. Both parties were momentarily taken aback by each other's presence, casting curious glances at the newcomers. Is that Deidara from Awagakure? The youngest member of our organization has arrived. Uchiha mused as he glanced at Deidara, who seemed intrigued by everything around him. Phaeton, a follower of the malevolent deity? To recruit such an extraordinary individual so swiftly. Your capabilities are indeed formidable. Uchiha Itachi pondered gravely, concerned about how this might impact Sasuke's future. He harbored apprehensions regarding Uchiha's remarkable bloodline abilities, having never heard of the Uchiha clan awakening such peculiar powers. 10 minutes later, at the organizational base, all members reconvened. Tendo Pain regarded both groups returning from their missions with surprise. Upon inquiring about the details, he found it fortuitous that Phaeton was subdued by Uchiha, while Deidara was invited by Uchiha Itachi. Two headstrong individuals had thus joined the Akatsuki organization, influenced by two Uchiha ninjas. Therefore, Phaeton, your codename shall be Santai. And Deidara, you shall inherit the codename Kong Chun from the defector Orochimaru. What say you? The two shared no objections. Meanwhile, the other members exhibited a spectrum of expressions upon receiving the news of Orochimaru's defection. Kakuzu and Scorpion expressed their astonishment, while Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi remained composed. Conversely, Nagato and Konan were seething with rage, and the seemingly inconsequential J-Bai maintained a tranquil demeanor. Thus, a significant task now lay before us. Nagato's countenance turned icy. We must pursue Orochimaru. We cannot allow him, who possesses vital information about the organization, to continue living. Furthermore, betrayal within our ranks is intolerable. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui exclaimed dramatically, I cannot believe Orochimaru would actually defect. It is truly astonishing. It seems he never intended to stay with us for long. Kakuzu interjected. However, Orochimaru is no weakling. Unless the leader intervenes personally, it appears the rest of us lack the capability to eliminate him. Scorpion scoffed at Kakuzu's words, disagreeing. He is merely a cunning snake, possessing only a few clever survival tactics. He is not invincible. Uchiha Itachi calmly inquired, do you require my assistance, leader? Deidara, hearing this, became quite excited. Take me along, take me along. I am eager to meet the legendary Sannin. The others, upon hearing this, saw Nagato's approval before he turned his gaze to Scorpion and Uchiha Shursui. I entrust this mission to you two. Your combined strength is currently the most balanced in the organization, aside from myself and the White Tiger, Conan. No matter how formidable Orochimaru may be, he should not pose a threat to you both. Does anyone have any objections? No one spoke against this decision. Deidara and Haiden, unfamiliar with the circumstances, felt a twinge of regret for not being able to partake in such a high-level operation, but refrained from voicing their dissatisfaction. Uchiha Itachi was relieved to avoid exertion, as every use of his ocular power diminished his reserves. As for Pakken, seeing Uchiha Itachi silent, he too remained quiet. As for Kakuzu, he had no desire to face Orochimaru. Thus, Nagato declared, let me assign the teams. The mastermind Nagato, observing the nearly filled ranks, felt a surge of excitement within him. He realized that some plans were ready to be set in motion, such as capturing the tailed beasts. Haiden, you will team up with Kakuzu. Deidara, you will partner with Hereby. He then fixed his gaze on Haiden and Deidara. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, Deidara grinned. It matters not whom I team with, as long as it does not impede my art. His words caught Scorpion's attention, and his eyes brightened as he whispered, inaudibly to all but himself, art? How intriguing. I did not expect to encounter another who reveres art within the organization. It seems I can discuss artistic matters with him in the future. Indeed, he must also believe that eternal art is the true form of artistry. Haiden had no objections to this arrangement. Instead, he cast a sinister grin at Kakuzu. Partner, do not hinder my progress, or I shall have no choice but to offer you to the Dark Lord. This elicited a disdainful huff from Kakuzu, who coldly retorted, you certainly have the audacity, Junior. His gaze sharpened. Let me see where your confidence stems from, you impudent youth. Are you bold enough to engage in battle? Previously, Uchiha Sasuke had not had the opportunity to assert his dominance. Surely, this Haiden would not prove to be a challenge. Moreover, based on the account given by Sasori, it was evident that Haiden, who had been defeated in mere moments by Uchiha Sasuke, was hardly a formidable opponent. Upon hearing this, Haiden excitedly licked his lips. I could not desire more. Elder, do not perish too soon. This declaration elicited expressions of astonishment from the crowd, even from Uchiha Itachi. Kakuzu's strength was not to be underestimated, and even he could not claim he could vanquish Kakuzu now. He was curious to know what audacity Haiden possessed to make such bold claims. Since there was nothing pressing at the moment, it would be amusing to observe. You cannot even defeat Uchiha Sasuke, and the strength between Uchiha Sasuke and Kakuzu is merely a matter of slight disparity. I am intrigued as to where your confidence to claim you can eliminate Mr. Kakuzu originates, thought Hachiro, regarding Haiden's arrogance with a degree of disdain. There are always those who fail to recognize their own limitations in this world, and to him, Haiden was one such individual. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke leaned closer to Haku and said, Brother Scorpion, the ability you wish to witness will soon manifest. Sasori responded eagerly, I look forward to it. In the Rain Village, within a subterranean chamber, Kakuzu and Haiden stood facing each other with indifferent gazes, moving directly towards Haiden. Show us your strength. Let us see if it can uphold your earlier bravado. Haiden merely tightened his grip on the scythe, his eyes keenly fixed on Kakuzu like a hawk. As they closed the distance to merely 2 or 3 meters, Haiden suddenly swung his scythe forward in a crescent arc, a move challenging even for AJ Nin to counter in time. Yet, Kakuzu gracefully leaped back, evading the attack. Undeterred, Haiden pressed forward, his scythe slicing towards Kakuzu's vital points like a silvery moonbeam. Whoosh, whoosh. Despite Haiden's relentless assault, Kakuzu remained unfazed, skillfully dodging each strike. No matter how uniquely angled Haiden's attacks were, he never grazed even a thread of Kakuzu's clothing. His decades of combat experience were fully displayed at this moment, responding with the simplest of movements, akin to a dancer gliding gracefully. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke activated their Sharingan simultaneously, quietly observing and imprinting Kakuzu's movements, ready to assimilate them into their own understanding. Ha ha ha, what's the matter? Can you only evade? Haiden taunted as he watched Kakuzu continue to dodge. Do not think you can escape any longer. He leaped into the air, gripping his scythe to deliver a downward strike. In response, Kakuzu halted, his gaze sharpening as he released his right arm with the force of a rocket, ruthlessly piercing through Haiden's chest, connected by dark tendrils. Ugh! Haiden's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell helplessly to the ground. Was that it? The onlookers, witnessing this turn of events, were left utterly bewildered. Was it truly over? Moments ago, one spoke of vanquishing Kakuzu. Yet now, what a pitiful display. Defeated in an instant? Kakuzu gazed upon the fallen Haiden with disdain, questioning. Is this all there is? He then turned to Achihai, expressing his regret. I apologize for the unnecessary journey. He believed Haiden to be lifeless. However, from the bloodied ground, Haiden suddenly rose, furious, exclaiming, I invoke divine retribution upon you. As he shouted, he traced a circular pattern with his foot in the blood below. The battle was far from over. Before he could finish, Kakuzu's formidable punch pierced his chest once more. Naturally, Haiden was further incensed, gritting his teeth as he yanked a black vein from his wound, collecting some of Kakuzu's blood. Prepare for a grand show of death. You scoundrel! This is my stage, and all shall be under my dominion. A smirk crept across his face as he declared, let the ritual commence. He licked the blood from his hand and swallowed it, his body transforming into a shadowy figure, white lines appearing along his bones, resembling the Grim Reaper. This spectacle left all but Achihai in astonishment. Suddenly, a sharp spike emerged from Haiden's hand, and in front of the bewildered onlookers. He drove it into his lower abdomen. To their shock, blood appeared in the same spot on Kakuzu's body, causing him to bend in agony, crying out in pain. Now you understand the true power, don't you? Haiden reveled in Kakuzu's incredulous expression and the astonished gazes of those around him, feeling an immense joy swell within him. Continue to relish in your suffering. He relentlessly pierced his limbs, seemingly impervious to pain. In contrast, Kakuzu groaned as he suffered continuous injuries in corresponding locations, ultimately collapsing to the ground, breathless. You should be grateful, old man. Had I pierced my heart first, you would be dead by now. With Kakuzu sprawled in a pool of blood, Haiden ceased the ritual, marveling at the capabilities of the cult of the wicked god. Scorpion, too, was astonished. The ability to instantly slay an enemy with mere blood was terrifying. It was no wonder you held such apprehension. For these ninjas, who possessed but a single life, this power was indeed chilling. Did the ritual require the enemy's blood and the design of that curse? Uchiha Itachi suppressed his shock, analyzing calmly, but what if Haiden is not within the curse's confines? Would this ability then be rendered ineffective? He felt that if given the opportunity, he could test the waters. Upon witnessing this, Konan couldn't help but exclaim, this is truly a formidable weapon against Jinchuriki. An immortal body combined with the ability to defeat foes in a single strike is indeed the best counter to Jinchuriki. No matter how strong a Jinchuriki may be, they only possess one life. She cast a glance at Uchiha Sasuke, pondering with a hint of suspicion. How did he discern Haiden's abilities during their initial encounter? Could it be that he possesses prophetic prowess? Members of the Akatsuki organization recount their missions upon return. Thus Konan was aware that Uchiha Sasuke had foreknowledge of Haiden's trump card. She found Uchiha Sasuke to be an enigma. Not only did he possess an extraordinary Kekkei Genkai not typical of the Uchiha clan, but he was also remarkably powerful at such a tender age, exhibiting a maturity in his dealings with others. Now, he seemed to possess an understanding of all matters within the ninja world. When she first heard the name of the Akatsuki organization, she felt no surprise, as if she had already been acquainted with them. Now, facing Haiden for the first time, he even knew of his hidden abilities. Surely, this is a gift reserved for those with prophetic insight? I am truly enlightened. At that moment, Kakuzu's body suddenly began to writhe, blood vessels emerging from his skin and mending themselves within. In no time, he stood up from the ground, his aura fully restored, gazing at the smug Haiden with narrowed eyes. Excellent. I rather like this partnership of ours, especially your immortal form. It appears I can unleash my jutsu without concern for a fragile partner. With a chuckle, he added, Old-timer, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Observing the mutual recognition between Kakuzu and Haiden, Sasuke couldn't help but think with a tinge of dark amusement. Thus, the immortal duo is officially formed. Now, it was merely a matter of awaiting news from Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru had defected, His precise whereabouts remained unknown, making it unwise to pursue recklessly. They needed to await intelligence from the organization's experts. In the meantime, he resolved to bolster his own strength. The Rain Village was an ideal location for his training, abundant with rivers, lakes, and seas, perfect for developing his abilities and honing his physical prowess. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the land of rice, Orochimaru licked his lips, pondering, I wonder who the Akatsuki will send to hunt me down. A face with a distinctive pattern flashed in his mind, and a look of apprehension crossed his features. Uchiha Itachi is quite a troublesome adversary. The thought of Uchiha Itachi inevitably led him to another name. Uchiha Sasuke is also a formidable man. His gaze sharpened. Even if the scorpion of the red sand had not appeared that day, I must be prepared to pay a price to capture him. The fact that he could conceal himself without revealing any weaknesses prior to the massacre speaks volumes. In terms of cunning, he is even more fearsome than Uchiha Itachi. Should he continue to grow, he will undoubtedly become a significant power in the future. He smiled as he licked his lips, exclaiming, finally, a breeze stirs within this stagnant pond of the ninja world. Of course, considering the two formidable Uchiha, particularly their mastery of illusion techniques, Orochimaru felt compelled to enhance his own abilities in this regard. The next time they met, he could not afford to be swiftly defeated by Uchiha Leaf's Genjutsu. Such a humiliation would be intolerable. In the Rain Village, achieving significant progress with his fruit abilities had become exceedingly difficult. Beneath a waterfall, Uchiha Leaf sat cross-legged upon a colossal rock, harnessing the flow of water to suppress the molten lava that coursed through him, continuously elevating its temperature. To him, temperature equated to destructive power. Presently, the only avenues left to augment his strength were through precise control of his power and the development of illusion techniques. The more precise his control, the more refined his attacks with the lava would become, resulting in an exponentially greater destructive force. Simultaneously, his reflexes and speed would also improve in harmony. Regrettably, his exposure to physical techniques had been scant, leaving him with immense power that he could not fully unleash. A true master should be able to inflict maximum damage with minimal energy expenditure, and he was still far from reaching that pinnacle. After merely half an hour, the waterfall where Uchiha Leaf was situated ran dry. Terrifying steam transformed into unimaginable dark clouds that ascended into the sky, clashing to produce a heart-stopping display of lightning. Recognizing the situation, Uchiha Leaf decided to relocate for further training. Thus, he plunged into the largest lake in the Land of Rain, descending to its depths to once again test the limits of his abilities. 3 days later, what on earth has transpired? The lake is boiling? In the northwest of the Land of Rain, a crowd gathered by the vast lake, gazing in disbelief at the roiling surface. If I am not mistaken, it seems the water level of the lake has dropped by over a meter. What on earth is happening? The waters of the lake are usually icy cold. How could they be boiling? Could a volcano be awakening beneath? How could that be possible? Where would a volcano come from in our Land of Rain? Countless citizens stared at this astonishing sight, falling into a stupor. Look, at that moment, someone with keen eyes pointed towards the center of the lake. Isn't there something fiery red over there? Indeed. Wait, it seems to be getting larger. Have you noticed the rising temperature around us? The astonished crowd suddenly felt parched, as if they were in the midst of a desert, and they longed to shed their clothing. But how could such a phenomenon occur in the perpetually damp and chilly Land of Rain? Buzzing. The surface of the lake suddenly trembled violently, and the boiling state intensified even further. A strong scent of sulfur wafted through the air, mingling with an oppressive aura that descended upon them. What could it be? The crowd could not help but swallow nervously, their hearts racing with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Boom. At last, the fiery red mass erupted from the depths of the lake, revealing itself before the astonished onlookers. A person? How could this be? Lava coursed through their entire being. Was this truly a human? The crowd gazed in astonishment at the figure standing on the surface of the lake, uncertainty rippling through them. Despite their awareness of the wondrous abilities possessed by ninjas, the scene before them seemed far beyond what any ninja could achieve. In an instant, the already stifling atmosphere transformed into an unbearable heat, akin to being trapped in a desert, where even from a distance, the scorching sensation seared their skin, rendering them unable to open their eyes. The ominous clouds in the sky were dispersed somewhat by this terrifying heat, rumbling ominously, altering the very weather itself, a feat only a deity could accomplish. As if having cultivated their power for a considerable time, the figure of molten lava spoke. Gradually, the molten rock receded, revealing a silhouette clad in a black cloak adorned with red cloud patterns, topped with a conical hat. It was none other than Uchiha Leaf. He wondered if Orochimaru had received news yet. Casting a glance at the onlookers by the shore, Uchiha Leaf vanished in an instant. On the shore, a bespectacled young man, enduring the searing pain in his eyes, strained to comprehend the scene, his heart tumultuous with shock. This power could only belong to a member of the Akatsuki organization. He adjusted his burning glasses and pondered, how could he have suddenly grown so formidable? This was dire. He needed to relay this information to Lord Orochimaru immediately. This individual was among those pursuing Orochimaru, and it was crucial that Orochimaru remained aware to avoid any misfortune. Others exclaimed they had witnessed a god. To stir the boundless waters of the lake and alter the weather with such scorching force, was this not divine? They speculated about the recent bizarre weather phenomena, torrential rain coupled with oppressive heat. It was indeed true that a deity had descended before them. Consequently, many began to flock to the site, bowing in reverence and making wishes, discovering a surprising responsiveness to their prayers. As Uchiha Leaf made his way toward the Akatsuki organization, he received intelligence from Sasori of the Red Sand regarding the land of whirlpools. He was taken aback by the information. This individual had not remained in the land of rice. What business could he have in the land of whirlpools? Perhaps he was gathering materials for research? Nevertheless, where Orochimaru was located mattered little. What was significant was that calamity was soon to befall him. Uchiha Leaf resolved to test the extent of his current strength against this adversary. Following his battle with Sasori, he could ascertain that his power was nearly on par with that of a Kage. Surely, he must have now reached that level. They were to meet at the agreed location. You have grown stronger, they both remarked in unison, scrutinizing each other. It seemed that Orochimaru was in for a difficult time this round. Sasori's voice, cold and deep, emanated from the red-hued puppet. After this encounter, the name of the three legendary ninjas will be utterly extinguished. Uchiha Leaf smiled, his gaze intense. That would indeed mark a historic moment. To reach the land of the waves, one inevitably must traverse the land of fire. Upon entering this fiery realm, there exists a certain probability of encountering the ninjas of Konoha. It seems that Achihai possesses quite the fortune. Achihai, how dare you appear in the land of fire? Observing the 8 members of Umbu surrounding him and his companion with fervent excitement, Achihai could not help but scoff. What is this? Is the land of fire your home, forbidding others to pass through? However, the leader of this Umbu squad paid no heed to his words and instead erupted into a fit of manic laughter. Excellent. At long last, I can avenge my elder brother. Prepare to meet your demise, you wretched scoundrel. This very spot shall be your grave. Upon hearing this, Achihai, with a hint of exasperation, inquired, May I ask who your elder brother is? Have I harmed him in any way? His question, rather innocuous, ignited a furious blaze in the eyes of his assailant. What did you say? You dare forget my brother? His teeth ground together with a menacing clatter. You scoundrel, during your betrayal, a man donned in a canine mask fell by your hand. Have you truly forgotten? Achihai shrugged nonchalantly. My apologies. But I seldom remember the faces of the nameless. Moreover, I am pressed for time. Might you kindly clear the way? The assailants, whose average strength equated to mere special jonin, offered no sense of accomplishment in their attempts to kill him. Yet, this remark utterly incensed the masked man, who charged forward with a furious roar. You bastard, perish. Fire release, hellhound. Achihai, swift and decisive, unleashed a brilliant crimson arm that mercilessly pierced through the man's chest. As the body fell, he flicked the blood from his arm and remarked coolly, I sincerely apologize, but I do not make it a habit to remember the faces of insignificant insects. The masked man's body trembled in rage, yet he could not withstand the violent ebb of life slipping away. The remaining Umbu members, witnessing this, turned pale with terror and hastily retreated without a second thought. Retreat? He had no intention of allowing these individuals to disclose his whereabouts, only to be pursued by a battalion of Konoha. With a swift motion, torrents of molten lava erupted from his body, precisely piercing the chests of all remaining Umbu members, extinguishing their lives in an instant. Ah, this was a splendid display. To this, Scorpion could only remark, this fellow certainly knows how to put on an act. Of course, Achihai did not overlook this opportunity to scavenge for resources. Indeed, he had acquired quite a bounty. With precise control over his chakra, he employed the technique of great strength. Gazing at the 2 scrolls in his hand, Achihai displayed a satisfied expression. At last, he could significantly compensate for his shortcomings in power. 2 days later, a great inferno. In the midst of the dense jungle, flames abruptly soared into the sky. A colossal fiery fist, imbued with lethal heat, surged forth, causing the towering trees to shatter and collapse. While rocks exploded with a resounding crack, the conflagration spread over a span of 70 meters before it finally subsided, leaving behind a charred corridor over 3 meters wide, with thick smoke billowing upwards. Indeed, the destructive force had increased by at least half. Achihai gazed upon his creation, nodding in satisfaction. Compared to before, your power has indeed refined significantly. The scorpion of the red sand maneuvered his Hiryu, observing the trees along the path that had crumbled to charred remains. Unable to suppress his admiration, I fear that my Hiryu can no longer withstand you, he remarked earnestly. It appears I must hastily perfect my puppet army, lest I inadvertently hinder your progress. Achihai promptly waved his hand, dismissing the notion. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, Orochimaru shivered involuntarily. An inexplicable chill enveloped him, causing him to tighten his grip on the intel in his hand. Has Achihai grown stronger? Orochimaru's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, to the extent that he could cause vast lakes to boil. He licked his lips, pondering the terrifying capability at hand. With such a formidable body, what reason would he have not to claim it? Bearing the name of the legendary Sannin, he could not afford to lose. However, there remained the scorpion of the red sand, whose poison and puppetry presented a particular challenge. A glimmer of insight flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. It seemed this time he might need to disturb that esteemed individual's slumber. Achihai's lava release was indeed powerful, yet that esteemed one excelled in water release, countering lava techniques. Alas, time was not on his side. Otherwise, once he could summon that legendary figure, he would no longer need to fear the scorpion of the red sand or Achihai. It appeared that after enduring this calamity, he must find a way to re-establish contact with Danzo and commence formal research on that esteemed individual's cells. After setting down the intel, Orochimaru arranged a sensing array outside his base and immersed himself in preparations for battle. Just above, a colossal prison cage loomed, housing numerous ninjas with grotesque visages, failures from Orochimaru's cursed seal experiments. Sensing the imminent arrival of conflict, these individuals began to stir violently. Is this the place? Above Orochimaru's base, the scorpion within the Hiryu surveyed the densely wooded, tranquil area, turning to Achihai, who had paused beside him. This is indeed the location. Achihai gathered his observation Haki and opened his eyes. The land of whirlpools is not vast. Moreover, suitable locations for Orochimaru's base are scarce. Following a thorough investigation, it would not take long to locate it. The uniquely cold and potent aura emanating from beneath the ground belonged solely to Orochimaru. How could he possibly misinterpret it? He certainly knows how to conceal himself well, the scorpion remarked. Just as the Hiryu was about to act, a sudden sound of slicing air erupted above them, and 2 resilient steel nets descended. Additionally, sharp arrows and shurikens, akin to phantoms, pierced through the air, their speed generating sonic booms. Thud! Achihai, without a hint of reaction, was pierced like a hedgehog and ensnared by the steel nets. What is this? Is this what the members of the Akatsuki are capable of? I expected far more. A disdainful voice echoed through the forest, its source elusive. In contrast, the tail spikes behind the scorpion swiftly swung, clearing away all arrows before tearing apart the steel nets. You possess a certain prowess, indeed. Let us observe how long you can sustain it. A haughty voice echoed through the forest. Yet, before these individuals could unleash their next wave of assault, the voice of Scorpion from within the crimson jade resonated. Ignorance must have its limits, little ants. As the words fell, 2 crosses suddenly emerged from the body of the crimson jade, which then detonated, showering the air with a flurry of needles. This is dire. A voice of horror quickly spread through the forest, accompanied by the frantic sounds of evasive maneuvers. However, thud, thud, thud. In an instant, the surrounding leaves were riddled with holes, falling chaotically. One by one, the ninjas, clutching their throats and wearing expressions of terror, tumbled from the trees, soon succumbing to their fates, all of them nin. Whoosh. At that moment, a menacing figure stealthily approached Scorpion from behind, brandishing explosive tags, intent on affixing them. Die. You arrogant scoundrel. But, canine bite of the Crimson Lotus. Just as this individual believed victory was imminent, the languid voice of Uchiha Leaf suddenly rang out, accompanied by a searing magma hound lunging forward. What? This individual likely never anticipated that the seemingly gravely injured Uchiha Leaf could launch such a ferocious counterattack. Without the slightest chance to react, he was engulfed by the magma, leaving behind only a chilling scream before being utterly obliterated. Is this how you welcome us, Orochimaru? The arrows within Uchiha Leaf's body automatically dissolved and fell away, as did the steel net. Even a renowned Sannin enjoys indulging in such trifles? The deceased in the forest bore forehead protectors inscribed with musical notes. Undoubtedly, they were members of the Sound Ninja village founded by Orochimaru. The next moment, a low, sinister voice emerged, accompanied by a chilling aura. As Orochimaru appeared before the two, his expression gleeful. It has been a while, my friends. Behind him, a throng of individuals with fevered eyes, clad in sickly garb, surged forth like zombies. A low, guttural howl escaped from their throats. Upon laying eyes on Uchiha Leaf and Scorpion, their eyes gleamed with fervor. Orochimaru, do you truly believe these worthless beings can thwart us? Scorpion could not help but scoff at the sight. I never claimed such a thing. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. They merely wished to witness the legendary prowess of the genius puppeteer. No sooner had he spoken than these individuals charged forth like untamed stallions, roaring as they rushed ahead. I shall take the lead. Scorpion interjected, halting Uchiha Leaf, who was poised to act. His voice tinged with excitement. There are indeed a few among them who possess excellent materials for my puppets. You keep an eye on that peculiar Orochimaru. Hearing Scorpion's words, Uchiha Leaf naturally had no objections. Leaf, I did not expect you to coexist so harmoniously with Scorpion. Truly, an impressive charisma. As Uchiha Leaf charged towards him, Orochimaru's expression grew markedly grave. The aura of Achihai had grown significantly stronger since their last encounter. Remarkably, it had been less than half a month. He thought to himself, what a terrifying Uchiha talent. Surviving the night of the massacre was no small feat. Wind release, great breakthrough. As a student of the third Hokage and a master of ninjutsu, Orochimaru possessed an exceptional command of the 5 elemental techniques. Despite not frequently employing them, in an instant, it was as if a hurricane had descended. The howling winds surged forth, overwhelming Achihai and rendering him breathless. His body heavy and immobile. This was the terror of a shadow-level ninja, an unimaginable horror, a true superhuman. Great fireball. Faced with Orochimaru, Achihai was wholly attentive. His double Tomo Sharingan activated, enhancing his perception and awareness to unprecedented levels. He would miss no detail. Orochimaru's combat experience surpassed even that of the Scorpion of the Red Sand, thus posing an even greater threat. Should he underestimate his opponent, it would be his demise. Boom. Fire clashed with wind. In that brief moment, crimson light engulfed the entire forest, the ground trembling beneath the explosive force. The scorching winds compelled even the Scorpion of the Red Sand to retreat. The defensive exterior of the Hiryu was utterly incapable of withstanding the searing heat exceeding 500 degrees. Many of the individuals in hospital garb had no chance to evade, their bodies instantly scorched and charred. This scene struck terror into the hearts of the others clad in hospital attire, who hastily distanced themselves from Achihai, gazing at him with a mixture of shock and fear. If the residual energy was this formidable, how terrifying must the confrontation be at its core? Break. After rigorous training in the vast seas, he had reached the pinnacle of his fruit's capabilities. Although future rapid advancements in power would be increasingly challenging, this effort was undeniably worthwhile. Not even the overwhelming winds unleashed by Orochimaru could halt the advance of his fist. Impressive. Witnessing the molten fist break through the tempest, Orochimaru couldn't help but marvel. Has he truly grown to such an extent? He is even more fearsome than Itachi. Yet, Orochimaru grinned. Don't underestimate me. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. Suddenly, the ground beneath Achihai became muddy and exceedingly soft, swallowing him up to his calf and rendering him unable to leverage his strength to advance. Was this the tactical acumen of a shadow-level ninja? It was simple yet lethally effective. Seeing himself restricted in just a few moves, Achihai couldn't help but be astonished. It felt reminiscent of his first encounter with the Scorpion of the Red Sand, where he had quickly been subdued. Water release, water severing wave. Orochimaru denied Achihai the opportunity to elementalize and escape, quickly forming seals to unleash a torrent of water, prompting Achihai to exclaim in alarm. Orochimaru's intention with the water release was clear, to confine him and prevent his elemental transformation. However, The water release served another vital purpose as well. Lightning release, earth walk. Indeed, as Uchiha Sasuke had surmised, a terrifying lightning surged forth from Orochimaru, cascading through the rushing waters that violently assaulted his form. In that moment, Uchiha Sasuke, hindered by the water's resistance, found himself compelled to endure the onslaught. The power of the lightning release, emanating from a shadow-level chakra, was undeniably formidable. Even with Sasuke's current physical resilience, he felt his cells suffering significant damage within a fleeting instant, severely impacting his condition. Each movement brought forth a searing pain, reminiscent of tearing flesh. Truly, the legendary Sannin were remarkably strong. Sasuke marveled internally, unleashing a torrent of chakra to shatter his predicament and extricate himself. Attempting to escape? How naive, Sasuke! Just as he managed to break free, Orochimaru's deep voice reverberated ominously in his ear, accompanied by an unfathomably swift blade of icy brilliance that magnified before Sasuke's eyes. Ninjutsu, Blade of the Void. With a sickening thrust, lacking any semblance of defense, Sasuke's chest was pierced, blood erupting forth. He was propelled deep into the distant thicket, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Is it possible? Sasuke, that fool, was at a disadvantage from the outset. The formidable Akatsuki member, having nearly dealt with his own adversary, the Scorpion, looked on in astonishment. Gazing at Orochimaru, who expelled his sword, he was struck by awe. Was the man's true power so overwhelming? Was this the standard of the Sannin? He had to admit, he had previously underestimated Orochimaru, believing their strengths to be comparable. Now, it was evident that his trump card was not yet realized, and matching Orochimaru would indeed prove challenging. However, Sasuke was not one to be so easily defeated. He was immensely powerful, akin to a monster. The Akatsuki member retained some faith in Sasuke's capabilities. As if to affirm this, before Orochimaru could press the attack, the jungle suddenly ignited with fervor. A massive, blazing hound surged forth, its fiery presence crackling through the air, canine bite of the Crimson Lotus. With a thunderous shout from Sasuke, he emerged amidst the inferno, channeling immense force toward Orochimaru. In a swift motion, Orochimaru's lower half transformed into a serpentine tail, allowing him to deftly evade Sasuke's punch amidst the trees. A resounding explosion erupted, igniting the jungle into a vast ocean of flames, charred with splintering into the air. Seeing Orochimaru's serpentine evasion, Sasuke immediately unleashed his ultimate technique. With a resounding crash, a scorching wave of heat radiated outward in a fan-like spread, distorting the surrounding space as it expanded with an inescapable velocity. SSSSS. In the very moment Sasuke's fist was launched, Orochimaru felt the searing heat approach. In the blink of an eye, the temperature surged to unprecedented levels, scorching his skin to a crimson hue, cracking and bleeding. Then, without affording him a chance to evade, it was as though he faced the fury of a fallen sun, instantly robbing him of all vitality, leaving only a charred, fragile form crumpled on the ground. Sasuke had seemingly mastered his abilities to an astonishing degree. Facing the terrifying heat wave, the Scorpion of the Red Sand once again retreated, yet his heart was still filled with astonishment. At the moment of impact, he had indeed perceived the force as formidable. However, the lethal intensity of the searing heat had not been nearly as concentrated at that time. In the instant he approached his adversary, the power erupted with overwhelming destruction, and the acceleration was so pronounced that even a shadow-level individual would find it impossible to evade. Most crucially, it was nearly unfeasible to withstand it head-on, a definitive lethal strike. He understood that even if Orochimaru did not perish, he would undoubtedly be gravely injured. The tumult persisted for several seconds before it finally subsided. The once dense foliage lay barren and charred, and with a gust of wind, it was reduced to ash, drifting away, an incredibly shocking spectacle. Meanwhile, Achihai, the wielder of the devastating blow, clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Although his skirmish with Orochimaru was brief, it was particularly perilous. He had sustained injuries from the outset. Without relying on this most potent strike, inflicting significant damage on Orochimaru within a short span was a formidable challenge. Furthermore, he needed time to adapt to his enhanced abilities and master the rhythm of combat against stronger foes. Even with the double Tomo Sharingan, he could not perceive the movements of a shadow-level powerhouse. This realization was his greatest takeaway from the encounter with Orochimaru. Only the observation Haki could capture and analyze Orochimaru's movements. However, as he pressed his palm against his right eye, a hint of searing warmth coursed through his hand. This was not the temperature emanating from a fruit's ability, but rather the power intrinsic to the Sharingan itself. He understood the significance of this phenomenon, a sign of ascending to the three-tomo Sharingan. Intriguing. Achihai lowered his hand and, with his heightened senses, detected Orochimaru's presence swiftly approaching from the ground ahead. Lava eruption. Achihai grounded himself, channeling his abilities. Boom. The earth trembled violently before erupting, unleashing a torrent of molten lava. In the distance, Orochimaru emerged from underground, looking somewhat disheveled, his body charred and his aura feeble. Yet, he promptly opened his mouth wide, a slimy arm extending from within, stretching his maw to reveal a new Orochimaru, dripping with filth, a manifestation of his most cunning ability, the serpent substitution technique. After sustaining irreparable injuries, he utilized this ability to resurrect. As long as Orochimaru's chakra was not entirely depleted, he could be considered virtually immortal. Orochimaru gazed at Achihai, his voice deep and resonant. Truly formidable perceptiveness, yea. Despite my efforts to conceal my presence, you still discern me. This is a skill that even Master Sarutobi struggled to detect. I never anticipated it would be so ineffective before you. His eyes fixated on Achihai, burning with intensity. You possess no Byakugan, yet your perceptive capabilities surpass even that of the Byakugan. My interest in your Sharingan grows ever more profound. What transpired with Uchiha Leaf that endowed him with such an extraordinary Kekkei Genkai of lava release? Moreover, his perceptive abilities surpass even those of the Hyuga clan. He increasingly feels that Uchiha Leaf captivates him even more than Uchiha Itachi. Well, once you manage to defeat me, you'll find out. Uchiha Leaf replied with a smile, his gaze so intense that it made Orochimaru feel a slight shiver. It seemed that in Uchiha Leaf's eyes, Orochimaru was merely a prey. However, he couldn't fathom what it was about him that would attract Uchiha Leaf's attention. Alas, Orochimaru, it appears you may not have that opportunity. At that moment, the voice of Sasori of the Red Sand echoed as he manipulated the Hiryu, his icy gaze fixed upon Orochimaru. Leaf alone is more than enough to deal with you. With my presence, you stand no chance of survival today. He scrutinized Orochimaru from head to toe, a chilling sound emanating from Hiryu. A formidable being like you, if turned into a puppet, would surely rival my third Kazekage in might. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru let out a deep, sardonic laugh, his shoulders shaking. Yet his visage grew increasingly fierce. Sasori, you certainly have audacious dreams. Turn me into a puppet? Humph, the outcome is still uncertain. Come, prove your capability. With that, he swiftly bit his finger and began forming hand seals. Sasori assumed Orochimaru was summoning a summoning beast and was not particularly concerned. What difference would another summoning beast make? Could it contend with him and Uchiha Leaf? A delusion. However, Uchiha Leaf, observing Orochimaru's hand seals, shook his head with grave concern. No, brother Sasori. This fellow is not summoning a beast. Although he was unfamiliar with the precise hand seals of the summoning technique, he knew it consisted of 5 seals. Yet, after the 4th seal, Orochimaru slammed his palm onto the ground to activate a jutsu. How could this possibly be a summoning? But since it was not a summoning beast, yet required blood as a medium, it could only be that technique. Realizing this, Uchiha Leaf's expression turned serious. He understood that another adversary of equal caliber was likely about to emerge. Not a summoning technique. Sasori questioned, bewildered. Then what is this? Before he could finish, Orochimaru revealed the answer with a thunderous shout. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Leaf instantly comprehended. Indeed, as he beheld the black curse seals spreading across the ground and the coffins emerging from below, he explained to the bewildered Sasori. This technique is called impure world reincarnation. It utilizes the life of a living being as a sacrifice to summon the souls of the deceased from the Pure Land back into the shinobi world. It is a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage of Konoha, while those summoned may not possess the strength they had in life. If the user is highly skilled in this technique, the summoned spirits can retain much of their former prowess. As he spoke, he cast his gaze upon the coffin before him, his heart sinking at the sight of the 2 characters inscribed upon it. Could it be that person? The Red Sand Scorpion, overhearing Uchiha-Ye's words, was taken aback. Yi, how do you know these things? Edo-tensei, I have never even heard of it. Yet, as it was a forbidden technique, it must be something that Konoha kept under strict surveillance. How could Uchiha-Yi be aware of it? Why did it seem as though Uchiha-Yi possessed all knowledge? Even Orochimaru, upon hearing Uchiha-Yi directly mention the details of Edo-tensei, couldn't help but experience a flicker of horror in his elongated golden pupils. Indeed, how could Achihai possibly know about the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei? Logically, only two individuals should be privy to such knowledge: the current third Hokage of Konoha and the user of the technique himself. Even if others were aware, it should not have been someone of the Uchiha Clan like Achihai. You truly are a mysterious and formidable man, Orochimaru remarked, his gaze fixed dangerously upon Achihai, as if he were a riddle whose true essence remained utterly elusive. To contend with someone like you is indeed disheartening. In the world of ninjas, the significance of intelligence is self-evident. Often, it is information that allows the disadvantaged to achieve victory. For instance, in the original narrative, Sarutobi Asuma was slain by Haiden simply because he was unaware of Haiden's abilities, leading to his demise. Now, however, Orochimaru felt a sense of unease, realizing that his trump card was so thoroughly understood, even by him, creating a situation where he held no advantage against Achihai. On the contrary, he might find himself at a disadvantage. Despair? Achihai smiled. I appreciate the praise. I shall strive towards that goal, hoping to one day turn all of this into reality. He turned to the Red Sand Scorpion and said, leave the Edo Tensei enemies to me. And you can handle Orochimaru, right? The Red Sand Scorpion nodded in agreement. No problem. He was unfamiliar with the technique of Edo Tensei and knew that rashly confronting it would lead to inevitable losses. Thus, it was sensible to entrust the Edo Tensei adversaries to Achihai while he contended with Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Achihai nodded and then gazed at the coffin, narrowing his eyes slightly. Orochimaru, you have calculated quite astutely, employing this individual, who is most adept at water release, to restrain me, thereby diminishing my most prominent abilities. Ultimately, I may exhaust my chakra and still fail to break past this individual's defenses. Meanwhile, you can certainly manage the scorpion on your own. It seemed that we might indeed fail our mission and be unable to eliminate you, the traitor. Upon hearing Achihai's words, Orochimaru's gaze sharpened once more. You actually know who I summoned? For the first time, he felt an overwhelming urgency to eliminate someone. Facing Achihai, he sensed that he had no secrets left, overwhelmed by an unsettling feeling of being completely exposed. Is that so difficult to deduce? Achihai replied with a grin. You have already marked the identity on the coffin yourself. Furthermore, in the face of my fiery abilities, the only person you could summon specifically must be that individual from Konoha. The scorpion of the Red Sand struggled to comprehend the enigmatic exchange between the two, inquiring, who is the person within the coffin? Do you know him? Upon hearing this, Achihai chuckled softly, of course. His gaze then sharpened as he directed it forward, enunciating each word with precision. He is the second Hokage of Konohagakure, my greatest adversary, Senju Tobirama. As he spoke, the lid of the coffin fell to the ground, revealing the summoned individual who emerged, none other than Senju Tobirama himself. His pallid visage was marred by cracks, and his eyes held a dull, lifeless gaze. Stooped like a marionette, he stood motionless after his emergence. One could only ponder what thoughts would cross the mind of the second Hokage upon realizing he was summoned by the very jutsu he had devised. Achihai seemed to find amusement in this irony. The scorpion of the Red Sand, upon hearing this, also found the scene quite entertaining. How leisurely Orochimaru chuckled, albeit with a hint of displeasure. The surprise had been entirely lost. All of his trump cards had been discerned. He produced a kunai affixed with a control talisman and thrust it into the nape of the second Hokage's neck. Instantly, the formerly gray complexion of Tobirama began to regain color. Senju Tobirama had officially revived. Though still far from a living being, his gaze sharpened with newfound intensity. What is this? The second Hokage expressed astonishment at his own resurrection. Clenching his fist, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Edo Tensei? Who dares to manipulate this technique so recklessly? He turned his icy stare upon Orochimaru, fixating on him with contempt. Is it you scoundrel? Who are you? And why have you invoked my Edo Tensei? Orochimaru replied with a low, sardonic chuckle. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you, esteemed second Hokage, have your own mission. I did not summon you merely to interrogate me. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobirama's gaze grew even colder. Are you threatening me? A formidable aura erupted from his being, reaching the level of a Kage. Seeing this, Orochimaru immediately activated his control technique, rendering Tobirama immobile, even causing his chakra to dissipate uncontrollably. This revelation astonished him. Indeed, It was deeply frustrating for Tobirama to find himself reduced to a puppet, unable to resist, and moreover, controlled by his own invention. It was a profoundly humiliating predicament. "Forgive me, second Hokage." Orochimaru licked his lips and continued. "Do you see that Uchiha brat over there? He's your opponent today." At this, Senju Tobirama turned his gaze, his expression turning fearsomely sharp. "The wicked Uchiha brat. By your attire, it seems you are no longer a shinobi of Konoha. As I suspected, you are untrustworthy and have betrayed Konoha." Hearing this, Achihai couldn't help but scoff. "Second Hokage, your animosity toward the Uchiha remains as intense as ever. But tell me, is it only my clan that is deemed wicked?" He chuckled mockingly, gesturing towards the formidable Orochimaru beside him. This man is none other than the beloved disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a former candidate for Hokage, known as Orochimaru. Compared to one who tramples upon life in relentless pursuit of immortality, conducting experiments with the blood of the fallen and manipulating the souls of the deceased at will, our Uchiha's malevolence pales in comparison. Observing the darkening expression of Senju Tobirama, he taunted, "How does it feel to be manipulated by your own grand student?" Orochimaru merely smiled. To command the second Hokage in battle is indeed an honor. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter. With a swift incantation, Senju Tobirama lost all sense of autonomy, narrowly avoiding the outcome of being angered to the point of spitting blood. In a flash, Senju Tobirama surged forward, his kunai aimed at Uchiha Leaf's neck, moving with an astonishing swiftness that left no room for reaction. "Incredible speed," Red Sand Scorpion observed, astonished by the spectacle. "Is this truly the second Hokage?" The legendary speed of the shinobi world is no mere myth. With no hint of defense, Uchiha Leaf felt his neck torn open, crimson liquid splattering everywhere. However, Senju Tobirama suddenly retreated with remarkable speed, for the kunai in his hand had inexplicably melted away. Instead of blood, it was searing magma that erupted forth, an occurrence that could not arise from merely injuring an enemy. What a rapid response, Uchiha Leaf mused. The wound on his neck healed at an alarming rate, seemingly far superior to that of a typical reincarnated body. As Senju Tobirama landed and prepared to launch another assault, Uchiha Leaf initiated his own attack, Lava Eruption. The sudden onslaught caught Senju Tobirama off guard, forcing him to evade with a water clone. Yet, was Orochimaru truly capable of producing an enhanced version of a single reincarnated body? Uchiha Leaf was certain of it. The strength exhibited by this Senju Tobirama was undeniably greater than during the collapse of Konoha in the original narrative. This level of shadow-like presence was something that had never been reached before in the original story. Moreover, the Flying Thunder God technique posed a significant threat. Even if he was countered by the second Hokage's water style, he felt somewhat at ease. His extensive training underwater had granted him a degree of water resistance. However, if the Flying Thunder God technique was coupled with water style's advantages, he found himself uncertain. Would his current physical prowess be able to keep pace with the reaction speed required? If he faltered, the Flying Thunder God could eliminate him in an instant. Nonetheless, the challenge was invigorating. His observation Haki immediately detected the re-emerging second Hokage, and Uchiha Leaf transformed into boiling magma, charging forward with ferocity. Canine bite of the Crimson Lotus. With a roar, Senju Tobirama sensed the impending peril as he faced the infernal hound lunging towards him. Without hesitation, he flung a series of explosive tags while rapidly forming hand seals. Mutual explosive tags. This technique involves affixing a single explosive tag to a vulnerable point on the enemy, unleashing an endless barrage of detonations upon the target. As long as the object remains intact, the explosions will persist. The ground trembles with a cacophony of blasts, and the fiery hound is reduced to mere fragments amidst the chaos, the earth littered with debris. From the billowing smoke, a flurry of sharp shuriken suddenly emerges, accompanied by the cry of shuriken shadow clone technique. One transforms into two, then two into four. In an instant, the area is awash with ninja tools. A keen observer would discern several shuriken that are decidedly unique. These are the Flying Thunder God technique shuriken. It is evident that a warrior seasoned by the crucible of battle possesses extraordinary combat experience. Before the old techniques have even settled, new ones are unleashed. By leveraging the advantage of the previous techniques, opportunities are created for the new ones, while simultaneously introducing an even deeper layer of peril, leaving little room for reaction. Under normal circumstances, evading this onslaught of shuriken would demand complete concentration. Achihai, utilizing the elemental transformation of his body, deftly navigates the fierce assault. However, if the flying thunder god shuriken are mixed in, the situation becomes dire. With a mere flick of his gaze, Senju Tobarama, who had been positioned at a distance, teleports directly before Achihai, using a shuriken that had just grazed Ye's face as a coordinate. There is truly no escape. Senju Tobarama seizes the shuriken and swiftly directs it towards Achihi's neck. A sickening sound echoes as magma splashes. In just half a minute of combat, Achihai has already sustained 2 fatal injuries. Yet, with a smile lingering at the corner of his mouth, Achihai turns away, looking at the astonished Senju Tobarama, and delivers a searing punch to his heart. Hellhound. The unexpected turn of events catches even Tobarama off guard. Thus, even though he manages to evade just in time, the debris swirling in the air indicates that this strike has inflicted considerable damage upon him. Indeed, when Senju Tobarama reappears, a shocking impression of a fist is visible on his chest, nearly breaching through to his very core. Although the characteristics of his reanimated body allow for immediate regeneration of the wound, it has afforded him a stark awareness of Achihi's formidable threat, the malevolent Uchiha. Senju Tobarama's expression darkens. As the esteemed second Hokage, he finds himself in a most disgraceful predicament at the hands of a younger foe, particularly one hailing from the Uchiha Clan, whom he loathes. This is unforgivable. From this point on, I shall not be so careless. In response to Tobarama's grave declaration, Uchiha, you cannot contain his excitement. This is what I've been longing for. Meanwhile, not far away, our battle is set to commence. Orochimaru bites his finger once more, performs a series of seals, and forcefully slams his hand to the ground, summoning technique. With a resounding boom, a massive plume of smoke engulfs the area, revealing a colossal serpentine creature adorned with long purple horns before the scorpion of the red sand. It is none other than Orochimaru's summoning beast, Manda. Orochimaru, you dare summon me. Have you prepared the offerings I require? Unlike the amiable summoned beasts of others, Orochimaru's summoning, the 10,000 snakes, resembles an ancestral spirit, displaying no respect whatsoever for its summoner. Fear not, I comprehend. Orochimaru, wearing an expression of habitual nonchalance, addressed the scorpion of the red sand before him. Well then, let us see if you can eliminate me today. The scorpion, upon hearing this, could not help but emit a cold snort. Do you really believe that adding one more colossal serpent would grant you any advantage? With a chilling smile, he commanded the mechanism concealed within his back, revealing the third Kazekage's puppet scroll. Perfect. I shall use you to test the prowess of my enhanced puppetry. A frigid grin flickered across the handsome visage of the scorpion. Iron Sand rang, more refined and formidable than during his previous encounter with Uchiha Sasuke. The colossal iron sand projectiles surged forth with ferocity, catching the immense 10,000 snakes off guard, resulting in a violent eruption of crimson mist from its body. Roar! The 10,000 snakes howled in agony, its terrifying tail striking with such force that it created a thunderous explosion in the air. Iron sand needles. Faced with the oncoming 10,000 snakes, the scorpion scoffed. To combat such a massive creature was, for him, an exceedingly simple task. With a piercing sound, the iron sand that had penetrated the body of the 10,000 snakes swiftly spread to its nerve connections, interrupting the internal transmission of information and halting the creature's movements immediately. Iron Sand Burial. The third Kazekage unleashed his might once more, causing the ground beneath the 10,000 snakes to erupt with iron sand, engulfing it like a quagmire. Despite the serpent's frantic attempts to break free, utilizing its serpentine speed, it proved futile as it was gradually submerged and crushed into oblivion. Orochimaru, you bastard, hurry and save me. The 10,000 snakes bellowed in embarrassment. Water release, water surge wave. Orochimaru appeared near the 10,000 snakes, forming hand seals to unleash a torrent of water that caused the iron sand to solidify, complicating the manipulation and disrupting its cohesion. The 10,000 snakes, with immense strength, broke free from its confinement. You scoundrel! Upon escaping, the first thing the 10,000 snakes did was lunge at the scorpion. Die? In response, the scorpion raised his hand indifferently, iron sand piercing. Suddenly, a barrage of razor-sharp spikes shot up from beneath the earth, piercing the 10,000 snakes. You bastard! The searing pain intensified the creature's fury. Scorpion, you seem to have let your guard down. As the 10,000 snakes suffered grievous wounds, Orochimaru emerged from underground behind the scorpion, opening his mouth to unleash a sword of light, blade of the void. With a piercing sound, The scorpion's body was impaled. However, before Orochimaru could savor his triumph, he furrowed his brow and swiftly retreated. In the next moment, a poisoned steel wire shot forth from behind the scorpion, icy and terrifying, whizzing past the exact spot where Orochimaru had just stood. "Humph, your reflexes are commendable," the scorpion remarked coldly, seemingly indifferent to the injuries he had sustained. Moreover, astonishingly, no blood flowed from the wound, as if it were not a corporeal body at all. Begone! Orochimaru's retreat provided him with the perfect opportunity to confront the myriad snakes. Perhaps the Jonin would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with them. Yet, before him, the multitude of serpents appeared merely as formidable beasts. Iron sand heavy assault. An immense quantity of iron sand converged above the myriad snakes, transforming into a colossal cube that descended with great force. This was a technique once wielded by the third Kazekage to overpower the One-Tail. When confronting large adversaries, one must employ straightforward and forceful tactics. Ah, how infuriating! As the cube fell, its might exceeded that of 1,000 junctures. The myriad snakes felt as though they would be crushed into a mere paste. Reduced to mere snake skin. There was no alternative. He could only retreat. With a resounding bang, he reversed the summoning back to the dragon's lair. The cube crashed down upon the ground, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to shake, a spectacle of tremendous magnitude. Now, only you remain, Orochimaru. Scorpion exhaled deeply, casting a cold glance at the reappearing Orochimaru. After all, he was the summoned beast of the legendary Sannin, and despite his swift resolution of the myriad snakes, it had undoubtedly consumed a significant amount of chakra. Truly terrifying, Scorpion thought. Even the myriad snakes were rendered powerless in your presence. Orochimaru licked his lips, a cunning smile gracing his features as he remarked, "However, the chakra expenditure is quite substantial, is it not?" Clearly, his summoning of the myriad snakes was not to assist him in battle, but rather to deplete the chakra of the scorpion of the red sand, thereby gaining an advantage. He chuckled, "That will suffice to deal with you." Scorpion remained unfazed, even offering a hint of mockery. Moreover, maintaining this Edo Tensei consumes considerable chakra on your part as well. Orochimaru, however, merely smiled indifferently. "And so what? I can assure you, the one who ultimately falls will surely be you." He seemed somewhat boastful, indicating that those resurrected through Edo Tensei possess an immortal body and infinite chakra. This implies, observing the realization dawning upon Scorpion, his countenance darkened as he smirked. Uchiha Obito, even if his chakra is exhausted, could never inflict harm upon the second Hokage. What would it matter if he knew the information regarding Edo Tensei? I have specifically enhanced the second Hokage, sufficient to restrain him. The final outcome will undoubtedly be that he exhausts his chakra and falls, while you succumb to the combined onslaught of myself and the second Hokage, ultimately collapsing from fatigue. Upon hearing this, Scorpion could not help but scoff. What if events do not unfold according to your design? Do not forget, since Obito is aware of Edo Tensei, he may very well know of weaknesses that you are unaware of. This statement caused Orochimaru's smile to falter, and as he glanced towards the distant Uchiha Obito, a renewed wariness enveloped him. Indeed, who could say what further intelligence Uchiha Obito might possess? Meanwhile, at Senju Tobarama's location, during Orochimaru and Scorpion's recent skirmish, he engaged in a brief yet perilous clash with Uchiha Obito using the Flying Thunder God technique. He paid the price of losing an arm, leaving a wound upon Uchiha Obito's chest. Senju Tobarama has made his intentions clear, relying solely on the Flying Thunder God technique. He finds it challenging to inflict substantial harm upon Uchiha Leaf. With this realization, Senju Tobarama's gaze sharpened. Then I shall create a realm of my own. Water release, wave motion. Suddenly, the moisture in the air coalesced, transforming into tumultuous waves that engulfed the surroundings, leaving Uchiha Leaf with no escape, as he was swept away by the onslaught. In this vast expanse of several hundred meters, Senju Tobarama conjured an entire aquatic world. The sheer audacity of generating such torrents in a desolate area astonished even the likes of Chiyo, who, riding on the third Kazekage, took to the skies to evade this watery domain. Witnessing the spectacle, he was left utterly astounded. Is this truly the second Hokage, hailed as a master of water release? It is nothing short of breathtaking. Even Orochimaru could only express admiration. While it is termed water release, it resembled more of a maritime phenomenon. The volume of water was indeed staggering. Submerged beneath the surface, Uchiha Leaf dared not linger. In the depths, how could he possibly contend with Senju Tobarama? The likes of Kisame Hoshigaki might stand a chance. Die, you little Uchiha. Indeed, before Uchiha Leaf could breach the surface, Senju Tobarama swiftly closed in, moving through the water with unparalleled grace and speed. Water release. Water tornado. With rapid hand seals, the surrounding waters began to whirl, creating a colossal vortex that ensnared Uchiha Leaf within its grasp. Is he attempting to immobilize me for a decisive strike? Uchiha Leaf's mind was crystal clear, yet the sense of impending doom loomed large. How could he allow Senju Tobarama to establish his dominion and showcase his prowess? Lava release. Eruption. With a resounding hum, the entire aquatic expanse trembled violently as Uchiha Leaf's body radiated an intense crimson glow, unleashing waves of searing heat that instantaneously dissipated the surrounding whirlpools. The water boiled and roared, visibly diminishing in volume. Senju Tobarama sensed the surrounding water's temperature surge dramatically, while the flow reduced at an alarming rate. Before him stood Uchiha Leaf, resembling a divine figure of fire, blindingly radiant. Ultimately, the overwhelming force emanating from him created a vacuum, parting the waters. Even Senju Tobarama could not conceal his astonishment, followed by a profound wariness. I never anticipated that even submerged, he would remain unrestrained. His gaze sharpened with determination. Then I must seize this opportunity to eliminate you. The waters had not yet dried. Uchiha Leaf needed to maintain his ability. Thus, he could not unleash his molten form. His corporeal state rendered him an ideal target. Water release. The waves around him once again converged, emitting a sharp, piercing aura that culminated in a brilliant flash resembling a white bolt of light. Water-severing wave. With a series of piercing sounds, the water was torn apart, and high-pressure jets surged forth, racing towards Uchiha Leaf. In the instant his pupils contracted to their utmost, they bore down upon him like merciless blades, ruthlessly penetrating his form. This was a technique from the original story capable of effortlessly tearing through the earth release walls summoned by the third Hokage. It is indeed a formidable ninjutsu capable of severing the robust branches of the divine tree. Its power should not be underestimated. It is certainly on par with Orochimaru's Sword of the Void. Alas, Uchiha Leaf's body was instantly drenched in blood, unable to suppress a mouthful of crimson. This outcome was anticipated, yet the ferocity was beyond his expectations. After all, being a master of water release, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage while battling in the water. As his abilities intensified, the searing power ultimately evaporated all the water around him. Whoosh! Just as he had desiccated the water, the surrounding area, still shrouded in steam from the intense heat, was suddenly assaulted by an even more terrifying column of water. This time, Uchiha Leaf deftly evaded the strike through elemental transformation. His arm burned bright red as he swiftly pivoted, launching a devastating attack from behind, the Hellhound. In the next moment, Senju Tobarama appeared, hurling shurikens toward him. How is this possible? My movements were anticipated in advance. Observing the searing fist that came at him first, Senju Tobarama was struck with a profound shock. How did he manage this? His initial intention was to utilize the mist alongside the water-severing wave to disrupt Uchiha Leaf's defenses, allowing him to land a surprise attack from behind. At the very least, he hoped to leave a flying thunder god mark on Uchiha Leaf, which would enable him to swiftly subdue him. Yet, to his astonishment, after dodging the water-severing wave, Uchiha Leaf not only countered but seized the initiative before him. Whoosh! Just as Uchiha Leaf's fist was about to make contact with Senju Tobarama, he vanished in a flash. The flying thunder god, indeed. Uchiha Leaf's gaze sharpened. What a convenient ability. With his observation Haki fully expanded to its limit, he sensed all the coordinates of the flying thunder god shurikens within a 100-meter radius. There, suddenly, from a large tree at the edge of his perception, a subtle ripple of chakra emanated from a flying thunder god shuriken. Hellhound. His body erupted with a wave of scorching energy, propelling him at high speed toward the tree. The blazing arm unleashed a torrential wave of heat, obliterating everything in its path. In the next instant, Senju Tobarama materialized in front of his fist. Hiss! Faced with the imminent punch, even Senju Tobarama felt a shiver down his spine. This guy, has he predicted my movements once again? His wariness toward Uchiha Leaf intensified manifold. And then he puffed his cheeks. Water release. Heavenly cry? Originating from the same source as the water-severing wave, this technique further compressed the water column into water Senbon, capable of effortlessly piercing through any defense and striking at the vital points. In response to this attack, Uchiha Leaf immediately transformed to evade. However, before he could counterattack, Senju Tobarama vanished once more using the Flying Thunder God. Whoosh. The next moment, Senju Tobarama appeared behind Uchiha Leaf, drawing forth a shuriken inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique and launching it at him. Simultaneously, he began forming seals at lightning speed, water release. But before he could complete his seals, a torrent of searing lava erupted from Uchiha Leaf, Dog Bite Red Lotus. Not only did it devour the kunai bound with the Flying Thunder God technique, but it also forcefully advanced towards Senju Tobarama, compelling him to abandon his hand seals and retreat. Such an astute adversary. Senju Tobarama felt a profound weight in his heart upon witnessing this. He immediately discerned the position of his opponent and executed a precise counterattack. This remarkable perceptive ability was enough to astonish even him. It is worth noting that he himself possessed an extraordinary sense of perception. Yet, despite being on par in terms of strength, his perceptive abilities paled in comparison to those of Achihai. Before he could land, Achihai had already surged forward once more. Great fireball. There was no time for techniques such as water release or body replacement. Senju Tobarama had no choice but to utilize the Flying Thunder God to escape once again. Has he evaded using the Flying Thunder God once more? Observing this, Achihai's keen observation swiftly locked onto him. It seems necessary to obliterate all these troublesome kunai associated with the Flying Thunder God. In the next moment, a unique spatial fluctuation emanated from behind him. Fiery Hound of Red Lotus. A searing strike that could illuminate the surroundings rushed towards the designated target. Hiss. Senju Tobarama, having just appeared, suddenly sensed an acute sense of crisis. A crimson flame hound loomed larger before his eyes at an alarming speed. TCH. Despite his efforts to conceal his presence, he was still detected. Undoubtedly, even Senju Tobarama could not entirely evade this strike. He retreated at a distance, leaving behind an arm. Such formidable insight. Is it the work of the Sharingan? Gazing at Achihai's excessively youthful countenance, Senju Tobarama could not help but clench his fists. It seems imperative to find a way to restrict this fellow's Sharingan, and then eliminate him. Apart from Uchiha Kagami, he harbored no fondness for the Uchiha clan. A rogue ninja like Achihai, gifted yet exceptionally dangerous, posed a considerable threat. He firmly believed that if Achihai were not dealt with, he would inevitably become a source of turmoil for Konoha and even the entire shinobi world. Much like the infamous Uchiha Madara of yore. What now, Lord Senju Tobarama? Achihai remarked, observing the intense murderous intent gradually rising on Senju Tobarama's face. With a smirk, you seem eager to eliminate me. How fortuitous, for I share the same sentiment. His gaze sharpened suddenly, and a terrifying wave of scorching power erupted within him as he dashed towards Senju Tobarama. Fiery Hound of Red Lotus. Roar. A colossal flame hound erupted, creating a thunderous explosion in the air. Water release. Water barrier. Senju Tobarama's gaze sharpened, and after forming hand seals, he thrust his hands forward, causing the air to coalesce into a swirling curtain of water vapor, enveloping him in protection. But that was not the end. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet. Senju Tobarama took the initiative, maintaining the water barrier while a majestic water dragon roared forth, surging with ferocious momentum towards Achihai. At such close range, evasion seemed nearly impossible. Humph. Think you can escape? Noticing Achihai retreating from the water dragon, Senju Tobarama snorted coldly. Jinjutsu, dark illusion technique. This emanates from the illusion crafted by his elder brother, producing remarkable effects in his hands as well. Achihai found himself suddenly engulfed in darkness, all sight completely obscured. Your pair of Sharingan indeed possesses extraordinary perceptive capabilities, which even I must commend. Yet, alas, it is over. Senju Tobarama's voice lingered, laden with lethal intent. Your vision is now entirely sealed by me, and before my Flying Thunder God, you are left with but a path to demise. He believed that Achihai's repeated anticipations of his movements were solely reliant on the Sharingan, hence he obstructed Achihai's sight. The ensuing events unfolded precisely as he had predicted. Achihai's attempts to evade the Water Dragon Bullet became disordered. It was evident. He was correct. Achihai's formidable predictive prowess stemmed from the Sharingan. Thus it concludes. Observing this, Tobarama's face broke into a triumphant grin as he lunged forward, brandishing his long blade to unleash his most esteemed technique, the Flying Thunder God Slash. Utilizing the kunai that had been strategically placed nearby, he materialized in the blind spot behind Achihai. In an instant, he darted forward, and the chilling blade mercilessly tore through Achihai's neck. Splatter. Crimson liquid erupted profusely. The scorpion of the red sand watched this scene with a tinge of concern. However, he soon raised an eyebrow in relief. Yet, the once self-satisfied Tobirama suddenly changed countenance. How could this be? Both the blade radiating a searing aura and the unwavering presence of Achihai in his senses undeniably indicated that he had not harmed Achihai. But the technique of dark arts had evidently not been broken. How could Achihai still perceive danger with such precision, evading his lethal strike? Yet now is not the time for such contemplations. Tobirama recognized the necessity to retreat. Retreat? How long can you sustain it? Achihai remarked as the gash on his neck began to heal. However, you are right. It is indeed time to conclude. With a firm step upon the earth, he channeled his power, lava eruption. Whoosh. In the next moment, Tobirama appeared from a nearby flying thunder god coordinate. Yet before he could react, the ground beneath him trembled violently, and a torrent of scalding magma erupted forth. Hiss. Tobirama could not help but feel the hairs on his neck stand on end at the sight. He had no choice but to activate the flying thunder god once more to escape. However, upon reappearing, the same scene unfolded again. Forced to retreat once more. Could it be that this fellow intends? Tobirama instantly grasped Achihai's strategy. He aimed to obliterate all his flying thunder god coordinates, ultimately lying in wait for him. Once his final coordinate was destroyed, he would have nowhere to flee. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he realized there was indeed no means to contend with Achihai. For at this moment, it was Achihai who held dominion over the situation. Boom, boom. Thus, as Tobirama persistently activated the flying thunder god to evade, his coordinates were systematically obliterated, until the last one. Boom. In this instance, Senju Tobirama found himself devoid of any means of evasion, compelled to confront the onslaught of searing lava that descended upon him almost simultaneously. Yet, in a remarkable display of agility, he managed to shift his position in midair at the very moment the lava approached, allowing only half of his body to be consumed and obliterated. Truly, he is the second Hokage. It is astonishing that he could alter the tide of battle even under such dire circumstances. Before Senju Tobirama could even touch the ground, Achihai had already appeared in an instant, his right arm radiating with blinding light. But this ends now, he declared, delivering a powerful punch accompanied by a piercing shout. Hellhound. However, Senju Tobirama suddenly sharpened his gaze and grinned widely. You little brat. This is precisely the opportunity one was waiting for. Send me to hell. He unleashed a multitude of explosive tags, which swiftly adhered to Achihai's form. If Achihai could force him into a corner, why could he not reclaim the upper hand? This attack was inherently swift, and combined with its sudden onset, evasion was virtually impossible. Even in the original narrative, the likes of Obito Uchiha had been caught off guard by this very technique of Senju Tobirama. Such was its formidable nature. Boom. In the instant his head was obliterated, Senju Tobirama executed this final strike. He had observed that when Achihai utilized his abilities, he could not simultaneously employ that peculiar power which granted immunity to sharp attacks. He was confident that by the time he gathered his strength once more, Achihai would be left utterly devastated. The explosive tags would not relent until their target was annihilated. Oh no. At this sight, the scorpion of the red sand, engaged in combat with Orochimaru, paled visibly. Is he finally dead? Orochimaru exhaled a sigh of relief. This was the enhanced reanimation he had specially crafted to counteract pursuit. Matching his own level of power, he believed it was quite normal to defeat a junior like Achihai. After all, he was the season's second Hokage. How many battles had Achihai endured? Could he truly stand as a rival to the second Hokage? To have repeatedly forced Senju Tobirama into a disadvantageous position during combat was already an impressive feat, yet something felt amiss. Orochimaru suddenly sensed a chilling dread as he gazed into the distance, incredulous. Could it be that he has somehow immunized himself against the damage of the explosive tags? Before him lay the remnants of the explosion, now merely scattered magma. Astonishingly, that very magma began to coalesce once more, reforming into Achihai, completely unscathed. The scorpion observed this spectacle with elation, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. However, Orochimaru was overtaken by a sense of impending doom. Achihai transformed back into molten lava and charged directly at the recovering Senju Tobirama, suppressing his movements with the lava. He then manipulated Senju Tobirama to swiftly perform hand seals, reanimation release. Instantly, the heavens illuminated, casting a radiant path of light that enveloped Senju Tobarama. His body began to emit a brilliant glow, and Achihai promptly vacated Senju Tobarama's form. This technique merely forced the control of another's actions through the molten lava, yet it held the potential for extraordinary results. However, the conditions necessary to achieve such an outcome were exceedingly difficult to fulfill. The target of the technique must be sufficiently weakened. This is manageable. However, the second requirement is rather challenging. The subject's body must be able to withstand the intense heat of molten lava. This is difficult to achieve. Only the reanimated corpse can endure such conditions. In essence, it is merely earth, capable of withstanding the nearly 900 degrees of heat. Ultimately, it is a power that can only be utilized in this specific context. Nevertheless, the impact of this sequence of actions is undeniably astounding. The reanimation technique can indeed be unraveled in such a manner. Observing the separation of soul and body in Senju Tobarama, Orochimaru's expression darkened tremendously, his heart tumultuous, and he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This was information he had not anticipated. According to his current research, he believed that only the user could actively unravel it, or that it could be sealed by someone using a sealing technique to halt the reanimated body. Yet now, Achihai seemed to present him with a third method. Haha. Orochimaru, your astonished demeanor suggests this scene was not part of your expectations. The scorpion of the red sand couldn't help but mock. It seems I was indeed correct. You truly knows information you were unaware of. Hehe, it appears you cannot escape today. This undoubtedly intensified Orochimaru's sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, even though Tobarama's soul had departed, he was unwilling to leave, attempting to forcibly reunite with his body. How could he tolerate leaving behind a potential threat to Konoha? A great fireball. But Achihai would not grant him that opportunity. Before he could merge with his body, you had already launched a punch, completely vanquishing the physical form. Rest easy and return to the Pure Land. Senju Tobarama. Achihai grinned. The deceased should cease their concerns for the affairs of the living. This provoked a furious cry from Tobarama. Cursed be this fate. Yet, unable to resist the pull of the light of the Pure Land, he was powerless to fight back. Who on earth are you? Tobarama demanded fiercely. How do you know of a method to unravel the reanimation that I did not leave within Konoha's forbidden techniques? Much like Orochimaru's feelings towards Achihai, he was cloaked in mystery and danger. How could he allow such a perilous individual to exist in the world? Do you think I would disclose that to you? Achihai scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? I would never reveal my intelligence to an enemy, even if they are a mere corpse. At these words, Tobarama departed, filled with reluctance. Achihai then turned his gaze towards Orochimaru. Now, it is your turn, Orochimaru. Faced with Ya's playful yet perilous gaze, Orochimaru felt a chill envelop him. How had events escalated to such a dire state? Even Orochimaru could not shake the sense of impending doom. As he beheld Achihai approaching, his already elongated pupils narrowed further. Was today the day he would meet his end? He had assumed that with a reanimated body assisting him, he would not find himself in such a dire predicament. The reanimated body was indeed formidable. As long as he, the user, remained alive, he would be nearly invincible. Moreover, he had summoned none other than the legendary Senju Tobarama. In such circumstances, how could he possibly fail? Yet reality can be exceptionally cruel at times. Achihai, an individual wholly unexpected, shattered this illusion. Orochimaru, it seems your fortunate days are numbered. The sight before the scorpion of the red sand prompted a grin. It appeared that the day he would turn Orochimaru into his puppet was drawing near. This only intensified the cold glint in Orochimaru's eyes, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Inuzuka Kurenai. Just as Orochimaru evaded the third Kazekage's onslaught, Achihai's attack descended upon him like a relentless curse. He could certainly utilize water release to combat the encroaching massive firehound. However, the scorpion of the red sand was evidently not inclined to grant him the luxury of time. The third Kazekage's sand and iron were already coalescing, ready to unleash a new strike. Should Orochimaru withstand Achihai's assault, he would have no chance to evade the sand and iron attack from the third Kazekage. The toxins entwined within that sand and iron were something he dared not confront lightly, but to retreat. In the face of Achihai's formidable predictive abilities, he doubted he would find himself in a favorable position. It was quite possible that, before he could regain his footing after retreating, Achihai would be waiting at his landing spot, ready to deliver a lethal blow. Yet, in this dire situation, he was compelled to make a choice. Water release, water surge. Orochimaru rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of waves to impede the approaching fire hound. Then abruptly bit his finger to hastily form seals again. Summoning technique. Upon landing, he bellowed, "Triple gate of hell." Boom, boom, boom. 3 iron gates, adorned with grotesque, demonic masks, rose from the ground. In the next instant, the barrage initiated by the scorpion of the red sand and the third Kazekage descended like a torrential downpour, sand and iron rain. Bang, bang, bang. Countless massive sand and iron bullets struck heavily against the gate of hell, echoing in all directions. The first and second gates were soon breached, leaving only the third standing resolutely. Water clashed with lava, dense fog enveloping Achihai, the scorpion, and Orochimaru, rendering visibility non-existent. And this was the opportunity Orochimaru desperately needed. In terms of strength, he could not hope to match the united force of Achihai and the scorpion of the red sand. To continue fighting would surely spell his doom. Seizing this chance to withdraw was the only rational course. Transforming his lower body into a serpentine tail, he hastily surged forth to escape. But, Orochimaru, do you think I would grant you such an opportunity? Achihai's voice suddenly resonated from behind him, sending chills down Orochimaru's spine. He had anticipated Achihai's keen insight would pursue him, but he never imagined it would be so swift. It was as if the fog were non-existent, failing to impede him in the slightest. Before him, Achihai's right arm had morphed into molten lava, coalescing into a colossal lava fist, instantly sweeping away all mist and enveloping everything in a terrifying aura of oppressive force. Great Fireball. This strike possessed an absolutely terrifying power. Even the air crackled incessantly, contorting and blurring beneath the searing force of this punch. Whoosh. Orochimaru, true to his reputation, remarkably softened his entire body, twisting into an arc to evade the terrifying strike. Truly, a man deserving of the title of the 3 legendary ninjas. Witnessing this scene, Achihai could not help but exclaim in admiration, yet his eyes narrowed in contemplation. But I am no longer the same as before. The battle with Senju Tobirama had significantly enhanced his Sharingan's perceptive abilities. In the current state of his dual Tomo Sharingan, Orochimaru's movements appeared sluggish. Moreover, his posture revealed numerous vulnerabilities. The most critical of these weaknesses was that should he attempt another strike, it would be exceedingly difficult for Orochimaru to evade. After all, even the swiftest reactions have their limits. Meteoric Fire Rain. The mist molten fist, under Achihai's control, transformed into a cascade of radiant flames, seemingly endowed with the ability to outline human figures, racing towards Orochimaru's bizarre form. Hiss. In that moment, even Orochimaru felt a chill run down his spine. Achihai provided him with no opportunity to evade. He had no chance of escape. Gag. He elongated his neck and promptly expelled another version of himself, then continued his serpentine escape without a moment's pause. Boom. The scalding lava obliterated the shed husk, while the newly reborn Orochimaru fled onward. Humph, escape? The voice of Sasori reverberated once more, tinged with mockery. Did you consult my opinion, Orochimaru? Iron Sand Domain. In an instant, centering on the moving Orochimaru, a radius of 100 meters was enveloped in iron sand. Countless iron sand spikes interlinked, extending downward, piercing into the earth. This is bad. Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply. Facing this indiscriminate, dense onslaught, he could almost see the Grim Reaper beckoning to him, even as he transformed into a serpent. Nimbly darting through the confined space, his body was still lacerated by several cuts. Instantly, his body felt heavy, his head spun, and his vision blurred. The toxin was already taking effect. Damn it! Orochimaru roared, activating the snake substitution technique once more, manifesting a new self. Summoning the Great Snake. Without a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru transformed, becoming a creature with a human face composed entirely of various small snakes. Then, like an explosion, he burst forth into countless small snakes, surging in all directions. This was his ultimate means of survival. As long as one small snake survived, he could endure. But do you think that is possible? Achihai's voice emerged. Devoid of emotion, calm and indifferent as a deity, his body suddenly radiated an intense brilliance, akin to a falling sun, unleashing a torrent of searing heat. Molten cataclysm. Buzz. A wave of heat powerful enough to obliterate everything surged forth. Meanwhile, Sasori, seasoned by experience, was already lifted into the air by the third Kazekage, evading this world-ending strike. Like the passage of a solar storm, the land lay barren, scorched to the very core, as if the earth had been stripped bare. The area within 100 meters resembled a furnace of the cosmos, where even the smallest serpents perished without a sound, consumed by the searing waves of heat that twisted the very fabric of space. Half a minute later, the ground remained intensely hot, silence enveloping the scene. Within a 500-meter radius, vitality had vanished entirely. Centered around Uchiha Leaf, the landscape transitioned from molten rock to crystallized ash, then to charred earth, and finally to desolation. Witnessing this spectacle, the floating scorpion of the red sand could not help but exclaim, "It is akin to the apocalypse. The destructive power is truly terrifying." Leaf has grown remarkably fast, now firmly standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Coughing, Uchiha Leaf suddenly knelt, his complexion pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Observing this, Scorpion descended and retracted the third Kazekage puppet, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Uchiha Leaf rose at the sound of his voice, deactivating his observation Haki, and shook his head. "It's merely a bit of exhaustion, coupled with the strain on my chest wound." Scorpion nodded, offering him an energy pill for recovery. Uchiha Leaf expressed his gratitude and consumed the pill, exhaling in relief. With this, the mission is complete. Orochimaru has officially been eliminated from the ninja world. Scorpion reflected. Life can so easily fade away. Indeed, eternity is the true art. As he spoke, he gazed upward, his expression one of surprise. The sky appeared as if ignited. A crimson expanse stretching to the horizon, before gradually darkening. Gathering clouds eventually transformed into gentle raindrops, soothing the scarred earth and quelling its fiery temperament. Was even the heavens mourning the departure of Orochimaru? Scorpion chuckled softly, retreating into his crimson-hued vessel to avoid the rain, lest it cause rust in his puppet's joints and hinder his own usage. Meanwhile, Uchiha Leaf, gazing up at the somber sky and the falling rain, inhaled deeply before making his way into Orochimaru's research facility. Even a formidable being like Orochimaru could fall. The significance of strength is self-evident. As for claiming he had personally vanquished Orochimaru, how would he then collaborate with him in the future to address matters concerning his Manjiki Sharingan's ocular power and sustained usage? Who could assure him that Orochimaru was truly dead? Uchiha Leaf glanced at the small mass of flesh in his hand, placing it into a special solution before resuming his search. Ostensibly, he sought information to broaden his knowledge, but in truth, he was searching for a technique that could be employed when needed, a technique capable of resurrecting Orochimaru when the time arose. The unusual phenomena in the land of whirlpools naturally attracted considerable attention. News of the battle spread swiftly. What was this feeling of oppression mingled with a tinge of sorrow? In the Hokage's office of Konoha, the third Hokage suddenly felt a discomfort in his chest, furrowing his brow as he exclaimed, "I feel quite unwell." In the land of fire, somewhere distant, a sense of unease enveloped him, leaving his heart heavy yet hollow. Meanwhile, a strikingly beautiful woman with cascading golden waves pressed her hand to her chest, her brows knitting together in concern. She unwittingly captivated the attention of numerous men nearby, leaving them utterly enchanted. In the land of grass, a man with long white hair and an oil symbol headband gazed at the suddenly broken pin in his hand, his brow furrowing in confusion. What ominous sign could this be? Am I to face some imminent danger? Nevertheless, he sheathed the scroll resting upon his lap and narrowed his eyes, reflecting on the rumors of a mysterious organization that had recently emerged in the land of rain, taking control of the rain village from the likes of Hanzo the Salamander and forbidding outsiders from entering. Caution was warranted. Could this enigmatic organization herald a new crisis for the ninja world, plunging it once more into the depths of war? This was a matter of utmost vigilance. In a cave within the land of Whirlpool, utilizing the body flicker technique, Uchiha Leaf and Sasori of the Red Sands reported on their recent mission. Orochimaru had been successfully eliminated, and his research base eradicated. As for the matter of the impure world reincarnation, Uchiha Leaf had requested Sasori to keep it under wraps, ensuring that no one was the wiser. Excellent. The gathered members expressed no surprise at their accomplishments, for they were indeed the formidable duo of Uchiha Leaf and Sasori. Despite Orochimaru being one of the legendary Sannin, even he was no match for their combined strength. His demise was entirely expected. The next day, a momentous announcement reverberated through the ninja world, sparking a tremendous uproar. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, confirmed dead in the land of Whirlpool. The report did not specify who had dealt the fatal blow, Yet even so, the news of Orochimaru's death was shocking enough to incite awe and dread. Who was Orochimaru? A Sannin, a top-tier powerhouse in the ninja realm. His mere reputation was sufficient to compel minor clans to pledge their fealty and offer their all in service to him. No one had ever considered that such a formidable figure could fall. What kind of strength would it take to slay such a powerful being, who possessed the capability to execute such a feat? Consequently, this event drew immense attention within the ninja world, with fervent discussions erupting regarding the identity of the formidable force behind Orochimaru's demise. Some speculated it was one of the 5 Kage, outraged by Orochimaru's transgressions against their interests. Others whispered of Hanzo, the former demigod of the Rain Village, who had not truly perished but instead lay in hiding within the land of Whirlpool, striking down Orochimaru for disturbing his seclusion. There were even claims of a mysterious organization within the ninja world, suggesting that Orochimaru had initially joined them before withdrawing, thus becoming a target for their vendetta due to his knowledge of their secrets. Regardless of the truth, Orochimaru's death cast a shadow of fear over the seemingly tranquil, yet enigmatic ninja world. The assassin, be it an individual or an organization, was undoubtedly formidable. All forces, including the 5 great ninja villages, ought to remain vigilant. Who would have thought that the unease I felt that day stemmed from this very matter? If one were to ponder who mourned the demise of Orochimaru most profoundly, it would undoubtedly be the 3rd Hokage, his most exceptional disciple. Although he strayed onto a dark path, the bond forged between master and student cannot be easily dismissed. How could one not grieve? Could this incident be connected to the Akatsuki organization? Amidst his sorrow, the 3rd Hokage recalled the intelligence relayed by Achihai Itachi not long ago. In the Hidden Rain Village, there exists an organization known as Akatsuki, of which Orochimaru was once a member. Not long ago, he severed ties with this organization, and shortly thereafter, news of his demise reached us. How could one not draw connections? Whether it is true or not will be revealed with Itachi's next report. The 3rd Hokage's gaze sharpened. Filled with intensity, it seems that Uchiha Sasuke has also joined the Akatsuki. What could his intentions possibly be? Concealing his abilities within the Uchiha Clan, then betraying them on the night of the massacre, only to now affiliate himself with Akatsuki, his motives remain utterly inscrutable. Such uncontrollable variables warrant caution. Has Orochimaru truly met his end in this manner? The other 2 members of the legendary 3 ninjas were incredulous upon hearing the news. They were all too aware of Orochimaru's prowess in survival. He was nothing short of a genius. How could he have been killed? Even the 5 Kage would not possess such power, unless it was a life-for-life exchange. Yet, here we are, confronted with this very occurrence. Their curiosity regarding the identity of Orochimaru's killer intensified. Who possesses such formidable abilities? Art is the ephemeral beauty of a moment. True artistry lies in transient splendor. Absurd. Art is the enduring charm of lasting elegance. True artistry resides in eternal grace. Somewhere in the land of rain, Uchiha Sasuke observed the heated argument between Deidara and Sasori, both unwilling to concede to one another. Gentlemen, he interjected, you have been debating for 2 hours. Might we take a break? He attempted to steer the fervent duo toward calm with a weary suggestion. The root of the dispute stemmed from Sasori's desire to discuss art with Deidara after completing their mission. Sasuke had foreseen the outcome and had tried to dissuade him. Yet Sasori was unwavering in his determination to engage Deidara in artistic discourse. Thus, the situation escalated. Both artists held differing interpretations of art and refused to acknowledge each other as perspectives, each attempting to persuade the other. Consequently, the result was a stalemate. Neither could convince the other, leading to a protracted argument. Sasuke, which of us do you think is right? Sasori demanded, casting an exasperated glance at Uchiha Sasuke for judgment. Deidara, too, turned his attention to Sasuke, eager to hear his thoughts. Faced with this, Sasuke promptly surrendered. Spare me, dear Sasori, for I know nothing of art, and cannot presume to offer an opinion. It would be folly. He knew that endorsing either artist would surely draw the ire of the other. He should merely remain an observer. Why must he involve himself? TSK, you are exceedingly cunning. Upon hearing this, the scorpion of the red sand displayed a hint of dissatisfaction, yet it seemed he had anticipated this outcome. He then dismissed the matter and turned to Deidara, stating earnestly, I shall undoubtedly prove to you that eternity is the true essence of art. Deidara, upon hearing this, scoffed, my dear scorpion, you shall not sway me. The beauty of the fleeting moment is authentic artistry. With that, he departed without hesitation. In response, the scorpion of the red sand turned to Achihai. Did you prevent me from meeting Deidara to discuss art because you already foresaw this result? Achihai shrugged. What else could it be, dear Scorpion? The Scorpion of the Red Sand, intrigued, inquired. How did you know we would not see eye to eye? Did you perhaps know all along that Deidara's artistic perspective differs from mine? Achihai nodded. Indeed. This prompted the Scorpion of the Red Sand to exclaim. Why does it seem as though you know everything, Yi? Do you possess the ability of foresight? It was the same during the encounter with Orochimaru. The technique of Edo Tensei, of which he had never even heard, was familiar to Achihai, to the extent that he understood it better than Orochimaru himself, the user. Such a capability for intelligence was undeniably formidable. Foresight? Achihai chuckled and shook his head. How could that be? If I had such an ability, I would be invincible. I simply possess a bit more knowledge, which makes it appear as though I know everything. Should he confess to the Scorpion of the Red Sand? Yes, I am a time traveler with a script? Surely, the Scorpion would not believe it. Moreover, Uchiha Obito, you certainly enjoy monitoring. Achihai cast a casual glance toward a certain spot behind him, contemplating that there. Zetsu was undoubtedly eavesdropping. The Scorpion of the Red Sand nodded in understanding. However, it was evident that he did not fully trust Achihai's claim of knowing everything for the reasons he stated. Yet, as a partner, he respected Achihai's right to privacy. After all, who doesn't have their own cards and secrets? Achihai and the Scorpion of the Red Sand departed. Yet, not far away, Zetsu, who had been listening, was taken aback by Achihai's casual glance. Have we been discovered? How could he not be astonished? Their concealment techniques were imperceptible even to the most skilled sensory ninjas. Until now, their hiding had never been uncovered. Yet, Achihai's glance had unmistakably signaled to them that they had been exposed. Is this fellow's sensing ability truly that terrifying? White Zetsu's eyes widened in shock. It seems that monitoring him will not be so simple in the future. Black Zetsu concurred. Indeed, this matter must be promptly reported to Obito. His judgment is certainly astute. Achihai is indeed a variable deserving of attention. An hour later. What? Your concealment technique was actually discovered. When Uchiha Obito learned of this from Zetsu, he too could not help but be astonished. He was well aware of how formidable Zetsu's concealment abilities were. Without any hesitation, it can be stated that there is no place in the entire shinobi world that remains inaccessible to them. One can only imagine the extent of their infiltration abilities. Yet now, merely eavesdropping on Uchiha Obito from a distance, he has been detected? This individual appears to be far more troublesome than I had anticipated. Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes. His resolve to eliminate Uchiha Obito strengthened. This uncertain factor, if left unchecked, would undoubtedly disrupt his plans. Unlike Uchiha Itachi, this individual is shrouded in mystery, and his current strength poses a greater threat than that of Uchiha Itachi. In recent days, he has discreetly infiltrated Konoha, attempting to uncover Uchiha Obito's origins. However, all he found was that Uchiha Obito hails from the Uchiha Clan, orphaned in childhood, with mediocre talent, information that starkly contrasts with Uchiha Obito's remarkable abilities today. This indicates that Uchiha Obito conceals his true self so deeply that even he cannot discern any flaws. This is undeniably alarming. After all, if he wishes, there is no information he cannot uncover. Yet with Uchiha Obito, this tactic has failed. How can he avoid raising his suspicions? Furthermore, he remains entirely unaware of Uchiha Obito's intentions, whether it pertains to joining the Akatsuki or any future objectives. With such an enigmatic adversary, he feels it is unnecessary to allow him to persist. Uchiha Itachi's abilities and methods are indeed formidable, yet they remain within his control. He understands Uchiha Itachi's motives and recognizes his vulnerabilities. But Uchiha Obito is different. He is unencumbered. Aside from the direct annihilation of his physical form, he finds it nearly impossible to devise a strategy against Uchiha Obito. Nonetheless, it is evident that, given his collaboration with Deidara to eliminate Orochimaru, Uchiha Obito's task of vanquishing him is far from simple. Moreover, as a valuable asset to the Akatsuki, it would be ill-advised to eliminate Uchiha Obito at this juncture. After all, whether for the purpose of leveraging Uchiha Obito's strength to assist in capturing tailed beasts to expedite the Moon Eye plan, or for the eventual acquisition of his Mangeki Sharingan once he matures, it would be prudent to allow Uchiha Obito some time to develop. Although this approach carries the risk of self-destruction, he is convinced that as long as he manages the pace of Uchiha Obito's growth, he can extinguish him just before he exceeds his control. thus eliminating any potential risks. To this end, he merely needs to undertake a small preparation. He will allow Zetsu to abandon his identity as an Akatsuki member and infiltrate the shadows, thereby reducing the burdens of assigned tasks and focusing the majority of his energy on monitoring Uchiha Obito. By the lakeside, Uchiha Obito engages in a fierce and intense battle against his shadow clones, honing various techniques to enhance his mastery of the fruit's abilities. Thanks to the chakra control scroll obtained from the Root organization, he has managed to maintain the same level of offensive power while significantly reducing chakra expenditure. Moreover, thanks to the precise mastery of chakra, the destructive potential of the fruit's abilities has been significantly heightened. If he were to engage in battle with Senju Tobirama, he would find himself far more capable of handling the encounter. An hour later, the once serene lake had completely evaporated, leaving behind a vast, deep pit. Above, the clouds loomed thicker than ever, while the air was stifling and humid. Yet, the ground within the pit was parched and littered with shattered rocks, creating a stark contrast between the two vastly different scenes of sky and earth, an oddity indeed. This phenomenon exemplified the formidable nature of the Magma Fruit, both searing and destructively potent. Nevertheless, in my current state, I doubt I possess sufficient strength to contend with an adversary like Uchiha Obito. He gasped for breath, acknowledging that he was, after all, the successor trained by Uchiha Madara, a force to be reckoned with. Now was not the time for complacency. I must continue striving for greater strength, enabling me to face the various crises that the future may hold with composure. That day, Zetsu's surveillance was detected by him, which was, in fact, a deliberate act on his part. The intention was to ensure that Zetsu would report this matter to Uchiha Obito, thus amplifying Obito's assessment of the threat I posed. He bore a grudge against Obito from their time in Konoha and was certain that Obito would never wish to see him surpassing his own power. Therefore, upon realizing that his threat level had increased, he could not remain indifferent. This was precisely what Uchiha wanted. A persistent presence that could endanger his life would spur him to grow swiftly and acquire the strength necessary to master his own fate in this world. Otherwise, he would not be foolish enough to reveal the extent of his perceptive abilities, thereby inciting further wariness from Uchiha Obito. Surely, it would be more prudent to develop in secrecy. 2 days later, a new mission to recruit? Within a certain cave, as Zetsu issued another command, Achihai, in his illusionary state, felt a pang of confusion. Leader, aren't our ranks already full? What kind of identity should we assign to any new recruits? Will they even accept it? There was no need to ponder. Those chosen by the Akatsuki are invariably rogue ninjas of the highest caliber. However, such rogue ninjas are often proud and unruly. If they were to join as formal members, that might be acceptable. Yet, given that the Akatsuki's membership is at capacity, any new addition would inevitably be an auxiliary member. How could one expect the newcomer to be convinced by such terms? Uchiha's sentiments resonated with others, including Sasori, Kekkei, and Haiden, who all nodded in agreement, turning their gazes towards Pain. Upon hearing this, Pain replied, "Indeed, Qinlong." After surveying the group, he spoke with a steady voice. Due to certain special circumstances, Jinbu has other matters to attend to and will no longer undertake missions for the organization. Consequently, his position is now vacant, necessitating the recruitment of a new member. The candidate has already been determined. As he spoke, a scroll appeared before them, revealing the information of the final member. A rogue ninja from the Mist Village, the demon of the blood mist, Zabuza Momochi. Witnessing this scene, Achihai was taken aback. Zabuza? He felt somewhat bewildered. What is the meaning of this? Why has he been invited to join the Akatsuki? This has completely deviated from the original storyline. Even if one were to recruit, it should be the likes of Kakashi Hatake. Is this what they refer to as the effect of a time traveler? Achihai frowned slightly, contemplating. Has my presence caused the original plot to veer off its intended course? He had mentally prepared for such occurrences, yet this transpired rather swiftly. However, he could not help but realize that Jay-Z's departure at this moment was indeed a calculated move. He mused, has my deliberate act of revealing that Jay-Z was surveilling my actions already begun to take effect? Truly impressive, Uchiha Obito, your actions are remarkably swift. This realization imbued him with a sense of urgency. He needed to guard against Jay-Z's surveillance, ensuring that he did not disclose too many of his trump cards, while simultaneously striving to enhance his strength to contend with Uchiha Obito. The thought alone was exhilarating. What? My partner is left just like that? Deara exclaimed in confusion, unable to stifle his complaints. No way, I had just started to bond with my partner, and now I have to start all over again. In response, Zero, uncharacteristically, offered some comfort. There is a reason for everything. I hope you can understand. In truth, even Nagato, who orchestrated events from behind the scenes, could not comprehend why Obito would abruptly withdraw JZ. However, since the latter asserted that such a decision would better facilitate Akatsuki's ultimate plan, he acquiesced. Left with no choice, Deidara reluctantly accepted this turn of events. The task of recruiting new members will fall to you too, Qinglong, Achihai, and Yunu, Sasori. Zero continued. Juke, Itachi, and Nandu, Hibiki Jizu, as well as Beidou, Kisame, and Santai, Haiden. You two teams have other missions to attend to. Hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. Yet, without information from Genbu, how would they ascertain the whereabouts of Momochi Zabuza? Achihai inquired. Of course, his inquiry carried a personal agenda. He sought to ascertain JZ's exact status based on Zero's forthcoming response, whether he had completely severed ties with the organization or merely chosen to lurk in the shadows. These were two distinct scenarios. This would also enable Achihai to adopt different strategies accordingly. However, his question echoed the thoughts of others present. The absence of JZ's intelligence would significantly increase the difficulty of their missions. A prudent resolution to this matter was imperative. In response to Achihai's query, Zero assured him, there is no need for concern. Although Genbu is no longer executing tasks for the organization, he will continue to provide timely intelligence. Upon hearing this, Achihai nodded. I see, that is quite reassuring. He felt a sense of clarity, knowing what measures to take. Shortly thereafter, the meeting adjourned. Let us proceed. I shall test the prowess of my reformed Scarlet Sapphire with this fellow. The voice of Akasuna no Sasori brimmed with excitement. After all, he is a ninja. I hope his strength will not disappoint me. Intelligence from JZ has always been delivered promptly, and this time was no exception. Almost immediately after the meeting concluded, the information arrived. Thank you for your hard work, Lord JZ. Achihai, you received the intel from the enigmatic JZ. Smiling as he remarked, balancing two roles must be quite taxing indeed. Mr. Ju, do take care of your health. Do not exhaust yourself, lest we find ourselves in a state of utter blindness. Hearing Achihai's veiled remarks, Ju smiled broadly. Of course, I shall be vigilant. He continued with a radiant expression. And you, Qinglong, must also remember to appreciate the beauty of life that surrounds you. For one day, a formidable enemy may appear and take it all away. Having faced discovery previously, he was determined to be more cautious this time, keeping a greater distance from Achihai. Upon hearing this, Achihai laughed heartily. Thank you for the reminder. As for the scorpion of the red sand, listening to their cryptic exchange left him somewhat perplexed, though he refrained from probing further. On the journey, this time, assist me from the sidelines, Scorpion of the Red Sand declared. Let me test the prowess of this ghostly man, Momochi Zabuza. Achihai, adjusting his hat with a smile, replied, of course, this was something Brother Scorpion and I had already agreed upon. I am equally eager to witness the enhancements in the performance of your modified H-Rin. Since joining the Akatsuki after battling Scorpion, he had not seen Scorpion's strength since. So this would serve as an excellent opportunity to observe. Rest assured, you shall not be disappointed, Scorpion asserted confidently. The chakra metal you provided is indeed a remarkable asset. The performance of H-Rin has significantly improved. I only hope our target will not let us down. Achihai smirked. After all, this is a ninja we are dealing with. Disappointment is unlikely. Even without the decapitating sword, Zabuza's strength remains formidable. Meanwhile, within the roots of Konoha, B and his companions were eliminated by an unknown assailant. Shimura Danzo leaned on his cane, his expression darkening. Have we identified the perpetrator? How dare they act so brazenly within the land of fire? In response, a root member kneeling before Danzo replied, it is suspected to be the rogue ninja, Achihai. He produced a scroll and extracted a charred crystal clump. This was found near the site of their demise. Currently, the only individual capable of such a searing attack is Achihai. The ninja from Awagakure known for using lava release has not been active recently, thus may be ruled out. Danzo's gaze turned icy. So this individual has recently traversed the land of fire? Connecting the dots with the death of Orochimaru in the neighboring land of whirlpools and the rumors circulating in the ninja world, a wild suspicion flickered through Danzo's mind. Could it be that Orochimaru was slain by this very individual? The thought seemed absurd, yet it was oddly plausible. I understand. You may leave now. Danzo decided to set this speculation aside for the moment. Once the third Hokage received word from Uchiha Itachi, he would be able to confirm his hypothesis. Achihai, you had best pray that Orochimaru was not your doing. Otherwise, I shall ensure you face dire consequences. The death of Orochimaru had inflicted severe losses upon him. This signifies that he orchestrated the night of annihilation, only to see the precious Sharingan he painstakingly amassed rendered utterly futile. For it is only Orochimaru who possesses both the trust and the capability to assist him in the transplantation of Hashirama cells and the Sharingan. These components are essential for his future existence and survival, yet they have been jeopardized due to Orochimaru's demise. How could he not harbor resentment? Moreover, there remains another individual harboring animosity towards Uchiha Obito, a man named Kabuto Yakushi, once dispatched by Orochimaru as an undercover operative to infiltrate the ranks of Deidara. He was tasked with gathering intelligence on the Akatsuki organization. Just days ago, he learned from Deidara of the impending hunt for Orochimaru and promptly relayed this intelligence. However, to his dismay, he was unable to avert Orochimaru's downfall. With Orochimaru's death, his life once again lost its direction. Naturally, he harbored intense hatred for both Uchiha Obito and Deidara. Thus, he thirsts for vengeance. Once I inherit all of Orochimaru's research, your demise will be imminent. Prepare yourselves for the reckoning. In order to prevent himself from losing direction and succumbing to confusion, he resolved to dedicate his life to avenging Orochimaru. Little does Kabuto know, all of his intentions are a result of someone else's meticulous orchestration. In the land of waves, a destitute nation amidst the vast ocean, Uchiha Obito traverses the fog-laden path, pondering, "So, Kabuto, what surprises do you hold for me?" Given his familiarity with the narrative, after eliminating Orochimaru, he would undoubtedly ensure the eradication of the spy, Kabuto, lurking beside Deidara. His reason for sparing this individual is straightforward: to reel in a bigger catch. Much like how Uchiha Obito allowed his own growth, he extends the same opportunity to Kabuto, deliberately granting him the chance to develop. Once Kabuto matures, he intends to enlist him as a member of the medical and scientific departments in the village he plans to establish. This would save considerable effort. At that juncture, reviving Orochimaru through forbidden techniques would be nothing short of perfection. Of course, this unconventional approach entails extraordinary risks. He must outpace Kabuto's development, otherwise he risks incinerating himself. This is also why he intentionally sought out the absolute, to impose pressure upon himself, for he cannot afford to be complacent. Another reason he dares to proceed thusly is that he is aware Kabuto currently lacks access to the bloodline limits bestowed by Kaguya, Jinpachi, and other powerful figures. Hence, his strength will not escalate as swiftly as in the original narrative. He can ensure that Kabuto's growth remains within his grasp. Before a certain manor, is this the place? Deidara halted, casting a glance around, seeking confirmation from Uchiha Obito. The abode of the demon aligns with the intelligence received. This must be the location. Uchiha Obito nodded in affirmation but refrained from advancing further. As the two sentinels stationed at the manor took note of their presence, they exclaimed, "Who dares trespass upon the realm of the ghostly clan? Do you seek death? You have 3 seconds to vacate." In response, the scorpion of the red sand spoke in a low, resonant voice. "I seek to speak with the ghostly clan's leader, no matter the cost. Summon him forth." Upon hearing this, the two sentinels erupted in disdainful laughter, mocking him. "What is your status that you presume to address our leader by name?" Without further ado, they lunged forward, armed with shurikens, their bodies emanating a palpable chakra surge. "Allow us to teach you a lesson on behalf of our leader," they taunted, their arrogance evident. Observing this, Uchiha Sasuke could not help but shake his head, pondering the futility of their actions. Why court death? Two mere genin dare to challenge the scorpion? For Scorpion was not known for his patience. In an instant, the crimson-tinged veil was lifted, and a barrage of poisoned senbon was unleashed. The sentinels scarcely had time to react before they felt an insidious prick at their throats, followed swiftly by the onset of suffocation and blurred vision. Their anguished cries soon devolved into bloodied gasps as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Such audacity! The ensuing commotion swiftly drew the attention of others within the manor. Several more sentinels rushed forth, their expressions fierce. "How dare you strike at the ghostly clan? Are you prepared to embrace your demise?" They jeered, in the land of waves. "To offend our clan is to invite divine retribution." Their words resonated ominously, as if sealing the fate of Scorpion and Sasuke. At that moment, Two towering shinobi emerged from behind them, bolstering the sentinels' confidence. Mizuki and Yato, brothers, they called out. These men, adorned with the headbands of rogue ninjas from the hidden mist village, their forehead protectors spiked, donned camouflage attire and breathing masks. Their presence exuded a pressure far superior to that of the sentinels, both possessing the prowess of Chunin. Who are these brash fools that dare to act recklessly before the ghostly clan? The Mizuki spoke haughtily, his icy gaze fixed upon the scorpion. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I may grant you a dignified end. The sentinels behind him clamored eagerly. Torture him mercilessly, Mizuki. Let him know our might. Quiver in fear, tremble. For you stand against the elite ninja of the hidden mist, Lord Mizuki. They taunted. Did you not hear? Hurry and plead for your life. Sasuke surveyed the gathered throng, shaking his head in resignation. Should I commend you for seeking your own demise? He mused aloud, yet his words only elicited uproarious laughter from the sentinels. What have I just heard? We are the ones seeking death. They guffawed. How utterly absurd. Little brat, has your head been caught in the door? The Mizuki and Yato exchanged disdainful glances, their expressions dripping with contempt. Since you refuse to kneel, then you shall perish, they declared in unison, charging towards the scorpion. Their massive iron claws extending, bound by chains, ready to unleash their devastating combined attack. This is a skill that only the formidable Zabuza can evade. Those two are doomed. The group of guards could not contain their excitement at the sight. However, their exhilaration abruptly ceased in the next moment. The iron tail, wielded by the scorpion of the red sand, sliced through the iron chains with fierce precision, nearly tearing apart the bodies of the two men from the underworld. The two men fell to the ground, shrieking in agony, blood gushing uncontrollably. Their lips turned pale as they helplessly coughed up blood, and before they could struggle any further, they succumbed to death. Hiss! This scene rendered the previously boisterous guards speechless, their faces now etched with terror and unease. Surely, this cannot be. The revered figure from the underworld was so easily dispatched? How could such a thing occur? The realization that they had disrespected such a powerful being left their legs trembling in fear. Who was it that commanded me to kneel and beg for mercy just moments ago? The cold gaze of the scorpion swept across the faces of the guards, each word laced with menace. Instantly, the guards were drenched in sweat, bowing their heads and begging for mercy as if pounding garlic. At that moment, a heavy sense of oppression descended, accompanied by a chilling voice. You have some audacity to harm my people. Do you think Zabuza is easy to bully? These words seemed to instill a sense of hope among the guards, who suddenly felt rejuvenated, shouting with fervor, Lord Zabuza? A man approached, his black hair short, his lower face and neck wrapped in bandages, a long blade slung across his back. It was none other than the rogue ninja from the hidden mist village, the target of Uchiha's mission, the infamous Zabuza Momochi. The guards, who had been pleading moments before, suddenly resumed their bravado, hands on their hips, exclaiming, Kekkei, you are finished. Lord Zabuza is a jonin of the hidden mist, an enemy you cannot hope to defeat. Did you truly think we were easy prey? We will repay the humiliation you just inflicted upon us. Observing this scene, Uchiha couldn't help but reflect how quickly their faces change. The scorpion of the red sand also turned to regard the newcomer, snorting in acknowledgement. The main event has finally arrived. He stated simply and directly, Zabuza Momochi, I represent the Akatsuki organization and extend an invitation for you to join us. Upon hearing this, Zabuza scoffed. You think I will join just because you say so? Furthermore, what will you do about the fact that you killed my subordinates? Behind him, a young female ninja with striking beauty approached, her aura equally formidable, exhibiting a special jonin level of strength. Yet, Uchiha was suddenly taken aback. The scorpion, noticing his reaction, inquired, What is it, Leaf? Uchiha was usually composed and rarely displayed such surprise. Could there be an unexpected powerhouse involved in this mission? It's nothing, just someone who shouldn't be here, he replied, though he felt it wouldn't significantly impact the situation. He gazed at the figure emerging from the mist behind Zabuza, a smirk playing on his lips. Interesting. I never expected to encounter such a legendary warrior here. With green hair, a ring of black eyeliner around his eyes, and lips that were red and full. The man's upper body was entirely wrapped in bandages, bearing a uniquely hooked sword upon his back, which occasionally flickered with faint sparks of lightning. He was none other than Hei, one of the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Perhaps it was the effect of the time traveler brought by Achihai that caused both Momochi Zabuza and Hei to defect prematurely. This rendered Zabuza merely a formidable J-nin at present, devoid of his infamous decapitating blade. To my surprise, I encountered such a powerful foe upon my arrival. How intriguing. Approaching Zabuza, Hachwaleya wore a rather amused expression. So, Zabuza, would you like my assistance? He inquired. Zabuza nodded in response, if that is the case. I am grateful. After all, having an ally was advantageous, especially since the enemy was formidable. However, his presence prompted Chiyo to glance at Achihai. A target beyond our mission has appeared, Yi. What do you make of it? It was not that he was incapable of handling the situation. Even with several more members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Chiyo could still subdue them. Yet, he had promised to confront Zabuza alone. Now, however, Hachwaleya was an unexpected variable outside their agreement. Leave him to me. I find his lightning sword rather appealing, Achihai remarked, eyeing Hachwaleya and licking his lips. This statement caused Hachwaleya's eyes to narrow dangerously. Kid, do you know what you were saying? Do you wish to die? The esteemed member of the 7 ninja swordsmen was provoked by a mere child no older than 15. How absurd. Is there anything wrong with that? Your Excellency Hachwaleya? Achihai replied with a radiant smile. I am stronger than you. I have taken a fancy to your lightning sword and intend to claim it, which is entirely in line with the rules of the ninja world. After all, isn't it all about whose fist is mightier? His audacious demeanor only fueled Hachwaleya's fury. Very well, arrogant little brat. Let me see if you possess the capability. He retorted, his expression twisted with anger. Prepare to learn the grave consequences of provoking a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. With that, he swiftly appeared before Achihai, unleashing a surge of violent lightning that crackled around him. Lightning release, thunderball, a colossal sphere of electricity, akin to a Rasengan, rapidly formed before Achihai, emanating an overwhelming repulsive force. Bang! Achihai scarcely had time to react before being struck by the thunderball, engulfed in a tempest of roaring thunder. Witnessing this, Hachwaleya stepped back, laughing triumphantly. I thought you were formidable. Such grandiose claims. Yet you could not even withstand a single strike. Then perish. His expression turned deadly serious as he plunged his twin swords into the ground. Lightning burial, feast of thunder. Boom. Instantly, numerous branch-like bolts of fierce lightning, sharp as swords, mercilessly pierced and tore through Achihai's body. Undoubtedly, in Hachwaleya's eyes, this battle was concluded. Even Zabuza shared the same sentiment. Facing the looming figure of the crimson-hued Lu Hu, he smirked cruelly. It seems your companion is rather inadequate. Now you are left alone, with no chance of survival. I offer you 2 choices. Either you die, submit to me, and serve my will. Upon hearing these words, Scorpion within the Crimson Jade couldn't help but scoff audibly. What delusions are you uttering? He even disregarded the woman behind him, his voice resonating deeply from the Crimson Jade. Do you know who I am? And do you have any inkling of my partner's identity? With a forceful shove, Iron Tail propelled the figure of Zabuza backward, as he felt an irresistible force compelling him to retreat. Zabuza, seeing him being pushed back, the woman supporting him immediately steadied him, her expression grave. With such puppet mastery displayed here, this man's identity can only be one. Zabuza inquired who. He frowned. Surely it cannot be that genius puppeteer. But the woman's countenance turned unusually solemn. Regrettably, Lord Zabuza, the adversary before you is indeed that very genius puppeteer. The rogue from Sunagakure, Sasori of the Red Sand. This revelation caused Zabuza's pupils to constrict, his demeanor becoming significantly more serious. The name of a person carries the weight of their shadow. Although they were both rogue ninjas of the same caliber, his opponent had successfully assassinated the strongest Kazekage. Their strengths were not on the same level. This self-awareness he possessed. You have quite the discerning eye, girl. Sasori responded with a scoff, more perceptive than the ghost man. Hearing this, Zabuza let out a displeased snort. And what of it? Even if I alone cannot match you, with the addition of Haku and Lord Raiga, I believe even you, Sasori of the Red Sand, would find it challenging. Indeed, the woman beside him was none other than Haku, the user of the ice release bloodline limit. Raiga, upon hearing this, could not suppress his fervent battle spirit. To encounter a formidable opponent like you. Sasori of the Red Sand is an opportunity too precious to squander. To be able to send you to your grave personally would indeed be a remarkable achievement. However, this remark provoked Sasori's puppet to shake its head repeatedly. As I mentioned earlier, do you truly believe my partner is dead? Just as the words left his lips, a lazy voice echoed from afar. Indeed, they are the 7 ninja swordsmen. Their abilities are quite impressive. Before them, Uchiha Obito transformed entirely into molten lava. The wounds torn by lightning rapidly mending. Though not as fierce as the strength of a Kaga-level ninja, it sufficed for a gentle massage to ease the muscles. Witnessing this, Raiga was rendered incredulous. How is this possible? You're completely unscathed? His expression darkened considerably. How could his earlier attack be dismissed as merely suitable for a massage? There ought to be limits to disdain. Zabuza's expression also turned grave. To transform into molten lava? What kind of bloodline limit is this? Meanwhile, Haku, gazing at Uchiha Obito's visage, was struck with astonishment. It's Uchiha Obito, a rogue ninja of Konoha. Upon hearing this, both Zabuza and Raiga simultaneously changed their expressions. Another rogue ninja of the same caliber? As fellow rogue ninjas, they understood the implications of such a level. Undoubtedly, they were facing an adversary of equal strength. If the Scorpion of the Red Sand were to join, they would stand no chance. Oh dear, have I been recognized? Upon hearing this, Achihai turned to Bai with a smile, saying, Indeed, it is Mr. Bai? He then cast a radiant glance at Kurakaku Raya, his smile widening. Now, let us continue, Mr. Raya. I shall claim your Raikiri. With that, he transformed into molten lava and surged forward with a roar. His audacious words and his eagerness to continue the battle instantly infuriated Kurakaku Raya. You little brat. Arrogant. Since you desire a fight, allow me to demonstrate the true might of the 7 ninja swordsmen. In an instant, he was enveloped in terrifying lightning. Raikiri, lightning dragon tornado. Thunderous roars echoed from all directions, transforming the area into a tempestuous ocean of electricity, prompting Zabuza, Scorpion of the Red Sand, and others to hastily retreat. All of us are elite rogue ninjas. What audacity and confidence do you possess to believe you can seize my blade? Do you fancy yourself a powerhouse like the Scorpion of the Red Sand? The thunder of heaven and earth converged upon him, morphing into a colossal lightning dragon that unleashed a cataclysmic storm, sweeping towards the advancing Achihai. Before this lightning dragon, Achihai appeared diminutive, akin to an ant. Even the Scorpion of the Red Sand, witnessing this strike, couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the 7 ninja swordsmen are formidable. Even I would need to summon the 3rd Kazekage to withstand such an assault. Excellent, quite spirited, facing the roaring storm that nearly confined the surrounding space. Achihai exclaimed in admiration. Then, an intensely scorching wave of crimson energy erupted from his body, causing the temperature around him to soar dramatically. His form swelled rapidly, transforming into a gigantic arm that swung forth. Great fireball. Boom. Fire against lightning. In an instant, the storm howled, and the earth trembled. Crimson and white light clashed evenly. The terrifying, searing force combined with the tearing lightning devastated the landscape. But is that all there is, Kurakaku Raya? Achihai's powerful voice suddenly rang out. The immense molten fist forcefully broke through the lightning dragon's storm. The sheer terror of its power caused Kurakaku Raya, positioned at the storm's epicenter, to spurt blood in disbelief. How is this possible? How can your strength be so formidable? You have suppressed this lightning dragon formed by the heavenly thunder. This was an achievement only attainable through the transformation of a tailed beast. Yet, how could Achihai, so young, possess such strength? The overwhelming sensation of raw power left him in shock. I refuse to believe this. Kurakaku Raya bellowed, gritting his teeth. I refuse to accept that as fellow elite rogue ninjas, I could be so easily defeated by you. He unleashed all his chakra, pouring it into his Raikiri. Roar. Instantly, the lightning dragon's aura surged significantly, its body swelling several times as it pushed back the molten giant fist. How stubborn. Witnessing this scene, Achihai sighed. It seems you still do not comprehend the disparity in our strengths. Allow me to show you just how fragile you truly are before me. He did not visibly unleash any force, nor did the size of the molten giant fist change. However, its density suddenly intensified several-fold. Like an iron mass, the overwhelming weight bore down, splitting the thunder dragon in mere seconds, leading to its complete collapse. Crack! The dissipating thunder raged around, annihilating everything destructible in its vicinity. Black Ho Thunder Tooth spat blood again, and before he could retreat, he was seized by the throat, a sense of suffocation and weightlessness overwhelming him. Achihai's hand, like a vice, gripped his neck, lifting him effortlessly. Surrender the Thunderblade, or face death. Achihai looked up at Black Ho Thundertooth, a smile dancing on his lips. You choose. Black Hoe Thundertooth dared not hesitate. I will hand over the Thunderblade. The Thunderblade was indeed significant, but it paled in comparison to his own life. Achihai was tempted to slay him. Wise choice. After retrieving the Thunderblade from Black Hoe Thundertooth and casting it into the system space, he released him. Naturally, Black Hoe Thundertooth did not linger, but hastily departed. You wretched brat, you will pay for this. He seethed, his venomous words cut short by a sudden searing pain in his lower abdomen. Ugh! Black Hoe Thundertooth coughed up blood, charred entrails mingling within. As he incredulously turned to look, Achihai, with a smile that held no warmth, withdrew his blazing red arm. His gaze sharp as ice. Had you not harbored thoughts of vengeance, I might have spared your life. But since your malicious intent was so conveniently sensed by me, I'm afraid that is no longer an option. Observing Black Hoe Thundertooth's collapsing form, Achihai remarked calmly, such latent danger must be eradicated. Even if your caliber would not pose a threat to me in the future, leaving such a potential hazard would be an act of irresponsibility. The ninja world ultimately revered strength above all. Being called despicable, fickle, or ruthless mattered little. Achihai merely sought to survive and fulfill his future aspirations. Yet, the death of Black Hoe Thundertooth instantly imposed unimaginable pressure on Zabuza. What a jest! One scorpion had already caused him considerable discomfort. Now, facing another terrifying Achihai, he genuinely feared for his life. Was this fellow's strength not a touch absurd? Gazing upon Achihai's youthful visage, Zabuza felt an involuntary chill, even among the Uchiha clan. This defies reason. After all, he was a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, a formidable expert renowned throughout the ninja world. To be so effortlessly defeated and slain? Among the powerful he knew, only the 5 Kage could possess such might. So, had this youth already attained the strength of a Kage? Zabuza found it utterly ludicrous. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Haku stepped in front of Achihai. Seriousness etched on his face. I will not allow you to harm Lord Zabuza. Witnessing this, Achihai simply found a spot to sit. This is a battle between Brother Scorpion and Zabuza. I shall not interfere. There is no need for you to regard me with such wariness. After all, your vigilance holds no significance in my eyes. This is the unvarnished truth. Although it is hard to accept, such is the harsh reality. If I do not sever the ties with you, you have just presented me with 2 choices. Thus, I shall now grant you 2 options as well. With the Scorpion of the Red Sand here. His voice bore a hint of amusement. I shall engage you in battle solely with this puppet, the H-Rin, without resorting to any other means. If you are able to defeat H-Rin, I shall allow you to leave. However, should you lose, you will join the Akatsuki organization. What say you? Upon hearing this, Zabuza could not help but grit his teeth, his gaze turning steely. Very well, I hope you will honor your promise. Although he was far away in the village hidden in the mist, he had gleaned some information about puppet masters since his defection. The strength of a puppet master is often assessed by the number of puppets they can control. If he could not overcome 10 or 8, surely he could manage 1? How could that be possible? Zabuza could not possibly be so weak. After all, he was nominated as the heir to the decapitating sword. Let us begin. With that, H-Rin's tail spike shot forth with such velocity that it stirred a deafening wind. Hiss. Faced with this tail spike, sharp as a sword, which inflicted a stinging sensation even before it approached, Zabuza couldn't help but narrow his eyes in shock. How can it be so fast? Thud. His body was pierced directly. Yet the Scorpion of the Red Sand showed no signs of elation, instead offering a compliment. Quite impressive. In the next moment, Zabuza transformed into a watery clone that dissipated. But alas, the tail spike whirled back and shot forth again, targeting a spot to his left. Compared to my first encounter with Wai-Hai, you are vastly inferior. When Uchiha Wai-Hai first encountered him, Zabuza had pierced his body, only to be counterattacked, disrupting his rhythm. In contrast, Zabuza was left with no choice but to evade. The difference was stark. In the distance, Uchiha Wai-Hai observed this scene and discerned something. Has the Scorpion utilized chakra metal in the tail spike? It spun through the air and shot out again. Judging by his first battle with the Scorpion, the tail spike was certainly not this agile then. The speed of chakra transmission was not this rapid. Whoosh. As Zabuza reappeared, he immediately heard a loud cry from Haku. Lord Zabuza, quickly evade. He saw a cold tail spike rapidly enlarging in his vision, leaving him no chance to retreat. Have my movements been anticipated? Zabuza was struck with horror. This fellow is absurdly powerful. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and raise his blade in defense. Clang. accompanied by the piercing sound of metal clashing. Zabuza's expression changed suddenly. The force emanating from the tail spike was overwhelming, making it difficult for him to withstand. How can it be this strong? Zabuza gritted his teeth and held on, yet he was still forced back, filled with immense dread. After all, he was a prominent jonin from the village hidden in the mist. How could he be suppressed by merely a puppet? Are all puppet masters this formidable? After being pushed back, Zabuza did not dare to hesitate. He swiftly began hand signs. He could not allow himself to be drawn into the opponent's rhythm. He must take control of his own tempo. He possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to engage with the puppet of the scorpion of the red sand using his unique technique. A commendable response. In this encounter with Zabuza, the scorpion of the red sand unexpectedly offered a word of praise. Even the famed Uchiha exhibited merely this level of reaction. However, the formation of hand seals is an opportunity one must grant you. With that proclamation, before Zabuza could swiftly retreat and complete his hand seals, the crimson-haired puppet master suddenly unveiled his mask and unleashed a torrent of poisonous needles. 1,000 needles of death. The speed of this onslaught was no less than that of the previous tail strike, and the piercing force sent shivers down Zabuza's spine. How infuriating. Does he intend to deny me the chance to form seals? Faced with this barrage of poisonous needles, Zabuza had no choice but to relinquish his hand seals to gain a swifter evasion. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Jiraiya, who can evade while flawlessly executing ninjutsu. The process of forming seals, channeling chakra, and releasing ninjutsu cannot be interrupted, even for seasoned jonin. If interrupted, the release of ninjutsu becomes exceedingly difficult. Even if Zabuza were to resume his hand seals and manage his chakra allocation, the effectiveness of his techniques would be significantly compromised. Has Mr. Zabuza truly found himself so thoroughly outmatched? The watching Haku could not help but feel a surge of astonishment at the scene before him. Though aware of the scorpion of the red sand's formidable strength, this seemed almost excessively powerful, merely utilizing a puppet, and yet capable of suppressing a warrior like Zabuza to such a degree? Whoosh! In the distance, just as Zabuza narrowly evaded the onslaught of poisonous needles, the menacing tail strike that sent chills down his spine was upon him once again. Clang! Zabuza could only raise his sword to block, revealing a strained expression. Even the long blade in his grasp emitted a sound of impending fracture under the burden. This undoubtedly heightened Zabuza's sense of dread. How could he be so thoroughly overwhelmed? It was somewhat difficult to accept. Had the use of chakra-infused metal endowed the crimson-haired puppet master with such terrifying power? Thanks to the enhanced speed and strength of chakra transmission? Observing the puppet master who dominated Zabuza, Uchiha contemplated this in his mind. Moreover, compared to before, both agility and speed had seen marked improvements. Even the sharpness of the tail strike had noticeably increased. Zabuza's long blade, though not on par with the legendary Kusanagi, was indeed a rare artifact. Yet now, under the pressure of the scorpion's tail, it exhibited cracks, an undeniable indication of the situation's gravity. The level of the crimson-haired puppet master had undoubtedly reached heights not even attained in the original narrative. Amidst his analysis, the mask of the crimson-haired puppet master opened once more, and a cloud of poisonous mist erupted from his mouth, enveloping Zabuza. This is dire. Already struggling to cope. How could he possibly manage this sudden onslaught of toxic vapor? Merely inhaling a fraction made his head spin. He immediately thrust himself backward, striving to escape the noxious fog. Lest matters grow even more precarious. As soon as he landed, he was deprived of any opportunity to react. The lethal tail stinger was already upon him once more. This is bad. If he did not swiftly employ the water clone technique to evade, he would need to create distance and then use the mist concealment technique to have even a faint chance of counterattacking. However, despite his readiness to face the imminent danger upon re-emerging, the poison he had just sustained caused an instantaneous halt in his movements. And this would determine the outcome. The tail stinger ensnared him like a rainbow's light, leaving him utterly defenseless. It was over. The low, resonant voice of Scorpion resonated from within the crimson-hued orb. Observing the ensnared figure of Zabuza raised high by the orb, Scorpion inquired, "What will it be? Surrender? Or death? You have 10 seconds to respond." "I do not favor waiting." The scene left by an utter shock. Zabuza had not even had the chance to employ his signature silent killing technique or the mist concealment technique before being vanquished by his adversary. Is this truly the infamous Scorpion of the Red Sand who successfully assassinated the third Hokage? I clenched his fists. aghast at the glaring disparity in strength between Zabuza and Scorpion. Uchiha Obito, witnessing this, brushed off the dust from his attire and stood up. He was not surprised by the outcome. In the original narrative, Scorpion easily dispatched the already promoted Jonin, Kankuro. Thus, it was only natural that defeating Zabuza, who lacked the enhancement of the decapitating blade, would require some effort. After all, those who wield poison have always been perilous. Once poisoned, any advantage could be nullified. If one had no advantage to begin with, the chances of survival were even slimmer. Clearly, Zabuza belonged to the latter category. It was a pity not to witness the full extent of Scorpion's prowess. There was a lingering sense of unfulfillment. Having fought against Scorpion, he was acutely aware of the techniques yet to be unveiled. Perhaps with the decapitating blade at his disposal, Zabuza could have provided Scorpion with a true challenge. I concede. I accept your invitation. Zabuza naturally opted for the outcome favorable to him. He had no reason to choose death. Recognizing when to yield is also a form of survival wisdom, particularly crucial for wandering ninjas like them. It was indeed a sagacious choice. Upon hearing this, Scorpion released Zabuza. Then, on behalf of the organization, I welcome your membership. Meanwhile, indeed, the Konoha Root organization, led by Danzo, gazed warily at the intelligence from the third Hokage's domain. Uchiha Obito had allied with Scorpion of the Red Sand to eliminate Orochimaru. Has he grown to such an extent? Danzo was well aware of Orochimaru's formidable strength. Even should he be unable to defeat both Scorpion and Obito, he should have been able to escape. Yet, the result left him cornered to the brink of death by Uchiha Obito and Scorpion. How could he not harbor apprehension towards one of the masterminds, Uchiha Obito? And precisely because of this, he felt an even stronger imperative to eliminate that individual. Shimura Danzo had a profound sense that Uchiha Obito would pose a future threat to Konoha's interests. Moreover, he has now confirmed that it was Achihai who sabotaged his plan for the Sharingan transplant, and naturally, he harbors a deep-seated hatred for him. Whether driven by personal motives or for the sake of Konoha's safety, he cannot tolerate the continued rise of such an individual. However, how to eliminate this threat? Ideally, Shimura Danzo would wish to have Uchiha Itachi deal with Achihai, but clearly, this approach is unfeasible, unless Achihai were to voluntarily defect from the Akatsuki organization, which seems unlikely given his intelligence. Out of nowhere, Danzo finds himself feeling a bit irritable. He is acutely aware of a looming danger, yet feels utterly powerless to address it. It is indeed vexing. Meanwhile, far away on the seas of the Land of Waves, Achihai inexplicably shivers, sneezing as he feels as though he is being watched. He touches his nose, experiencing an unsettling sensation. 3 days later, a group returns to the Land of Rain. Welcome, Momochi Zabuza. Pain of the Akatsuki gathers everyone for a welcome meeting to celebrate Zabuza's joining. Thank you. Zabuza humbly expresses his gratitude in response to Pain's welcome. Hey Zabuza, I never expected to see you here. At this moment, the typically reserved Hozuki Kakuzu takes the initiative to greet Zabuza. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Senior Kakuzu. They both fled their villages due to the unbearable pressure from the Mizukage, and now their paths cross again here. It must be said, life's encounters can be remarkably serendipitous. Soon after, Zabuza inherits the codename of Jinbu, completing the roster of the Akatsuki. Coincidentally, with Jinbu's arrival, there is a mission that needs to be assigned to him, an S10, Deidara, for completion. It appears to be a test of Zabuza's abilities. A certain noble in the Land of the Forest has recently caught wind of rumors and is fearful that his lord will hire the elite assassins of the Land of the Forest to eliminate him. Thus, he has contracted our services for protection and to deal with these assassins. Faced with such a task, Zabuza sees no issues, especially since he has dealt with the assassins of the Land of the Forest before. Their strength is commendable, and this task serves as a fine opportunity to prove his prowess. If Zabuza is confident, then Deidara certainly has no reservations either. This is a perfect chance to test his new techniques. Deidara, merely 12 years old, exhibits an audacious fearlessness, not regarding the assassins as worthy opponents. Of course, Achihai's encounter with the Black Scythe, Raiga, and the subsequent acquisition of the Thunderblade is no longer a secret among them. Firstly, it cannot be concealed, as Zabuza and Haku are witnesses. Secondly, organizational regulations permit members to claim spoils from battles beyond their missions. Hence, Achihai's possession of the Thunderblade is entirely justified. Pain feels no discontent regarding this. Even though Achihai may lack lightning affinity and using the Thunderblade feels somewhat peculiar, As long as he executes the mission effectively, Pain remains unconcerned. What if Uchiha Obito merely cherishes the Thunder Blade as a collector's item? However, the fact that Pain of the Akatsuki finds it unremarkable does not imply that Obito shares the same sentiment. After all, from his perspective, it is indeed peculiar for an individual possessing the power of lava release to acquire a Thunder Blade for use. What ulterior motives might he harbor? Is it truly just to enhance his strength with the Thunder Blade, devoid of any other intentions? Such thoughts leave him bewildered, entirely incomprehensible. Hence, he suspects there is more to this than meets the eye. Uchiha Obito has always seemed enigmatic to him, and now, with these puzzling actions, how can his vigilance not be heightened? He attempts to dedicate some time to discern the reasoning behind Obito's actions. In a certain room within the Rain Village, Obito contemplates. Thus, I have already secured a formidable lightning release user for the ninja village I shall establish in the future. His objective in acquiring the Thunderblade is straightforward: to prepare for the foundation of his ninja village by cultivating strong individuals and enhancing its foundations. However, as he gazes upon the documents on the table, he cannot help but admire them. Indeed, they are the fruits of Orochimaru's research, obscure yet utterly captivating. He dispatches one shadow clone for training and another to keep watch, ensuring vigilance against White Zetsu's surveillance. Meanwhile, his true self, in moments of respite, peruses Orochimaru's research materials and inadvertently becomes engrossed in them. Within these pages, he discovers numerous secrets of the ninja world and the mysteries of the human body, broadening his horizons significantly. Yet, his tranquil state is soon disrupted. 3 days later, Conan personally arrives to convey the orders from Zero Burial, assigning the two a new mission. Upon receiving the mission scroll from Conan, Obito's brow raises in intrigue. How fascinating. Their secret technique has attracted the attention of the Cloud Village. It appears to be quite a valuable asset. The mission's details are quite simple. The secret techniques of the Land of Trees have caught the eye of the Cloud Village. To prevent their ancestral techniques from being seized by the Cloud Village, which has been ravenously hunting for jutsu, they have hired the Akatsuki, a recently rising organization in the smaller nations, to safeguard their secrets against the ninjas from the Cloud Village. Facing the Cloud Village, indeed, promises to be exhilarating. Sasori of the Red Sand shows little interest in the mission itself. Instead, he is more intrigued by the prospect of their adversaries. Naturally, this aligns with his character. After all, what if he encounters high-quality materials for puppetry? However, the narrative takes yet another unexpected turn. If he recalls correctly, this incident is supposed to occur years later in the original story, led personally by the Reikage. During this crisis, the Land of Trees has opted to hire an organization known as Xianyuan Zhong to confront the Cloud Village. Is the original plot increasingly deviating from its course? Obito ponders, a sense of foreboding filling his mind. This also signifies that the narrative advantages he could rely on would dwindle. Ultimately, only his intelligence regarding various characters would remain as his asset. He realizes he must seize this window of opportunity to strengthen himself before his advantages diminish further. In the Land of Trees, on a certain island located southeast of the Land of Lightning, in accordance with the task at hand, the two individuals are required to intercept the ninjas from Cloud Village in the forest surrounding the castle of the daimyo of the Land of Cedar. Who could be approaching? Perched atop a tree, Achihai closed his eyes in meditation, silently hoping for a more intriguing encounter. Beneath the tree, the scorpion of the red sand was diligently maintaining his puppets, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of an ambush. I hope they are not all worthless opponents. Perhaps I could select a few to enhance my puppet army, he mused, before vanishing into the depths of the forest, awaiting the arrival of adversaries. Their wait was not prolonged. Merely 2 hours later, sounds began to resonate through the forest. I heard that the Land of Cedar has employed a group of formidable warriors to deal with us. Could this mission prove challenging? This was the voice of a somewhat timid young man. Humph. Oroi, you are far too cowardly. What if the Land of Cedar has hired others? Can they truly rival U.S. Cloud Ninjas? This was the voice of an older woman. Exactly, Oroi, you are being overly cautious. What formidable characters could the insignificant Land of Cedar possibly summon? This time, we have the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails alongside us. It would be quite remarkable if those individuals could withstand the might of our 3 Jonin, let alone contend with the likes of the Woodman. A deeper, more resonant voice joined in, growing increasingly clear as they drew nearer. The Jinchuriki of the Two Tails? Upon hearing this, Achihai could not help but lick his lips. His gaze ablaze with fervor, It appears a formidable adversary has indeed arrived. Just as he contemplated this, the three cloud ninjas, who had been advancing, abruptly halted. The leading female ninja cast a sharp glance toward the position of the scorpion of the red sand, her demeanor fierce as she called out, "Who goes there?" In the next instant, the scorpion of the red sand slowly emerged from the shadows, his crimson gaze sweeping over the trio, revealing a look of satisfaction. Excellent puppet material. The fact that the scorpion was discovered was not due to the prowess of the three cloud ninjas, but rather because he had not bothered to conceal his presence. "Who are you?" The leading female cloud ninja shouted, her voice tinged with caution as she observed the emerging scorpion. With short, light golden hair and caramel skin, she donned a revealing fishnet top and a short skirt, exuding a strikingly alluring figure. A closer look would reveal her striking resemblance to Samui from Darui's original team. Heh, why not take a guess? At that moment, a youthful voice echoed from the branches above, prompting the female cloud ninja to instinctively heighten her alertness. She beheld a young man with bright eyes and deep gray hair, observing them with a teasing expression. It was none other than Achihai. "Be cautious. This fellow has an accomplice." The female cloud ninja warned her two companions, her body tensing as she swiftly drew a long blade from her back. "Orochimaru, request assistance from the woodman. These two are no ordinary foes," the leading female ninja declared, arcs of electricity crackling along her blade. "I will hold off this old man. You two, engage the young one. Absolutely refrain from acting alone. Do you understand?" Upon uttering these words, an intense radiance erupted from his being, thunder illusion lightning pillar. The blinding brilliance compelled Uchiha Itachi to shield his eyes, severely obstructing his vision. The same was true for Hiryu, who squinted against the glaring light. In that fleeting moment, danger suddenly descended. Cloud flow slash. The golden-haired cloud ninja had instantaneously dashed before the scorpion of the red sand, her long blade enveloped in a sharp aura, tearing towards Hiryu. Even a mere upward slash from the side, empowered by a corresponding chakra surge, wielded formidable force. This exemplifies the very essence of swordsmanship. It was a successful strike. As the attack approached, the scorpion of the red sand remained utterly unresponsive, prompting the golden-haired cloud ninja to feel a rush of elation. However, in the next instant, the joy on her face abruptly froze. A sudden tail spike intercepted her assault, and Hiryu, tearing off his mask, unleashed a cloud of toxic mist, deadly poison spray. The cloud ninja had no time to react before succumbing to the toxin. The sweet yet nauseating scent of the mist caused her head to spin. Consequently, when she hastily retreated and landed, she stumbled unsteadily. Kamui. This scene left the remaining two cloud ninjas stunned. The black-skinned cloud ninja named Oroi, alongside the tall, fair-skinned male cloud ninja, Katoi, could scarcely believe their eyes. Their captain had been defeated so swiftly? It hadn't even been 20 seconds. The rapidity of their downfall instilled a sense of panic within them. "Do not panic. I am unharmed," Kamui reassured, gesturing towards the two. She then swiftly formed hand seals, poison healing technique. Instantly, writhing chakra worms emerged from her body, burrowing within. To their astonishment, her previously plummeting condition visibly improved. Subsequently, dark worms oozed from her skin, falling to the ground and transforming into a pool of black blood. A medical ninja? Uchiha Itachi was taken aback by this revelation. It was rare to encounter a medical ninja with such formidable combat prowess, let alone one possessing such advanced healing techniques. In the hidden cloud village, she was undoubtedly a rare talent. Even within Konoha, such individuals were exceedingly few. Witnessing this scene, the scorpion of the red sand couldn't help but express admiration. "Truly, a remarkable individual from the hidden cloud village. You are the first to recover from a toxic state so swiftly." Yet, in response to the scorpion's praise, the cloud ninja named Kamui merely scoffed, fixing her gaze upon Hiryu. "I am quite fortunate indeed. To encounter the legendary scorpion of the red sand here is chilling enough to elicit despair." She had recognized the scorpion of the red sand. However, upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. Hiryu's distinctive puppet visage, when coupled with the few renowned puppet masters in the ninja world, made it relatively easy to discern the identity of her foe. How intriguing. Upon revealing her identity, a deep voice emanated from the scorpion. "Given your exceptional abilities, I have no reason not to craft you into a puppet. I shall take charge of these three. Ye, must not interfere." With that, the tail spike behind the scorpion surged forward, hurtling directly toward Kamui's face. The speed was astonishing, closing in on her in an instant. How could it be so fast? Faced with the rapidly approaching icy tail spike, Kamui could not help but be taken aback as lightning erupted from her body, propelling her backward. Beside her, Kata-ai and Alui swiftly maneuvered to the sides while simultaneously forming hand seals. Lightning release. They called out in unison, unleashing a barrage of terrifying, branch-like lightning that tore through the air towards the scorpion. It was evident that both had mastered the change in nature of lightning release, enhancing the potency of their jutsu. Furthermore, their combined assault, coupled with the incredible speed of their lightning, rendered it far more lethal than the scorpion's tail spike. Moreover, Achihai observed Kamui, who had mysteriously vanished from the battlefield. Even if the scorpion could evade this initial strike, Kamui would undoubtedly follow up with a decisive blow, leaving no opportunity for the scorpion to catch its breath. This was quintessential of the ninja team's combat style. One would engage while another delivered a critical strike. Whoosh! In the face of the ferocious lightning release attack, the scorpion leapt to evade. Yet, just as Achihai had anticipated, got you. Kamui abruptly appeared above the scorpion, her hands gripping her blade, exuding a fierce radiance as she shouted, "Cloud flow, day slash." The attack was as domineering as the sun, with the blade's edge now dangerously sharp. Thud. Suspended in midair, there was no time for any countermeasures. The scorpion was cleaved in two. Had she succeeded? Kamui, a person of remarkable composure, felt no sense of relaxation upon dispatching the legendary puppet master. Indeed, the severed scorpion immediately transformed into sand, scattering away. A sand clone. She realized at once she had not defeated him. Quickly, she shouted to the unsuspecting Alui and Kata-ai, who believed they had secured a successful ambush, "Be careful. This guy is still fine. Quickly, surround him." Upon receiving Kamui's warning, Kata-ai immediately formed hand seals to activate his sensory abilities. He was, after all, a sensory ninja. "Found him. To our right," he exclaimed sharply, drawing his sword almost instantaneously. "Alui, go." In that moment, both erupted with lightning, dashing forward and striking with their blades. The next instant, as the scorpion reappeared, he was met with their assault. Humph! The scorpion remained unfazed, launching his tail spike once more. This time, however, it was not aimed at the two, but rather encircled himself in defense. Yet, haha, you fell for it. The dark-skinned orally suddenly flashed a mischievous smile. In an instant, both figures vanished before Philia, who, only to reappear behind him, one on each side, brandishing their blades, the cloud flow slash. Compared to the front, the defenses at the rear were significantly more relaxed. The two harbored ample confidence in their ability to inflict severe damage upon Philia, who, yet, reality abruptly doused their enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Clang! As they beheld the unyielding tail spike, the joy on their faces instantly froze. How could this be? The two retreated in horror, bewildered as to why their strikes aimed at the vulnerable joints of the tail spike failed to penetrate. The voice of the red sand scorpion echoed, laced with mockery. "Did you really think I would overlook such weaknesses?" As a puppeteer, he understood the vulnerabilities of his creations better than anyone. Thus, upon acquiring chakra metal from Achihai and discovering its remarkable hardness, he promptly coated all the weak points with a layer of chakra metal to bolster their defenses. The tail spike, frequently employed, was of paramount importance. Although the ambush had failed, the combined techniques of Nin were indeed formidable. Watching from the sidelines, Achihai silently praised, utilizing deceptive swordsmanship to launch a surprise attack from behind Philia, who, had Big Brother Scorpion not upgraded the components of Philia, who, that strike would have surely dealt substantial damage. In this regard, it was certainly feasible for the two to jointly defeat Zabuza without the executioner's blade, even if it came at a considerable cost to their own injuries. However, the likelihood of Big Brother Scorpion successfully pursuing them in this moment was rather slim. Suddenly, Philia, whose arms unfurled simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of poisonous needles and spewing a lethal mist. In the blink of an eye, the onslaught targeted the retreating orally, causing their expressions to change dramatically as their rhythm was completely disrupted. Achihai, also retreating, thought to himself, because Kamaya will undoubtedly intervene. Indeed, just as Achihai had predicted, when Philia, who was about to pursue orally, the ill-fated Kamaya swiftly formed seals to intervene. Lightning mirage, thunder pillar. The blinding light momentarily halted Philia, whose movements, compelling him to retreat to evade the searing brilliance and avoid a sneak attack. Humph, think you can escape? Do you believe I would grant you such an opportunity? Amidst the dazzling light, Kamaya materialized like a bolt of lightning behind Filiuhu, swinging his blade. Cloud flow, radiant slash. Clang. The sharp edge of the blade clashed heavily against the solid tail spike. Yet, amidst the sparks that erupted, two shadow clones of Kamaya emerged at either side of the red sand scorpion, simultaneously launching a fierce assault. Cloud flow slash. This was an onslaught from which retreat was impossible. Filiuhu was already ensnared by the real Kamaya, and any chance of evasion had been intercepted by her two shadow clones, leaving him with no choice but to confront the attack head-on. Excellent. Unfazed by the impending strike, the red sand scorpion calmly remarked, aside from ye, you are the only one capable of compelling me to unleash more of my abilities. I acknowledge you. As he spoke, Filiuhu raised his arms simultaneously. They blossomed like flowers, revealing a dense array of sealing symbols within. A series of explosive sounds echoed, and a multitude of puppet arms surged forth, each adorned with several razor-sharp blades, crashing towards the two shadow clones of Kamui like a colossal wave. This was the skill, thousand hands manipulation, which should have appeared on the third Kazekage's puppet, now unleashed from Filiuhu. With a swift strike, Kamui's shadow clones wielded their blades with remarkable sharpness, severing numerous puppet arms. The residual force continued to advance towards Filiuhu. What will you do now? Witnessing this scene, Kamui couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Gathering the strength of three elite ninjas, she felt justified in cornering the scorpion of the red sand. If they could inflict significant damage to this puppet, what fear would the true scorpion have? It was a widely accepted truth in the ninja world that a puppet master was not adept in close combat. Was it? Have you celebrated too soon? A low voice from Filiuhu interrupted, as he suddenly opened both arms once more, unleashing a concentrated chakra. Mechanized light shield. Boom. The blades of Kamui's shadow clone struck against this shield, unable to penetrate it in the slightest. How could this be? Kamui's expression shifted instantly, and she retreated with her clones. Run? Did you consult me on that? Observing this, Filiuhu pursued with his tail stinger. His arms continued to unfurl, launching a torrential rain of shurikens from the revealed sealing symbols. Yet, Kamui unexpectedly dispersed her shadow clones, laughing cunningly as she exclaimed, "Hee, you've fallen for it again." In the very moment her words fell, from the smoke of her exploding shadow clones, Oloi and Kekkei burst forth at high speed, launching an attack from either side. Cloud flow slash. All of Filiuhu's focus was directed at Kamui. Faced with the imminent assault from the two, evasion seemed impossible. Kamui was confident that even if this strike did not completely dismantle the puppet, it would certainly inflict severe damage. At that moment, when the wooden puppet arrived and detained the scorpion's other accomplice, the three of them could continue their assault on the scorpion, ensuring the puppet's total destruction. And a puppet master without puppets posed little threat. Die! Kekkei and Oloi shouted fiercely, delivering a merciless strike. The impact tore through Filiuhu's body. Yet, almost immediately, a burst of green poisonous mist erupted. Upon witnessing this, Kekkei and Oloi cried out in alarm, hastily retreating. But they soon felt dizzy, struggling to maintain their footing upon landing. Undoubtedly, they had been poisoned. Marvelous. Achihai, observing the scene, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The coordination of these three was truly remarkable, especially Kamui, who had adeptly guided her two teammates to launch a decisive strike at the opportune moment, even catching Brother Scorpion off guard. Their combined effort to breach Filiuhu was indeed an impressive feat. The Crimson Jade itself possesses the caliber of an elite jonin. Coupled with the enhancement of poison, it poses a certain threat even to shadow-level powerhouses. In the presence of the Scorpion of the Red Sand, who regards them with complete seriousness, the trio's ability to achieve such synergy is indeed commendable. Naturally, this is to be expected. No matter how inept their coordination may be, the strength of three jonin cannot be underestimated. Moreover, their harmonious collaboration is truly remarkable. However, gazing at the damaged Crimson Jade, which is evidently no longer usable, and witnessing the Scorpion of the Red Sand distancing himself from it, one can sense that the battle is nearing its conclusion. The Crimson Jade is merely the weakest of Scorpion-esque techniques, typically employed for reconnaissance. Its destruction, whether shattered or otherwise, is merely an appetizer, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. It may appear as though Kamui has orchestrated the downfall of Scorpion by damaging the Crimson Jade, yet in reality, he has merely thrust himself into the fire. Neither the 100 puppet manipulation nor the third Kazekage's puppet are entities that can contend with especially considering that 2 of them have already succumbed to poison. Child, your prattle is excessive, remarked a cold voice from a kunoichi with chestnut hair, styled into waist-length braids, who had recently arrived. Her aura emanated a formidable presence, surpassing any of Kamui's trio. It's truly terrifying. Should I surrender? Such strength extinguishes any will to resist. Feigned Achihai, smirking as he raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Do you think I would believe you? The kunoichi scoffed icily, immediately launching an attack on Achihai. I will not allow you to obstruct the mission to seize the secret technique. Naturally, Achihai swiftly evaded, landing in front of the scorpion of the red sand. Brother Scorpion, I may need you to wait a moment. Achihai glanced back at the kunoichi who had just landed, expressing his helplessness. After all, she is no ordinary ninja. Defeating her will indeed pose a significant challenge for me. Upon hearing this, the scorpion of the red sand turned to observe the kunoichi, his gaze sharpening. Such a presence. Is she a Jinchuriki? Indeed. The kunoichi is the two-tails Jinchuriki from the hidden cloud village. Yujito ni. I see, replied the scorpion of the red sand, his expression calm. I shall wait here, taking the opportunity to repair the crimson jade and process these 3 excellent puppet materials. He certainly despised waiting. Yet if it were for someone he acknowledged, a brief pause would be tolerable. Thank you. Achihai grinned widely at this, then turned his attention to Yujito, shedding his earlier nonchalance to speak earnestly. This is my first encounter with a Jinchuriki. Allow me to personally experience your strength. Being regarded as a strategic weapon by the 5 great ninja villages and possessing the capability to alter the tide of battle, the prowess of a Jinchuriki is undoubtedly formidable. How could one not feel a surge of excitement? Kamui, hold your ground. Upon hearing these words, the wooden figure turned to Kamui and instructed. Once I have dealt with this foe, I shall return to assist you post-haste. The scorpion of the red sand is not an adversary you can confront. He undoubtedly possesses more than a single puppet. Do not engage him directly. The previous battle was merely a warm-up for the scorpion. With that, he transformed into a shadow, swiftly closing the distance to Achihai, claws emerging to tear through the air. The speed was astonishing, the assault relentless, akin to a mountain descending upon him, instilling a sense of despair. Has he already harnessed the power of the tailed beast? Achihai's heart raced, yet he was determined to test the extent of this power. His arm ignited with heat, enveloped in molten rock, which he hurled forth with tremendous force. Foolish. Upon witnessing Achihai daring to confront her head-on, the wooden figure could not help but scoff. Do you seek your own demise? Allow me to oblige. Unless one were to train in body techniques like the raikage and possess overwhelming strength, confronting her directly as a Jinchuriki would lead only to death. Clearly, Achihai lacked such capabilities. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, an intense wave of scorching wind erupting forth. The wooden figure stared in disbelief, her eyes wide as she beheld Achihai, who had steadfastly withstood her strike. You actually took my punch head-on? She exclaimed, astonished. The force of her blow was capable of shattering ground over 10 meters wide, yet he had managed to counter it with such ease. How could someone so young possess such terrifying strength? She retreated hastily, locking her gaze onto Achihai. Have you perhaps mastered Tsunade's secret technique of monstrous strength? She pondered, unable to conceive of any other possibility. Nearby, Kamui wore a similarly astonished expression. She swallowed hard, her gaze fixed on Achihai as if he were a creature of myth. What is the origin of this individual? He withstood the scorpion of the red sand, a Jinchuriki, unleashing an overwhelming strike powered by a tailed beast. Besides the raikage, could anyone else match the strength of a Jinchuriki? Even if monstrous strength were employed, it would still be quite formidable. Achihai appeared so youthful. To cultivate monstrous strength to such an extent at this age was nothing short of genius. She had thought the scorpion of the red sand was already a freak of nature. They had fought for so long, merely warming up. But now it seemed Achihai was the true anomaly. Is this the power of a Jinchuriki? Achihai shook off the tingling sensation in his arm, his gaze ablaze with intensity. Indeed, for 99% of ninjas, this is an overwhelming advantage. Yet he stated, shaking his head in disappointment. Is this truly all the might a Jinchuriki possesses? Undoubtedly, this was a provocation. You insolent brat. The wooden figure's expression darkened as she bellowed. If that is the case, I shall astonish you and reveal just how terrifying the power of a tailed beast truly is. Boom. Her breath surged violently, exponentially amplifying her tangible power, which rippled outwards and shattered the earth beneath her. She crouched like a beast, her hands pressed to the ground, as intricate blue chakra patterns emerged on her skin. Her hair stood upright, reminiscent of a scion in all its flamboyance. Her eyes had completely drained of color, now a terrifying void. From a distance, she resembled a humanoid cat demon, enchanting yet perilous. Was she utilizing the power of a tailed beast in her semi-tailed transformation? Observing this state of the wooden man, Uchiha Leaf feigned disappointment, yet his heart was already brimming with vigilance. The second tomo activated, allowing him to sense the surroundings with his observation haki. In an instant, the wooden man vanished. Even the second tomo of the Sharingan could not perceive the slightest trace. A piercing wind howled past his ears, heralding an overwhelming sense of crisis. Even the observation haki could only grasp a general location. Did the semi-tail transformation grant an extraordinary enhancement to speed, coupled with the wooden man's natural aptitude for velocity? His swiftness became utterly unfathomable. A smirk curled at his lips. How exhilarating! In the next moment, sharp claws mercilessly tore through his body. The air itself seemed to wail in agony as visible claw-shaped shockwaves radiated outward. Was it over? Kamui questioned, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. This was also the question the wooden man pondered. Could this fellow truly be vanquished so easily? After his successful strike, the wooden man refrained from recklessly advancing. Instead, he retreated to analyze. It had gone too smoothly. Even if her semi-tailed transformation significantly amplified her strength. Uchiha Leaf's prior display of power was formidable. He was not so easily defeated. It felt surreal. Such a ruthless and swift strike. Just then, Uchiha Leaf's voice emerged. His body oozing molten lava, the torn flesh rapidly mending. He resembled a fire deity, radiating astonishing heat. Lava release. The wooden man gazed in astonishment, but quickly furrowed her brow. This was impossible. Lava release could not assimilate the body. Moreover, he was not the Four Tails Jinchuriki. She was well aware of the Four Tails lava release Kekkei Genkai. Yet even the Four Tails could not transform their entire body into lava as Uchiha Leaf seemed to do. What was this ability? She communicated with the two tails within her. However, even the two tails, with its vast experience, felt bewildered. Such a peculiar ability had never been encountered. Very well, in that case, the only solution was to resolve this with speed. Although she could not decipher Uchiha Leaf's power, one thing she was certain of was that, in this molten state, he could indeed disregard sharp attacks. Thus, her previous claw strike had been ineffective. Yet she believed that since it was an ability requiring activation, if she could catch Uchiha Leaf off guard, she would undoubtedly be able to strike his physical form, inflicting substantial damage. In a flash, she disappeared once more. Her speed so great that those around her, including Kamui, could not even perceive her presence. Before one's eyes, Uchiha was beset by a myriad of lacerating wounds. Unleashing a torrent of molten rock, the wooden man, akin to a deity of slaughter, relentlessly inflicted terrifying damage upon him, rendering him momentarily incapable of retaliation. Yet, the wooden man was not without his own tribulations. As he constantly flickered nearby, searching for vulnerabilities to launch a fatal strike, Uchiha scoffed. Even with the power of the two-tailed beast, your claws shall surely suffer from the searing heat of my molten lava. Perhaps you believe you can outlast me and see who falters first. But feel free to test it. We shall see whether your rapid movements falter before my steadfastness. These words, akin to the whispers of a demon, possessed an extraordinary allure, prompting the wooden man to retreat. Clearly, he lacked confidence in his ability to outlast Uchiha. Was he so easily swayed, this esteemed wooden man? Observing this, Uchiha chuckled softly, his observation haki honing in on the wooden man's approximate position. Lava surge. Thanks to the urgency brought about by the wooden man's terrifying speed, Uchiha's mastery of observation haki had seen a slight enhancement, thereby improving his precision in striking. Moreover, as he felt the heat radiating from his eyes, Uchiha's heart surged with excitement. It seemed even the Sharingan was on the verge of further evolution. This sensation had first emerged during his encounter with Orochimaru, yet had not fully materialized. However, now, the feeling was exceptionally potent. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity for a complete evolution. The Sharingan, it is said, reflects the soul's essence. It evolves in moments of intense emotional upheaval, sorrow, pain, fear, exhilaration, and joy fall within this spectrum. Boom, boom. The earth trembled incessantly as column after column of lava erupted, narrowly grazing the wooden man's form. Though it bore no fruit, it compelled the wooden man to maintain his distance, unable to approach Achihai any closer. Cursed be this fellow's reflexes and perceptive abilities. How could they be so astute? After narrowly evading another eruption of lava, the wooden man retreated further, unable to suppress her thoughts. Such reflexes evoke the sensation of facing a Raikage who had yet to unleash his full potential. Yet, even with the Sharingan, his movements ought not to be this agile. As she beheld Achihai's rotating double Tomo Sharingan, the wooden man recognized his identity. However, she struggled to accept the astonishing swiftness of Achihai's reactions. Such formidable prowess ought not to reside within a mere child. Nevertheless, time was of the essence. She must swiftly deal with this adversary. With Kame awaiting her assistance, there was no time to linger against Achihai. Furthermore, the recent skirmish had enlightened her to a crucial realization. Mere speed could not overcome Achihai. It would require a combination of ninjutsu to have any hope of defeating him. Whoosh! She dashed forward once more, seemingly to evade Achihai's molten attack. Her movements were erratic, making it utterly impossible to pinpoint her exact location. Is this her method of dodging my strikes? Achihai felt a chill in his heart. He was already enveloped in lava. Indeed, it was quite effective. As he pondered this, the wooden figure suddenly appeared behind him with a swift motion, its razor-sharp claws causing him to tense in alarm. At that moment, a torrent of molten lava erupted from his body, surging forth. Yet, the wooden figure was remarkably formidable, vanishing once again from behind him, only to reappear directly in front. Clearly, the strike from behind was merely a diversion, intended to distract Achihai and leave him unprepared for the imminent assault ahead. Fire mouse ball. She opened her mouth, unleashing a blue fireball in the shape of a mouse, hurtling towards Achihai with an intensity that rivaled the molten temperature he wielded. If memory serves me right, this ninjutsu can disperse when necessary and automatically track its target. Faced with this onslaught, Achihai chose not to evade using elemental transformation. Instead, he retreated. If he were to seize this opportunity to complete the evolution of his Sharingan, sacrifices must be made. How could he expect the Sharingan to evolve if he did not place himself in perilous situations? Excellent. The distraction tactic was effective. Observing Achihai's retreat, the wooden figure felt a surge of elation. She believed that his withdrawal was due to his inability to respond in time. Otherwise, based on her assessments of Achihai's abilities, he should have transformed into lava to evade this strike. Scatter. At the moment Achihai stepped back, she willed the once cohesive mass of mouse-shaped flames to transform into a multitude of blue fire projectiles, encircling Achihai from all directions. Was he already besieged in an instant? Encircled by the fiery projectiles, Achihai wore an expression of calm. This was precisely to his advantage. The searing sensation of the Sharingan intensified. Evolution was imminent. He immediately ceased the aid of his observation Haki, utilizing this intense crisis to catalyze the evolution of his Sharingan. Of course, the moment he shut off the observation Haki, a wave of discomfort crashed over him. It felt as though darkness had descended upon his vision, rendering his sensory abilities null. The existing perceptive capabilities of the Sharingan were woefully inadequate to allow him to evade all incoming attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Achihai was instantaneously engulfed by the barrage of fire projectiles. Witnessing this scene, the wooden figure rejoiced. Splendid. Though she could not comprehend how Achihai's agility had suddenly diminished, it seemed reasonable upon reflection. After engaging in such a rapid clash with her, even the Sharingan would bear certain burdens. A decline in mobility was only to be expected. The wooden figure resolved to capitalize on the opportunity, her chakra coalescing into a massive clawed hand lunging towards the explosion. Whoosh! In the next moment, a shadowy figure burst forth from the swirling smoke of the violent explosion. Achihai, skillfully evading the wooden figure's chakra hand. The wooden figure's expression shifted sharply, unleashing a terrifying fireball, mouse-tail ball. This was an even swifter projectile than the fire mouse ball. The wooden puppet, deftly maneuvered, relentlessly tracks its adversary, generating formidable explosive damage. Is there truly no respite? Emerging from the smoke, one is immediately confronted by the searing threat of a superheated fireball hurtling directly towards them. Even Uchiha Leaf cannot help but feel a tightening at the scalp. Without the assistance of the observation Haki, evading this strike through elemental transformation proves exceedingly arduous, potentially leading to self-injury. Thus, he retreats once more, persistently shattering his current limitations, enhancing the insight of his Sharingan to evade such perilous predicaments in the future. Whoosh! Whoosh! Relying on the perceptive prowess of his Sharingan and the advantageous terrain of the forest, he narrowly dodges the onslaught of fireballs. However, his vigilance wanes. The wooden puppet materializes behind Uchiha Leaf like a phantom. Before he can react, the icy claws strike, carving a crimson gash across his back. Uchiha Leaf stumbles, momentarily disoriented by the pain, yet he hastens to track the puppet's movements. Alas, the surroundings are devoid of its presence. But before he can analyze, a chilling intent to kill surges from behind. The Hellhound, almost instinctively, he retaliates. His arm exudes molten lava, twisting to unleash a powerful blow ahead. Before him, the puppet's frigid claws pierce through the air, aiming directly at his vital points. Boom. Caught off guard, Uchiha Leaf is forcefully repelled several meters by the puppet's full-on assault. It's over, Uchiha Leaf. Seeing this, the wooden puppet capitalizes on its advantage and presses the attack. It flits around him, awaiting the perfect moment to deliver the final lethal strike. This time, it is your demise. Yet, Uchiha Leaf is fully focused. His double Tomo Sharingan capturing every fleeting shadow of the puppet, sparing no detail. The Tomo within his eyes whirl rapidly, hinting at the emergence of the three-Tomo form. Evolution occurs at this very moment. Whoosh! The wooden puppet springs into action, its speed creating a deafening roar as it tears through the air. It's here. Uchiha Leaf's Sharingan immediately detects a blurred phantom. Through his almost fracturing gaze, the image gradually sharpens, allowing him to discern its trajectory. Although he cannot perfectly capture the puppet's swift movements, akin to a myopic person straining to see distant scenery, this clarity is already sufficient. Even if the figure remains indistinct, the ability to perceive its movement path is enough to mount a counterattack. His right arm erupts with an intense, blazing force, directed towards the trajectory he has discerned. At this moment, he feels an unprecedented heat in his eyes. His mind erupts like a volcano, as mysterious power flows into his gaze and surges throughout his body. Instantaneously, it feels as though he is broken free from some constraint, his body evolving to match the reaction speed of his Sharingan. Moreover, the movements of the wooden man were imprinted in his mind with unwavering clarity, allowing him to mimic them at will. He knew. The three-Tomo Sharingan had successfully awakened. Boom. As their fists collided, the ground shook violently, as if the very mountains were crumbling. The impact reverberated, affecting Kekkei, the three companions in the distance, as well as the scorpion of the red sand. This final, lethal strike from the wooden man was deftly intercepted. Looking at Achihai, whose eyes had evolved into the three-Tomo Sharingan, scorpion of the red sand felt a sense of relief. So the sudden shift in momentum earlier was merely a ploy to evolve his Sharingan? Such audacity! To willingly fall into perilous circumstances in order to unleash his potential against such a formidable foe. Even the typically aloof scorpion was left astounded by Achihai's reckless determination. Impossible! Kekkei gasped, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief as she witnessed Achihai once again stand toe-to-toe with the wooden man. Shouldn't Achihai have succumbed to the wooden man's advantage after overexerting his Sharingan, ultimately being severely injured? How could he have turned the tide once more? Moreover, why had his Sharingan evolved? Kekkei, grappling with incredulity, could not suppress the wild thought that perhaps his earlier disadvantage had been intentional, a strategy to force his own Sharingan's evolution. A shiver coursed through her, a chill creeping up to her very core. In the face of such a maniacal adversary, did they truly stand a chance? Then it seems we must bring this to a conclusion. With a calm demeanor, Scorpion of the Red Sand tore open his clothing to reveal the core marked with a scorpion, having healed Oroi and Kekkei. He then unfurled a scroll inscribed with crimson characters, as if sharing a precious treasure, saying, "You are fortunate. This is the first time I have employed this scroll." As he spread it open, the seals within were immediately unleashed, and terrifying shadows surged forth, enveloping the entire forest. A legion of puppets donned in red robes emerged, darkening the skies like a harbinger of despair. Kekkei and her companions gaped in horror, unable to comprehend how such a scene could exist. Could this madman truly control so many puppets? Were they to face this multitude? Was there any hope at all? It was well known that the limit for a puppet master was to manipulate 10 puppets in battle simultaneously. No one could surpass this rule. Yet here, a veritable army of puppets blotted out the heavens like ominous clouds. Surely, there were more than 10. Even Kekkei, who had endured the trials of the Third Shinobi World War and was known for her resilience, felt her lips tremble in terror, her body chilled by a profound sense of helplessness. Just facing a single puppet had been such a struggle, nearly costing the lives of Kekkei and Oroi. How could they possibly hope to contend with so many puppets? Although each individual puppet may not possess the formidable strength akin to that of the Scarlet Sand Scorpion, their sheer quantity is indeed overwhelming. How could one possibly be intimidated? The Scorpion, observing the pale and horrified expressions of the three, remarked with a hint of pride. Knowing that I am a prodigious puppet master, you should have anticipated that I would not be confined by the conventional rules of puppet mastery. With an intricate display, numerous chakra threads emanated from his core, connecting to all the puppets as he proclaimed, "This is my original puppet technique, known as the Crimson Secret Art of 100 Mechanisms. Theoretically, it could conquer a small nation." Such an explanation, however, plunged Kamui and her companions into utter despair. Kamui had already overestimated the Scarlet Sand Scorpion significantly, yet she never envisioned that he could be so extraordinarily formidable. The ability to simultaneously manipulate 100 puppets was far beyond her comprehension. Not only were Kamui and her allies astounded, but even the wooden figure could not help but feel an inexplicable shock at the spectacle before her. This individual had forsaken the conventional method of controlling puppets with mere fingers, instead creating a unique style that utilized the core of his heart to command them. The wooden figure regarded him with profound trepidation, recognizing the sheer madness of his creation, yet it exuded an aura of intimidation. She turned her gaze to Achihai, who was locked in a fierce struggle with her, causing the very earth to fracture beneath them. And she could not suppress a grimace as she bit her lip in frustration. How could you exploit me to facilitate the evolution of the Sharingan? Observing the spinning three-tomo Sharingan within Achihai's eyes, she realized that if she had not understood his prior deliberate slowing of movement, she would truly be a fool. Without a moment's hesitation, she retreated. The Sharingan is the nemesis of tailed beasts. The two tails within her had issued a grave warning. She was no longer a match for Achihai. Immediate withdrawal was necessary to preserve some of her strength. If she remained to continue the battle, the hidden cloud village would face total annihilation. Yet, how could she abandon her comrades? Upon landing, the wooden figure shouted, "I implore you, Enri, lend me all your strength." The two tails, of course, had no objections. In an instant, it was as if the ocean had been overturned and mountains had crumbled. An unimaginable weight of pressure erupted from the wooden figure, enveloped by a violent and unsettling chakra. The earth beneath him shattered, trees splintered, and a tempest raged uncontrollably. Unable to withstand the terror emanating from the cat-like apparition, had he fully transformed into a tailed beast, into the true form of the two tails chakra? Gazing upon this colossal creature, towering at least 30 to 40 meters, Achihai licked his lips, everything appearing so vividly clear. The immense chakra state within the two tails, and its flowing essence, every expression and movement, all fell within the keen insight and analyses afforded by the three-tomo Sharingan. The perceptive abilities granted by the Sharingan were indeed more fluid than ever. Gently caressing his own eyes, he mused, "Though I possess no innate talent for illusion, the insight I have gained makes my daring endeavors worthwhile." With the activation of Kenbunshiko Haki, a realm of perception unfurled around him. His aura surged in intensity as he cast a provocative smile towards the two tails. "Come on, two tails!" Roaring with fury, the two tails unleashed a tempest of rage alongside the wrath of the wooden man. Amidst the thunderous bellowing, the two tails, with an unpredictable form, launched a rapid assault, its speed rivaling that of the half-tails transformed wooden man. Yet, the inferno surged forth. Unlike before, where Kenbunshiko could only discern a vague location, the enhanced perception and analytical prowess of the three-tomo Sharingan allowed him to pinpoint the two tails' exact position. A searing, condensed fist of molten energy tore through the air, colliding with the rapidly approaching two tails amidst the distorted, blistering atmosphere. Boom! The ground trembled as if struck by thunder, rocks soaring through the air, the earth splitting. The two tails' advance was abruptly thwarted. Sensing the peril, the two tails contemplated retreating to seize another opportunity. However, why rush away? Achihai grinned, firmly planting his feet on the ground, and bellowed, "Lava eruption." In an explosive display, a torrent of fierce red magma erupted from the earth, piercing through the two tails' chakra-infused form before it had a chance to react. With a roar of pain and fury, the two tails swiped its claws with unparalleled speed, rending Achihai's body. Yet, undeniably, the elemental transformation rendered all damage inconsequential. Before the two tails could make another move, Achihai, empowered by the evolution of his Sharingan, soared upwards like a deity of molten rock. aligning his gaze with that of the Two Tails. As the Two Tails prepared to unleash a colossal fireball, Achihai unleashed a massive molten canine head, canine bite of the Crimson Lotus. Boom! Like a blazing red laser. The searing canine head pierced through the fireball and struck the Two Tails directly. It grazed the wooden man, once again penetrating the Two Tails' chakra-infused body. A howl of rage erupted as the Two Tails, eyes ablaze with fury, unleashed its twin tails like whips towards Achihai. Yet, Achihai transformed once more into molten rock, evading the attack effortlessly. But this was not the end. With the formidable insight granted by the three-tomo Sharingan, he could anticipate the Two Tails' movements. Thus, as he plummeted from the air, he launched a massive magma fist towards the Two Tails, meteoric fire rain. This thwarted the Two Tails' intention to strike a fatal blow during Achihai's descent. Ah, how infuriating! The wooden man bellowed, his eyes ablaze with rage, his impatience mounting. Consequently, within Achihai's three-tomo insight, he discerned the chakra flow of the wooden man had become utterly chaotic. Was he preparing to launch a decisive attack? The chakra within the Two Tails, influenced by the wooden man, was similarly thrown into disarray. Yet, two distinct forces, one bright and one dark, converged towards the Two Tails' mouth in an entirely disproportionate manner. Undoubtedly, this is a scenario that can only arise through the use of the tailed beast ball. However, the intention to unleash this cataclysmic strike in order to force me and Brother Scorpion to retreat provides you with the opportunity to rescue Kamui and the others. Does it not? Achihai's lips curled into a smile, expressing his admiration. Truly a brilliant strategy. Yet, having discerned the intentions of the wooden figure, how could he allow her to succeed? With a fierce determination, he unleashed a torrent of molten lava, channeling his full strength. He summoned multiple streams of lava to erupt from the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The molten rock, both searing and furious, pierced through the body of the Two Tails, effectively extinguishing her deadly assault. Roar! The Two Tails let out a furious roar, powerful enough to shatter the earth, yet it was of no consequence to Achihai. Instead, the repeated injuries inflicted upon the wooden figure, the Jinchuriki, resulted in her suffering a significant burden, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. At that very moment, as Achihai landed, the Two Tails' tails swept through the air once more, creating a tempest strong enough to bend mighty trees. Achihai realized that if he did not evade this onslaught, he would surely be harmed. However, retreating would grant the Two Tails a moment of respite. Even though Achihai had perceived her intentions, it was futile, for he could not prevent it. This was a blatant and calculated ploy. Moreover, it was evident that the Two Tails had more preparations in store. The searing power coalescing in her throat unmistakably indicated to Achihai that, in this fleeting moment of evasion, he would face yet another attack. As expected, just as he materialized to avoid the Two Tails' strike, a massive fireball, towering 10 meters high, surged forth from the ground, its infernal heat intent on consuming him. The pursuit was abruptly halted. Yet, dear wooden figure, have you underestimated me? As the fireball approached, Achihai showed no signs of resistance. Instead, he willingly plunged into the heart of the fireball. For me, fire release is the least damaging of ninjutsu. Allowing the fireball to engulf him, he transformed into molten rock, unharmed by the flames. In the next instant, Achihai swelled within, bursting through the fireball. Instantly, a torrent of terrifying lava erupted forth in all directions. A grand conflagration. The world turned crimson. With a punch imbued with overwhelming heat, the surrounding forest withered rapidly, and he directed the forceful blow towards the Two Tails, who was preparing to retreat with Kamui. This is not good. Within the body of the Two Tails, the wooden figure's pupils constricted in shock. How could she have anticipated that such a fire release would inflict no harm upon Achihai? Consequently, she had no choice but to halt her movements and brace herself with her tails to withstand the impending strike. Boom! An astonishing scene unfolded. The colossal form of the Two Tails was actually forced back several dozen meters by Achihai's might. The ground shattered along the path, debris scattering everywhere. Without granting a moment's respite, Achihai reappeared before the Two Tails in a flash. Gazing at the wooden figure amidst the chaos, he beamed brightly, revealing his pristine white teeth. Miss Wooden Figure, it is time to conclude this. His right arm was already thrumming with power as he unleashed a fearsome, blinding punch once more, canine bite Crimson Lotus. Swift and with unparalleled force, perfectly suited to breach the chakra body of the two tails. The plan was to seize the Jinchuriki within. Not a chance. The two tails roared in fury, her chakra surging exponentially, forming a barrier to protect the Jinchuriki. However, just as a collision seemed inevitable, the lava hound nimbly veered upwards, descending like a divine punishment from the heavens. In a moment where the two tails could scarcely react, it penetrated through the chakra form, aiming straight for the Jinchuriki. Hiss. The Jinchuriki's pupils constricted to pinpricks, a flicker of terror igniting within her heart for the first time. Her body felt as heavy as lead, leaving her devoid of any evasive action. Am I to perish? Faced with the searing heat that seemed capable of annihilating any substance, she doubted her mortal coil could survive. Yet, at that critical juncture, a colossal blue-violet chakra hand emerged, intercepting the lethal strike. How dare you harm the Jinchuriki? The two tails' icy roar resonated throughout the arena. Undoubtedly, she had saved the precarious Jinchuriki. Yet, it was evident that the effort was taxing. Boom. The two tails was once again forced back. The massive chakra form swiftly dissipated, reverting to a semi-tailed beast state. Clearly, the two tails understood that her size rendered her an easy target. Whoosh. In a sudden burst of speed, the Jinchuriki vanished from Achihai's sight. Did she truly believe this would allow her to evade? Achihai's voice dropped to a low timbre, akin to a devil's whisper, exuding a disquieting resonance. Have you underestimated me? With his observation Haki locked in and Sharingan perceiving, the Jinchuriki's location was instantly revealed. Bang! Her body erupted with searing waves of heat, granting her terrifying propulsion as she lunged forward. Buzz! A heavy punch erupted, causing the air to tremble violently. In the next instant, as the swiftly moving Jinchuriki reappeared, Achihai was already magnifying in her view with alarming speed. In her rapidly constricting gaze, Achihai's chakra-imbued fist struck her chest with tremendous force. Uft! The Jinchuriki distinctly heard the sound of her ribs shattering, blood uncontrollably pouring from her orifices. Her form shot uncontrollably into the forest like an arrow released from a bow. Crash! Dust and debris billowed, trees toppled. Ultimately, after a violent tremor of the ground, serenity returned. And at that location, Achihai had vanished. In the forest, before the Jinchuriki could extricate herself from the shattered boulders, Achihai descended upon her like a parasite, delivering a powerful blow that rendered her unconscious. Rather than ending her life, Achihai's intent was clear: to bolster the strength of the ninja village he intended to establish in the future. It came as no surprise to Achihai that he could conquer the Jinchuriki. She was merely at the level of a shadow. He had managed to deal with the reanimated Hashirama Senju even when he possessed only 2 Magatama. In this day and age, it is quite normal for the 3 Magatama to successfully deal with the formidable puppet of the 10,000 hands, is it not? Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly absorbed the unconscious puppet into the system's space, deliberately creating a tremendous commotion thereafter. Boom, boom, boom. The searing lava rampaged through the forest, devastating the surrounding land. In no time, the area within 100 meters was transformed into a desolate wasteland. Furthermore, my chakra had been severely depleted, leaving my complexion pale and my body feeling nearly hollow. Only then did I cease my onslaught and make my way to rendezvous with Sasori of the Red Sand. As for whether I would be under the watchful gaze of Ju, it was not out of sheer confidence that I dared to absorb the puppet and wreak havoc at the scene. 2 minutes later, as Uchiha Leaf emerged from the forest to join forces with Sasori, Kamui and his companions had just succumbed to the effects of poison. Dead. Witnessing that the puppet had left no trace of a corpse, Sasori inquired. In response, Uchiha Leaf shrugged in resignation. I too wished to capture it. This would have allowed us to complete a tailed beast capture mission ahead of time. However, there was no way to do so, as the opponent would rather perish than be captured. To lie without a hint of guilt. Such is the basic art of deception. Sasori nodded in agreement, finding nothing amiss in this. After fulfilling the task with the hired individuals from the Land of Trees, the two set forth on their journey home. 3 days later, has the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails perished? What a pity. Upon hearing Uchiha Leaf recount the details of the mission, Zirazang could not help but sigh. If we had successfully captured the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, our mission would surely have been even more fulfilling. He did not believe that Uchiha Leaf would deceive him. Moreover, if Uchiha Leaf had hidden away the Jinchuriki, he could not have escaped the sensing abilities of the Outer Path Golem. Yet, standing before the Golem, Uchiha Leaf exhibited no signs of anomaly, further validating his claims. However, Would the death of the Jinchuriki draw the attention of the Reikage, leading to denunciations that could hinder our organization's clandestine development and accumulation of power? Uchiha Leaf earnestly asked. In response, Pain of the Akatsuki replied nonchalantly, no matter. He surveyed the gathering and revealed a significant announcement. In truth, even without the matter of the two tails Jinchuriki, I had already intended to initiate the tailed beast capture plan. Upon hearing this, astonishment spread among those present. Where shall we commence? Uchiha Leaf feigned an exaggerated expression as he inquired, though he possessed an inkling of the answer. Nonetheless, having experienced the phenomenon of the transgressor effect multiple times, he dared not fully rely on the narrative advantages he held. The Mist Village, the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. In response to Uchiha Leaf's query, Zirazang spoke up. Upon hearing this, the Mist Village natives, Kiba Tenzo and Zabuza Momochi, exchanged horrified glances with Pain, their expressions betraying disbelief. Yet, the others present understood their astonishment. To capture the fourth Mizukage? Leader, are you serious? Even the usually composed Kankuro could not help but widen his eyes in shock. At this moment, even someone as notoriously unruly as Haiden fell silent, turning to Pain of the Six Paths, and inquired, Leader, are you certain? This is tantamount to declaring war on the hidden Mist Village. Itachi Uchiha rarely spoke with such gravity, stating, to undertake a mission of this magnitude, we would need to mobilize at least 2 teams. However, that would risk exposing our movements. Uchiha Sasuke nodded in agreement, his previously exaggerated expressions now subdued. Though he had suspected as much, Pain's words confirmed his assumptions. The target was indeed the Three Tails housed within the body of the fourth Mizukage. Yet, hearing this revelation directly from Pain still struck him with an inexplicable sense of shock. After all, their mission involved not just any shinobi, but a village leader along with the entire hidden Mist Village. The names of the 5 great shinobi villages carry weight beyond mere words. Even the formidable Third Reikage, capable of engaging the 8 Tails in close combat, could be overwhelmed by a 1,000-strong IWA shinobi army. They, who were far inferior to the Third Reikage, would be doomed if they were to be besieged. Only Deidara, embodying the audacity of youth, exclaimed, Hee, how intriguing. This mission is far too interesting. Leader, allow me to undertake it. Meanwhile, the calm scorpion of the red sand, seemingly aware of the implications, remarked, so, this task is to fall upon me and Sasuke once more? He then posed a question to Pain. What has transpired in the hidden Mist Village that prompted you to target them so suddenly? This inquiry echoed the curiosity of the other members, even resonating with Uchiha Sasuke. Indeed, choosing the secluded hidden Mist Village as the target was strategic, securing a tailed beast without raising significant alarm, preventing the organization from falling into a defensive position. Further contemplating, they had already incurred enmity with the Cloud Village. If they could seize a tailed beast before the Cloud Village could react, it would be advantageous. Otherwise, if the Cloud Village took adequate notice and allied with the 5 great shinobi villages to collectively view the Akatsuki as adversaries, capturing a tailed beast would become substantially more challenging. However, despite the hidden Mist Village's seclusion, the stature of the 5 great shinobi villages remained a formidable reality. A direct invasion without a suitable opportunity would indeed be tantamount to courting death. He was intrigued as to what had transpired in the hidden Mist Village to compel Pain, under Nagato's direction, to target them rather than opting for the comparatively weaker and tailed beast-holding Takigakure. The reason was singular. Pain's voice was cold as he stated, according to reliable intelligence, the hidden Mist Village experienced internal strife yesterday. The rebellion of the Kagaya clan has incited significant turmoil. Although it was forcefully suppressed by the fourth Mizukage, this act has ignited the persecution of bloodline limit shinobi within the village. Currently, the atmosphere in the hidden mist is one of pervasive anxiety. Beyond the Mizukage's authority, another faction has emerged, vying for power. It can be said that the hidden Mist Village has never experienced such chaotic unrest. Such a prime opportunity cannot be squandered. The response from Tendo Pain elicited a palpable sense of astonishment among the members present, even from Uchiha Sasuke himself. The rebellion of the Kagaya clan, as depicted in the original narrative, was not expected to unfold for several months. Undoubtedly, it has now arrived ahead of schedule. Azure Dragon, Jade Maiden, Vermilion Bird, Southern Dipper. Tendo Pain proclaimed, this capture mission shall be entrusted to your 2 teams. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke, Deidara, Uchiha Itachi, and Pai Pa Shirzong all nodded in agreement. Empty Chun, Black Tortoise, Tendo Pain continued. You two will provide support for Azure Dragon and undertake the transportation of the Jinchuriki. At this announcement, Deidara erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "This is absolutely splendid. Leader, this is undoubtedly a brilliant decision." As for Zabuza, his expression remained inscrutable. 3 bodies, Northern Dipper. Tendo Pain spoke again. You two will continue with the bounty hunter mission, striving to accumulate as much wealth as possible. Kakuzu nodded affirmatively, understood. Meanwhile, Haiden joyously shouted, "It seems I can once again spread the doctrine of the evil god and offer sacrifices to our Dark Lord." It could be said that, apart from Tendo Pain and Konan, the entire Akatsuki organization was mobilized, a sight rarely witnessed in the past due to the customary 2 to 3 teams resting. The plot is becoming increasingly chaotic. Uchiha Sasuke reflected as he concluded the meeting and returned to his quarters. Very well. I must accelerate my own enhancement as swiftly as possible. Taking a deep breath, a system interface materialized before his eyes. Ding! The frog spawn has returned from its journey, carrying special products ready for collection. Collect. As soon as he uttered this, familiar memories surged into his mind, merging and harmonizing with his body. However, this time, it occurred twice. Special Product 1. Life Return of the 6 Forms of the Navy. Source: Pirate World. Description: infusing consciousness into the body, allowing for manipulation of any part of the body with ease. Although this skill may not have much other application, it would significantly enhance Uchiha Sasuke's recovery capabilities, likely akin to the effects of Yin healing. Special Product 2. Intermediate Armament Haki. Beginner, Intermediate. Advanced. Source: Pirate World. Description: a latent ability within the human body that enhances both defense and attack power, and can also be enveloped around weapons to augment combat effectiveness. Has the armament Haki finally arrived? He was not particularly surprised by its emergence, having already attained observation Haki. Was it not only a matter of time before armament Haki followed suit? Armament. Hardening. He extended his hand, and as his will directed it, a sensation of solid binding enveloped him. A layer of pitch-black substance encased his palm. Without utilizing chakra, he unleashed pure strength, striking heavily against the blade beside him. Clang. Accompanied by a dazzling shower of sparks, a white mark appeared on his fist, while the blade sustained a significant gash. Is this the power of intermediate armament Haki? Dispelling the armament Haki, Uchiha Sasuke nodded in satisfaction. This blade, of course, cannot be deemed a renowned weapon. Nonetheless, it is forged from the legendary blade known as the Broken Sword, rendering it inherently more robust and sharper than ordinary weapons. Yet, despite its formidable nature, even this blade could not withstand the force of his hardened fist, which shattered it, and he felt not the slightest twinge of pain. The might of mid-level armament Haki is strikingly evident. With a mere thought, he enveloped his fingers in armament Haki, swiftly transferring it to his palm, then to his elbow and arm. With his mind guiding the flow, he wielded precise control over the usage of Haki, covering any desired area without the need to envelop an entire surface to compensate for an isolated point, thus avoiding unnecessary waste. Truly, it was as dense as ink and as unyielding as iron, responding seamlessly to his will. A satisfied smile graced his lips with this. Combined with the abilities of the fruit, my combat prowess shall undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Armament Haki inherently refines one's strength, enhancing capabilities in both close quarters and ranged combat. Moreover, with the return of life, I can further master my body, unlock its hidden potential, expand my meridians, and elevate both the quality and quantity of my chakra. The greater the quality of chakra, the stronger my armament Haki and, by extension, my fruit abilities shall become. This is a rational and positive feedback loop. At this moment, within a subterranean domain, are you implying that Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan has evolved? Uchiha Obito, concealed beneath his spiral mask, narrowed his gaze at Zetsu, who had conveyed this intelligence. Are you certain? In response, the white Zetsu affirmed, absolutely. That sensation of all-encompassing insight, accompanied by a hint of self-hypnosis, cannot deceive me. The black Zetsu interjected. Indeed, Uchiha Sasuke has concealed himself remarkably well. However, it is a pity that he cannot elude us. The aura surrounding him resembles that of the original three-tomo Uchiha Itachi, and I believe there is no mistake. Hearing their firm responses, Uchiha Obito's gaze solidified with determination. Very well, I comprehend. His tone was icy, yet his eyes remained unervingly calm. I did not anticipate his rate of growth to surpass my expectations. My decision to have you monitor him discreetly was indeed sagacious. We shall strike once he completes his mission in the Hidden Mist Village. His abilities are undeniably peculiar. I must prepare means to counteract his capacity to disregard sharp weaponry. The nascent Uchiha Sasuke was capable of besting him. Uchiha Obito, therefore, could not afford to underestimate him and must approach with caution. By the way, the White Zetsu inquired curiously, why do you harbor such animosity towards Uchiha Sasuke? It is evident that Uchiha Itachi possesses a more intricate mindset and poses a greater threat to us. Furthermore, if you aim to seize a Sharingan for future use, Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan seems more advantageous. In response to Zetsu's inquiry, Uchiha Obito remarked, indeed, in comparison, the Uchiha Itachi, who slaughtered his entire clan and infiltrated the Akatsuki, is unquestionably more cunning and poses a greater threat. However, he shifted the focus. This is merely a superficial observation. No matter how meticulous Uchiha Itachi may be, I ultimately discern his true nature and recognize his vulnerability. Even if I were to allow Uchiha Itachi to grow, I am acutely aware of his limitations. However, Uchiha Obito is a different matter entirely. At this juncture, a palpable sense of trepidation flickers in Obito's eyes as he contemplates the individual who wields influence over the ninja world. While his cunning may not rival that of Uchiha Itachi, Obito's origins remain shrouded in mystery, rendering him an enigma to me. The unknown breeds a sense of threat, signifying a lack of control. He clenches his fists. Given our past grievances, I must ensure that I maintain dominion over him. Should he elude my grasp, as he is perilously close to doing, he must be eradicated to prevent any backlash. The necessity of his eyes as a contingency is merely a secondary concern. To him, the unknown is the most formidable adversary. Thus it becomes clear. Upon hearing this, White Zetsu nods in agreement. Indeed, this individual is exceedingly mysterious, as we are about to confront one of the 5 great ninja villages. Consequently, even the audacious and proud like Sasori of the Red Sand and Kankuro are preparing their contingencies and refining their strategies. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito is diligently honing the 2 newfound abilities, ensuring they harmonize seamlessly with his fruit powers. The one truly eager to embark on this journey is likely only Deidara. As they each prepare, far away in the land of lightning, the thunderous roar of the Raikage reverberates throughout the village. What did you say? The team consisting of the Wood Ninja and Kamui has been annihilated? Are you jesting? Who possesses the audacity to strike against us? The Cloud Ninja. The Raikage Sophist is reduced to rubble by his furious wrath. He resembles a humanoid dragon of fury, teetering on the brink of explosion with the slightest provocation. A mysterious organization purportedly known as Akatsuki. As the Raikage secretary, Mabui calmly articulates, our mission to seize secret techniques in the land of the forest has been thwarted. It is rumored that this organization was hired by the land of the forest to thwart our invasion and safeguard their secrets. Upon hearing this, the Raikage grinds his teeth in anger. Akatsuki? What sort of rogue organization is this? However, Mabui shakes her head. Currently, we only know that they are a band of mercenaries, specializing in contracts between small nations, offering low prices yet exhibiting remarkable efficiency, nearly monopolizing the hiring of small nation tasks. It is said their base is located within the neutral land of Rain, possibly with close ties to the Rain Ninja Village. Yet, without concrete evidence, we cannot indiscriminately hold them accountable, let alone resort to threats or intimidation. She adjusts her glasses. Furthermore, the Rain Ninja Village enforces a stringent isolation policy, making it exceedingly difficult for us to send operatives to infiltrate and investigate. Upon hearing this, the Raikage, in exasperation, pounds the wall and exclaims, how infuriating. Are we to merely stand by? We have lost 3 elite ninjas and a Jinchuriki. This is no trivial matter. When has our esteemed Cloud Village ever endured such indignities? At present, accountability can only be pursued upon the acquisition of critical evidence, or the determination that the individual known as Yumu has been either abducted or slain by them. Only then may we take action against them. However, it has been previously stated that infiltrating their ranks for investigation is exceedingly arduous, let alone obtaining pivotal evidence. Mabui responded with a calm demeanor. Yet this response undeniably exacerbated Lei Ying's distress. Knowing full well that the adversary is nefarious, the hidden Cloud Village remains impotent to act. It is indeed a most vexing predicament. Yet he is acutely aware that, in the current state of the ninja world, adherence to the established rules is imperative. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly face a coalition of denunciations from all the minor nations. Such public pressure is a burden that the hidden Cloud Village cannot withstand. cursed Akatsuki. He clenched his fists and coldly declared, I sincerely hope that I do not discover the connection between you and the fate of Yumu. Simultaneously, in the ninja world. Despite the fourth Mizukige's attempts to conceal matters, the rebellion of the Kagaya clan in the Hidden Mist Village has spread throughout the ninja realm. Naturally, this triggered considerable commotion. The Kagaya clan, also known as the Taketorai clan, in the Hidden Mist Village holds a status comparable to that of the Uchiha clan in the Hidden Leaf Village. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan once garnered immense attention. Now, the rebellion of the Kagaya clan has sparked similar fervor. Is it true that the Kagaya clan has revolted? What on earth is happening? With the Uchiha's fall behind and the Kagaya's uprising ahead, are we on the brink of war once more? What are the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages contemplating? Why would they jeopardize their own strength? Such perplexities abound. However, when recalling the recent demise of Orochimaru, and even earlier events such as the betrayal of the Leaf Village's rogue ninjas, the attempted assassination of the Mizukage by the rogue Zabuza, and the defection of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, many smaller nations suddenly felt a chilling sense of impending calamity. Could it be that war is truly upon us again? This notion has set the previously tranquil ninja world into a state of disarray. Certain regions that were already tumultuous have become even more chaotic, resembling a tempest on the horizon. This unsettling wind of turmoil naturally reached the Hidden Rain village a few days later. The dynamics of the ninja world have been set into motion by the winds of circumstance, stirring the stagnant waters of public opinion. Emerging from the seething waters, Achihai gazed at the rare clear sky, now overshadowed by clouds due to his training, and sighed. The wheel of reality increasingly veers away from the narrative's iron tracks, careening forward with reckless abandon. This upheaval should have been instigated by the now-deceased Orochimaru, who had planned the collapse of the Leaf Village 5 years hence. Yet, it has arrived prematurely at the end of the 56th year of the Leaf Village. Indeed, the collapse of the Leaf Village is no longer a feasible scenario, and such deviations from the plot are entirely justifiable. Dressing himself and tying his loose hair into short braids, he embarked on his journey to the Land of Water. Undoubtedly, the route through the Land of Rain, crossing the sea to the Land of Fire, and then to the Land of Water is considerably more expedient and less labor-intensive than the alternative route that involves traversing numerous islands. Certainly, the only drawback might be the possibility of encountering Leaf Village ninjas in the Land of Fire. However, it is evident that Achihai and Deidara's 6 companions are not to be impeded by a mere handful of Leaf ninjas. Thus, the 6 unequivocally opted for the more expedient route. Must we traverse the Land of Fire once more? In the underground space of Konoha, Shimura Danzo's eyes glimmered. In that case, let me assess your strength, Achihai. This will facilitate my acquisition of sufficient intelligence for your eventual elimination. Achihai, possessing such enigmatic abilities, must surely harbor resentment towards the Leaf Village after the despair and trauma of the night of the massacre. To prevent any future reprisals that could inflict irreparable damage upon Konoha, he resolved to eliminate this threat without hesitation. As for why that masked man divulged this information to him, he was well aware. It was merely to leverage him to uncover the depths of Achihai's capabilities. But it mattered little. He had forged an agreement with the masked man. Whoever eliminated Achihai would grant the other certain benefits. He had no concern that the masked man would dare to claim everything for himself. In fact, he preferred that the masked man act first to eliminate Achihai, allowing him to reap the rewards. Upon departing the Land of Rain and arriving in the Land of Fire, the oppressive, damp atmosphere that had accompanied them began to dissipate. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, Achihai and his companions split into pairs, embarking from 3 distinct routes, ultimately converging at the ice port in the Land of Water. However, as they approached a certain forest, Achihai, who had been engaged in casual conversation with the Scorpion of the Red Sand, suddenly halted his steps. What is it? Scorpion inquired, sensing the shift. He quickly grasped the situation upon observing Achihai's unwavering gaze directed at the forest ahead. Undoubtedly, enemies were lurking nearby. A few little mice have arrived, and they seem to be targeting me directly. Achihai chuckled. Brother Scorpion, you should rest for a moment. He then called into the forest. Come out, everyone. Aren't you concerned about the venomous insects lurking within? As he spoke, 8 figures charged forth, encircling Achihai. Their distinctive flower-patterned masks and Konoha Umbu attire left no room for doubt regarding their identities. Root, why are these fellows here again? Scorpion could not help but scoff. Have they taken it upon themselves to confront you? However, Despite his sarcasm, Scorpion quickly recognized the crux of the issue. Their movements had been leaked. Otherwise, how could the members of Root have positioned themselves with such precision? This realization irked him, as it implied the presence of a traitor within their ranks. The Root members wasted no time on unnecessary dialogue, launching their attack directly. All 8 were of Jounin caliber, and their demeanor suggested they had come well prepared. What trump card do they possess that could inflict genuine harm upon me? To be fair, it was not that he underestimated these individuals. As long as he maintains his elemental state, these individuals are utterly powerless against him. He believes that those sent here must possess knowledge of his abilities. Given this, their calm approach to the assault is undoubtedly founded on some form of confidence. Water release, water wave. 2 members of the organization, one tall and the other short, simultaneously unleashed a torrent of water, forcing Achihai either to retreat or confront the onslaught, rather than remain impervious in his elemental form. They truly know how to counter me. Achihai realized this with clarity. Activating his observation Haki, he immediately detected the 2 approaching from behind, their bodies emanating an eerie fluctuation. Having studied the sealing technique, particularly the 9 seals of the illusory dragon, Achihai understood the source of that strange aura. Were they attempting to sever his elemental abilities in this manner, or perhaps to completely confine his powers? Such actions would enable them to inflict tangible harm upon him. He surmised that these 2 individuals might entertain both possibilities. Thus, he promptly inferred their overarching objective. Were they seeking to extract detailed intelligence about him, so that certain individuals could target him more effectively in the future? With this thought in mind, he called out to the distant Sasori, "Brother Sasori, please take cover." Upon hearing this, Sasori instantly comprehended Achihai's intentions. After all, having partnered with Achihai for an extended period, their synergy was undeniable. Witnessing Sasori promptly activate the 3rd Kazekage puppet, Achihai's body began to radiate with intense brilliance. As molten lava was continuously compressed, exuding a suffocating and oppressive aura. Ultimately, it transformed into a terrifying, indiscriminate wave of crimson energy, lava flow, eruption. As Achihai unleashed this assault, the members of the Root organization quickly sensed the impending threat and hastily retreated. However, in comparison to the devastating heatwave that surged forth like a roaring tsunami, their speed was woefully inadequate. It felt as though one were immersed in a searing hell, flesh vaporizing rapidly, chakra desiccating. Even the bones contracted under the scorching heat, leading to their obliteration. They could only emit a desperate scream before vanishing from this world entirely. Even at an altitude of 100 meters, shielded by the 3rd Kazekage, Sasori still experienced an excruciating sensation as though his chakra core were being incinerated. Naturally, this was even more pronounced on the ground below. The once lush forest now lay charred, transformed into scalding sand. Only the relentless heat waves lingered in the air. Achihai's power has indeed grown. Sasori could sense this evolution. Compared to the time he defeated Orochimaru, the temperature and destructive force of this recent attack had escalated significantly. This fellow is truly an anomaly. His rate of growth is astonishingly rapid. While he was aware of Achihai's formidable talent, he had never anticipated it would manifest at such a level. The speed of his advancement left even him astounded. "Let us depart." Upon Sasori's landing, Achihai spoke with calm assurance. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discern the coldness concealed within his gaze. The scorpion of the red sand is capable of discerning matters that the Uchiha Shursui has no reason to overlook. The Root member's ability to ambush them with such precision is undoubtedly due to a traitor within the Akatsuki organization who has betrayed his whereabouts. And that individual can only be one, Uchiha Obito. Have you grown so impatient to rid yourself of me, Obito? The only one who could be aware of his route to the hidden mist village and simultaneously connect with the Root members is none other than him. Very well. Since you can no longer contain yourself, it is time to settle our grievances. He is no longer the passive boy who had just joined. Now, he possesses the strength to confront Uchiha Obito directly. Given Obito's eagerness, he feels no fear. He shall face the challenge head-on. However, you may be disappointed. Your scheme to glean my information through the Root members is destined to fail. Uchiha Shursui glanced at the earth behind him, a smirk gracing his lips, clearly mocking. 200 meters away, a presence of Zetsu emerged. Thanks to his mastery of life restoration, his sensory range had significantly expanded, with both the precision and quantity of his perception reaching new heights. Once limited to 100 meters, it has now doubled to 200. How could this fellow have detected us again? After Uchiha Shursui departed, Zetsu, disguised as a carnivorous plant, emerged from the ground. Watching the retreating figure of Shursui, a sense of apprehension arose. His sensory distance has increased so drastically. It appears our only source of information is now rendered useless. Previously, they could confirm that Uchiha Shursui's perception range was 100 meters, but it is evidently no longer the case. Moreover, this individual instantly perceived their intentions and resolved the conflict in a heartbeat, leaving them no opportunity to gather intelligence on him. This is troublesome now. Obito can only gradually discern this individual's capabilities through battle. They suddenly understood why Uchiha Obito was so eager to eliminate Uchiha Shursui. With a mind rivaling that of Uchiha Itachi, yet endowed with an unmatched sense of mystery and insight, were it me, I too would seek to eliminate this threat first. Black Zetsu's gaze was sharp, and White Zetsu fervently agreed. For days later, the two arrived at the frozen harbor of the Land of Water as scheduled. Prior to their arrival, Uchiha Itachi and Pakin had awaited them there. After half a day of waiting, Deidara and Zabuza arrived. Immediately, they began to discuss the specific action plan. The primary capture mission would be entrusted to me and Brother Scorpion. Itachi and Brother Pakin. You two will be responsible for intercepting the Mizuki's guards and any other potential enemies. Deidara and Zabuza, you will remain in the air, ready to monitor the surroundings and provide support from outside. What does everyone think? Uchiha Shursui articulated his plan. Should things go awry, how shall we respond if we find ourselves besieged? Uchiha Itachi cast a glance at Achihai, inquiring aloud. After all, we are intruding into the territory of the Hidden Mist Village, a formidable power. We must be thoroughly prepared. Upon hearing this, the members of Akatsuki, including Sasori, turned their attention to Achihai, as they deemed his plan to be superior. Consequently, they refrained from voicing their own strategies and opted to adhere to Achihai's proposal. They would retreat in pairs, forming a basic formation. Deidara was tasked with aerial support, countering the enemy's pursuit, after which I would take over to control the situation. Simultaneously, Sasori would connect his puppet strings to me, while Deidara would elevate everyone into the skies. I would continue to launch attacks from above, ensuring a smooth retreat. Upon hearing Achihai's response regarding the retreat operation, the group nodded in agreement, harboring increased respect and goodwill towards him. Naturally, this heightened Uchiha Itachi's wariness of Achihai, knowing that he held no benevolence towards Konoha. Yet, Achihai's capabilities were undeniably exceptional. Thus, whether motivated by the desire to protect Konoha or to safeguard his only brother, Itachi understood the necessity of remaining vigilant against Achihai. Well, since there are no objections, let us execute the plan we just discussed. With that, Achihai turned to Itachi and the others. If unforeseen circumstances arise, Itachi, I hope you will not hesitate to share your wisdom and devise a strategy for our escape. Uchiha Itachi's intellect was remarkably sharp, and Achihai certainly did not intend for him to be a mere bystander. Understood, Itachi replied calmly. With the strategy established, the operation commenced. According to the intelligence provided by Zetsu, the fourth Mizuki remained at the seaside outside the Hidden Mist Village, attending to administrative matters after suppressing the Kekkei clan. This was an opportune moment for the opposition within the village to emerge, allowing him to eliminate them all in one fell swoop and clear obstacles to his dominion over the Hidden Mist. The fourth Mizuki's ambitions were indeed considerable. After a brief analysis of the intelligence, Achihai remarked, "It appears he is confronting the enemy alone, placing himself in an exceedingly perilous situation. Yet, could this not also be a tactic to use himself as bait, luring the enemy out and efficiently resolving the external crisis facing the Hidden Mist? Following this, he could calmly address internal turmoil, re-establish a new order within the Hidden Mist, and affirm the Mizuki's absolute authority." Hearing this, Sasori, who stood beside him, interjected approvingly. However, such a course of action entails immense risk. Given the internal policies of the Hidden Mist, the opposition has conceived the idea of ousting him and appointing a new Mizuki to govern the village. Our intrusion has granted them the opportunity to realize this ambition. The opposition could not only shift the blame of assassinating the Mizuki onto us, but also legitimately elect a new one. Sasori's analysis resonated with Achihai, who concurred wholeheartedly. Nonetheless, he added, that said, we should still be prepared for the worst. Although our analysis may seem optimistic, the actual unfolding of events remains uncertain. The Mist Village is, after all, one of the 5 great ninja villages. Should someone set aside their biases and unite the entire strength of the mist to ambush us? The pressure on our mission would multiply exponentially. Listening to Achihai's words, the scorpion of the red sand couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, a captivating visage and those signature fiery red lips surfaced in Achihai's mind, prompting him to reflect. After all, she is destined to command the Mist Village in the future, clearing the various malpractices that have lingered since the Third Mizukage, dismantling the oppressive policies of the Land of Blood Mist, restoring normalcy to the village, and actively re-establishing communication with the ninja world. Regardless of her current strength, her potential threat must not be underestimated. Of course, such thoughts were fleeting. Taking a deep breath, he initiated the operation. Water Release, Hidden Mist Technique. Produced by Pipa Juzong. The mist gradually enveloped the surroundings, reducing visibility. The Mist Village, nestled within mountainous terrain, is perpetually shrouded in fog. As the mist thickened, it drew no suspicion. 10 minutes later, everyone let us go? Once the mist was adequately dispersed, without further prompting from Achihai, Scorpion and the others understood it was time to act. With Achihai leading the way, they stealthily infiltrated within the mist, evading patrolling mist ninjas. Amidst nearly inaudible movements, Scorpion dispatched guards with his poison needles, while Uchiha Itachi utilized genjutsu to neutralize a host of sentinels. At last, they stood mere steps away from the residence of the Fourth Mizukage, Keigetsu Yagura. Inside, only 4 or 5 guards remained. However, as the wind release, typhoon erupted. It may sound peculiar, yet it is a technique unique to Yagura, swiftly dispersing the encircling mist. Instantly, the surrounding scenery became vividly clear. The Fourth Mizukage Keigetsu Yagura appeared to have been waiting for a long time, regarding Achihai and his companions with a smirk, remarking, "Interesting. I did not expect that my intentionally set trap would not ensnare the traitor, but rather bring forth such remarkable individuals as yourselves." His gaze swept over Achihai, Uchiha Itachi, and Scorpion, finally resting coldly upon Pipa Juzong. "Juzong, I did not anticipate your involvement. I am quite disappointed." Without allowing Pipa Juzong to respond, the Fourth Mizukage continued, "I have a multitude of words, akin to the vastness of the sea, to share with you, but first, I must reclaim the beheading sword from you." With that, a flare shot skyward from the stronghold behind him. His 4 bodyguards materialized at his side, gazing impassively at Achihai and his companions. "Surrender, everyone. Since you have fallen into my trap, there is no path for you to escape. Even if among you stand the infamous Scorpion of the Red Sand and the Sharingan-wielding Itachi." In response, Achihai raised his hands. "Cannot leave? I fear that is not the case." In answer, the Fourth Mizukage merely waved his uniquely hooked weapon, adorned with green floral motifs, commanding his 4 elite guards, "Go." Whoosh. The 4 bodyguards, each at the level of elite shinobi or even stronger, surged forth like phantoms, charging towards Pipa Juzong and Uchiha Itachi. Their objective is unequivocal: to ensnare Uchiha Itachi and eliminate Pipa Juzong. The other 2 will engage the Mizukage's bodyguards, while they await the arrival of reinforcements from the village. It is believed that that individual will not disregard the safety of Kirigakure, held back only by the internal prejudices of the village, allowing their sacrifices to go unnoticed. The very existence of that person emboldens the Fourth Mizukage to lure the enemy here alone. When the Mizukage is in peril, that individual will surely come to their aid. Alas, it seems they have begun with the most dire of circumstances. Of course, this situation was anticipated by Uchiha and the others. The only unexpected element was the apparent presence of reinforcements for the Fourth Mizukage. However, they were mentally prepared for such a scenario. Invading Kirigakure and capturing the Fourth Mizukage could not possibly occur without rousing the village's military might. Thus, they shall proceed with the original battle plan. He will confront the Fourth Mizukage alongside Sasori of the Red Sand, while Uchiha Itachi and Pipa Juzong engage the Mizukage's guards. With a fierce shout, the Fourth Mizukage, despite his boastful words about leaving no one alive, did not underestimate his opponents in action. He immediately harnessed the power of the tailed beasts, forming a massive tail behind him as he rapidly performed hand seals. Water Release, Exploding Water Shockwave. A torrent of water, equivalent to an entire lake, surged forth wildly, causing the very ground to tremble violently. Being close to the sea, the ample moisture made the use of water release remarkably effective. Observing this, Uchiha would not allow him to succeed. Water release not only countered his advantage, but also hindered Sasori's performance. Moreover, he was keenly aware of another formidable ability of the fourth Mizukage, Coral Palm, capable of immobilizing a ninja's movements. If they were truly submerged in water, Sasori, as a puppet master, would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Great Fireball, a fist of molten lava, radiating an extraordinary temperature of 960 degrees, was unleashed. Even as it was cast, the four Mizukage's bodyguards felt as though their bodies would melt away. The intensity of the heat caused the surrounding trees to wither rapidly and evaporate the moisture in the air. Sizzle. Water met fire, erupting into a cacophony of sharp, piercing sounds as scalding steam enveloped the area. However, amidst the relentless torrent of water, a blazing crimson pathway surged forth, as if a supreme sword master had cleaved through the deluge. The overwhelming wave was forcibly split in two, rendering it utterly ineffective. With a fierce shout, the searing fist, having breached the water's barrier, surged forward with undiminished ferocity towards the fourth Mizukage. This is bad. The Mizukage had anticipated that his torrential water would be obstructed, but he never expected that someone could not only break through but also pose a continuing threat. The fourth Mizukage cast a glance at Uchiha Leaf, who now resembled a warrior of lava, and could not help but grit his teeth in dismay. How can he be this strong? The unique lava release, paired with that youthful visage, left no doubt in his mind regarding Uchiha Leaf's true identity. Yet, this formidable strength truly exceeded his expectations. The Coral Palm. With a single strike, a thick layer of coral unexpectedly emerged on the lava fist. It surged rapidly toward Uchiha Leaf, compelling him to disperse his punch. However, the remaining lava was still manipulated by Uchiha Leaf, transforming into a torrential rain of fire directed at the fourth Mizukage, leaving him no opportunity for a counterattack. TCH. What a troublesome adversary. The fourth Mizukage hastily retreated. But what was even more daunting and vexing occurred next. The condensed lava projectile, the size of a fist, was not only heavy and devastating, but also seemed capable of anticipating each of his movements, blocking all potential escape routes. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily unleash the power of the tailed beast, transforming into elongated arms to evade the blow. Yet, just as he leaped into the air, a series of rapid clicks echoed in his ears, accompanied by an equally heavy aura, iron sand rain. The barrage of iron sand projectiles rushed toward him, causing the fourth Mizukage to change color, feeling every hair on his body stand on end. Water clone. The water clone was instantly obliterated. However, this scene left the Mizukage's bodyguards in astonished disbelief. How is this possible? The Mizukage is actually at a disadvantage? Even Pai Pa Shiz and Uchiha Itachi were taken aback. That is the fourth Mizukage, a perfect Jinchuriki. How could he be forced into such a predicament? Has he truly grown to such an extent? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but feel increasingly wary of Uchiha Leaf. Wind release, empty barrier. Yet, the fourth Mizukage was, after all, a shadow-level powerhouse and a perfect Jinchuriki. The tailed beast endowed him with a heightened sense of danger. Therefore, as soon as he appeared, he set up a defense to avoid being ambushed. Given Uchiha Leaf's previous ability to perceive all his escape routes, the fourth Mizukage firmly believed that his next appearance would also be discerned by Uchiha Leaf, leading to another sudden attack. He was not mistaken, as he conjured a transparent barrier from the wind, a searing fist, and a chilling black iron sand spike struck simultaneously. Get away from me. Even though he had been manipulated in the past, causing calamity for the hidden mist village for so long, now that he had escaped that control, he naturally had to shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing the village. And this began with defeating the enemy before him, utilizing this invasion to assert his authority and stance. He aimed to regain the trust of the villagers. Water release, vortex break. Centered around himself, a torrent imbued with tearing power expanded outward, possessing a cutting force akin to blades, repelling all objects in front of him. Faced with this unyielding current, Uchiha Leaf and the third Kazekage puppet both retreated simultaneously. However, the fourth Mizukage was denied the opportunity to connect his ninjutsu, as Uchiha Leaf unleashed another ferocious strike, lava eruption. Confronted with this descending blow, the fourth Mizukage's expression changed as he hurriedly attempted to evade to the side. But this strike was far too swift. Despite his immediate attempt to manipulate the surrounding waves of water as a shield, the right side of his body was still severely burned. Yet, under the healing powers of the tailed beast, the wounds rapidly began to mend. In contrast to the similarly endowed Jinchuriki, The fourth Mizukage merely suffered burns, rather than having his chakra manifestation pierced, thus averting a dire situation. The disparity in their strengths was unequivocally apparent. Observing Achihai inflicting damage upon the fourth Mizukage, the scorpion of the red sand seized the opportunity without hesitation. He promptly commanded the third Kazekage to conjure dozens of iron sand spears, launching them forth with ferocious speed. Water release. Water flow wall. The fourth Mizukage felt a shiver run down his spine at the toxic aura emanating from the iron sand, a threat he dared not approach. Water vapor swiftly coalesced around him, forming a semicircular, rapidly spinning water shield that encased him in protection. But the assault did not cease. The fourth Mizukage swiftly performed hand seals, water release, water dragon bullet technique. A magnificent dragon coalesced, seemingly imbued with a soul of its own, roaring as it surged toward Achihai, preventing him from launching further attacks against the fourth Mizukage. The iron sand spears, with their formidable force, failed to completely breach the water shield, penetrating only halfway before they could advance no further. Witnessing this, the scorpion of the red sand immediately commanded the third Kazekage to assume a defensive stance. However, the semi-tailed beast-empowered fourth Mizukage moved with a swiftness beyond the scorpion's expectations. Beast Bomb. The fourth Mizukage unleashed a colossal blast, its speed so astonishing that even the scorpion was taken aback. The third Kazekage quickly manifested a pair of robust wings to shield himself. Yet, even with such defense, the scorching strike pierced through the iron sand wings in less than 3 seconds. Although the scorpion hastily maneuvered the third Kazekage to evade, he found that his entire right arm had been obliterated upon reappearing. How quick is your reaction? The fourth Mizukage felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as his attack fell short of expectations. However, he soon recognized a new opportunity. With a thunderous roar, he stomped the ground, crashing through the water shield like a meteor, closing in on the scorpion of the red sand's true form amidst a cacophony of sound. Indeed, if he could not effectively damage the third Kazekage puppet, he would directly assault the scorpion itself. It was common knowledge within the ninja world that a puppet master's physical prowess was typically limited. He was confident he could inflict severe damage upon the scorpion. Oh no, the scorpion of the red sand exclaimed in alarm. Yet, having just diverted most of his attention to maneuver the third Kazekage away from a fatal strike, he found himself unable to mount a defense against the fourth Mizukage's sudden onslaught. The only recourse was to resort to a sand clone to mitigate the impending crisis. But then came the voice of Achihai, commanding and resolute. Armored, hardened, hellhound. This decree halted the scorpion's intentions. As the voice echoed, the onlookers beheld a striking silhouette of a black fist erupting into the air, colliding heavily with the ferocious, semi-tailed beast-empowered fourth Mizukage. Boom! The ground erupted, fracturing under the force of the clash. A terrifying surge of energy uprooted the surrounding trees, compelling even the formidable Chiyo to manipulate the third Kazekage to construct a wall of sand and iron for self-preservation. Yet, in the next moment, the half-tailed beast-transformed fourth Mizukage found himself forced back several steps. The sight, witnessed by the likes of the shocked Uchiha Itachi and the astounded Biwa Juzu, was nothing short of astonishing. Is this truly happening? That is the power of a tailed beast, capable of shattering mountains and obliterating forests. Biwa Juzu gazed incredulously at Achihai, who continued to push back the fourth Mizukage. His strength is utterly terrifying, surpassing even the might of a tailed beast. Although this was merely a half-transformation, the tailed beast's power had yet to be fully unleashed. Nevertheless, it was already remarkable. Apart from the Reikage's lineage, who else could accomplish such a terrifying feat? The fourth Mizukage was astonished to find himself at a disadvantage in this contest of strength. However, he seized the opportunity to grasp Achihai's fist, already beginning to gather the chakra for the tailed beast bomb in his mouth. At such a close range, how could he let this chance slip away? Inuzuka, Crimson Lotus. Yet, coincidentally, Achihai harbored the same intent. His body rapidly transformed into molten lava, and a massive head of a lava hound erupted from his shoulder, enveloped in an aura of armed color. Instantly, it became a hellish black beast, charging directly towards the fourth Mizukage. The intense heat and solidity sent chills through the fourth Mizukage, forcing him to retreat rapidly while simultaneously unleashing the incomplete tailed beast cannon from his mouth. Boom! The clash of scorching rock against energy cannon illuminated the entire battlefield, momentarily blinding Uchiha Itachi and his companions. However, as their vision returned, they were met with another shocking scene. Achihai, with fists ablaze yet shrouded in darkness, surged forward like a god of war, engaging in a hyper-accelerated physical confrontation with the fourth Mizukage. Boom, bang, crash. The battlefield was a blur of red and black shadows colliding, shaking the earth, making it difficult to discern victor from vanquished. Uchiha Itachi activated his Sharingan, only then perceiving the full extent of the clash, and could not help but marvel. He is indeed holding his own against a Jinchuriki in combat. Had he truly grown to such a formidable extent? Even stronghold-level shinobi could not suppress him. Itachi pondered that only with a massive expenditure of ocular power could he employ Amaterasu to swiftly defeat the fourth Mizukage. Otherwise, in conventional combat, such achievements seemed unattainable. Suddenly, the two combatants retreated from each other, with the fourth Mizukage erupting in a terrifying wave of violent energy, black, blue, and red particles converging at an alarming rate. Achihai, too, exuded a bubbling intensity, the roar of lava resonating, radiating waves of destruction. Observing this scene, Chiyo seemed to sense the impending doom, urgently shouting, "Everyone, disperse." Simultaneously, he shot out two strings from his puppetry, seizing Uchiha Itachi and Biwa Juzu, using the damaged third Kazekage puppet to propel them into the sky. In the next moment, the molten world ignited. Tailed Beast Bomb. Uchiha unleashed a devastating punch, sending forth a fan-shaped crimson shockwave that shattered the earth. The fourth Mizukage firmly grasped the earth, unleashing a colossal energy conglomerate akin to a meteor, heavy and searing. It erupted forth, distorting the very air around it. Boom. Like a cataclysmic collision of planets, the two forces detonated simultaneously. The entire hidden mist village trembled violently, while tumultuous waves surged along the shoreline. The ground howled in agony as it rapidly collapsed, tearing apart in all directions. Hurricane-level winds swept across the area, compelling the scorpion of the red sand to hastily ascend into the sky. Otherwise, there lurked the peril of being caught in the tumult and suffering grievous burns. This clash was overwhelmingly potent. Instantly, more than half of the coastal area was submerged, and the dwelling of the fourth Mizukage had devolved into an underwater ruin. A vast lake had been artificially created near the shoreline. The water, of course, was scorching hot, capable of boiling flesh. Who emerged victorious? This was the question that lingered in the minds of the scorpion of the red sand and his companions. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of further collisions erupted, sending forth massive splashes. Suddenly, the water's surface exploded, revealing a figure emerging alongside another. Coughing, the individual revealed himself to be Uchiha Bito. Half of his clothing was incinerated. His left shoulder was severely burned, and his chest had caved in, yet it swiftly began to mend under the scrutiny of onlookers. His right arm was gradually shedding hard coral, exposing numerous grievous lacerations. Beside him lay the fourth Mizukage, charred and unconscious. Undoubtedly, Uchiha Bito had triumphed. However, with the assistance of the scorpion of the red sand, it had proven to be a strenuous endeavor. One could only imagine the formidable strength of the fourth Mizukage, far surpassing the preeminent Orochimaru and comparable to the prowess of the wooden avatar. It was only due to the Sharingan's counter against tailed beasts that Uchiha Bito could so effortlessly subjugate his opponent. Yet, before the group could revel in victory, a series of clandestine operatives from the hidden mist village descended, encircling Uchiha Bito. Following them was an enchanting woman with long chestnut hair, flanked by a cadre of mist shinobi. Behind her, a dashing young man, clad in scanty attire, approached with an aura of oppressive power characteristic of a Jinchuriki. Alongside him was a burly man adorned with green stripes on his face, sharp teeth, and wielding an enormous ninja blade upon his back. Such a commotion had indeed stirred a significant ruckus. The alluring woman spoke, her radiant smile directed at Uchiha Bito. Truly astonishing. I did not anticipate that you, Uchiha Bito, possessed such terrifying strength, capable of defeating even the fourth Mizukage. Might I request the return of the fourth Mizukage? After all, he is a vital asset to our village and its leadership. News of his abduction would be quite detrimental. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Bito feigned a troubled expression. How unfortunate. I fear I cannot acquiesce to your request, beautiful sister. The fourth Mizukage is a valuable asset to my organization, and I cannot relinquish him without authorization. Alas, if only he were my own possession, perhaps I would truly be able to grant your wish. The theatrical display of feigned regret, a semblance of wanting to give yet hesitating, was indeed dramatic. It seems that action is the only recourse. Your immaturity is simply insufferable. The alluring woman shook her head, wearing a face of regret as well, remarking, to melt you away thus would indeed be a pity. With that, she shed her previous languid demeanor and transformed into a figure of cold ruthlessness. Everyone, reclaim the fourth Hokage and eliminate the intruder. With that, she charged towards the waning and somewhat pallid Uchiha Sasuke, evidently intent on seizing the fourth Mizukage from him by force. Jinjutsu, binding technique. Positioned above the water's surface and already exhausted, Uchiha Sasuke was reluctant to engage a master of water techniques on the water itself. Though he was not particularly skilled in Jinjutsu, the power unleashed by his three-tomo Sharingan was formidable. The alluring woman's expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily redirected her gaze. Her advance momentarily stalling, she swiftly formed hand seals, water release, hidden mist technique. By obscuring visibility, she could evade the peril of being caught in Uchiha Sasuke's Jinjutsu. In just a couple of seconds, the entire lake was shrouded in thick mist, rendering the enemy invisible at 5 meters away. However, upon encountering such mist, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly smiled, his voice resonating with a low timbre amidst the fog. Used elsewhere, this may indeed be an effective tactic, but alas, you are up against me. Thus, this choice becomes a grave error. Activating his observation Haki, the mist posed no hindrance to him. Rather, it became an obstacle for the alluring woman. Even though she possessed a unique perception technique to complement her hidden mist technique, could it truly compare to the directness of his observation Haki? Meteor shower. With a mere gesture, he unleashed a barrage of searing magma projectiles, enveloped in his armament Haki. Though his stamina was indeed severely drained, it did not signify his inability to fight. How could that be possible? Faced with the relentless, scorching barrage, the alluring woman's expression changed as she hastily retreated. Her prepared offensive disrupted. Her initial intention was to utilize the mist to obscure her movements and launch a surprise attack on Uchiha Sasuke. Yet, she had not anticipated that he was a sensory ninja capable of precisely locking onto her even within the fog, launching a counterattack faster than she could react. After evading all the assaults, she found herself without a trace of Uchiha Sasuke amidst the mist. How infuriating! The alluring woman promptly exited the mist's range and ascended to solid ground. There, fierce battles had already erupted elsewhere. Without Zabuza's support, they faced off against the likes of Kiba and Tintin, while Deidara seized the opportunity to descend and pass the fourth Mizukage to Uchiha Sasuke. Now, let us proceed according to plan. After consuming several military rations, bolstered by the aid of life restoration, Uchiha Sasuke addressed Deidara. Understood, Deidara replied, soaring into the air with a glimmer of excited malice upon his face. At long last, the moment for him to showcase his talents had arrived. Just as Deidara took to the skies, the enchanting woman made her grand entrance. How swift, dear sister! Uchiha Leaf turned to face the alluring woman pursuing him. Grinning widely, alas, you are but a step too late, Lady Madarumi. Indeed, the captivating woman commanding the mist ninja forces surrounding Uchiha Leaf and his companions was none other than the future fifth Mizukage, Madarumi. Then, you shall remain here today. Matarumi's expression was frigid, her voice laced with a chilling resolve. How frightening! Uchiha Leaf feigned extreme fear, even raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Yet his demeanor was rife with provocation. But can you truly accomplish that? This only served to intensify Matarumi's icy gaze, and with a sardonic smile born of fury, she retorted, then let us see if you can escape. She commanded a man behind her, adorned with an eye patch and earrings bearing 2 sealing talismans. Ao. Deploy the forces, wagering the dignity of our village. Not a single fly shall escape from the sea today. Let those in the Mizukage faction ponder what is more crucial, reclaiming the title of Mizukage, or continuing the internal strife that depletes our strength. Upon hearing this, the man known as Ao immediately departed, vanishing into the ranks. Truly, one can see why she is destined to become a leader of the opposition and eventually ascend to the role of Mizukage. Her audacity is evident. Observing this, Uchiha Leaf couldn't help but offer his praise, and none found fault in his words. Heh, Matarumi is truly incensed. It seems you shall not escape today. The tall, stout man, witnessing this, urged Uchiha Itachi, who stood before him. Surrender, Itachi of the Sharingan. Your struggles are futile. You have no chance of escape. In response, Uchiha Itachi calmly remarked, How curious that you, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the esteemed bearer of the Sword of the Mist, have aligned with the opposition. Indeed, this stout man was none other than Kisame Hoshigaki, the first wielder of the Samehada. However, amidst their tranquil exchange, the situation for Sasori of the Red Sand was far more tumultuous. The Jinchuriki of the 6 tails, is it? Sasori's gaze was grave as he regarded his formidable opponent. The crimson, half-tailed beast transformation boasted 4 long tails swaying behind it, signifying that he had yet to fully harness the beast's power. Nevertheless, the aura emanating from this being was scarcely inferior to that of the 4th Mizukage, warranting Sasori's utmost caution. Coupled with his recent encounter with the 4th Mizukage, Sasori's wariness was heightened. Indeed, the cool and handsome figure before him was yet another Jinchuriki of the Mist Village, the 6 tails, named F. In the original narrative, it required Pain to take action personally, during which several of Pain's forms were obliterated. His strength ranked just below that of the 9 tails and 8 tails Jinchuriki. Even so, he was not yet as formidable as his original counterpart, yet none dared to underestimate him. Meanwhile, while the battle raged intensely, the defenses within the Mist Village had grown increasingly vulnerable, as a significant portion of their forces had been amassed along the coastline. This presented an opportunity for a certain individual to exploit the chaos. Kagaya Kimimaro and Kisame Hoshigaki. Heh, I have arrived. Achihai's shadow clone wore an exuberant grin, enveloped in a veil of joyous delight. Its mastery of Kenbunshiko Haki allowed it to deftly maneuver through the throngs of people, evading detection while swiftly locating the whereabouts of Kisame Hoshigaki. This shadow clone was naturally formed amidst the swirling mists, having stealthily infiltrated the village amid the chaos. Now that it had arrived in the land of water, there was little reason to abstain from stirring up some trouble. The steadfast Kisame Hoshigaki and the extraordinarily gifted Kagaya Kimimaro, were these not the formidable talents Achihai yearned to encounter since founding his own shinobi village? Before long, the unsuspecting Kisame, known for his straightforwardness, was located by Achihai in the most concealed corner of the umbu of Kirigakure, seemingly forgotten. He was under the watchful gaze of 2 exceptionally skilled umbu operatives. With swift and decisive precision, Achihai dispatched the 2 observers and approached Kisame's position. Who goes there? Kisame's vigilance heightened as he sensed an anomaly, drawing his sword and calling out sharply. Oh, there is no need for such alarm, Lord Kisame. Achihai emerged from the shadows, observing the steadfast figure of Kisame still guarding the umbu of Kirigakure, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Have you ever considered finding a new place to reside? Upon hearing this, Kisame inquired, a new place to reside? What do you mean? Achihai's smile grew ever brighter, his voice imbued with an enchanting allure. Having undertaken countless sordid tasks for your village and nation, you, who have chosen betrayal time and again in the name of mission success, must understand that all you face is mere illusion. Is it not tragically ironic that as a shinobi of the mist, you are compelled to slay your fellow comrades? Kisame chuckled wryly at this statement, his eyes narrowing with intensity. Whether it is ironic or not is inconsequential. I have comprehended the necessity of slaying comrades from the very beginning in this world of falsehoods. Now, I can only ask myself, who am I? What is my stance? What is my purpose? Where am I headed? Where can I attain true tranquility? He gazed at his own raised hands, a mix of confusion and clarity spilling forth. Throughout these years, the only truth I have truly experienced is my own falsehood. Beyond that, I have perceived nothing else. Observing Kisame's increasingly bewildered expression, Achihai's smile radiated even more brilliantly, reminiscent of a charming stranger luring a child. He coaxed, in that case, allow me to liberate you from the anguish of this falsehood. I shall grant you the most authentic perception. Come to the refuge I shall establish for you, a place I call the village of light and shadow. For so long, you have fought for your village, even to the point of having to slay your comrades. But from this day forth, fight for yourself, as my companion. Perceive the genuine world, and protect the true beauty. Kisame squinted at the mention of the village of light and shadow. It seems I have never heard of such a faction. Achihai chuckled in response. Of course, for it is the shinobi village I am about to establish. Naturally, it has not yet graced your ears. This declaration elicited another wry chuckle from Kisame. To establish a shinobi village, is it? Truly an ambitious goal. Whether you can succeed remains to be seen, yet you seem to understand me well and trust me greatly. However, I currently find myself unaware of your true identity. Inviting me to join you seems rather insincere, does it not? Hearing this from Kisame Hashigaki, Achihai smiled softly. Introducing himself, I am Achihai. Do you wish to become my companion, Kisame Hashigaki? This response evidently astonished Kisame. With a grin, he sheathed his long sword, exclaiming, Is it truly someone like you? It seems I shall witness a monumental transformation in the ninja world. I am honored to be your companion, Mr. Ya. Implicit in his words was a profound belief in Achihai's potential to successfully establish a ninja village and reclaim his true self. Naturally, Achihai felt elated by this. Once he had calmed his emotions, he said, I still need to recruit another comrade. Given the current chaos in the village, now is the perfect time to leave Kirigakure. I will need you to wait in the land of rice. Once I have resolved my current affairs, I will meet you and bring you a suitable weapon. He then produced a raikiri, presenting it to Kisame. It was rumored that this raikiri had been lost, with the village unable to uncover any leads after extensive investigation. To think it would end up in your hands, Mr. Ya? Kisame accepted it without hesitation, as if acknowledging a fated encounter, saying, It appears that my meeting with you, Mr. Ya, is indeed a twist of destiny. Upon hearing this, Achihai smiled and replied, Indeed, fate has brought us together in this place. With that, he vanished into the shadows. He had a recollection of Kagaya Kamara's whereabouts, within a certain prison in the village. Naturally, it is far simpler to entice a 10-year-old child who has lost his way in life than to recruit Kisame Hashigaki. Life, in essence, holds little meaning. Gently stroking Kagaya Kamara's head, Achihai assumed the role of a caring older brother, saying, But do you know? As long as you live, you can discover fascinating things. Just like you have found this resilient flower before you, and I have discovered the tenacity within you. Under the orchestrations of fate, beauty arrives in due course. After this heartfelt exchange, Kagaya Kamara regarded Achihai as the son of his life, vowing to live for him henceforth. After ensuring Kagaya Kamara's escape route, Achihai's shadow clone had fulfilled its mission. At the seaside, dissolution technique. Dark yellow acidic liquid surged forth like a tumultuous wave, crashing towards Achihai. Great fire. Achihai's body transformed into a molten state, boiling and expanding, morphing into a colossal, searing fist that lashed out. Amidst the shrill howling, it collided with the formidable wave. The water, naturally, reacted violently with the intense heat of the attack. Yet, the scalding steam compelled Achihai to retreat swiftly. The reason was clear. The acidic vapor possessed formidable corrosive properties. Dissolution technique. Observing Achihai's withdrawal, Terumi did not grant him a moment's respite, launching another barrage of acidic liquid. After battling the fourth Hokage, how much fighting power remains within you? With a subtle smile at the corner of her lips, Terumi, though panting, did not cease her onslaught. Boil release, skilled mist technique. Her demeanor suggested a disregard for Uchiha Leaf, yet her actions were marked by utmost caution. It was evident that the attitude of the Mist Village ninjas towards their adversaries was indeed a legacy passed down through generations. In the blink of an eye, Terumi dashed to the rear of Uchiha Leaf, who had just evaded an assault of corrosive fluid and unleashed a torrent of even more terrifying, searing mist. Armored, Uchiha Leaf felt a shiver run down his spine. Immediately enveloped in his Haki armor, he retreated at great speed while forming seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Though its power was not particularly formidable, it sufficed to obstruct Terumi's relentless pursuit. However, to Uchiha Leaf's astonishment, even his formidable Haki armor felt a pang of burning pain in the face of the mist. His intermediate Haki was surprisingly eroded. Truly, it was not without reason that this bloodline limit could directly dissolve Susanoo in the original narrative. It possessed a certain profundity. After withdrawing a sufficient distance, the chakra relayed back by his shadow clone finally arrived, dispelling his earlier weakened state. Lava eruption. Activating his observation Haki, he locked onto Terumi, who had just landed, and unleashed a torrent of blazing lava. Hiss. Terumi felt an immediate tightening throughout her body, faced with the molten flow capable of instant obliteration. She hastily resorted to her water clone technique. Even upon reappearing, she retreated at an incredible pace, having already experienced Uchiha Leaf's formidable predictive abilities in their previous skirmish. What was happening? How could this fellow's aura have surged so dramatically? Observing Uchiha Leaf's imposing presence, Terumi felt a wave of unease wash over her. The previously weakened Uchiha Leaf had already posed a significant challenge. One of her greatest trump cards, the mist technique, was an enigma even to the Sharingan. Yet, before Uchiha Leaf, it seemed utterly ineffective. Utilizing all her skills, she had merely managed to reach a stalemate, leveraging the elemental advantage of water and fire. But now, Uchiha Leaf's state had soared, while hers had significantly declined. The outcome was all too predictable. She bit her lip, pondering whether she would have to allow this scoundrel and his accomplices to abscond with the fourth Hokage. If word of this spread, what would become of the Mist Village's reputation? No, even if it required immense sacrifice, she must ensure that at least a few remained. With a steely glint in her eyes, Terumi Mei retreated rapidly to the ranks of the Mist Elite Ninjas. Everyone, let us take action together. Recognizing that she could not contend with Uchiha Leaf alone, she resolved to unite with her comrades. Indeed, the elite ninjas had long wished to join the fray, but had refrained from acting until Terumi Mei's command was given. Now that she had issued the order, they surged forward, eager to assist. Utilize combined water release to create an advantageous environment for us, Terumi Mei commanded, directing her fellow elite ninjas into action. Having conducted a degree of research on Uchiha Leaf's abilities during the previous conflict, she had formulated a strategy. But, everyone, it is time to retreat. The Shadow Clone has returned chakra, and naturally, Achihai has no reason or desire to linger any longer. How could he possibly engage in a protracted struggle with the Mist-Hidden Army, even if they could contend with so many enemies? The few of them would ultimately be exhausted. There was no necessity for such a futile endeavor. Without hesitation, he unleashed a searing strike towards the sky, signaling the airborne support of Deidara to retreat. Then, in a spectacular display of power, he summoned forth terrifying lava eruptions, forcing the encroaching Terumi Mei and her allies to hastily retreat. Upon hearing Uchiha's command, Uchiha Itachi, Pai-Pa Shiz, and Sasori of the Red Sand immediately withdrew. Uchiha Itachi activated his Manjiki Sharingan, releasing a formidable Genjutsu, binding technique. A wave of mass control ensnared several elite ninjas, including the Six-Tails Jinchuriki and the formidable Suigetsu. Observing this, Pai-Pa Shiz and Zabuza promptly formed hand seals to conjure a thick mist that obscured vision. Toxic erosion mist. Sasori immediately unleashed a verdant poisonous fog, blending it with the ever-expanding mist. Yet before he could articulate further, his pupils constricted sharply. A sudden, excruciating pain surged through his heart, and he collapsed to the ground. This incident triggered a domino effect akin to a chain reaction. In an instant, the mist ninjas began to fall like cut timber. All bore lips tinged with purple and faces turning ashen, some suffocated, while others violently coughed up blood and perished. This is bad. The mist is toxic. Many elite mist ninjas quickly realized the peril, urgently shouting, "Get out of the mist-covered area." Quick-thinking Jonin began to retreat while simultaneously firing flares, signaling the mist ninjas surrounding the coastline to attack, aiming to obliterate the aerial support and sever the escape route for Uchiha and his companions. Yet amidst this chaos, a piercing scream suddenly echoed. A figure, slightly crimson, darted through the mist. As the mist ninjas emerged from the poisonous fog, they beheld Uchiha, now airborne, grinning at them before unleashing a barrage of searing rock fists. Meteor shower. The vastness and magnificence of this attack painted the sky crimson, igniting the previously damp jungle below, further amplifying the potency of the toxic mist. Thick smoke and fog, a double assault. Explosive clay bombs. While Uchiha targeted Terumi Mei and her pursuers, Deidara executed the prearranged plan, launching assaults on the mist ninjas attacking from the sea, aiming to bring them crashing down. A flurry of white explosive tags descended like rain upon the army. As confusion spread among the mist ninjas, Deidara formed hand seals and cruelly smiled. Fire. Boom. 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 Instantly, the entire surface of the sea quaked violently. Terrifying explosions erupted in a relentless and furious barrage, injuring a large number of mist ninjas. Those uninvolved quickly retreated from the blast radius, but the offensive momentum had already been disrupted. Yet the crisis was far from over. Explosive clay spider. Deidara unleashed a flurry of clay spiders, as if they were snowflakes, which descended upon the shoulders of several mist ninjas just as they steadied themselves. The moment they realized the peril, panic ensued, and the spiders detonated in a chaotic explosion. Ha! Ha! Deidara, like an exuberant child, reveled in his explosive artistry. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi and his companions, with the assistance of Sasori, had ascended onto the back of the clay bird, which soared rapidly into the sky. In the next instant, A terrifying energy blast, akin to a cataclysm, whizzed past them, unleashing a destructive gust that momentarily destabilized the bird, threatening to tear it apart. It was the tailed beast bomb from the Six Tails Jinchuriki. Damn it. Watching as even the tailed beast bomb failed to hinder Uchiha Itachi and his group. Terumi May stamped her foot in fury, her teeth grinding in frustration. Although the casualties among the mist ninjas may not have been numerous, the losses were indeed substantial. If only the fourth Mizukage had been captured, it would have been tolerable. Terumi May cast a dark glance at the injured Fugu of the Watermelon Mountain. Her inner rage capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas. Fugu clutched his severed right arm in agony, his pale face glistening with sweat. The wound was far from clean, indicative of crude technique. Yet, dwelling on such details was futile. With his right arm maimed, not only was the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen diminished, leading to a decline in the power of the Mist Village, but more critically, the Samahata had been taken. That was the crux of the matter. Who could it be? Terumi May's eyes blazed with an inferno of fury, yet she felt utterly powerless. The first suspect that crossed her mind was, of course, Uchiha Itachi. However, she possessed no evidence to substantiate this claim. Each individual present held a degree of suspicion, given that the captured Fugu was incapable of resistance. Thus, she resolved to attribute all her grievances to the organization to which Uchiha Itachi belonged. Akatsuki, I shall not allow you to escape retribution, Terumi May vowed, determined to ensure that Akatsuki would not find peace. Regrettably, despite her myriad frustrations and fury, Terumi May had to prioritize the internal affairs of the Mist Village. The turmoil and repercussions stemming from the fourth Mizukage's abduction required proper management and explanation. The Mist Village urgently needed to establish a new leader, otherwise, chaos would ensue. Meanwhile, far removed from this tumult, Zetsu emerged unexpectedly from the ground. White Zetsu commented, Uchiha Itachi's abilities are indeed formidable. Not only did he infiltrate the Mist Village with such ease, but he also orchestrated Sasori and the others to flawlessly execute the capture of the Three Tails. Black Zetsu concurred. Indeed, after achieving his objective, he showed no inclination to linger on the battlefield, displaying a remarkable sense of strategy throughout the entire process. How could one not be intimidated? However, we have certainly gleaned much information about him this time. I hope it will prove beneficial to Obito. White Zetsu expressed his agreement. Heihatsu continued, however, based on the power he exhibited during his fierce battle with the fourth Mizukage, it is evident that Obito will find it quite challenging to subdue him. As the strongest in the hidden Mist Village, the fourth Mizukage possesses formidable strength. Although he was restrained for a prolonged period by Obito due to the influence of the Meijiki Sharingan on the Jinchuriki, this does not imply that Obito could easily control the fourth Mizukage or swiftly conclude the battle with Uchiha Sasuke. After all, Sasuke wields the Sharingan, granting him superior resistance to Genjutsu. Furthermore, aside from the Sharingan's illusions, Obito's strength does not notably surpass that of Sasuke. Even if he were to ultimately triumph over Sasuke, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. White Zetsu nodded in agreement but then sighed, it is indeed a pity. Uchiha Sasuke ultimately cannot escape the clutches of death. Black Zetsu nodded in affirmation. That is indeed the case. They both acknowledged Sasuke's strength, yet regrettably, Obito is even more powerful. With the abilities of the Meijiki Sharingan, its phasing capabilities, and other formidable powers of the Sharingan, combined with the intelligence they have gathered regarding Sasuke, it is hard to fathom how Obito could possibly lose to him. It is simply inconceivable. Black Zetsu then discreetly retreated underground to relay the gathered information to Obito. Meanwhile, Obito was sneering. Ah, Uchiha Sasuke, you've come to undermine me. Very well. Enjoy your moment of triumph. After all, Kisame Hashigaki will eventually be mine. What does it matter if you take him away now? During the chaos within the hidden Mist Village, Obito had also infiltrated the village with a straightforward objective, to locate Kisame Hashigaki, much like Sasuke. He needed to ensure that the ranks of the Akatsuki were filled to capacity. He could not allow the elimination of Sasuke to disrupt his plans for capturing the tailed beasts. Kisame was a target he had long since identified. However, he was caught off guard by Sasuke's preemptive strike. Yet, it was not without its rewards. The corner of Obito's mouth curled upward beneath his mask, the hidden Mist Village. You intend to establish a new shinobi village? Truly a dangerous ambition. My decision to eliminate your plans in advance proves to be sound. Much like Kisame, he was immensely confident in Sasuke's potential for success. The journey to their destination took Sasuke and his companions 5 days, but their return was accomplished in a mere 3. While this was partly due to the absence of caution, allowing them to accelerate their pace, it was also because they were hastily pursued by the hidden mist-chasing forces. This was an anticipated outcome for the group. Although Terumi may needed to manage a multitude of chaotic affairs within the village to restore order, it did not deter her from dispatching pursuit teams. The abduction of the 4th Mizukage was an event of such magnitude that it could not simply be overlooked. Of course, they could not allow the pursuit teams to succeed. Yet the news of the 4th Mizukage's capture began to spread throughout the shinobi world alongside the mobilization of the hidden mist pursuit forces. A tempestuous uproar erupted within the ninja world. The esteemed 4th Mizukage of the Mist Village, a figure of significant stature among the 5 Kages, was brazenly abducted from his own village. Such a shocking occurrence. If one could capture the 4th Mizukage today, why could the 3rd Hokage or the 4th Raikage not be next? The very capture of the 4th Mizukage is sufficient evidence that the Akatsuki organization has acquired the power to threaten a village's leader. The existence of such a force is utterly intolerable to the 5 great ninja villages. The ninja world does not require the emergence of a 6th great ninja village. The delicate balance of power within the ninja world must not be disrupted. The Raikage of the Cloud Village was particularly agitated upon hearing the news from the Mist Village. He promptly decided to convene a summit of the 5 Kages to deliberate on their stance towards the Akatsuki. Moreover, he intended to hold the Akatsuki accountable and inquire about the whereabouts of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. However, his secretary, Mabui, doused his fervor with cold reality, stating that it was impossible to proceed with such matters at this time, as the Mist Village had yet to select a new Mizukage, rendering them unable to participate in the summit. The absence of the Mist Village would significantly undermine the legitimacy of their discussions. Upon hearing Mabui's words, the 4th Raikage furrowed his brow, exuding impatience as he queried, "Are we to simply allow the Akatsuki to continue their rampage?" In recent days, he had dispatched numerous teams to locate the Jinchuriki, yet they returned empty-handed, yielding not a single piece of useful information. The fate of the Jinchuriki remained shrouded in mystery. Mabui adjusted her glasses and replied, "My Lord Raikage, I do not advocate for permitting the Akatsuki to act with impunity. Our immediate course of action should be to closely monitor the situation in the Mist Village and facilitate the swift selection of a new Mizukage. Both of our villages have suffered at the hands of the Akatsuki. If we forge an alliance, we shall have ample justification to hold the Land of Rain accountable." Further exerting pressure on the Akatsuki, she continued, her eyes glinting with determination. "The principal culprits behind the abduction of the 4th Mizukage are the rogue ninjas Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi from the Leaf Village. Should we succeed in forming an alliance with the Mist Village, we can directly demand an explanation from the Leaf Village, compelling them to apply pressure on the Akatsuki. The combined force of our 3 ninja villages will surely be unbearable for the Akatsuki. Allowing us to dispatch operatives to the Land of Rain to ascertain the fate of the Jinchuriki and implement appropriate measures based on our findings." After absorbing Mabui's insights, the 4th Raikage regained his composure and expressed his strong support for her proposal. "Very well, let us proceed with this plan." At the Akatsuki base, "Well done, Qinglong," praised Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, upon acquiring the 4th Mizukage. The difficulty of this mission was indeed extraordinary, yet under Uchiha Obito's meticulous arrangements, it was executed with remarkable precision. Such commendation was well-deserved. "You're too kind, leader," Uchiha Obito humbly replied, concealing a smile. The sealing of the tailed beasts commenced. Phantom Dragon 9 seals. As all members simultaneously formed hand seals, the 4th Mizukage found the 3 tails forcibly extracted from within. Despite its struggles, the creature was powerless against the Outer Path Golem, a vessel specifically designed to contain and suppress tailed beasts, especially with multiple shadow-level warriors standing guard. Reluctantly, it became the first occupant of this formidable construct. After the sealing was completed, the lifeless body of the 4th Mizukage was rendered useless, and following cremation by Uchiha Leaf, a suitable resting place was chosen for burial. Meanwhile, Deidara voiced concerns about an ambush by members of the Konoha route, demanding a reasonable explanation from Zero Burial. Naturally, Pain of the 6 Paths was incensed and promised Deidara a satisfactory clarification. However, Uchiha Leaf doubted that such an explanation would ever materialize, and he knew he would not hear it. Thus, he resolved to bring closure to this matter with Uchiha Obito. Standing before the waterfall, Uchiha Leaf's gaze was fierce, He knew that his opponent was Uchiha Obito, and he dared not underestimate him, particularly since Obito possessed the formidable Izanagi, a technique that could alter fate. This would undoubtedly be the most challenging battle he had ever faced, and he could not afford any complacency. In addition to formulating strategies based on intelligence, he needed to continually enhance his own abilities. The Sharingan, Kinbunshaku, Fruit Powers, and Busashoka Haki were all essential. Furthermore, he must procure ample high-quality soldier pills, akin to compressed rations from his past life. Though their taste was unpalatable, they effectively restored stamina. With the aid of life return, he could swiftly recover from weakness and regain the strength to fight. If he could significantly enhance his endurance, he would not be as vulnerable against Obito's Izanagi. 3 days later, after placing the final explosive tag into the Kamui dimension, Uchiha Obito vanished into the spatial vortex, uttering, "Let us end this." Uchiha Leaf. Armed with detailed intelligence obtained earlier, he was confident he could outmaneuver Uchiha Leaf. No matter how mysterious his abilities might be, Uchiha Leaf could not avert his demise. Notably, Uchiha Obito donned the tiger-striped mask reminiscent of his invasion of Konoha, exuding a more menacing aura. Under the waterfall at the edge of Lake Ka, Uchiha Leaf, engaged in physical training, suddenly felt a premonition. He opened his eyes and stood up from beneath the cascade. The next moment, the space before him distorted. Uchiha Obito, clad in the same attire he wore during the Konoha invasion, appeared before Uchiha Leaf. Observing Leaf's calm demeanor, Obito expressed surprise. "You seem unfazed by my arrival." Uchiha Leaf chuckled at this remark. "Is it surprising to see the person who wishes to take your life standing before you?" In response, Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes. "How did you know I wanted to kill you? I don't recall revealing any weakness that would betray my intent." Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Obito could not help but let out a derisive laugh. "If I were truly that dull, I would have perished in Konoha long ago. It was there that I initially forged a grudge with you, and after joining Akatsuki, I was well aware of the spies you dispatched to monitor me. Subsequently, during a series of missions, you noticed my rapid growth, which began to exceed your control, instilling in you a fear that I might become a threat." At this juncture, he fixed his gaze directly upon Uchiha Obito. "What do you consider the best course of action for someone you cannot control?" Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Obito replied, "Eliminate him." Achihai, upon hearing this, chuckled heartily and spread his hands. "And thus, why would I be surprised by your arrival?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes. "I see. I had thought I had already overestimated you, yet it appears I still underestimated you. You have managed to deduce my entire thought process. Indeed, eliminating you is an exceedingly sound decision." At this point, he suddenly erupted into a boisterous laugh. "Rest assured, I shall make good use of your Sharingan. Therefore, you may die at ease." Achihai, in response, beamed even more brightly. How intriguing. Yet his demeanor swiftly turned sharp. "Then let us see who shall kill whom. It is still only the end of the 56th year of Konoha. There remain over 7 years until Uchiha Obito achieves his full potential in the 64th year of Konoha. Even though he is strong, he has yet to reach a level that Uchiha you cannot contend with. Moreover, just half a day prior, the frog spawn had brought him the awakened powers of the fruits from the pirate world. Although it is merely a fragmented version, it has elevated his fruit development progress from 61 to 68. Following the awakening of the fruit, besides enhancements to basic attributes like strength and reaction, the most crucial improvement lies in his ability to wield the power of the fruit with greater ease. This translates to a more refined destructive capability. Furthermore, the awakening of the fruit can directly influence the surrounding environment, creating advantageous terrain. If we consider Uchiha's strength against the wooden man to be formidable at the level of a Kage, then upon activating the 3-Tomo Sharingan and acquiring intermediate armament Haki during the 3-tailed capture mission, his power had already reached the level of the 5 Kage. And now, with the further enhancements from the awakening of the fruit and development progress, one could say his strength is on par with the pinnacle of the 3rd Hokage. He could easily subdue the 4th Mizukage alone. Should Uchiha Obito wish to slay him, he must be prepared for a mutual destruction scenario. Fire style, Storm Dance. Uchiha Obito took the initiative, launching a fire technique enhanced by his Kamui ability right from the outset. The scorching flames spiraled through the distortion of space-time, twisting like a fiery whip, approaching with astonishing speed. Just as the flames were released, they descended upon him with wild ferocity, leaving no opportunity for a counter with seals. Truly formidable, Uchiha Obito. Observing this, Achihai elementalized his body, charging directly into the flames. Canine bite. Crimson lotus. Sizzle. The molten lava hound burst forth from the spiral center, forcefully tearing through the flames, and descended before Uchiha Obito. However, I must concede that your strength is indeed formidable. Regrettably, Uchiha Obito immediately rendered his body intangible, allowing the searing molten lava hound to pierce through him. It has no effect on me. As the hound completely traversed his form, he suddenly pivoted, swiftly forming hand seals and striking the ground. The sealing technique, spirit binding seal. A terrifying black script shot forth from the earth, emanating an extremely oppressive aura. It then rose like an enormous net, poised to envelop Uchiha Sasuke within its grasp. Hiss! Confronted by the oppressive aura of the script net, Uchiha Sasuke instinctively felt a sense of resistance. Molten eruption. The ground beneath Uchiha Sasuke violently erupted with magnificent lava, propelling him into the sky just in time to evade the bizarre assault. TCH, such quick reflexes. Observing this scene, Uchiha Obito could not help but grit his teeth. No wonder he was able to defeat the fourth Mizukage. This sealing technique was specifically chosen to counter Uchiha Sasuke. Once ensnared, his chakra would be entirely sealed, and his stamina would be gradually drained. Most crucially, the method to break the seal had been lost to time. Regardless of how peculiar Uchiha Obito's abilities may be, they ultimately rely on chakra to be activated. Thus, sealing Uchiha Sasuke's chakra would suffice. Meteoric fire rain. Just as he evaded the encroaching script, Uchiha Sasuke unleashed a torrential rain of fire, striking accurately at every part of Uchiha Obito's body. Such a ludicrous notion. Faced with the barrage of attacks aimed at him, Uchiha Obito scoffed disdainfully. Was Uchiha Sasuke questioning his mastery over intangibility? He swiftly assessed each wave of assault with his Sharingan, executing a series of evasive maneuvers. Every attack was deftly avoided, causing him no harm whatsoever. In midair, Uchiha Sasuke flashed a grin, unleashing an even more terrifying volley of fire rain. A futile test. Observing this, Uchiha Obito dismissed it with a cold snort, continuing his intangibility. All attacks remained ineffective, but at that moment, a surge of lava behind him suddenly erupted with a boom, transforming into Uchiha Sasuke. It was a shadow clone. Uchiha Sasuke's clone maintained its molten state, and the lava that Uchiha Obito had evaded could not harm it. With a powerful fist, it struck toward the parts of Uchiha Obito that had not yet become intangible. Not good. Witnessing this, Uchiha Obito's expression changed dramatically, hastily rendering that area intangible. Uchiha Sasuke's clone missed its attack, passing directly through Uchiha Obito's body. But, just as Uchiha Sasuke's clone had not fully traversed Uchiha Obito's form, Uchiha Sasuke himself launched a sudden assault, delivering a scorching titan punch. Great fire eruption. It was enough to completely engulf Uchiha Obito. And this strike made Uchiha Obito's pupils contract in genuine surprise. There was no doubt. This blow arrived precisely at the right moment. It was precisely capable of inflicting harm upon him. When he shifted his form to evade attacks, he remained immobile, faced with a blow powerful enough to consume him. Only complete intangibility could shield him from injury. Otherwise, he would be doomed. Damn it, could it be that this fellow has discerned some aspects of my abilities? Uchiha Obito clenched his teeth, struggling to accept such a notion. Currently, he found himself confronted with only two choices. Either he could fully dematerialize and enter the Kamui dimension, thereby vanishing from the ninja world and naturally evading this strike. However, maintaining complete intangibility could only last for 5 minutes and demanded a considerable amount of chakra. Once the time elapsed, he would be forcibly rendered tangible. In that fleeting moment of materialization, Uchiha Kakashi's terrifying perceptiveness would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to deliver a crushing blow. Yet, remaining in the Kamui dimension meant he could not avoid the inevitable return to his corporeal form. This would lead to the same predicament. Uchiha Kakashi's dreadful insight would surely strike him as he materialized. Alternatively, he could open the Kamui space to absorb the incoming molten punch during the instant Kakashi's shadow clone approached. However, this would require him to remain tangible, still leaving him vulnerable to attack. After weighing the pros and cons, Uchiha Obito opted for the latter. If he feared being attacked, he would simply engulf both his shadow clone and himself into the Kamui dimension. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Obito activated the maximum absorption effect. A colossal space-time vortex manifested, drawing the entity that unleashed the searing punch, along with the shadow clone that was about to penetrate his form into the Kamui dimension. Yet, behind Uchiha Obito, a mass of scorching lava erupted with a resounding crash, transforming into Uchiha Kakashi. You didn't truly believe that was my real body, did you? He grinned. Having succeeded in his scheme, I've been waiting for this moment. In an instant, he closed the distance to the materialized Uchiha Obito, who found himself staring into the pinprick pupils of his opponent, as Kakashi's arm glowed intensely and struck. Hellhound. The impact was something Uchiha Obito had never anticipated, nor dared to believe. The intense searing pain surged throughout his body, soon replaced by the overwhelming sensation of powerlessness that accompanied the approach of death. Whoosh! Uchiha Obito hastily broke free from Kakashi's grasp. But in the face of his pierced chest, a shattered heart, and charred internal organs, he found himself powerless to change his fate. You actually saw through my ability? This is impossible. Gasping, he expelled copious amounts of blood, mingled with charred fragments of his innards. What? Unable to accept that your ability was seen through in a single encounter? You ought to have realized there is no invincible power in this world. Since I dared to confront you, do you think I would be unprepared? You don't believe that you are the only one with knowledge of my capabilities, while I remain oblivious to yours. Uchiha Kakashi regarded Uchiha Obito from a distance, a mocking glint in his eyes. I wonder, at this moment, do you recall the dread once instilled by the fourth Hokage? Listening to Uchiha Obito's mocking words, Achihai struggled to maintain his composure, gritting his teeth and vehemently retorting. What do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to the fourth Hokage? Blood continued to seep from beneath his mask. Yet Uchiha Obito was filled with fervor. Do not presume that just because you managed to glean some insight into my abilities after our battle in Konoha, you possess the same strength and wisdom as the fourth Hokage. Despite his increasingly weakened state, his tone grew more intense. Do not think you have already secured victory. I have many more abilities yet to reveal, you little brat. His agitation stemmed merely from an unwillingness to confront the undeniable truth. He could accept defeat at the hands of a formidable figure like the fourth Hokage, but being bested by a mere child like Achihai was utterly unacceptable. Furthermore, how could Achihai possibly know of his defeat to the fourth Hokage? That was knowledge shared solely between him and the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Obito's body collapsed to the ground, slowly fading from existence. Achihai quickly consumed 2 soldier pills to replenish his strength, though he had effortlessly claimed Uchiha Obito's life. It came at the cost of 2 shadow clones, resulting in significant depletion on his part. Yet in the next moment, the space behind Achihai suddenly warped, and a gloved hand shot forth, unleashing a barrage of enormous shuriken. These shuriken were entwined with an oppressive sealing technique, spirit binding seal. I underestimated you earlier, but this time, Uchiha Obito's voice was razor-sharp. I will regard you with utmost vigilance. Prepare to meet your demise. Despite having been vanquished by Achihaya, Uchiha Obito re-emerged. As Achihaya hastily dodged the shuriken, the kaleidoscopic pattern beneath his mask began to spin violently. Jinjutsu. Manipulation of the fourth Mizukage. This was a deadly technique that controlled the fourth Mizukage through the use of the kaleidoscope illusion. A mere moment of eye contact would spell disaster. However, Achihaya seemed to anticipate this and promptly closed his eyes. Foolish. Uchiha Obito scoffed at the sight. Closing your eyes may evade the Jinjutsu, but in doing so, you forfeit the insight granted by your Sharingan. Even if you possess remarkable sensory capabilities, what of it? He instantly lunged towards Achihaya, his dynamic vision surpassing that of the Sharingan. A powerful fist struck Achihaya squarely in the face, sending him hurtling backward. There is a hint of vengeance in that blow. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. He swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a flurry of fireballs, bombarding Achihaya from all directions, granting him no respite. Moreover, these flames danced with remarkable agility under Uchiha Obito's command. Even as Achihaya halted his retreat and attempted to evade, he was inevitably struck during the process, sent flying once more. Do you now understand how grave a mistake it was to close your eyes, little brat? Before Achihai could firmly land on the ground, a sense of peril loomed behind him once more. Enter. Uchiha Obito's right eye widened, unleashing the Kamui space. The overwhelming vortex of energy offered no chance for Achihai to resist, swallowing him whole. From a distance, it appeared as if Achihai had willingly dashed into the swirling maelstrom. Upon entering the Kamui space, Achihai immediately sensed an intense threat approaching. A multitude of explosive tags, seemingly guided by an autonomous tracking mechanism, surged towards him, adhering densely to his body. Detonate. Uchiha Obito formed a series of hand seals, igniting all the explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the deafening sounds of explosions, flames soaring high, and reverberations echoing throughout the space. Yet, Achihai swiftly elementalized to evade the damage. Although he was engulfed in the explosions, with molten rocks splattering around him, he emerged unscathed. Humph. Did you think I would allow you to remain in this state indefinitely? Realizing that Achihai's elemental form rendered him invulnerable, Uchiha Obito's voice turned menacing. Dream on, brat. Sealing technique, spirit binding seal. With remarkable speed, Uchiha Obito performed hand seals and slammed his palm against the ground, causing a vast array of incantations to spread out. They enveloped the entire explosion zone and rapidly constricted, transforming into an impenetrable net aimed at ensnaring Achihai. But, in the blink of an eye, just as the net was about to close, Achihai morphed into a slender stream of lava, surging forth. Ha ha ha, you fell for it, kid. Uchiha Obito grinned wickedly, blocking Achihai's escape route with his own body. Thud. Uchiha Obito's chest was pierced directly, molten rock cascading behind him. Yet, he seemed unfazed by his fatal wound. Reaching for the scorching lava, reveling in his deceitful triumph. I've got you. His eyes turned icy, spirit-binding seal. In an instant, dark incantations erupted from Uchiha Obito's body, wrapping around Achihai entirely. At that moment, Achihai was forcibly expelled from his elemental state, his physical form revealed before Uchiha Obito. Humph, it's over. Uchiha Obito shot forth a long spike from his sleeve, piercing Achihai's chest. However, before he could relish his victory, Achihai, with his body impaled, suddenly transformed into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone. Uchiha Obito gasped in shock. How is that possible? When did this happen? Just then? The earlier cascade of molten rock reformed into Achihai. Underworld dog. The powerful thrust pierced through Uchiha Obito's chest, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from him. Strangely, after executing this strike, Achihai did not pursue further. Instead, he retreated, while the already pierced Uchiha Obito inexplicably vanished, only to reappear before Achihai once more. Uchiha Obito's expression was profoundly grim as he gazed at Uchiha Sasuke. It appears you're under the impression that I cannot perish? Observing Sasuke's tightly shut eyes, Obito could not refrain from gritting his teeth. One of his most formidable trump cards, the Genjutsu, had proven utterly ineffectual. Moreover, it seemed that the secrets of this particular gambit were known to Sasuke as well, which instilled a sudden uncertainty in the originally confident Obito. In response, Sasuke smirked mockingly. Oh dear, it seems I cannot comprehend what you are saying. However, I must express my gratitude for providing me with such a splendid battlefield. His entire being erupted in a surge of molten lava, morphing into a slender canine head that lunged toward Obito. In this place, you should be unable to phase out of existence, meaning that all the harm I inflict upon you is indeed tangible. Upon hearing this, Obito's countenance changed dramatically, and he barked, "Where did you acquire such intelligence?" The revelation that his Kimui ability had been deciphered further deepened the sense of crisis within him. As the molten canine head approached, he swiftly retreated. Yet, to Obito's astonishment, the creature, under Sasuke's control, displayed an astonishing agility, rivaling even the perceptiveness granted by the Sharingan. It pushed him into perilous situations, preemptively predicting his landing spots, driving him to a state of desperation. "This is impossible," Obito exclaimed, "without the insight of the Sharingan. How could your sensory abilities achieve such precise targeting? No sensory ninja is capable of such feats." His eyes were now filled with trepidation. This Uchiha Sasuke was an enigma, shrouded in mystery and utterly inscrutable. "Haha, Mr. Masked Man, you jest." Sasuke chuckled lightly. "Did I ever claim to be a sensory ninja? I believe not. It has always been your assumption that I was one." This retort caused Obito's heart to tremble. Suddenly, as if a realization dawned upon him, he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "So, your earlier flight from me, the desperate evasion of my attacks, and your eventual entrapment within this space were all deliberate? You sought to confine me here, where I cannot phase out to evade your assaults." Sasuke raised an eyebrow and let out a soft hum. "Ah, you figured it out. How astute of you." This revelation ignited a fire of rage in Obito's eyes. "You vile scoundrel, you toyed with me." His fury was palpable. He prided himself as the puppet master of the ninja world, orchestrating its every move. Yet now, he found himself manipulated by a mere 13-year-old child. How absurd. In contrast, Sasuke maintained an air of nonchalance. Oh, come now, do not be so furious. It is detrimental to your health, is it not? He then suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. But do refrain from feigning ignorance, Mr. Masked Man. Despite being able to effortlessly evade my lethal attacks at any moment, you still choose to feign a struggle. Are you not weary? To me, it certainly appears exhausting. In response to this remark from Uchiha Obito's eyes narrowed once more, and though his heart was tumultuous, he endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. What do you mean? I do not comprehend your words. Upon hearing this, Uchiha smirked mockingly. Izanagi, the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, capable of transforming unfavorable events that transpired over a period into mere dreams, allowing only favorable outcomes to materialize in reality. Though the cost is the loss of one eye's vision, it grants the user a second chance at life. Moreover, the duration varies depending on the user. As he spoke, he flashed a radiant smile at the still evading Uchiha Obito. I would surmise your duration is 10 minutes. This implies that for these 10 minutes, you are invulnerable. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito's pupils constricted sharply, his form momentarily faltering. He was engulfed by the Molten Hound's jaws and obliterated on the spot. Yet, he soon reappeared before Uchiha, not far away. His gaze was shrouded in darkness, fixating intensely on Uchiha. How could you possibly know this? There was a distinct hint of unease in his tone. The reason was simple. The intelligence regarding Izanagi should only be known to him. How could Uchiha be aware? Could it be that he truly possesses foresight? Uchiha Obito, agitated, demanded, Who are you? His heart was in disarray. I am simply myself, a different kind of firework. Uchiha replied with a hint of vanity, then continued in a more mocking tone. What is this? Masked man? Oh no, I should say, Mr. Uchiha Obito, are you truly willing to squander the 10 minutes of invincibility granted by Izanagi on such futile banter? Let us see, since you activated it. He pretended to pull out a stopwatch, casting a quick glance before shutting his eyes. It's already 7 minutes and 32 seconds. Only a little over 2 minutes remain. Are you sure you wish to continue wasting this opportunity? However, the name Obito struck Uchiha Obito like a bolt of lightning, igniting his agitation further. Silence. I do not know any Uchiha Obito. He charged towards Uchiha. Since you have seen through me, I shall no longer pretend. Prepare yourself. In the ensuing 2 minutes, you will face an unprecedented onslaught. As the ferocious Uchiha Obito approached, Uchiha grinned. Then I could not ask for anything more. He erupted like a burning demon, his body expanding violently, an ominous aura surging forth. Melted world scorching flow blast. Boom. Instantly, akin to a solar storm. Everything around Uchiha was annihilated in a heartbeat. Uchiha Obito had no chance to utter a sound before turning to ash. The next moment, here. Uchiha opened his eyes, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly, and with the swift application of observation Haki, he locked onto Uchiha Obito's location, lava scorching beam. As Uchiha Obito emerged, he was immediately engulfed by searing lava. With a hissing sound, Uchiha Obito met his demise once more. Canine bite, crimson lotus, great fireball, lava eruption, lava cataclysm. Each time he reappeared, Uchiha Itachi's attacks lay in wait, a relentless assault against him. His seemingly invincible and immortal form was being gradually eroded by Uchiha Itachi, rendering his intended self-destructive strikes ineffective. According to his calculations, during the effective duration of Izanagi, it should have been Uchiha Itachi, severely wounded and devoid of the ability to retaliate. Yet, why was it he who found himself in such a humiliating predicament? How infuriating! Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and roared, I refuse to remain ensnared in your rhythm. With only 30 seconds left of the effective time, he needed to devise a strategy to escape this dire situation. In the next moment, he vanished once more into the fiery lava. Was it time to fight desperately? Uchiha Itachi keenly sensed Obito's emotional fluctuations before his obliteration. Recognizing this, he too had to make immediate preparations. He consumed a soldier pill and created shadow clones to replace himself. Seizing the opportunity while Obito had yet to reappear, he concealed his true self underground. There. Uchiha Itachi's shadow clone swiftly detected Obito's presence. Great fireball. Boom. The towering flames instantly consumed the reappearing Uchiha Obito, but he soon vanished with a loud pop. Not good. Shadow clone. Uchiha Itachi's shadow clone anticipated this outcome, but in an effort to deceive Obito, feigned a startled expression and began to retreat. Humph. Do you think I'll grant you such an opportunity? Uchiha Obito's true form suddenly emerged behind Itachi's shadow clone, launching a black rod towards him. Whoosh. The shadow clone skillfully evaded the strike once more, yet this forced him to turn and face Uchiha Obito. This is the end. Obito grinned. To let your guard down here and open your eyes will be the gravest mistake of your life. Jinjutsu body manipulation. With a glare from his kaleidoscopic eyes, immense ocular power surged forth, causing Uchiha Itachi's shadow clone to freeze in place. Witnessing this, Uchiha Obito felt a surge of elation as he rapidly formed seals and declared, "Sealing technique. Spirit binding." Whoosh. A multitude of incantations surged upwards, unambiguously binding Uchiha Itachi's shadow clone. The dark incantations morphed into bizarre patterns, swiftly draining the chakra from Itachi. Die. Without hesitation, Uchiha Obito pierced through the chest of Itachi's shadow clone. Had he succeeded? Had he truly slain Uchiha Itachi? As he breathed a sigh of relief, a sense of unreality washed over him. How could such a formidable and enigmatic opponent as Uchiha Itachi fall so easily? Izanagi had but 15 seconds remaining. Boom. As he pondered these thoughts, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled violently, and a searing heat erupted forth. Uchiha Obito instantly sensed the danger and quickly retreated. Boom. In the next moment, a column of molten lava burst forth from the earth where he had just stood, the scorching air around it distorting and warping. Attempting to ambush me, did you think you could easily eliminate me? Uchiha Obito mused with a sense of smugness as he withdrew. He had always known that Uchiha Kakashi was not so easily vanquished. However, the sudden, agonizing pain piercing through his chest caused the triumphant glimmer in his eyes to freeze. How could this be possible? Gazing at the canine head protruding from his chest, Uchiha Obito let out a furious roar of disbelief. Uchiha Kakashi. You have deceived me once again. Behind him, Uchiha Kakashi's true form landed, and the shadow clone that had pierced Obito's chest dissipated with a loud pop. The ploy to lure the enemy had succeeded. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Obito reappeared at a considerable distance from Uchiha Kakashi, fully prepared for defense to avoid being ambushed as soon as he materialized. Yet, this time, nothing transpired. Uchiha Kakashi could not help but jest at the scene, surprised. Are we? This time you took special precautions, but I did not even launch an attack. Faced with Uchiha Kakashi's mocking expression, Obito's teeth nearly ground to dust in frustration. You have mocked me repeatedly. This must come to an end. But will it? Uchiha Kakashi responded with a sly grin. Abruptly stamping the ground, lava eruption. Boom. A towering column of crimson lava erupted, engulfing Uchiha Obito, whose eyes widened in horror as he realized he could not evade it. Whether he admitted it or not, Uchiha Kakashi had indeed toyed with him at will. Accompanied by another wretched scream. The time of Izanagi came to an end. However, despite this, Uchiha Kakashi dared not lower his guard. What if Uchiha Obito could sustain it for a while longer? Whoosh. In the next instant, Uchiha Obito launched another attack from behind Uchiha Kakashi. Without a doubt, Kakashi evaded him by elemental transformation and retreated to safety. Within his observation, Uchiha Kakashi suddenly sensed the peculiar fluctuation dissipating. The power of Izanagi had faded. Had that Sharingan finally gone blind? Uchiha Kakashi contemplated as he landed. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito gazed at Kakashi, his eyes blazing with vengeful flames beneath the mask, wishing fervently to incinerate him. Do not think you have emerged victorious. I concede that I underestimated you both earlier and now. I believed I had given you adequate consideration, naively thinking that if I controlled your lava transformation ability, you would pose little threat to me. Yet, I overlooked that your very existence is the gravest danger. His body began to twist and vanish. And Uchiha Kakashi immediately felt the sensation of spatial distortion encroaching upon him. The voice of Uchiha Obito resonated, but from now on, do not expect to lead me by the nose. I shall grant you no further opportunities. In a fleeting moment, Uchiha Sasuke found himself back in the ninja world. Naturally, Uchiha Obito dared not confine him within the Kamui dimension. Should he engage with other foes, the body he shifted could be assailed by Sasuke lurking within. What a disastrous predicament that would be. Meteoric fire rain. The instant he materialized, Uchiha Sasuke unleashed a barrage of fiery fists, hurling them towards Uchiha Obito. Abandon this folly. Do you truly believe the same tactics will still bear fruit against me? Uchiha Obito swiftly conjured shadow clones and rendered his form intangible, allowing the meteor shower to pass harmlessly through him. This time, I shall not be caught off guard as before, allowing you to seize the opportunity for a devastating blow. His Sharingan spun rapidly, and despite the relentless onslaught of fiery projectiles, none could inflict even a scratch upon him. The shadow clones positioned behind him ensured that Sasuke's previous ruse could not be replicated, preventing any surprise attack from the rear. You see, Uchiha Sasuke, all your endeavors have become utterly futile. Relinquish this pointless assault. Uchiha Obito, half triumphant and half mocking, declared, as long as I maintain my composure and face you with unwavering calm, you shall no longer hold any advantage. I concede your prior performance was quite impressive, enough to lead me astray. However, I shall not repeat my past mistakes. You have no chances left. He sought to discern a semblance of gravity or tension upon Sasuke's countenance, as it would restore a modicum of his dignity and provide solace to his spirit. But was that truly the case? Sasuke chuckled in response. Are you certain you will not err again? The words struck a chord within Obito, causing a fleeting panic that nearly led him to phase through the wrong target and sustain injury. No. This individual is deliberately unsettling my mental state to expose my vulnerabilities. Uchiha Obito remained calm. He compelled himself to regain composure, adopting an entirely rational demeanor to confront the daunting adversary that was Sasuke. Though his power was not superior to mine, his formidable intelligence was the catalyst for my predicament, compelling me to resort to Izanagi to reclaim my life. The information he possessed was lethally potent against me, which disrupted my mental equilibrium and allowed him to manipulate my actions. It was precisely because of his formidable intelligence that even my Kekkei, Kaleidoscope Genjutsu, and Izanagi, my 3 trump cards, were significantly diminished in efficacy before him. He was not inherently stronger. Rather, I had underestimated him previously, and his advantage in intelligence had rendered me so beleaguered. Uchiha Obito repeatedly reassured himself, acknowledging that his earlier disadvantage stemmed not from inferiority in strength, but from the opponent's superior intelligence. Without that advantage, Uchiha Sasuke was hardly a threat. Observing Uchiha Obito in such a state, Sasuke chuckled once more. Despite his eyes being closed, Obito felt as though he were being thoroughly scrutinized. Your gaze reveals a hint of uncertainty. What troubles you? As the formidable puppeteer behind the shinobi world, could the heir of Uchiha Madara display such an unremarkable performance? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito's eyes narrowed once more. Although he quickly regained his composure and maintained his calm demeanor, he could not help but retort, What do you mean by Uchiha Madara? I cannot comprehend your words. Uchiha, with a face full of mockery, responded, Very well, let me articulate something you can grasp. One of the abilities of Kamui is phasing. When attacked, one can shift the corresponding body part to the Kamui space, rendering the assault ineffective. The second ability allows one to transition between reality and Kamui space, enabling the absorption and release of objects. However, the drawback is that during absorption, release, or when attacking an opponent, the body becomes tangible and immobile, and the phasing lasts only a limited time. Sensing the renewed turbulence in Uchiha Obito's emotions, Achihai inquired with a leisurely demeanor, I wonder how long you can sustain this. Without giving Uchiha Obito a chance to respond, he grinned mischievously, I wager it won't exceed 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito was taken aback, exclaiming, How could you possibly know that? His eyes darkened with suspicion. Who are you? Why do you possess such intimate knowledge of my abilities? His heart was once again thrown into disarray. The already enigmatic figure of Uchiha appeared even more inscrutable in his eyes. Unbidden, a flicker of fear coursed through him. Yet, Uchiha offered no answer. Instead, he suddenly declared like a demon, now, like a true man, endure for 6 minutes. At this moment, Uchiha Obito realized that the density of the fiery rain in the sky had inexplicably intensified several-fold. A torrential downpour of searing fist-sized rocks rained down upon him. This is bad. Uchiha Obito's expression beneath his mask shifted dramatically, but before he could react, the ferocious bombardment commenced. Boom, 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 boom. The relentless assault, akin to a torrential downpour, completely engulfed Uchiha Obito. Dust and smoke billowed, and the earth trembled. For a full 6 minutes, the area transformed into a desolate wasteland, with the river beneath the waterfall entirely dried up. Huff, huff. 2 breaths, one after the other, echoed in the aftermath. Uchiha, as if witnessing something extraordinary, swiftly retreated and consumed 2 soldier pills. Meanwhile, from the side of the bombardment, a robust chakra skeletal arm tore through the smoke, revealing the scene within. A blue-green skeletal warrior enveloped Uchiha Obito, its eyes blazing like fire, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Within this protective cocoon, Uchiha Obito's clothing lay in tatters, exposing half of his face and body. He clutched his right eye, a visage of agony etched upon him, as crimson blood trickled from his eye. Clearly, this maneuver exacted a tremendous toll on him. Achihaya, you are quite impressive. Uchiha Obito, clutching his painfully throbbing right eye, glared at Achihaya from between his fingers. Filled with rancor, to force me to resort to such a technique, you can consider yourself fortunate, even in death. I shall forever remember your name. The humiliation you bestowed upon me today, which will ensure I never underestimate anyone again. As he spoke, an eerie pattern began to spread across the fist of the skeletal warrior. Uchiha Obito recognized it. It was the binding spiritual seal. How astonishing. However, maintaining such a state seemed to transcend Uchiha Obito's limits, causing him to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood, his breath becoming increasingly labored. Susanoo, you say? Observing the imposing skeletal warrior, Uchiha Obito's eyes narrowed, and he promptly closed his eyelids. What an unexpectedly formidable ability. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. In the original narrative, Uchiha Obito ultimately unlocked the complete form of Susanoo. Thus, it was not out of the ordinary for him to manifest the first form here. Uchiha Obito was no longer astonished by Uchiha Leaf's knowledge of Susanoo. His singular thought was to eliminate Uchiha Leaf. All other inconsistencies suddenly made sense. Was it now a matter of life and death for the Mangekyou Sharingan? With observation Haki fully activated, Uchiha Leaf sensed Uchiha Obito's condition. The fluctuation of the Sharingan was confined to the Mangekyou in his right eye. The cost of another Izanagi was too great. So the likelihood of Uchiha Obito resorting to such a measure was slim. Therefore, Uchiha Obito had no choice but to fight with all his might. If that were the case, then let the battle commence. Uchiha Leaf took a deep breath and, with a fierce shout, declared, Lava eruption. Let us test the might of this Susanoo. Boom. As the ground erupted and targeted the only unguarded spot beneath him, Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and activated his intangibility. Evading the strike. Even while manipulating Susanoo, he could still employ the ability of intangibility. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Leaf felt a chill in his heart. Let us see how long you can endure. In the face of such a miraculous ability as intangibility, Uchiha Leaf remained vigilant, despite having already caused Uchiha Obito considerable distress. However, who could say what other means Uchiha Obito might possess? To let his guard down would be to invite disaster. Did you think I would allow you to persist in your assault? Uchiha Obito seemed to have seen through Uchiha Leaf's intentions, and with a thunderous roar, Susanoo commenced its offensive. Yada mirror. Raising its right hand, Susanoo conjured a series of chakra tomo that shot forth with great velocity. Yet, to Uchiha Leaf's astonishment, these tomo were nothing like those released by Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Itachi, which flew straight and swift. Instead, just as they neared him, they abruptly vanished into a spatial vortex with a pop. What? Uchiha Leaf was greatly taken aback, unleashing observation Haki to capture the spatial movements around him. In the next moment, the colossal Yada mirror appeared, silently hovering close to his body. Hiss. Uchiha Leaf's heart raced with terror. In such an extreme spatial condition, there was no possibility of any reaction. The Yada mirror was even enveloped in the binding spiritual seal patterns, preventing him from daring to make contact through elementalization. Armored, hardened, he nearly transcended his limits, instantly enveloping the attacked area with his armed color of Haki. Then, it felt as if he had been struck by a speeding-tailed beast. The sound of his bones fracturing in his back was distinctly audible, and his organs felt as though they had been trampled, causing excruciating pain. Blood surged forth as he coughed violently, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into the mountainside beside a waterfall. Die. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Obito's gaze became ferocious as he bellowed, Yada mirror, disperse. Like the disintegration of wind shurikens, streams of energy resembling magatama frantically surged forth, bombarding the location of Uchiha Sasuke. Too swift. There was no opportunity to react or evade. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if the entire mountainside was being pierced. When the dust settled, a massive cavern had formed. Yet, Uchiha Obito's eyes suddenly narrowed in disbelief. Where did he go? He rapidly scanned the surroundings with his Sharingan. Remaining vigilant, particularly mindful of the ground beneath him, determined not to allow Uchiha Sasuke a chance for a surprise attack. Lava hell. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke's voice emerged from beneath the earth, causing Uchiha Obito to feel the ground grow intensely hot, with a pungent smell of sulfur wafting through the air. He hastily phased out. He bore a profound psychological scar from the previous attack that had erupted from below. However, no molten lava surged forth to assault him. Instead, the earth grew increasingly heated until it seemed to melt away, gradually transforming into flowing lava. The earth is melting? Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Obito was profoundly shocked. What on earth is this ability? Yet, faced with the encroaching lava that threatened to devour his Susanoo, Uchiha Obito instinctively sensed danger and immediately marked a distant location, preparing to teleport away. Lava eruption. However, just as he began to act, the ground, now entirely transformed into lava, suddenly erupted with a colossal column of molten rock, thwarting his escape. Yada mirror. As he was interrupted mid-air, Uchiha Obito naturally suffered a backlash. But he had no choice but to confront the oncoming assault. Boom. The colossal Magatama collided with the immense lava, creating a cataclysmic disturbance, even stirring the storm clouds above. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Large plumes of lava splattered in all directions, wreaking havoc. Yet in the next moment, from beneath the molten earth, multiple lava hounds surged forth, lunging at him. Wait for the update. I am preparing to change the name of this novel, as the current title does not sit well with me. I will update 2 chapters soon. Yada divine mirror. Uchiha Obito shouted fiercely, blood once again oozing from his eyes. He summoned a massive bronze mirror upon the left arm of his Susanoo, possessing astonishing devouring power, which absorbed all the lava hounds entirely. However, just as he was capturing the lava hounds, a deep voice emanated from the molten depths below. Great fireball, a fist of lava, exuding the might to scorch mountains and boil seas, surged forth, crashing heavily towards Uchiha Obito within his Susanoo. Hiss! Uchiha Obito's spirit was in turmoil, as if his consciousness had momentarily shut down, leaving him unable to intercept the impending strike. Yet, he could not resign himself to obliteration. The tailed beasts remained uncaptured. The Eye of the Moon had yet to be activated. Rin had not yet created a world that belonged solely to her. How could Uchiha Obito meet his demise here? He commanded, become intangible. In that moment, amidst the torrent of blood streaming from his eyes, he transcended his limits and activated intangibility. Whoosh! The molten fist missed its mark, and Uchiha Obito found himself appearing at a distance. Upon materializing, he collapsed to the ground, unable to stand, and coughed up a mouthful of blood, clutching his eyes and gasping in agony. Meanwhile, his Susanoo had vanished. Not far away, Uchiha Itachi emerged from the seething lava, also gasping for breath. His back and chest riddled with lacerations. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his complexion pale, with a deep, gaping wound running horizontally across his back, nearly severing him in two. Lava Hell, a newly awakened technique, creating a realm of molten lava uniquely his own, encompassing all of his previous skills, enhanced in power, speed, and control. Remarkably, despite being struck directly by Obito's Yada mirror, he had not been cleaved in half. Truly a formidable opponent. At that moment, a figure resembling a pitcher plant appeared beside Uchiha Obito. It was Zetsu. His dual-faced visage regarded Uchiha Itachi with a flicker of wariness, under the dual advantage of intelligence and capability that Obito possessed. Itachi had managed to corner him into a desperate situation. Just how much strength do you still conceal, Uchiha Itachi? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would scarcely believe the scene unfolding before them. Enough chatter. Obito gasped, urgency lacing his voice as he commanded Zetsu, attach yourself to me at once. Seize this opportunity to eliminate him. He glared at Uchiha Itachi, his eyes brimming with a frenzied intent to kill. This man must not be granted a moment's respite. Hearing this, Zetsu was taken aback. It was quite unusual for the typically composed Uchiha Obito to exhibit such a desperate desire to eliminate someone. Nevertheless, they did not hesitate, immediately coalescing like armor around Obito. The outcome had indeed taken them by surprise. According to their predictions, Uchiha Itachi should have been at a disadvantage, facing inevitable death, rather than witnessing Obito being pushed into a corner. Moreover, the Yada mirror was capable of cleaving mountains. A ninja's physical form could not possibly withstand it. Yet Uchiha Itachi had blocked it. Such a dangerous individual could not be allowed to remain. With Zetsu's healing power and chakra now at his disposal, Uchiha Obito's condition began to improve rapidly. He immediately activated his Mangeki Sharingan, summoning the skeletal Susanoo once more. However, this time, the Susanoo did not solidify as it had before. Amidst the astonishing chakra, strands of flesh and veins entwined like fine threads upon the skull, ultimately coalescing into a complete warrior with the visage of a malevolent spirit, with feet planted firmly upon the earth. The left hand wielded the divine mirror, while the right hand spun the sacred Yada no Kagami. The immense pressure exerted surpassed that of most tailed beasts. The sheer volume of chakra was breathtakingly formidable. To compel me to summon such power, you must indeed take pride in your strength. Uchiha Obito now stood beneath the Susanoo, looking down imperiously upon Uchiha Sasuke. The second form, is it? Uchiha Sasuke braced himself, having consumed 2 military rations from his now empty supply pouch. Had he known, he would have prepared more. He had not anticipated such rapid consumption of the rations. As the rations entered his body, they were immediately returned to life, transforming into a torrent of chakra and energy that replenished his own depleted form, even rapidly mending his wounds. This scene did not escape Uchiha Obito's notice. This fellow possesses a healing ability rivaling the legendary In-Healing Jutsu? Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth in apprehension, a growing urgency to eliminate Uchiha Sasuke. The Yada no Kagami, an attack of even greater magnitude than before, surged towards Uchiha Sasuke, swifter and more elusive. With a howl, it vanished once more before him, leaving no trace to capture. Where could it be? Activating his observation Haki to its fullest, he sought the elusive trajectory of this unpredictable strike. Having narrowly escaped being cleaved in 2 moments prior, he dared not let his guard down. The next instant, at his side, the colossal sacred jewel appeared in close proximity, cutting into flesh before he could even react, the binding seal mechanism activating to suppress his elemental form. However, he was no longer the same. The augmentation from his awakened abilities allowed him to swiftly maneuver, dragging himself away. Fiery eruption. Before he even touched the ground, his attack surged forth with intent. 2 immensely concentrated molten fists erupted from the vast sea of lava, resembling the weight of a giant strike, yet propelled with unparalleled speed. Uchiha Obito could hardly fathom that Uchiha Sasuke could respond with such swiftness. Even the more terrifying Yada no Kagami could be evaded, and in an instant, he retaliated. Has he truly become this formidable? Uchiha Sasuke's growth far exceeded his expectations. He had transcended the current 5 Kage, attaining an even loftier status, for his innate strength was already at the level of the 5 Kage. Upon awakening his second form, even the existing 5 Kage would falter. Yet Uchiha Sasuke handled it with ease, a testament to his prowess. If that is the case, then I cannot afford to let you live. Yada no Kagami. A massive bronze mirror shielded him, devouring the molten fists. Simultaneously, with a mere thought, the Yada no Kagami detonated, shooting forth like a celestial shower, as beautiful as it was perilous. The Yada star rain, as if a true meteor shower. The colossal sacred jewels shot forth like beams of light. Despite the unparalleled mastery of the Sharingan and the 3 Tomo by Uchiha Obito, he was swiftly subjected to grievous wounds that laid bare his bones. With a gasp, Uchiha Obito had barely touched the ground before he expelled a torrent of blood from his mouth, a consequence of his violently surging vitality. Die? Yet, Uchiha Obito, already commanding his Susanoo, surged forth upon the molten lava. To his astonishment, 2 additional arms materialized behind the Susanoo, brandishing extraordinarily sharp spears that lunged towards him, warping the very air in their wake. Gasping, Uchiha Obito's pupils contracted involuntarily, yet the intense agony coursing through his body left him no room for evasion. Resigned to his fate, he resolved to confront the onslaught. End it all. Lava flow explosion. His powers surged to their zenith, and the ocean of lava erupted with an unprecedented ferocity, unleashing a terrifying heat that altered the very atmosphere. Thick layers of Haki soon enveloped Uchiha Obito's chest, while molten hands emerged from beneath the lava, gripping the legs of the Susanoo, rendering it unable to retreat. With a sickening sound, even the Haki could not fully shield him as the spear pierced through his body. The weapon was simply too sharp, not even the Kusanagi could rival it. Moreover, Uchiha Obito's Haki had its limits. Confronted with such overwhelming force, how could he remain unscathed? He was propelled like a meteor into the mountainside, causing the earth to tremble violently. Simultaneously, however, Uchiha Obito retaliated with his own ferocious assault. like a demon's roar. A column of crimson energy surged from the depths of the lava ocean towards the Susanoo. The temperature surpassed all previous encounters, utterly unmatched. Vanish. Faced with this terrifying strike capable of melting iron into liquid, Uchiha Obito felt a chill run down his spine, compelling him to forcefully enter a state of intangibility. Yet, the exertion hindered his speed. Alas, a mere second's delay resulted in the obliteration of Uchiha Obito's lower legs, a searing agony erupting from his lips. 1 second later, he completely vanished into intangibility. In the next moment, the fabric of space warped, and Uchiha Obito tumbled forth, expelling a copious amount of blood. His mask shattered, his complexion pale as wax. The entity known as Kagaya detached from him, its form charred and its essence weak. Clearly, it too was suffering. At that moment, calamity struck. The right side of Uchiha Obito's body began to dissolve. Alarmed, he was taken aback, but before he could react, his right eye abruptly constricted, causing chaos throughout his body as it began to swell. Strangely, however, his life force waned at an alarming rate. In response, Kagaya hastily entered Uchiha Obito's form, halting the expansion and stabilizing the decline of his vitality. Yet it was evident, Uchiha Obito had lost all fighting capability. He was defeated. Coughing, Uchiha Obito emerged from the distant mountainside. His aura was exceedingly feeble, yet he charged forth like molten lava towards Uchiha Kakashi. Canine bite of the Crimson Lotus. A long, fiery hound tore through the restraints of the air, enveloped in a searing heat as it howled toward its target. Alarmed, Obito realized the peril he faced and knew he could no longer afford to engage with Kakashi. Manipulating his own form, he retreated swiftly, evading the impending strike, and then vanished into the earth. Uchiha Kakashi's voice echoed once more, his gaze fixed intently on Obito, filled with both caution and resentment. I will remember you. When we meet again, I shall prepare sufficient means to ensure your demise. In response, Kakashi scoffed. When next we cross paths, you shall find no opportunity. Live out your pitiful existence like a rat. With that, Obito completely subsumed himself into the ground, disappearing from sight. In the next moment, Kakashi coughed up a mouthful of blood, revealing 2 gaping, bloody wounds in his chest that pierced through his body. His vision began to blur. After a few labored breaths, he found a place to sit, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. Obito was indeed the most formidable adversary he had faced among all his enemies. This battle had granted him significant enhancement in both ability and physique. Once he truly assimilated the experiences from this encounter, his strength would solidify at the pinnacle of the Shadow Realm. The peak of the 3rd Hokage embodied this very realm. Coupled with his unique ability of elemental transformation, his threat level surpassed even that of the shadows. Henceforth, the ninjas in the ninja world who would warrant his caution, excluding the hidden monstrosities, were limited to Pain's 6 paths and the formidable Uchiha Itachi. After a moment of respite, he sensed something and glanced towards the distance. Indeed, I have attracted attention. He concluded that it was time to depart. The location of their battle was indeed remote, yet the commotion could be felt within a radius of several miles, making it unsurprising that it had drawn attention. Immediately, Kakashi transformed into lava and burrowed underground to make his escape. However, less than a minute after his departure, a squad of rain ninjas appeared at the spot where Kakashi had just rested. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their faces were filled with astonishment. As they exchanged incredulous glances, they struggled to comprehend the situation. A massive pit had been carved into the mountainside, which was somewhat acceptable. Yet why was the pit ablaze with a crimson glow, radiating waves of heat, and even flowing with molten lava? Furthermore, why did the ground beneath the waterfall bubble ominously, exuding a pungent sulfuric odor? They could not recall any volcanic activity in this area. How could they explain the transformation of the lake formed by the waterfall into a boiling hot spring, merely standing on the shore? One feels as if they are being desiccated. How terrifying. What on earth transpired here? What sort of power could so directly influence nature? Surely, they cannot fail to recognize that a fierce battle has taken place. Yet, no matter how intense the ninjutsu, its effects would dissipate with the departure of the ninja. Just as no amount of water can transform a parched desert into an oasis, ninjutsu is fundamentally merely a means of attack, devoid of vitality, incapable of taking root in the natural world. The only ninjutsu with the power to alter nature belongs to the legendary ninja, Hashirama Senju, and his wood release. Yet, the scene before them undeniably indicates that someone has used their ninjutsu to alter nature itself, allowing the destructive force to persist and become one with the environment. Swiftly, a report must be made to the angels and deities. The emergence of such a peculiar figure in our Rain Ninja village is undoubtedly ominous. The leading Jonin could not comprehend the unfolding scene. Thus he hastened to relay the information. At that moment, in a subterranean space, Uchiha Obito, declaring, "I shall not kill you, nor shall I be human," abruptly coughed up blood. Ugh. He lay there, swathed like a mummy, gasping for breath. His left eye had been replaced with a new double Tomo Sharingan, while the melted right side of his body had been restored by a white Zetsubody, preserving his life. However, to merge with his original body without facing rejection would require a considerable amount of time for adaptation. How surprising it is, Toby, that you have lost so utterly. Zetsu appeared from the side, intrigued. We anticipated your Mangeki Sharingan's illusion would prove ineffective, yet such total defeat was unforeseen. What truly transpired? This was a battle you should not have lost. Zetsu felt compelled to assist Uchiha Obito in reviewing the encounter, lest it hinder the implementation of the Moon's Eye plan and obstruct the true purpose behind it. As the topic arose, a rare flicker of fear appeared in Obito's normally resentful gaze. He began recounting the gradual unraveling of his downfall. In the Rain Ninja village, within the Divine Tower. This is the residence of the ruler of the Rain Ninja village, the god, where only those recognized as divine messengers may enter with permission. At that moment, having listened to the report from the Rain Ninja leader, Angel Conan waved her hand, signaling for him to withdraw, then turned to the god beside her and remarked, "Such mastery of liquid release occurring nearly 50 miles from the Rain Ninja village. One can only suspect that one of the individuals involved must be the Azure Dragon." Upon hearing this, the god nodded in agreement with Conan's conjecture. His voice calm. "Speculation holds little value. If this truly concerns the Azure Dragon, I believe he will provide us with an explanation in due time." He then inquired, "What of the matter raised by the Jade Maiden that day? How is the investigation proceeding?" At this, Angel Conan's expression grew grave. "I fear that all of this is somehow related to that gentleman, Madara." This caused the divine gaze to turn icy. Regardless of the grievances between them, the betrayal of a comrade would not be tolerated. Angel Shounen nodded in agreement. "That is only right." 5 days later, in the year 57 of Konoha, on the first day of the first month, January 1st. Fruit development progress, 70. Emerging from the scalding water, Achihai lifted his gaze, and a line of attribute data manifested. Host, Achihai, age, 14. Ability, Magma Fruit. Awakened, development progress 70. Observation Haki, beginner. Development progress 85. Armament Haki, intermediate. Development progress 15. Life restoration. Ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique. Binding Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Great Strength Technique. Skills, Infernal Hound, Great Fire Breath, Canine Bite of the Crimson Lotus, Meteor Fire Rain, Eruption of the Molten Abyss. Lava Hell, Ninja Power, Peak of Shadow Level, Bloodline Limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Frog Spawn Attribute, Traveling, thanks to the multifaceted enhancement of his strength, physique, and spirit. The system finally unlocked the attribute panel. During these 5 days, he would fully digest and absorb the experiences from his battle with Uchiha Obito. His height had increased from a previous one, 59 meters, to the current one, 62 meters. Thus, it was time to bid farewell to Zero Burial formally. The accumulation of power was complete, and he was ready to depart, even though he knew that Zero Burial might not allow him to leave. Inside the Divine Tower. 3 days prior, the battle in the Rain Ninja village. Was it you? The arrival of Uchiha did not surprise Pain and Shounen. Indeed, Uchiha admitted without hesitation. With whom? Why engage in such destructive combat in the Rain Ninja village? Pain's holographic form immediately adopted a stern tone. Should attention be drawn to this and the revelation that the leader of the Akatsuki and the god of the Rain Ninja village were the same person, it would spell great trouble for him. To prevent any disclosure of his identity, he usually entrusted Shounen to handle matters, while he remained concealed in the shadows as the enigmatic deity. The Akatsuki cannot be revealed at this moment. Uchiha calmly replied, "Mr. Obito wishes to kill me." Upon hearing this, Angel Shounen frowned. Obito? How could that be? She pondered. Why would Madara seek to kill him? What grievances lay between them? Shounen suddenly recalled that when Uchiha initially joined, he had mentioned having enmity with Madara. Yet, the specifics had never been disclosed by Uchiha. It was unexpected that it had escalated to the brink of life and death. This is of no importance. Achihai directed his gaze towards Pain's holographic form. From this day forth, I officially resign from my position as a member of the Akatsuki. I hope for your understanding. The moment these words were uttered, the atmosphere fell silent. A deathly stillness enveloped the room. What did you just say? Pain's holographic form's eyes turned icy. Even through the holographic projection, others could sense the terrifying power concealed behind his cold gaze. Angel Xiaonan's expression turned serious. Qinglong, are you serious? I can pretend you were just joking, as if nothing had happened. Uchiha Obito, upon hearing this, maintained an expression of calmness as he reiterated. I have decided to withdraw from the Akatsuki. Bowing slightly to Angel Conan, he added, thank you for your care during this time. Suddenly, an icy aura emanated from Nagato. The Deva path, enveloping the space with a suffocating pressure. Qinglong, are you not afraid of death? You executed the traitor Orochimaru yourself. You should know the consequences of leaving the organization. Beside him, Angel Conan had already entered a combat stance, her form transforming into paper. Is leaving tantamount to death? Uchiha Obito replied with a serene smile, lifting his gaze to meet both Angel Conan and Nagato, his eyes reflecting a profound depth. Then I shall await the outcome. With that, he placed the ring of the Qinglong, symbolizing his identity, upon the ground, and with a resounding thud, he vanished. It was merely a shadow clone. Even in the face of an illusion, Nagato's fists clenched in fury, his gaze growing cold and indifferent. Qinglong, this is the path you have chosen. So do not blame me for being ruthless. He immediately summoned all members for an assembly. What is it, leader? They queried. A sudden gathering of all members. Does this signify a new mission? Why do I have an ominous feeling? The abrupt call to assemble caught the members off guard. Moreover, the icy demeanor of Zero Burial hinted at something of great significance. Qinglong has defected. Nagato coldly articulated the 5 rigid words, sparking a commotion among those present. What? Qinglong has defected? How can this be? The members were incredulous. Qinglong had always been so diligent in his missions. Why would he betray them? Only Sasori of the Red Sand mused. If it is due to a traitor within the organization revealing his whereabouts, causing him to feel betrayed, then it is not entirely unfounded. He turned to Nagato, Zero Burial. Has this matter been clarified? This question momentarily caught Nagato off guard, and he frowned, replying coldly. Even so, that does not justify his defection. Yun, Zhukei, and Kongchun. He named Sasori, Itachi Uchiha, and Deidara, commanding, you are to pursue Uchiha Obito immediately. The organization's secrets must not be leaked. Especially you, Yun. He is no longer your comrade, and you are not permitted to show mercy. In response to Nagato's words, Sasori replied calmly, I will do so. As for whether he truly would, who could say? Following the confirmation of this matter, the meeting was adjourned. Incredible. Mr. He has actually defected, exclaimed Pai Pashirzong after emerging from the illusion, turning to Itachi Uchiha beside him. His actions have always defied predictability. It is only reasonable that such an event occurs. Itachi, taken aback by Obito's defection, felt a wave of concern wash over him. He worried that Obito might pose a threat to Konoha. While Obito was still part of the Akatsuki, Itachi could monitor him to prevent any reckless actions. However, now that he had severed ties with the organization, Obito was akin to a tiger unleashed from its cage, impossible to restrain. He believed that with Uchiha Itachi's intellect, he would undoubtedly discern the mastermind behind the night of the massacre. It was precisely for this reason that Uchiha Itachi harbored a considerable likelihood of seeking vengeance against the higher-ups of Konoha. In such a scenario, how could he fulfill his promise to Uchiha Shursui to safeguard Konoha? What if, in a moment of folly, his naive younger brother fell victim to collateral damage? How could he explain such a tragedy to their deceased parents? The mere thought of it sent his mind into a tumultuous spiral. However, the only course of action available to him was to swiftly dispatch a message to Konoha, alerting them to the impending danger so they could prepare accordingly. Moreover, he contemplated whether he could employ the technique of Kotoame Tsukumi on Uchiha Itachi, rewriting his will and transforming him into a clandestine guardian of Konoha. At this moment, at the border of the Land of Rain, it was unexpected that, under the command of Brother Itachi, they had just joyfully engaged in a playful escapade in the Hidden Mist Village. Now, he was compelled to turn around and pursue him. As Deidara crafted an ample supply of clay, he muttered, Brother Itachi, forgive me. It is unwise to defy the leader's orders. Allow me to bid you farewell with the most resplendent art, for transient beauty is the truest form of artistry. In contrast to Uchiha Itachi's apprehensions, Deidara's excitement was palpable. While Sasori of the Red Sand was engrossed in reading a letter, it was from Uchiha Itachi. I hope for your understanding regarding my sudden departure. My aspirations do not lie here. Thus, I am leaving to seek a place more suited to my ambitions. I shall establish a shinobi village in the land of rice. If you, Brother Sasori, are interested, I await your arrival. Lastly, I believe that eternal art possesses greater aesthetic value. A few minutes later, having finished perusing the letter, Sasori of the Red Sand incinerated it and murmured, "Establishing a shinobi village? Intriguing. Itachi, let me see if you possess the metal to build a village." As he spoke, his hand brushed across a scroll resting on the table. "I shall not show any mercy." The news of Uchiha Itachi's departure had not leaked. However, the shinobi world was in turmoil, with circumstances shifting dramatically. 2 days prior, with the staunch support of the 4th Reikage, the elite shinobi from the Hidden Mist Village, Teromime ascended to the position of 5th Mizukage, announcing a formal alliance with the Hidden Cloud Village and implementing an open policy. 1 day prior, both the Reikage and Mizukage descended upon Konoha, holding Uchiha Itachi accountable for the destruction inflicted upon the Hidden Mist Village. The 3rd Hokage of Konoha expressed his apologies to the 2 leaders and acquiesced to their demands for accountability from the Rain Shinobi Village. And today, the 4th Reikage officially called for a 5-Kage summit in the Land of Fire to discuss the collective stance towards the Akatsuki organization. Should they allow it to proliferate unchecked, potentially becoming a calamity, or should they take proactive measures to restrict it? However, the impending announcement of the 5-Kage summit plunged the entire Land of Rain into a state of trepidation. This marked the first occasion that the 5 major shinobi villages united to address a singular shinobi village. War could very well descend upon the Rain Shinobi Village. If such a war were to break out, the Rain Shinobi Village and the Land of Rain would surely be consigned to history, with no chance of resurgence. After all, let alone the inadequacy of the Land of Rain, even any one of the 5 great nations would find it impossible to withstand such a crisis. The unification of the 5 great shinobi villages heralds an era of unparalleled dominance in the ninja world, rendering any opposing force utterly impotent. Yet, the situation did not culminate there. The escalating panic within the Land of Rain and its hidden village soon became exacerbated by a new development. Concurrently with the Reikage's announcement of the 5-Kage summit, a rumor began to circulate throughout the ninja realm. It spoke of an organization known as Akatsuki, purportedly based somewhere in the Land of Rain, which had captured the 3 Tails. This incident has incited the present crisis facing both the Land of Rain and its hidden village. Thus, the path before the Land of Rain and its villagers became starkly apparent. To avert the impending specter of war, which could threaten their very lives, they must swiftly compel Akatsuki to relinquish the tailed beast. This accursed Akatsuki has brought such calamity upon our hidden village. They shall not escape retribution. Indeed, while their malevolent existence was previously unknown to us, now that we are aware, we cannot permit them to continue their existence within the confines of the Land of Rain. Let us proceed to the Tower of God. I am confident that the deity shall not tolerate the existence of this detestable organization. Upon hearing this news, the residents of the hidden village could no longer remain passive. They immediately formed groups and hurried to the Tower of God, demanding an audience with their guardian deity. They implored the deity to expel Akatsuki and safeguard the tranquility of the hidden village. This is troublesome. When Pain received this news, his companion Conan could not help but furrow her brow. How could we possibly turn against ourselves? If we hand over the tailed beast, all our efforts thus far would be in vain. However, should we fail to take action and provide the public with a satisfactory explanation, they will undoubtedly not relent. If they were to discover that we are the masterminds behind Akatsuki, we would find ourselves in an exceedingly precarious position. She gritted her teeth. The 5-Kage employ ruthless tactics. They engage in overt schemes devoid of subterfuge, yet they prove remarkably effective. As for how the 5-Kage deduce the connection between Akatsuki and the hidden village, that is a matter for another time. Nonetheless, their methods are brutally effective, and such occurrences should have been anticipated. After all, they are the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages, the titans who govern the ninja world. Without such ruthlessness, how could they maintain their stature? Pain of the 6 Paths spoke. Yet, the more pressing matter at hand is to soothe the populace, while simultaneously buying time to erase all traces of Akatsuki that remain within the Tower of God, lest we expose ourselves to the 5 great shinobi villages. He gazed at the overcast sky, his voice steady. Should they unite, capturing the tailed beasts will become significantly more challenging, which is not a scenario we wish to witness. Upon hearing Pain's words, Konan nodded. Very well, let us proceed as such. With that, she set off to execute the plan. Meanwhile, Nagato, the true orchestrator behind Pain, clenched his fist with a cold gaze, uttering icily, "The 5 great shinobi villages shall pay for today's humiliation manifold in the future." He considers himself a deity. And how could a god be so ruthlessly cornered? Yet, at this juncture, Nagato found himself momentarily pausing. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany, murmuring thoughtfully, "The Azure Dragon would not dare to defect without some form of support. If that is indeed the case, it appears that the pursuit by Scorpion and his allies may yield minimal results. In former times, such a revelation would have been a disastrous calamity. Yet now, it seemed to present an extraordinary opportunity to assist him greatly. For he had just conceived a plan to use Uchiha Sasuke as a scapegoat to divert attention and alleviate the pressure on the Akatsuki organization. With this thought, a smile unexpectedly graced his lips. "Azure Dragon, I must apologize. Your timely defection conveniently shifts the focus of the 5 great shinobi villages." His expression hardened as he declared, "Let this be your final contribution to the Akatsuki." He intended to disseminate the news of Uchiha Sasuke's defection at an opportune moment to draw the attention of the 5 great shinobi villages, particularly the village hidden in the clouds. He would assert that the disappearance of the wood ninja was, in fact, orchestrated by Uchiha Sasuke. Thus, combined with the fact that the 4th Mizukage had also been taken by Sasuke's design, he could single-handedly attract the ire of 2 major ninja villages towards the Akatsuki. Though underhanded, he deemed it a necessary tactic for the sake of peace between the Akatsuki and himself. Little did he know, he had inadvertently guessed correctly. The wood ninja was indeed in Uchiha Sasuke's possession. In the land of fire, a certain forest, the 5 Kage had cornered the Rain Ninja village into a precarious position. As he walked along the bare, windswept path, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly halted. "Itachi, since you've arrived, why hide in the shadows? And you, Deidara, it seems you've grown wise, employing earth techniques for concealment. Scorpion, do come forth. You know me best. You should realize that you cannot remain hidden from my perception." As he spoke, the familiar sound of grinding gears echoed, heralding the arrival of the renowned Scorpion. Upon stopping, the back of the mechanism opened, revealing the true form of Sasori. Meanwhile, leaning against a large tree, Uchiha Itachi also emerged with swift grace. Deidara appeared alongside Sasori, visibly excited. Naturally, the ever-present Zetsu, the master of reconnaissance, was indispensable. Without him, how could they have located Uchiha Sasuke? "Sasuke, I shall show you no mercy," Sasori declared directly, unleashing the 3rd Kazekage puppet. Compared to before, it radiated a renewed aura of chakra, heavier and more powerful than ever, signaling its enhanced capabilities. "What a welcome surprise," Uchiha Sasuke remarked with a smile. "It has indeed been a while since I last engaged in a proper duel with you, Scorpion." In contrast, Uchiha Itachi was far more straightforward. "You shall die today." Deidara chimed in, "Brother Sasuke, I will send you off with the most resplendent of art." Given Deidara's exuberance, no further words were needed. At a certain moment, Uchiha Itachi sprang into action, casting his jutsu without a visible hand sign, unleashing a torrent of searing flames, fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Like a meteor shower descending upon them, he augmented the assault with shuriken to amplify its destructive force. The swiftness of the assault is self-evident, rendering it nearly impossible to respond. Furthermore, due to the presence of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, precise strikes are launched, making evasion exceedingly challenging. Elementalization. However, Uchiha Leaf has no intention of retreating. He closes his eyes, and his body transforms into molten lava. The flames, possessing remarkable cutting power, tear through Uchiha Leaf's form, sending forth a shower of searing lava. Is he closing his eyes to defend against my genjutsu? Uchiha Itachi, witnessing this, immediately retreats. Is it truly worth sacrificing the insightful advantage of the Sharingan for this? He has yet to activate his Manjiki, even with the same 3 Tomo. Should he employ Genjutsu, Uchiha Leaf would undoubtedly be capable of countering it. Is this not a touch overly cautious? Meteor shower. Yet, as he contemplates, Uchiha Leaf's body erupts with a barrage of searing rock punches. Their power and scale far exceed the previous fire release technique. Boom, boom, boom. Deidara, Sasori, and Uchiha Itachi all retreat at breakneck speed. Uchiha Leaf bellows once more. Lava hell. What transpired next left even the seasoned Sasori in shock. The ground began to melt at an alarming rate, transforming into boiling lava. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. The area rapidly expanded. It only halted at 100 meters, forcing Sasori and the others to continually withdraw. The heat is unbearable. Chakra feels as though it might evaporate. This is untenable. We cannot draw near. My eyes are unable to open. The trio retreated to a distance of over 200 meters before experiencing a modicum of relief. Even the iron sand cannot approach. Sasori attempted to manipulate the third Kazekage, directing the iron sand underground for a surprise attack. Yet, upon entering the lava, it became instantly obstructed, rendering it nearly impossible to advance. It's futile, brother Sasori. The temperature of my lava hell exceeds 1100 degrees. While it may not melt your iron sand, it can certainly hinder its movement with ease. Uchiha Leaf remarked, seemingly aware of their predicament. The iron sand is ineffective? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened in realization. Amaterasu. The three tomos swiftly converged into the Manjiki, unleashing the infamous black flames said to possess the temperature of the sun's core. As the black flames enveloped the area within sight, this should prove effective. Uchiha Itachi clutched his bleeding right eye, yet before he could finish speaking, even his usual composure faltered as his pupils contracted in disbelief. It can do that too? Uchiha Leaf's body, engulfed by the terrifying black flames, began to burn at a rapid pace. However, his form suddenly swelled and transformed. By shifting the area consumed by the black flames, he managed to mitigate the relentless fire that refuses to extinguish until its target is incinerated. In the original narrative, this black flame effortlessly eliminated the fourth Mizukage. Yet here it merely proves to be a lackluster endeavor against Uchiha Leaf. Can even such flames do nothing to him? Sasori felt a surge of astonishment within. When Amaterasu was unleashed, although he was unfamiliar with the information regarding this black flame, the violent and searing aura it exuded indicated to him that the strike would undoubtedly possess formidable power. Yet, this attack was effortlessly neutralized by Uchiha Leaf, which was indeed quite impressive. Itachi, upon witnessing that Brother Scorpion's sand iron was ineffective, resorted to this technique. Uchiha Leaf's voice resonated once more. The effect is commendable. A few more iterations, and I shall surely sustain injuries. However, his tone took on a playful nuance, considering your current physical state and your control over those eyes. How many more times can you execute it? In the realm of observation, Uchiha Itachi's emotions fluctuated significantly, his hostility peaking. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing those words. Did you deliberately provoke me to use this technique? To which Uchiha Leaf sincerely nodded. After all, its power is substantial, and I wish to assess its potency. However, upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's frown deepened. It seems you possess knowledge of my abilities. Yet, this is my first time employing this power. How is it that you can so adeptly counter it, having never witnessed it before? Moreover, this attack is not one that can be easily deflected. Once it latches on, it cannot be extinguished and will rapidly spread, igniting an even more fearsome blaze. The black flames of Amaterasu burn at an astonishing speed, and their temperature is so high that even ninjas of comparable rank, unless equipped with unique methods, would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries within 2 seconds. Yet, Uchiha Leaf had just shattered this rule. This filled him with unease. Then why do you believe I would divulge the answer to you? Uchiha Leaf smiled leisurely. Of course, you do instill a sense of trepidation in me. Whether it be the right eye of Amaterasu, the left eye of Tsukuyami, or the technique, Kodo Amatsukami, entrusted to you by Uchiha Shursui, as well as the artifact, Tatsuka no Tsurugi, imbued with sealing effects within your Sharingan, or the technique, Izanami, capable of ensnaring a person in an infinite cycle. I regard them all with great apprehension, in the past, present, and even in the future. Sensing Uchiha Itachi's increasingly turbulent emotions, Uchiha Leaf maintained his smile. You need not concern yourself with how I acquired this knowledge. If you insist on inquiring, consider me to possess precognitive abilities. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi could not help but take a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Even he could not shake off the unsettling information articulated by Uchiha Leaf, leaving him in a state of disquiet that he had never experienced in his 14 years of life. You are indeed a more terrifying individual than the masked man. Gazing at Uchiha Leaf, Uchiha Itachi's aura sharpened. It seems I must gather as much information about you as possible today. The dialogue between the two was lost on Deidara and Scorpion. They were bewildered by terms like Tsukuyami and the masked man. What kind of cryptic game is this? I am still not very adept at this technique. Should I battle you alone? I cannot guarantee I could suppress you. Fortunately, I have Scorpion and Deidara aiding me. As Uchiha Itachi spoke, the kaleidoscope of his Sharingan surged with incredible speed, unleashing a power that astonished even the Scorpion of the Red Sand, Susanoo. Amidst the raging flames, a magnificent orange chakra warrior materialized, possessing only its upper body. Clad in formidable Tengu armor, its visage was completely enveloped, save for two radiant eyes that shone like twin suns. With a shield in its left hand and a gourd containing the Ten Kusanagi sword in its right, Itachi's unique third form of Susanoo took shape. Such formidable power, could it truly be wielded? Faced with the towering Susanoo, even the Scorpion of the Red Sand felt a chill of apprehension. Maintaining such overwhelming and violent power in this colossal form, was that truly achievable? He felt as if his body were laden with lead, the oppressive weight rendering him exceedingly uncomfortable. Was this the true strength of Itachi? Deidara stood in stunned silence, his mind swirling with disbelief. He had thought that as long as he could withstand Itachi's terrifying genjutsu, he would be qualified to challenge him. When he was initially recruited, Itachi had effortlessly dispatched him with a genjutsu, a humiliation he could not shake. Thus, he had devoted himself to devising countermeasures against genjutsu. Yet now, his efforts seemed utterly laughable. To contend with Uchiha Itachi, he had a long journey ahead. Both of you, be wary not to be swept away by my power. I may find it difficult to control myself. Itachi cautioned before the battle commenced. Susanoo, indeed? Facing this orange giant, Achihai felt exhilaration mixed with trepidation. He solidified from his molten state. It seems you have resolved to fight with all your might. Then let us begin. With that, the ground beneath the molten earth erupted with terrifying stone fists, raining down like a torrential storm upon the Scorpion of the Red Sand and Deidara, forcing them to retreat hastily. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Itachi trembled violently as a pillar of fearsome lava surged forth. Against a Susanoo that lacked mobility, this tactic proved exceptionally effective. Yada mirror. Uchiha Itachi, shielding his bleeding eyes, commanded Susanoo to position the shield of its left arm against the oncoming lava. Boom. The earth quaked, and scalding lava spilled everywhere. This underground eruption was met head-on by Itachi's defense. However, the searing force compelled even Itachi, who had reached the top of Susanoo, to grit his teeth. It was unbearably hot, even from a distance of 20 meters. Susanoo gave him the sensation of being melted away. Furthermore, there were signs that Susanoo itself was beginning to show signs of melting. Had it withstood the attack? Impressive. Achihai praised, his smile growing even more radiant. You've blocked this strike. How about a few more? Great fireball. Achihai bellowed, gesturing like a conductor. From beneath the molten earth, two thick arms of lava surged forth, crashing towards Susanoo. Lava surged forth. Meanwhile, beneath Susanoo, even more terrifying lava erupted. Ten Kusanagi. Confronted by the perilous onslaught, Uchiha Itachi valiantly stifled the sweetness rising in his throat and the excruciating pain coursing through his body. He manipulated Susanoo to wield a long sword that erupted from his right hand, severing the impending threat. Simultaneously, he raised his left arm, employing the Yada mirror to shield himself once more. Boom! The resounding tremor reverberated through the heavens. Amidst the terrifying eruption of magma, Itachi could no longer contain the blood that surged forth from his mouth. Spurt! The Tenketsu blade, razor-sharp, cleaved through two ferocious, molten fists. Furthermore, after slicing through the magma giants, it surged towards Uchiha Leaf with blinding speed. This was a divine weapon. To be pierced by it would mean the sealing of one's soul. Naturally, Uchiha Leaf dared not allow such an outcome, which was precisely why he had coalesced his corporeal form. The lava-form body was simply too vast a target. But it was the moment he had awaited for your evasion. Uchiha Itachi suddenly bellowed, disregarding the incessant bleeding from his right eye. Amaterasu. Where his gaze landed, the black flames ignited with fervor. Hiss! Uchiha Leaf was aware that Itachi had more tricks up his sleeve, yet he did not anticipate such an unhesitating display of resolve. Ignoring the burdens of his body, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu once more. Truly, he was the epitome of the Uchiha Clan, displaying a calmness that was nothing short of terrifying. In the face of such peril, Uchiha Leaf did not lag in speed either. Almost instantaneously, as the black flames descended upon him, he completed the elemental transformation. erecting a lava shield to stand against the inferno. Roar! The dreadful black flames immediately spread, fiercely consuming the lava shield. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Uchiha Leaf's chest was enveloped in a layer of Haki. The next moment, the Tenketsu blade pierced through, ripping apart the lava shield and striking Uchiha Leaf's chest. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed in all directions. Yet, this was something Uchiha Itachi had never anticipated. Shouldn't it have pierced through flesh, sealing Uchiha Leaf away? His already blurred vision fixated upon the dark material on Leaf's chest, astonishment flooding his mind. What kind of bloodline limit power was this? It was capable of withstanding the thrust of the Tenketsu blade, but Amaterasu was already spreading forth, forcing him to retract that power. Once more, the Yata mirror was raised before him. In the next instant, a colossal eruption of flames, the magma fist, tearing through the air with thunderous roars, crashed heavily against the Yata mirror. Instantly, the world trembled, unleashing a terrifying tempest that could even shatter the earth. Spurt! Uchiha Itachi coughed up another mouthful of blood, as Susanoo was unexpectedly forced to recede. The ground along his path erupted, strewn with debris. Such fearsome power. Itachi continued to cough blood. This was an ability that could stand toe-to-toe with tailed beasts, yet he was unable to withstand the might of this magma fist. The strength was indeed terrifying. He refocused his gaze. Amaterasu. Spurt. Yet, just as he began to gather his strength, he covered his mouth and expelled another torrent of blood. His Sharingan had backfired. He had exceeded the limits of the power he could currently command. His body could no longer endure. As he gasped heavily, Susanoo faded away due to his exhaustion of power. His vision blurred, chakra nearly depleted. He found himself devoid of any fighting spirit. Coughing, he lamented, "It hurts so much." From the distant lava-ridden earth, Achihai stood up amidst the molten rock, clutching his concave chest and grinning despite the pain. When Uchiha Itachi had been forced back, he too had been sent flying by the strike of the Tenkwuken sword. His body bore extensive burns, the injuries sustained from facing Amaterasu. Coupled with the severe wound to his chest, his situation was far from optimistic. "Brother Scorpion, Deidara, shall we continue?" Achihai inquired, still keeping his eyes closed. He would not let his guard down until Uchiha Itachi had departed. With such close proximity, what if Uchiha Itachi, despite his grievous injuries, unleashed a divine intervention upon him? Though he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies against his opponent, the Red Sand Scorpion expressed a rare fervor for battle. Yet I still wish to witness the extent of our disparity in strength. The third Kazekage's puppet had already coalesced an array of razor-sharp weapons around it. Should we miss this opportunity, who knows when we will meet again? With that, he tossed out several soldier pills, declaring, "I shall not make a move until you have regained your strength." Upon witnessing this, Deidara excitedly interjected, "Count me in. Don't forget about me, brother ya." Perched atop his clay bird, he exclaimed, "If you could defeat such a formidable opponent as Itachi, to bring about your downfall would make my art worthwhile." In response, Achihai laughed heartily, consuming the soldier pills offered by the Red Sand Scorpion. Then let it come. He harbored no fear of being poisoned by the scorpion. A person of his temperament would disdain such underhanded tactics. Yet, the scorpion's act of providing aid only drew sighs from Uchiha Itachi, who pondered the wisdom of such a choice. Of course, he could not intervene. Whoosh! Deidara soared into the sky, exclaiming, "Brother ya, your lava transformation ability is indeed troublesome, but I wonder how long you can maintain it." He unleashed a torrent of clay bombs from his hands, casting them downward. "Show me what you can do." As he took action, the Red Sand Scorpion maneuvered the third Kazekage puppet into motion. Sand Iron Floating Wind. The third Kazekage spread its wings, unleashing a barrage of floating spikes. Simultaneously, the wings stirred up a massive whirlwind of dust, dispersing it towards Achihaya. The air was thick with a dense cloud of sand and iron fragments, capable of being inhaled into the body. Thud, thud, thud. The sand iron spikes were ignored by Uchiha's elemental transformation. However, confronted by the oncoming storm of sand and iron, he suddenly grew serious. So, they have resorted to such measures, knowing that other sand iron attacks would be disregarded by my elemental form? A moment's inattention could lead to inhalation, sealing my movements from within. Even my elemental body would not be spared. For as long as I breathe, I shall inhale this sand iron powder. Uchiha marveled inwardly. What a brilliant concept. In this manner, his poison can indeed take effect. Thus, he resolved to deal with the airborne Deidara first. even if he was the weakest among them. Yet he held dominion over the skies. Occasionally harassing him would undoubtedly cause distress to Uchiha Leaf. While elemental transformation bore its advantages, it undeniably taxed one's stamina. Rather than perpetually guarding against Deidara while remaining in elemental form, it would be prudent to first neutralize this unpredictable variable. Observing Uchiha Leaf charge towards Deidara, the Scorpion of the Red Sand created an iron sand barrier for the already exhausted Uchiha Itachi, and then commanded the third Kazekage to launch an offensive pursuit. The third Kazekage, too, possessed aerial supremacy. However, Brother Scorpion, might you be underestimating me? Uchiha Leaf's voice suddenly resonated in the ear of the Scorpion of the Red Sand. To chase after me in the air while neglecting what lies beneath is a mistake that should not have occurred. In that instant, as the Scorpion of the Red Sand sensed the impending danger, a pillar resembling molten crimson forced him to immediately conjure a sand clone. The advance of the third Kazekage faltered abruptly. Boom. In the next moment, Uchiha Itachi delivered a merciless blow that shattered half of the third Kazekage's form. Yet, the Scorpion of the Red Sand had accompanied Uchiha Leaf long enough to fully comprehend his modus operandi. The third Kazekage swiftly transformed into a sand clone. Undoubtedly, the Scorpion of the Red Sand had anticipated Uchiha Leaf's strike. Impressive. Uchiha Leaf could not help but commend. However, at that moment, Deidara seized the opportunity to launch an attack. A multitude of explosive tags rained down before Uchiha Leaf. With a shout, Uchiha Leaf was engulfed entirely by the explosions. Whoosh! Whoosh! Instantly, the air was filled with splattering molten rock, accompanied by an unbearable heat that ignited the surrounding forest. The Scorpion of the Red Sand was undoubtedly affected and promptly commanded the third Kazekage to create a defensive barrier. Whoosh! Yet immediately, a streak of red-hot lava erupted from the explosion smoke, hurtling towards Deidara in the sky. Brother Leaf, you shall not succeed in capturing me. Upon witnessing this, Deidara hurriedly maneuvered his bird to ascend. Is that so? The voice of Uchiha Leaf emerged from the molten chaos. He swiftly manifested several lava arms, launching them forth as if predicting every one of Deidara's flight trajectories, enveloping him like an immense net. Regardless of where Deidara attempted to evade, he would inevitably be struck down. This is bad. Deidara gasped in alarm. He finally grasped the terror of Uchiha Leaf. Initially, he had intended to exploit his aerial advantage to delay Uchiha Leaf and exhaust his stamina. Little did he realize the extent of Uchiha Leaf's perceptive abilities. In the blink of an eye, the tides of battle had turned. Although he had long heard tales of Uchiha Leaf's formidable insight, capable of predicting an enemy's actions, it was only in direct confrontation that he comprehended the magnitude of such an extraordinary power. Faced with the incoming lava arms, the very air distorting from the heat, Deidara dared not confront it. He felt as though his body would be melted away and quickly formed seals, clay clone. But, before he could complete the seals, Uchiha Leaf's eyes suddenly widened in a fierce glare, Jinjutsu, binding technique. Upon perceiving the three-tomo Sharingan of Uchiha Sasuke, Deidara felt an unsettling sensation wash over him. He had grievously overlooked this significant detail. Uchiha Sasuke was also a wielder of the Sharingan, and a highly advanced one at that. His body froze in place, rendering his limbs immobile. Even the thought of crafting an explosive to propel himself away from Sasuke was rendered futile. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke approached with ominous intent. His palm was enveloped by a layer of inky darkness, the concentration of his power reaching terrifying heights. I'm sorry, Deidara. Do not blame me for being ruthless. With a thunderous crash, Deidara was engulfed in darkness, feeling an excruciating pain in his neck before his consciousness faded into a haze. On the ground, the Scorpion of the Red Sand observed this scene with a grave expression. In the blink of an eye, both Uchiha Itachi and Deidara were rendered incapable of further combat. He was left all alone, confronted by an exceptionally formidable force. Swiftly, he formed a net of iron sand to catch Deidara, who was thrown towards him by Sasuke. Gazing at the descending Uchiha Sasuke, Scorpion solemnly remarked, "It seems I cannot afford to hold back any longer." Sasuke responded with a smile. "I am quite curious about your current strength, Brother Scorpion." With that, his gaze sharpened. Canine bite, crimson lotus. From the earth beneath him, two slender heads of molten lava erupted, exuding a searing wave of destructive heat that surged towards the Scorpion of the Red Sand. Has it truly escalated to this extent? Scorpion's pupils narrowed, a chill penetrating his very soul. The disparity in strength compared to their initial encounter was staggering. leaving even one of his caliber feeling the pressure. How terrifying. Yet I am no longer the person I once was. The third Kazekage puppet erupted with an astonishing aura, as torrents of iron sand surged forth from beneath Scorpion's feet, lifting him high to evade the incoming assault. Immediately, the flowing iron sand transformed into numerous large hands that lunged at Uchiha Sasuke. Iron Sand Funeral. This technique was a result of Scorpion's observations of Sasuke's combat style, combined with the modifications made to the third Kazekage puppet. Without the high-quality chakra metal system gifted by Sasuke, the puppet would have been unable to manipulate such vast amounts of iron sand with this level of precision and agility. Indeed, it was a marked evolution. The iron sand hands moved with remarkable speed. Even a being of shadowy stature might struggle to react perfectly and evade. Furthermore, they were dense and imbued with formidable power. Now, with a thought, Sasuke commanded the molten earth beneath him to surge forth, unleashing several molten hands to counter the assault. Boom! The entire forest erupted with a thunderous roar, as an astonishing gust of hot wind surged forth, shattering surrounding trees. The relentless collision between the two continued to shake the ground beneath them. In terms of sheer power, even against a tailed beast, neither would be found wanting. The strength of the Scorpion of the Red Sand had undeniably advanced since his encounter with the fourth Mizukage. Suddenly, the face of the Scorpion of the Red Sand changed dramatically. The sound of shattering and melting echoed simultaneously. His condensed hand of sand and iron was rapidly scorched red during the clash, then cracked, and ultimately showed signs of melting. The Scorpion of the Red Sand was utterly astonished. Had the power been refined to such a terrifying extent? The hand of the third Kazekage was harder than steel, capable of cleaving mountains with minimal damage, yet it cracked under such a collision. The destructive force of Uchiha Leaf had truly reached a fearsome level. It felt as though even the tailed beasts could not withstand such a horrific attack. Brother Scorpion, do not let your focus waver. Rang out the calm voice of Uchiha Leaf, steeped in an air of leisure. Whoosh! The attack of the red-hot dog bite, which Scorpion had just evaded, suddenly redirected midair and charged once again towards the Scorpion of the Red Sand, soaring high above. What? It can change direction? Scorpion was taken aback once more. Such ferocious power could be manipulated so nimbly? What an exquisite mastery of chakra this required. Leaf, have you truly attained this level of control over your abilities? In the blink of an eye, the searing canine had descended upon him, an oppressive force that instilled despair. Yet, I shall not concede so easily. Sand Iron Wings. The Scorpion of the Red Sand's mind raced as he conjured sand iron into a pair of massive wings to shield himself. Bang! Even though Scorpion was merely the manipulator, and there was a considerable distance between him and the third Kazekage, the terrifying collision still caused a tremor through his very being. Crack! As expected, the sand iron wings could not withstand Uchiha Leaf's assault and cracked once more. Could this force suggest that Leaf was perhaps a reincarnation of a tailed beast? Such overwhelming power truly inspired a sense of hopelessness. Huh! Scorpion roared, unleashing a more terrifying chakra, immediately causing a tidal wave of sand iron to erupt. Sand Iron Frenzy. The surging waves of sand iron fell like a shroud, exuding a distinctive odor. Yet, Uchiha Leaf knew that it was the scent of poison. Great Fireball. However, Uchiha Leaf did not need to retreat. His colossal fist, obscuring the sky, crashed forward, enveloped in a hurricane of searing winds. Entwining, Scorpion maneuvered the third Kazekage while simultaneously fending off the blazing canine head and contending with the terrifyingly massive fist, feeling an unimaginable strain. Nevertheless, the torrential sand iron remained under his control, tightly wrapping around the molten fist like a bandage. Sizzle! Instantly, a visible purple toxic mist was released. Under the influence of the heated winds, it enveloped Uchiha Leaf in an instant. Would the toxic sand iron, subjected to the intense heat of the lava, erupt with the most active and potent of toxic mists to launch an assault? Indeed, it was a defense that was nearly impossible to counter. Uchiha could not help but marvel, as a surge of scalding steam erupted from his body, dispelling the toxic mist. Before he could launch another attack, the assault from the Red Sand Scorpion came once more. Iron Sand Floating Wind. The torrent of iron sand, which was already perilously close, transformed into nearly invisible, toxic iron sand particles that swept toward him like a tempest. The poisonous particles, enveloped by the surrounding noxious fog, rendered avoidance nearly impossible unless one ceased to breathe. Only those of the 5 Kage caliber could hope to respond to such a rapid onslaught. However, without extraordinary speed akin to that of the cosmic Madara, one would still succumb. The toxins were ubiquitous. A single misstep could lead to inhalation. Even the mightiest of the 5 Kage would find themselves incapacitated by a mere breath. This time, even Achihai was unable to utilize elementalization, for it would prove futile. Scorching flow explosion. Achihai held his breath and unleashed a powerful punch forward. Roar. It resonated through the heavens, echoing like a tailed beast's cry. As a scorching torrent surged forth, in an instant, it obliterated all the iron sand particles, while the residual force surged toward the red sand scorpion and the 3rd Kazekage. Though its power was not as formidable as a complete scorching flow explosion, it still possessed a significant might, destructive in its own right. This is the moment I've awaited, Yi. In the face of the imminent, terrifying heatwave, the red sand scorpion's expression turned frenzied as he bellowed, Iron Sand Domain Technique. He was encased in a massive half-wall of iron sand, as was the 3rd Kazekage. In an instant, the sky became a tapestry of iron sand spikes, interconnected and rapidly expanding to form an almost impenetrable cage of sharpness. Achihai found himself ensnared with no space to retreat. The floating iron sand particles seemed to be drawn toward this colossal cage, due to the toxic mist and iron sand particles. Achihai could not elementalize to evade the impending strike. Thus, the threat of this attack escalated dramatically. Even though the terrifying scorching wave unleashed by Achihai had annihilated many of the particles in an instant, the danger remained formidable. Even a powerhouse of the 4th Mizukage caliber would now struggle against the red sand scorpion. In the recent skirmish, Achihai felt the weight of pressure. It was evident how terrifyingly the red sand scorpion had grown, surpassing even the strength depicted in the original narrative. Yet, Achihai's gaze sharpened. This is still not enough to intimidate me. With that, a pillar of molten lava surged skyward, lava eruption. Achihai completed his elementalization in the blink of an eye, and as he held his breath, he soared above the toxic zone and the iron sand domain's range. Boom. As Achihai escaped the perilous area, a searing and heavy impact descended upon the red sand scorpion. The iron sand barrier cracked within mere seconds. The overwhelming heat drove the red sand scorpion to despair, as his body was swiftly scorched. The 3rd Kazekage's puppet began to char, fissures as thick as fingers appearing across its form, threatening imminent disintegration. Sand clone. The scorpion of the red sand swiftly retracted the 3rd Kazekage puppet, while simultaneously activating the pre-prepared sand clones. Boom. The unimpeded tempest of scorching winds incinerated the multitude of trees behind him. The already sparse forest became even more desolate in an instant. Whoosh. Hardly had the scorpion of the red sand made his appearance when a palpable sense of danger surged from behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated at great speed. But the 3rd Kazekage puppet was seized by none other than Uchiha Bito. He gazed at the 3rd Kazekage puppet and could not help but exclaim, how terrifyingly powerful. The strength of this puppet rivals that of the 3rd Kazekage in his prime. In response, the scorpion of the red sand smirked, of course. My puppets are of the highest quality. However, I must thank you for providing the chakra metal. Without it, I could not have created this puppet that surpasses my limits. As he spoke, he produced a scroll. Although this creation may not possess the same strength as the 3rd Kazekage puppet, you have never witnessed this particular work. I believe it is necessary to demonstrate it to you. With that, he removed the red cloud-patterned robe and opened the heart core of the scorpion, casting the scroll into the air. Instantly, a multitude of figures surged forth from the scroll. Countless chakra threads shot out from his heart, connecting to these figures. Behold the 100 machine manipulation. The puppet army loomed in the sky, casting a shadow that could induce dread, even in silence. Their presence was enough to send shivers down one's spine. The atmosphere became eerily quiet, save for the sound of Uchiha Itachi's breaths and the faint clinking of the puppet's intricate components. Was this the ultimate puppet technique capable of annihilating a small nation? This was Uchiha Obito's first encounter with such a display, and even he could not help but marvel at its grandeur. Each of the 100 puppets was capable of utilizing chakra, and if the scorpion could control them, they would even be able to employ the ninjutsu they wielded in life. Just imagine, 100 Chunin might not be terrifying, but 100 Jonin? Even Uchiha Obito would find despair in that prospect, although not every puppet possessed such formidable strength. The mere presence of a fifth of them being of Jonin caliber was already daunting. I'm going in. The scorpion of the red sand said no more, and the 100 puppets surged forth like dumplings in boiling water, charging toward Uchiha Obito under his command. Some wielded chakra-infused great swords and saws. Others brandished longswords and sickles, while others spat poison, launched hidden weapons, or employed explosive tags. Some were even adorned with an array of peculiar weapons. If Uchiha Obito were to assess, this maneuver was hardly inferior to that of the third Kazekage puppet. The scorpion of the red sand was indeed too modest. Armored, hardened. Having witnessed such astonishing displays from the scorpion, Uchiha Obito resolved to take things more seriously. Infernal Hound. His body suddenly radiated a brilliant light, emanating a torrent of heat. And in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Obito vanished from his position. The next moment, boom. Amidst the throng of puppets, a sudden and heavy blow emerged, revealing Achihai engaging in close combat with the marionettes. Boom. Bang. The three-tomo Sharingan, combined with his observation Haki, rendered him almost godlike, leaving no opportunity for stealthy strikes and no movements that could evade his keen perception. Under the weight of his formidable destructive power, the puppet army swiftly dwindled. Observing Achihai's battle was undeniably a feast for the eyes, resembling not a fierce confrontation but a graceful dance, vigorous and visually stunning. Suddenly, a puppet seized the moment to infiltrate Achihai's rear, its chakra-infused long blade poised to strike. The air crackled with the sharp presence of wind attribute chakra, and the power of that strike could undoubtedly cleave through gold and shatter stone. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Shisame no Sasori expected Achihai to evade with elemental transformation. Yet, Achihai appeared utterly oblivious, allowing the blade to plunge downwards. Why did he not dodge? Shisame no Sasori was astounded. He could not fathom that someone with Achihai's terrifying perception would be unable to counter such an assault. Yet, if he chose not to evade, he would surely be injured. Knowing the risk, why did Achihai remain motionless? As Shisame no Sasori watched in confusion, an astonishing event unfolded. The chakra blade struck Achihai's back, producing a deafening clash of metal and sparking brilliant flames. His back resembled a sheet of blackened metal. What power is this? Observing the quickly retreating dark substance from Achihai's back, Shisame no Sasori was taken aback. It seemed that he had previously employed this ability against Itachi's lethal strike. Shisame no Sasori squinted, pondering, such formidable defense, is this a new bloodline limit? Witnessing Achihai, who appeared as a humanoid behemoth, Shisame no Sasori could not help but marvel. Is martial arts combat this terrifying? If so, I must elevate my standards to the utmost. With a thought, he commanded his puppets to unleash a terrifying mist of poison, while others launched explosive tags and kunai. Simultaneously, some puppets emanated lightning, and others shot forth sharp steel wires. In an instant, Achihai found himself besieged by a multitude of horrifying attacks. While he could defend against the other assaults with his Haki, the enveloping poison mist posed a significant threat even to him. Instantly, a torrent of scalding steam erupted around him, dispersing the toxic mist while also deflecting the incoming explosive kunai. Yet, the remaining onslaught of steel wires and a variety of puppets wielding strange weapons, blades, swords, and scythes, continued their assault. Achihai's body transformed into a flow of molten lava, unleashing a devastating barrage of rock fists, meteor fire rain. Boom, crack, bang. Another wave of puppets was obliterated. The lava scorched forth. Achihai surged into motion, and from his very being, terrifying torrents of lava erupted, altering the very hue of the heavens. The destructive force once more annihilated a multitude of puppets. A great eruption of flames. Canine bite Crimson Lotus. The relentless assault from Uchiha Leaf showed no mercy, leaving no opportunity for the puppets of Sasori of the Red Sand to rest. The puppets continued to shatter, raining down like confetti. Despite the diminishing numbers, Sasori's manipulation of the puppets became increasingly sophisticated. Yet, under the perceptive foresight of the observation Haki and the keen insight of the three-tomo Sharingan, even the most intricate control proved futile. Soon, only 10 puppets remained, the maximum quantity a puppet master could typically manipulate. Sasori, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but marvel. Though his expression swiftly shifted to one of seriousness, it seemed the end was nigh. From his fingertips, 10 chakra threads sprang forth, replacing the core control of the heart. Thus, it was time for a final stand. Instantly, 3 puppets clad in Cloud Ninja attire unleashed arcs of lightning from their forms, launching an assault from the left, right, and flank. In front of Uchiha Leaf, 7 puppets displayed corresponding numbers: 1, 4, 7, 8, 31, 43, 72, and 98. Each bore a weapon, their blades varied. All enveloped in chakra, sharp, formidable, and relentless, creating an almost impenetrable offensive that was utterly despairing. Feigning panic, Uchiha Leaf vanished in an instant as the puppets closed in. In the next moment, he materialized before one particular puppet known as Oroi, a timid figure in its past life. The moment Uchiha Leaf approached, Oroi's components whirred into action, releasing a plume of green toxic mist from its mouth, laced with poison needles. Armored and hardened, Uchiha Leaf held his breath as his body was enveloped in protective Haki. With a powerful punch, he shattered Oroi, then leaped high to evade the simultaneous knife attacks from the remaining puppets. With a downward thrust of his palm, a barrage of rocky fists erupted. Despite Sasori's rapid response to withdraw his puppets, 2 were still pierced through the chest and ignited in flames. Suddenly, 2 cloud ninja puppets pierced Uchiha Leaf's chest, spewing molten lava. With a swift motion, Uchiha Leaf transformed his hand into a searing lava claw, grasping at the 2 puppets on either side. The female puppet exhaled toxic mist, attempting to hinder him, while the male puppet conjured a defensive shield of chakra, ample enough to shield itself. Yet, it was all in vain. As the scorching winds from his lava hand dispersed the toxic fog, he seized the puppets, squeezing with immense force. With a resounding crack, both puppets shattered, their forms charred beyond recognition. But that was not the end. Despite Sasori's frantic efforts to withdraw the remaining 5 puppets, Uchiha Leaf had already locked onto them. From underground, 5 slender yet lethal streams of lava erupted. After a searing conflagration, the entire army of puppets was obliterated. Only a field of wreckage remained, alongside the panting figure of the scorpion of the red sand. Was the disparity truly so vast? The scorpion gazed upon the scattered remnants, and then shifted his gaze to the composed Achihai, who casually clapped his hands as if the battle had concluded. Even he could not help but feel a twinge of powerlessness, despite Ya's efforts to show restraint. Refraining from employing the devastating storm of annihilation and the illusions of the Sharingan, had he truly only reached this level? To what extent had he grown in strength? This sense of helplessness reminded him of the first time he faced Conan. I have lost. The calm words of the scorpion of the red sand marked the definitive end of this confrontation. I concede. Achihai smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Farewell, scorpion." He then cast his gaze towards the distant terrain, jesting, "Setsu, please convey a message to Tobi. Take good care of your injuries. I hope that when we next meet, he won't still scurry away like a rat." Uchiha Itachi and Deidara had already been relocated by this individual, demonstrating a meticulous and comprehensive approach to his actions. "Humph. I shall." Zetsu emerged slowly from the ground, his eyes filled with caution. "I never imagined that even Itachi would fall to you. It seems that your battle with Tobi truly granted you considerable enhancement. What a pity. If Itachi had united with Scorpion and Deidara from the onset, perhaps today would have seen your capture. Yet, he had chosen to confront you alone initially, without involving Scorpion or Deidara." In response, Achihaya laughed heartily. "Is that surprising? Itachi has always acted in this manner, preferring to shoulder everything himself and pave the way for others." With that, his molten form vanished into the earth. "Farewell, ya." The scorpion of the red sand silently bid him adieu, collecting the remnants of his puppets before embarking on his journey home. In a subterranean space, upon hearing Zetsu recount Uchihaya's words, Uchiha Obito could not suppress a cold snort, his expression exceedingly frosty. How audacious, little brat. Does he truly believe he can dismiss me so easily? He clenched his fists, his gaze sharp with menace. "Let me see who will ultimately prevail. You will come to regret provoking me." His agitation caused a subtle resistance from the part of him merged with white Zetsu, inducing a wave of pain that made him grunt, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He hastily sought to calm himself, striving to maintain the distinction between their chakras, hoping to achieve full assimilation soon. One day later, the scorpion of the red sand returned to the Akatsuki organization. Was the mission a failure? Upon hearing the scorpion's report, Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, appeared unsurprised and even somewhat relieved. "I understand. After all, the enemy was the Azure Dragon, and it is reasonable that you could not succeed in your pursuit." However, his understanding did not extend to others. No way. Itachi, Scorpion, and Deidara all mobilized together and yet failed to capture the Azure Dragon? Jiaodu was taken aback. Has Lord Qilong grown to such a terrifying extent? Peepa Shirzan, who had yet to be defeated, even Haiden was astonished. Whether it was Itachi or Sasori, their strengths were formidable. Together, they could vanquish even the 5 Kage. Yet, they were utterly helpless against Achihai. How astonishing. Moreover, Achihai was merely 14 years old, yet already possessed power that surpassed that of the current 5 Kage. It felt somewhat absurd. What about the vacancy? Jiao Du looked towards Deva Path Pain. Zero Burial. We must seek to recruit new members for this vacant position. However, given the current landscape of the shinobi world, it is likely we will struggle to find new recruits. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. After all, the 5 Kage had a unified perspective, and addressing matters concerning the Rain Village was far from ordinary. Even though Zero Burial, represented by Angel Conan, had responded to the concerns of the 5 Kage today, expressing a commitment to thoroughly investigate the Rain Village in the Land of Rain, and to swiftly locate the Akatsuki's whereabouts for elimination, it was merely a temporary measure. The existence of the Akatsuki itself posed a dilemma, let alone the recruitment of new members. After listening to Jiao Du's words, Deva Path Pain fell silent for a moment before stating, Beidou is indeed correct. I have decided to temporarily set aside this vacant position. Furthermore, I request that everyone remain dormant for the time being and refrain from drawing the attention of the 5 Kage within the shinobi world. When it is time to act again, I will notify you all. In the interim, let us assume the role of bounty hunters, capturing rogue ninjas to amass wealth. Upon hearing Deva Path Pain's words, no one voiced dissent or expressed surprise. This was a standard response. Furthermore, it was likely that the headquarters would soon vanish entirely from the Rain Village. After all, the declaration from the Rain Village would undoubtedly not receive the approval of the 5 Kage and would soon be ineffective. There was no reasoning in allowing a thief to catch another thief. The 5 Kage would certainly dispatch personnel to the Rain Village for a thorough investigation. Given this, it was imperative to erase any corresponding traces to prevent the discovery of any underlying schemes. After discussing the relevant matters, the meeting was adjourned. For the first time, everyone felt as though the shinobi world was on the brink of transformation. Indeed, on the third day following the Rain Village's declaration, the 5 Kage issued a response. We hope the Rain Village will actively cooperate and provide specific results within 3 days. Should the time limit be exceeded, a joint investigation team from the 5 great shinobi villages will be dispatched to conduct a joint inquiry into the Rain Village to confirm the absence of any collusion with the Akatsuki. This statement was anticipated by all members of the Akatsuki, as well as the broader shinobi community. In Konoha Village, the leader of the Rain Village was indeed obstinate. Despite the Akatsuki's presence within their midst, they feigned ignorance. The third Hokage, smoking a cigarette, murmured softly, It seems this leader of the Rain Village is rather ambitious. Far more dangerous than Hanzo. Allowing such a perilous force as the Akatsuki to exist is one thing. But even directing them to capture the fourth Mizukage to obtain the 3 tails within him is quite another. Is this a plan to gather the tailed beasts into sin to become the 6th great hidden village? Or perhaps to reignite war and create chaos within the shinobi world? Regardless of the path chosen, the third Hokage cannot allow it. Therefore, it is imperative to locate the Akatsuki's lair and eradicate it completely. Of course, he is aware that the Akatsuki resides within the Rain Village. However, he does not intend to disclose this information to the other 4 Kage. This decision is made with the interests of Konoha in mind. After all, this intelligence originates from Uchiha Itachi, the undercover agent, and he cannot betray such a source. In a small town within the Land of Fire, the next target is you, Mitarashi Anko, to resurrect Orochimaru, to recruit Kabuto Yakushi, and to establish a hidden village, thereby securing a place of refuge. He is on the verge of achieving his goals in this world. How could one not feel exhilarated? In Konoha, the streets are bustling, and prosperity abounds. There are no visible signs of decline since the night of the Uchiha massacre. Yet, behind this facade of prosperity lies a decaying core, shrouded in despair. The architect of this seemingly resplendent, yet fundamentally corrupt situation is you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Disguised as a mere merchant, Uchiha Sasuke enters Konoha smoothly, feigning admiration while internally critiquing. Allowing Danzo to thrive and utilizing his roots to exert deeper control over Konoha is not without its faults. However, the indecision shown at critical moments, failing to prune and divide the roots, has led to their continued grotesque development. By the time one wishes to impose limitations, It is already too late, and one must resign to their existence. Thus, the roots, which should be nourishing the great tree of Konoha, end up competing for sustenance, causing the tree to wither and its talent to dwindle. How can Konoha rejuvenate without undergoing a monumental destruction? Uchiha Sasuke would argue that the collapse plan initiated by Orochimaru indeed resulted in numerous deaths and was an unjust invasion. Yet, without this fire, how could the great tree of Konoha shed its old branches and sprout anew, revitalizing itself, even if the distorted roots remain a threat? Reclaiming nourishment from the new branches to bolster themselves becomes increasingly difficult. This allows the new sprouts of Konoha to receive ample nourishment, enabling them to thrive in a nurturing environment and grow into the new branches and future pillars of the village, thus restoring the lushness of the great tree. Otherwise, the precarious Konoha, after the older generation led by Kakashi has aged, will find itself devoid of successors among the younger generation, including Naruto and Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, who could have comfortably remained within the Uchiha clan, ultimately faces life-threatening dangers and is forced to flee. Were it not for the fact that the Uchiha massacre did not directly affect him, referring to the absence of those he cared about during that tragic night, he would have felt compelled to exact his fury upon the third Hokage. Would it not have been more prudent to resolve the issues surrounding the Uchiha clan? It is not as if he lacked the capability to do so. The Senju clan has already been marginalized to the point of no longer posing a threat. The Uchiha clan is also supported by two formidable figures, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, both embodying the will of fire. With his control over Konohagakure, how could he fail to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha and the village? It seems deliberate, an intentional exclusion, coercing the Uchiha to rebel. This would provide a pretext to eliminate them, eradicating future threats. He would not hesitate to sacrifice the village's strength for this purpose. For stability is deemed more crucial than the village's development and safety. Yet, this matter bears no relevance to me. Uchiha Leaf arrived at the Ichiraka ramen shop, exhaling gently, and addressed the proprietor, who was humorously referred to in his previous life as Otsutsuki Lu. One large bowl of beef ramen, please. The development of Konoha has no bearing on him. He merely seeks to establish a safe haven for himself in the shinobi village he intends to create. As for safeguarding world peace or maintaining order in the ninja realm, he would consider such aspirations only after securing his own existence. Otherwise, it would be somewhat ambitious. All right, please hold on. Ichiraku responded enthusiastically to Uchiha Leaf's request and proceeded to prepare the meal. The reason for his visit was simple. His target, Mitarashi Anko, was present here. In a short while, a steaming bowl of ramen, rich in aroma and flavor, was placed before him. I shall not be polite, Uchiha Leaf remarked, taking a sip that truly awakened his appetite. 5 minutes later, as Mitarashi Anko rose to leave, Uchiha Leaf leisurely finished the last noodle, paid, and departed. Uchiha Leaf did not believe his tracking skills were particularly advanced. However, ensuring that he remained undetected by Mitarashi Anko was quite effortless. In the death forest of Konoha, as Mitarashi Anko prepared to practice shuriken throwing, she suddenly sensed a strong wave of danger enveloping her. Who is it? She immediately turned her gaze towards the source of the impending threat. Quite perceptive, Miss Anko. Uchiha Leaf emerged from the ground, smiling at the vigilant Mitarashi Anko. Of course, this was a deliberate release of his chakra. You are. As Mitarashi Anko recognized Uchiha Itachi's visage, her pupils instinctively narrowed. From her arms, several foul, elongated tongues surged forth, aiming to strike. Serpent's hand. Faced with such an assault, Uchiha Leaf remained motionless, allowing the serpents to pass through his ethereal form. Sizzle. The serpents were instantly incinerated, twisting into charred remnants. Yet, Uchiha Leaf found that Mitarashi Anko had vanished from his view. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind rushed from behind him, revealing that she had executed a sweeping kick. In response, Uchiha Leaf did not turn, extending his hand to precisely intercept her strike. Is she able to block me with such precision solely through her senses? Mitarashi Anko was taken aback. Is this the level of a rogue ninja, comparable to that scoundrel Orochimaru? He is too strong. I am utterly outmatched. Just as she prepared to use her serpent's hand to compel Uchiha Leaf to release her, enabling her to hasten back to the village to deliver a warning. To her astonishment, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have discerned her intentions, seizing her and slamming her down onto the ground. The impact reverberated through her body, causing her blood to surge, and she could taste the metallic tang of blood in her throat as she involuntarily coughed it up. Her consciousness began to blur. Yet, before she could catch her breath, a fist the size of a sandbag loomed before her. Panic gripped her heart as she hurriedly performed a substitution technique to evade the impending attack. Swiftly, she aimed to alert her village. In the next moment, Uchiha Sasuke appeared from a distance, without a moment's pause, reaching for a flare in his ninja tool pouch. However, did she truly believe he would grant her such an opportunity? Hearing the mocking voice behind her sent chills down her spine. Before she could react, a powerful blow struck the back of her neck, plunging her into a haze of unconsciousness. It was over. Her body stiffened and collapsed into Uchiha Sasuke's embrace. With that, everything was in place. He quickly stored her within the system's space and vanished into the earth. Who knew if some crystal ball voyeur was watching this unfold? Moreover, the commotion would undoubtedly attract attention. The Konoha sensory team was no trifling matter, and he indeed guessed correctly. They had detected something amiss. A foreign and powerful chakra had suddenly appeared in the forest of death, only to vanish 10 seconds later. Quick, send someone to investigate what transpired, commanded a particularly serious J-nin within the sensory team. Immediately, a member contacted nearby patrol units. The patrol personnel soon arrived at the scene, observing the faint signs of a struggle and the scorched path left behind. They deduced that a mysterious powerful figure had infiltrated Konoha and had taken someone away. There had been a confrontation, yet no sign of either party remained. Undoubtedly, someone had been abducted. Just as Uchiha Sasuke emerged from a hidden corner, making his way to the main gate, he noticed ninjas rushing out from the Hokage building, followed by a swarm of patrolling ninjas heading towards the gate. How astute! Realizing that his movements had been compromised, Uchiha Sasuke decided against lingering any longer and proceeded directly to the gate. "Hey, young man, why are you leaving just after arriving?" Inquisitively questioned a middle-ranked ninja stationed to the right of the gate. "Is there something pressing you need to attend to?" With a furrowed brow, Uchiha Sasuke replied, It's not anything urgent. You see, I came to Konoha for business but forgot my ledger at the inn, making it impossible to complete the transaction. I must hastily return to retrieve it." He sighed deeply. "I hope I am not too late. Otherwise, I stand to incur significant losses." Understanding his predicament, the two ninjas nodded in agreement. The middle-ranked ninja patted Uchiha Sasuke on the shoulder, urging him, "Keep your spirits up. You will manage." With that, he cleared the way. Uchiha Sasuke nodded in appreciation, his expression grateful. "Thank you for your kind words." As he stepped out of the gates of Konohagakure, a sudden, urgent cry echoed behind him. "Don't let him escape. Capture him." The unexpected shout momentarily stunned the two gatekeepers. However, their professionalism as Ch-nin quickly prompted a reaction. "Wait, young man." One of them sprinted towards Uchiha Sasuke, intent on intercepting him. "I'm terribly sorry, but that won't be possible." Uchiha Sasuke retorted with a grin. "I have no desire to be besieged." Instantly, he revealed his true form, his youthful visage causing the Ch-nin to gasp in recognition. Uchiha Sasuke. His expression hardened. "You deceitful scoundrel. You won't escape." Water release. Water surface slash. With a swift motion, the ground erupted with torrents of water. He glided atop the waves as if skating, swiftly closing the distance to Uchiha Sasuke. How intriguing. Uchiha Sasuke smiled at the spectacle, then promptly burrowed into the earth. "I shall take my leave." Yet a low, aged voice abruptly interjected. "Earth release. Earth flow divide." The ground around Uchiha Sasuke seemed to split open, as if repelled by an unseen force, thrusting him back to the surface. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Just as he emerged, an overwhelming wave of oppressive energy erupted into a terrifying conflagration that illuminated the sky. The searing air warped around it, the flames radiating a violent, explosive aura. This was an attack infused with nature transformation. Like a frenzied dragon, flames approached from the front, left, and right, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Even without direct contact, one could feel the infernal heat, as though they were on the brink of being reduced to ashes. This fire technique could only belong to that man. Uchiha Sasuke, wary of the threat, activated his observation Haki, transforming his body into elemental form in response. Boom! The fire dragon roared, crashing through Uchiha Sasuke, utterly disintegrating him into fragments, erupting in a beautiful yet perilous display of fireworks. "Is that it?" The aged voice resounded once more, as more ninjas began to gather behind him. At that moment, a patch of lava on the ground began to bubble and writhe, coalescing once again into the form of Uchiha Sasuke. This spectacle did not escape the notice of the voice's owner, whose expression grew increasingly grave. Indeed, just as the intelligence suggested, conventional attacks are utterly ineffective. Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke's demeanor shifted to one of unprecedented seriousness. He looked towards the owner of the deep voice and smiled. It seems fortune favors me. I did not expect to encounter the legendary third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, so swiftly. It has been a while, Hokage-sama. Why, on the night of the Uchiha massacre, did I not see your esteemed presence arrive in time to halt Itachi's slaughter? The individual who just intervened to stop Uchiha Leaf is none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Why have you infiltrated Konoha? What have you taken? What is your true objective in entering Konoha? Is it revenge against the village? As he questioned, Uchiha Leaf found himself surrounded by several Umbu operatives, including a certain Sharingan ninja still among their ranks. Huh, do you truly believe I would answer you, Hokage? Uchiha Leaf retorted with a mocking expression. What? You cherish the lives of others from Konoha, yet those from the Uchiha clan, who have faced annihilation, are not worthy of your care? Are they to be persecuted to death? You claim that within Konoha, we are all one, that you will protect each and every individual equally. Yet, when it comes to the Uchiha, do these principles no longer apply? Uchiha Leaf had not anticipated feeling such fervor in the presence of the third Hokage, someone he had never met before. Perhaps it was the immense resentment harbored by the original body toward the Hokage for the destruction of the Uchiha clan that had finally been unleashed in this moment. Such matters are in the past. Discussing them now holds no significance. We, the living, should cherish the present and seize what is before us, he continued. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's expression turned grave. Uchiha Leaf, are you suggesting that you will seek revenge against Konoha in the future? Initially, Uchiha Leaf had no intentions of revenge, merely wanting to vent the resentment of the original body and depart. However, the Hokage's recent words elicited a laugh from him, stirring something within for the first time. His gaze turned icy and mocking as he retorted, what a noble sentiment, that discussing the past is futile, and that seizing the moment is paramount. How audacious of you to utter such words. He sneered, baring his teeth. Why the pretense? Just admit that you have never regarded the Uchiha as family. Your hypocrisy has been evident for quite some time. Do you fear losing face now? As he spoke, his body began to swell. After calculating the distance with his observation Haki, a cold smile crept upon his lips. I had no intention of causing trouble for Konoha. Yet, since you have irked me, I shall oblige you and collect some interest. In a flash, his body turned a fiery red, expanding like a colossal balloon, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. Just as the third Hokage sensed the impending danger and urged everyone to retreat in alarm, Uchiha Leaf's voice resonated coldly, devoid of emotion. Scorching stream explosion. A devastating wave of heat erupted, roaring forth and shaking the very earth, unstoppable and overwhelming, leaving no time for breath. In an instant, the shock wave had already spread over 20 meters. The Umbu surrounding Uchiha Leaf barely had time to scream before they were annihilated on the spot. Even the elite among elites, Kakashi Hitaki, would have met a similar fate had he not prepared in advance, hiding his true self underground while leaving a shadow clone to probe the situation. Otherwise, he too would have fallen victim to this calamity. Yet, even in the face of this terrifying and tumultuous wave of heat that surged forth like an unrelenting tide, his very essence, concealed beneath the earth, remained chillingly paralyzed. The only recourse was to burrow deeper underground to evade this lethal onslaught. Countless leaf ninjas, stricken with horror, frantically retreated, only to find themselves scorched, their skin peeling away, flesh seared to a charred black as they fled. Water release, water wave, water release, grand waterfall technique. The nimble Jonin swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring towering waves to confront the searing heat. They had hoped that this torrent would provide a moment's respite, but despair struck them like a thunderbolt in the next instant. The colossal waves evaporated instantaneously, and the dreadful heat continued to close in with alarming speed. No, the cries of the elite ninjas echoed in terror, enveloped in despair. Just as they teetered on the brink of death, the voice of the third Hokage resounded once more. Earth release, ground shift. The earth within a radius of several dozen meters collapsed, whisking away all surviving leaf ninjas to safety underground. A torrent of scorching heat surged past the remaining ninjas, imposing and oppressive. Yet, the unbearable heat still inflicted immense suffering upon those below. Boom. In the next moment, the distant walls of Konoha trembled violently before crashing down, as if struck by an invisible giant's fist. The massive wall, over 2 meters thick, crumbled, obliterating the surrounding leaf defense units, and the ground erupted in chaos. The casualties were significant, to say the least. From a distance, it resembled a scaled-down version of the devastation wrought during Pain's invasion. Reminiscent of the catastrophic impact of the Shinra Tensei, the landscape lay strewn with scorched earth of vivid crimson. This was merely the result of Achihai restraining his power, concentrating it at the gates of Konoha before unleashing it with a thunderous roar. Otherwise, with his current mastery over his abilities, the impact could have potentially engulfed half of Konoha. While not on the scale of the Shinra Tensei that devastated much of the village, it could still inflict burns on hundreds, if not thousands. His restraint was deliberate. His intention was merely to impart a lesson to Konoha, not to commit indiscriminate slaughter. They may have escaped swiftly, but was it of any consequence? Gazing at the vast crater left in the earth, Achihai yet could not suppress a cold smirk. Pain was right. Without experiencing pain, one cannot truly empathize. He planted his feet firmly and bellowed. Lava eruption. Boom. If targeting was difficult on the surface and the lethality less pronounced, the third Hokage inadvertently aided Achihai immensely by gathering everyone in that pit. Alarm bells rang in his mind as the ground quaked violently and radiated an intense heat. Yet, he was given no opportunity to save them. A colossal pillar of molten lava erupted before his eyes. A chorus of screams erupted, only to be swiftly silenced. At least 20 ninjas were annihilated on the spot, leaving not even a trace of ash. Among them were Jonin, Chunin, and Special Jonin. Only a small fraction managed to evade using substitution techniques and body flicker jutsu. Whoosh. As the third Hokage reappeared, he stood a mere 30 meters from Achihai. Yet, gazing upon the shattered Konoha and the surrounding ninjas, some of whom were fortunate enough to escape but were now missing limbs, his heart bled, and his expression turned icy. Achihai, are you truly resolved to oppose Konoha? Murderous intent surged within him. Such a terrifying being, who bore a grudge against Konoha, could not be allowed to live. Don't make me laugh, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Achihai scoffed at the third Hokage's words. This is merely retribution for your previous statement. I did mention that I would collect a bit of interest, to make you comprehend the cost of uttering the wrong words. However, the third Hokage would not accept this. The devastation wrought upon the village, the countless injuries and deaths, Achihai could not be forgiven. Though Achihai's physique was neither tall nor particularly imposing, a formidable power akin to that of a mountain erupted from within him, causing the earth beneath to crack. He declared with a fierce voice, "You must be stopped today." In an instant, the third Hokage glared fiercely and shouted, "Earth release, rising stone spear." Just as Achihai prepared to utilize elementalization to disregard this strike, a voice unexpectedly emanated from behind the third Hokage, mind-body switch technique. Achihai felt a powerful and unfamiliar mental force invading his body, vying for control. The process of elementalization was abruptly interrupted, and sharp earthen spikes descended before him, poised to pierce his skin. In this critical moment, Achihai shouted, hardening. His body was enveloped in armor, and he was hurled away by the earthen spear. However, he immediately unleashed his chakra, forcing himself to land safely to avoid aerial ambush. Yet, just as Achihai touched down, a series of slender shadows rapidly connected with his own shadow imitation technique. He found himself immobilized. As the shadows swiftly coiled around him, seeking to bind him completely, a golden opportunity presented itself. Another robust voice boomed, super enlargement technique. A man resembling a sumo wrestler with red hair and painted patterns raced forward, his body suddenly swelling to immense proportions, akin to a colossal titan. His fist, clenched with tremendous force, descended, causing the very air to howl. In the face of such adversity, Achihai activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. His formidable mental strength surged forth, expelling the invading force from his mind. As heat coursed through his body, the shadows retreated, and his movements were restored, armored and hardened. As he beheld the enormous fist bearing down upon him, transforming the surrounding air into a tempest, he grinned cruelly, clenched his own fist, which became enveloped in a dark armor that gleamed with searing energy. Infernal Hound. It was as if he wielded the might of an entire realm. Colliding fiercely with the gigantic fist. Bang! The ground erupted as if it had been struck by a cataclysmic explosion, transforming into a desolate ruin. Yet, astonishingly, the diminutive Uchiha leaf managed to push back the colossal fist. The searing force emanating from the fist instantaneously melted its flesh, breaking free from its confines. "Get out of my way." The concentrated power detonated with a deafening roar. A chilling scream echoed as the giant staggered backward. The unmistakable sound of shattering bones resonating through the air. Suddenly, Uchiha Leaf seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly retreated. In the next moment, a massive earth dragon burst forth from the ground, roaring as it charged towards Uchiha Leaf. The third Hokage's earth dragon bullet was both agile and devastatingly powerful, causing the very air to crackle with intensity. However, Uchiha Leaf was not one to be easily struck. With the three-tomo Sharingan, he discerned that someone, recently rebuffed, was intent on launching another attack. He swiftly unleashed a torrent of searing punches, meteor fire rain. This barrage perfectly enveloped the third Hokage and his comrades, forcing them to retreat and disrupting their pursuit. Canine Bite, Crimson Lotus. The elemental embodiment surged forward, allowing the earth dragon to penetrate its form while simultaneously striking ahead. A slender, lava-infused canine dashed towards the recently landed third Hokage. Sizzle. Despite the third Hokage's quick reflexes, evading with a mud clone, he still suffered a significant gash on his right arm. Undeterred, the elongated fiery canine continued its assault towards the trio of Inoshikacho, who had just managed to restrain Uchiha Leaf and nearly inflicted harm upon him. This was dire. The first to face this onslaught was Naruto, the strategist of Konoha. Confronted with such overwhelming power, he had no time to react. Doton, Earthquake Core. At that critical moment, the voice of the third Hokage resonated from beneath their feet. The ground beneath Naruto and his companions suddenly caved in, narrowly allowing them to avoid the attack. Yet, he seemed to anticipate that the slender canine would strike again. Without hesitation, he formed another hand seal, Suetun, Water Dragon Bullet. A robust, condensed water dragon surged skyward, brimming with moisture. Indeed, the molten canine lunged forward and collided violently with the water dragon. Sizzle. The entire pit transformed into a steamy sauna, exuding a heat that was utterly despairing. The dense vapor rendered breathing nearly impossible, clouding their vision. However, what astonished the third Hokage was that his water dragon, which contained the volume of a vast lake, was utterly vaporized in an instant. Yet the fiery canine continued its relentless advance. Was this creature truly so formidable? The third Hokage, awash with shock, dared not hesitate. His hand seal shifted once more. F-ton, Wind Cyclone. A fierce gale surged upward, finally providing resistance against the infernal canine. Given their prior encounter with the molten torrent, the third Hokage and his companions had no intention of lingering. Just as they burst forth from the ground, they were met with a scene that sent chills down their spines. In the fleeting moment when Uchiha Leaf descended to the ground, beneath the earth, Kakashi Hitake suddenly surged forth, his right hand aglow with a terrifying lightning radiance, sharp, frenzied, and brimming with an uncontrollable might, as it lunged toward Uchiha Leaf's chest. Lightning release. Lightning cutter. This was, by all accounts, a remarkably successful ambush. Yet, the smile gracing Uchiha Leaf's lips unmistakably conveyed to the third Hokage that he had anticipated this strike entirely. Without a doubt, Kakashi was in peril. Huh. Have you finally succumbed, Kakashi Hitake? Uchiha Leaf smirked, and at the very instant the lightning pierced his form, he once again transformed into an elemental state. ZZT. The fearsome lightning tore through everything around it, sending molten rock splattering. However, Kakashi suddenly cried out in agony as he staggered backward, revealing that his arm had been seared to a charred black. In that moment of retreat, Uchiha Leaf followed closely, his smile radiant as he declared, "I shall take your left eye." Just as Uchiha Leaf reached out to grasp Kakashi's eye, the voice of the third Hokage resonated simultaneously. Earth release. Earth sink. Kakashi's body plummeted rapidly into the earth below. Shadow imitation technique. Mind transfer technique. Concurrently, Naruto shadow binding and Yamenka Ino's mental control struck once more, intending to deny Uchiha Leaf the opportunity to harm Kakashi. Yet, they were a moment too late. Kakashi's anguished cry echoed, blood streaming from his left eye. Uchiha Leaf swiftly retreated, evading the dual targeting of the two, while from his body erupted a torrent of searing volcanic rock, meteoric fire rain. In the face of such a deluge of assaults, the two had no choice but to retreat, their offensive undoubtedly interrupted. Observing the increasing throng of ninjas gathering in the hidden leaf, Uchiha Leaf, upon landing, secured the acquired Sharingan into a vial of solution. Glancing at the reappearing third Hokage alongside Kakashi, he grinned broadly and said, "Well, I've had my fun. Farewell, everyone." With that, he stamped his foot upon the ground, transforming into lava and vanishing beneath the earth. "Damn it, don't let him escape." Narashikaku, somewhat begrudging, urged his shadow to pursue into the gaping chasm, attempting to track Uchiha Leaf. Yet, it was to no avail. They could not trace his whereabouts. "Enough, Shikaku. It is futile." The third Hokage sighed, preventing Narashikaku from continuing. "This time, we have underestimated him." He surveyed the fallen ninjas around him, their sorrow amplifying the weight of his years. While his desire to eliminate Uchiha Leaf reached a fever pitch, could they endure such losses and think it would end with his departure? They had greatly underestimated the strength of the hidden leaf. Cough. At that moment, Akimichi Choza began to cough violently, blood spilling forth. His right arm hung limply like a sack of mud, the bones shattered and charred beyond recognition. Clearly, without timely medical attention, that arm would be rendered useless. Rescued by the third Hokage, Kakashi Hitaki grimaced in pain, clutching his eyes as he drew a sharp breath, his vitality waning. The sight of his bloodied eye sockets evoked a tightening of fists even from the third Hokage himself. How utterly frustrating. Not only had the adversary maintained complete control over the battlefield throughout the confrontation, but the losses incurred were also devastating. Even Kakashi's precious Sharingan was seized by the enemy. It was undeniably the darkest day for Konoha. A rogue ninja appeared and departed at will, leaving them unable to retain their foe. Where was the dignity of Konoha? "Sarutobi, are you all right?" At that moment, two Hokage advisors rushed in with urgency. Upon witnessing the charred wound on Sarutobi's arm, they could not help but gasp in shock. What on earth had transpired? Why was the battle so fierce? Who was the enemy? Even you could not detain them. The ground before the gates was a chaotic heap of rubble, and much of Konoha's towering walls lay in ruins. The casualty count was evidently severe. Even formidable village forces like Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, along with Kakashi, had sustained significant injuries. What manner of enemy possessed such capabilities? To escape amidst the onslaught of the third Hokage and numerous elite shinobi, while inflicting such great harm, was astounding. The Uchiha traitor, Uchiha Itachi. The third Hokage articulated each word with gravity. He has now ascended to a level beyond our expectations. We must immediately reassess the threat he poses. Raising his previously set bounty from 55 million ryo to 350 million ryo. I am not jesting. Observing the astonished expressions of the two advisors, the third Hokage's demeanor turned somber. He has become Konoha's most perilous enemy. We cannot afford to relax our vigilance for even a moment. In response, Advisor Mido Gaiden could not suppress his incredulity. "Sarutobi, I understand your seriousness. However, isn't 350 million ryo somewhat exaggerated? Even the likes of Orochimaru are only valued at 120 million ryo. Not even Uchiha Itachi commands more than 130 million ryo. Is Uchiha Itachi truly more dangerous than both of them combined?" The third Hokage replied resolutely. "It must be so. The threat posed by Uchiha Itachi warrants our utmost attention." Seeing his unwavering stance, Mido Gaiden had no further objections and naturally offered his support, even if it meant plunging Konoha into a fiscal crisis. The news of the events in Konoha spread rapidly throughout the shinobi world, coinciding with the soaring bounty on Uchiha Itachi. Is Konoha mad? 350 million ryo. What an astronomical figure. I nearly thought I misread it. The bounty skyrocketed from 55 million ryo to several times that amount. Had Uchiha Itachi truly reached such a level of danger? Yet, it made sense. Uchiha Itachi was striking at the very pride of Konoha. What better way to reflect his might than through such a bounty? The bounty board has always been the most reliable source of information. As Uchiha Itachi's bounty surged, tales of his unrestricted movements within Konoha and his devastating impact on the village swiftly circulated among bounty hunters, igniting even greater shock and disbelief. Oh, but this is the esteemed Hidden Leaf Village, the foremost among the 5 great ninja villages. And yet, even the formidable third Hokage could not detain him, allowing him to depart at will. Such power is truly astonishing. What does this signify? It is said that he not only demolished the walls of Konoha, but also caused the deaths of dozens of ninjas, leaving nearly 100 severely injured. Konoha is on the brink of becoming a laughingstock. Moreover, it is rumored that one of the members of the Inoshikacho trio, Shikoro, had his entire right arm rendered useless by a single blow from him. Huh, and what of it? Are you aware that even the renowned Sharingan user, Kakashi Hatake, had his eye stolen? The third Hokage himself was wounded in the right arm. I dare say that Achihai is now the most formidable ninja in the shinobi world. Amidst their astonishment, a young man seated in the corner listened intently to their conversation, flipping through a bounty notice until he paused at the last page. There, in stark contrast to the ominous crimson mark, lay the identity of Achihai, accompanied by an exorbitant bounty of 350 million ryo, a sum most enticing. How generous indeed. The young man rose, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "You make me tempted to sell myself for some coin." This remark did not escape the ears of several individuals present, who turned to him in shock and disbelief. Achihai? Upon hearing this, the young man regarded them with an amused smile and inquired, "Would any of you care to claim my head for the bounty?" Instantly, the faces of the onlookers turned pale with fear, and they hastily waved their hands, forcing smiles. "No, no, you jest. We would never entertain such thoughts." While the bounty of 350 million ryo was indeed alluring, it was far beyond the reach of mere desperate souls like them. "Are you certain?" The young man, who was indeed Achihai, cast a knowing glance at the crowd as if he could penetrate their thoughts. "It seems otherwise." This statement caused a ripple of unease among them, compelling them to hastily depart after Achihai left, fearing that remaining even a moment longer might jeopardize their lives. At the border of the Land of Fire, in the town of Saku, the 4th Reikage and the 5th Mizukage, Meitarumi, both learned of this troubling news. The 4th Reikage furrowed his brow, feeling a mix of shock and concern. He was well aware of the 3rd Hokage's prowess, which undoubtedly surpassed his own. If even such an individual could not stop Achihai and was injured in the process, could this Uchiha truly be that formidable? Meanwhile, Meitarumi, though somewhat unsurprised, felt an unexpected weight in her heart. Has he grown this powerful already? She clenched her fists, burdened by the gravity of the situation. After the battle in which Uchiha Obito led an invasion of the Hidden Mist Village, she assessed the aftermath and realized the losses were far greater than just the 4th Mizukage and a singular sword, the Samehada, a member of the Hidden Mist. The renowned ninja Kisame Hashigaki had vanished, along with the talented survivor of the Kagaya clan, Kagaya Kimimaro. She sensed a profound connection between this incident and Uchiha Obito. Moreover, she harbored an ominous premonition that the ninja world would undergo a cataclysmic transformation due to Uchiha Obito's influence. Meanwhile, in a subterranean space, Uchiha Obito's countenance paled as he gazed at Zetsu, his voice low and ominous. "Kakashi Hitake's Sharingan has been seized by Uchiha Obito?" He grit his teeth, the sound echoing ominously, and shouted in a fit of rage, "What nonsense is this? Kakashi, it was already unacceptable that you failed to protect Rin. But now you cannot even safeguard a single Sharingan." He nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. "Are you truly that inept?" Zetsu understood his fury well, for such a matter was undeniably fatal for Uchiha Obito. "The situation is turning against you, Obito," Zetsu remarked. "That individual has always known how to counter your abilities. Now, having acquired your left eye, he can directly assault your physical form within the Kamui dimension, rendering you utterly defenseless." Naturally, Uchiha Obito's expression darkened at these words, as his earlier outburst stemmed from this very realization. "Damn it, am I truly destined to live out my days like a mere rat, as he suggests?" He clenched his fists. "No, I, Uchiha Obito, will never concede defeat. I must realize the Eye of the Moon plan. I will forge a world solely for Rin. How can I succumb to despair?" In the Land of Rice, within a hidden chamber, Yakushi Kabuto gazed at the bounty notice in his hand and the information he had just gathered from his wandering ninja subordinates, utterly bewildered. How is it possible for him to possess such monstrous power now? He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Is there truly any hope for me to avenge Lord Orochimaru? With my current abilities barely touching the threshold of sage techniques, the 5 Kage are formidable foes, let alone that bastard. He slammed his fist against the wall in utter frustration. Damn it. Is there no chance at all? Despair engulfed him. Simultaneously, in the Hidden Rain village, significant disturbances were afoot. Nagato's gaze sharpened. It seems the time has come to disseminate information. Only a day remained until the deadline set by the 5 Kage, and the urgency was palpable. The traces of the Akatsuki organization within the Hidden Rain village could not be thoroughly erased, given the circumstances. The only option was to leverage Uchiha Obito's notoriety to divert attention, thereby granting them sufficient time to eliminate all traces and prevent the coalition investigation from uncovering any faults. The following day, just as the ninja world was beginning to regain its composure from the exorbitant bounty placed on Uchiha Obito, it was immediately stirred into chaos once more by fresh intelligence regarding him. No way. Uchiha Obito has kidnapped the Two-Tails Jinchuriki? The fourth Mizukage was captured, largely due to the machinations of this individual. There is a considerable probability that the Three-Tails is also under his influence. How alarming. He possesses two-tailed beasts, coupled with his own formidable strength. Could he be another Uchiha Madara? An elder ninja expressed his astonishment. The mention of Uchiha Madara evoked memories of dread among many older ninjas, rekindling their fears. They found themselves gripped by a sense of impending doom. Consequently, several small nations experienced a degree of unrest. Kagami may remained relatively unperturbed upon hearing this news. She had long suspected that the meticulously orchestrated assault of that day had someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. However, she did not anticipate it would be Uchiha Obito. While it is plausible that the Three-Tails could be under his control, she recognized the need for skepticism. If she could not discern that this was a deliberate misdirection, a frame-up, she would not be worthy of the title Fifth Mizukage. Moreover, these were merely rumors, lacking concrete evidence. Nevertheless, she understood the necessity of maintaining a certain posture. After all, with such rumors circulating, there existed a justification to pursue Uchiha Obito. In avenging the fourth's downfall, she could simultaneously investigate the departure of Kisame Hashigaki and the disappearance of the Samahata. A decree was issued. The Umbu of Kirigakure is to hunt down Uchiha Obito effective immediately, and this edict shall remain in effect until a new order is proclaimed. Following the signing of the Mizukage decree, designated ninjas would escort the directive back to Kirigakure, where it would be executed by the acting elder in charge of the village. In stark contrast to her composure, the fourth Reikage was far more volatile. You, Uchiha Obito, are in possession of the Jinchuriki, he fumed, shattering the table in his rage. I will not rest until I resolve this. Had it not been for the intervention of Babui, he would have set off immediately to hunt down Uchiha Obito. What of rumors? If there is a pretext, that suffices. He too, like Kagami May, signed the Reikage decree, officially sanctioning the pursuit of Uchiha Obito. Meanwhile, Nagato's cunning scheme left Uchiha Obito seething with frustration. Fool. Utterly foolish. He exclaimed. What credibility does one gain by voluntarily revealing such information? Uchiha Obito was beside himself with rage. The allied investigation team from the 5 great shinobi villages is en route. Would it not be more prudent to allow them to uncover this information themselves? That would lend far greater credibility. Instead, he brazenly broadcasts his own insecurity, as if to declare to the Kage that the Rain village is tainted. Even if the Reikage lacks intellect, he is fortunate to have a competent secretary. This approach not only fails to assist himself, but deepens his own culpability. Nagato, have you lost your senses? Uchiha Obito felt as if he might explode with indignation. Ever since his defeat at the hands of Uchiha Obito, he had encountered nothing but misfortune. He yearned to inquire how Uchiha Madara had been so blind as to entrust the Rinnegan to this incompetent Nagato. Upon hearing this, Ju articulated Nagato's rationale. Time was running short before the arrival of the joint investigation team from the 5 great ninja villages, and he had yet to completely eradicate the traces of the Akatsuki organization in the Rain village. Thus, he was compelled to employ such tactics to delay and divert attention. Ju's mention of Uchiha Obito further exacerbated his agitation. Had Nagato truly forgotten that he had an ally in me? The Akatsuki was not solely his enterprise. Would it not be prudent to consult me on such a significant matter? I had anticipated this scenario and prepared countermeasures in advance. Upon hearing Obito's words, Ju resignedly raised his hands. Nagato indeed sought your counsel, but you were preoccupied with your recovery and missed it. Uchiha Obito fell silent for a moment, then shot a displeased glance at Ju. In the future, should such incidents occur again, do remember to alert me. I may have overlooked it, but you certainly should have noticed. He rose and declared, let us proceed, for there remains an opportunity for remediation, although the information has already circulated. Rendering my countermeasures less than flawless, their implementation here will still yield commendable results. The crisis facing the Akatsuki should not prove excessively arduous to navigate. At this juncture, his gaze sharpened. The individual who devised this strategy against the Akatsuki was indeed remarkable. Who could it be? Is it the Mizukage, or perhaps the Reikage secretary? Such a ruthless maneuver rivals the cunning of Konoha's strategists, worthy of vigilant caution. An hour later, After hearing Uchiha Obito's counter-strategy, Pain of the Six Paths could not help but exhale in relief. He then ventured to express his grievance. Mr. Madara, you truly ought to have communicated this matter to me sooner. Otherwise, I would not have resorted to such inept methods to divert the attention of the five Kages. Upon hearing this, Obito acknowledged that the situation arose from his own oversight and acquiesced. He replied calmly, since you have disseminated the information, it is now beyond retrieval. Let it run its course. As for the countermeasures I previously mentioned, I shall take responsibility for their execution to ensure the Akatsuki navigates this crisis. With that, he turned his gaze towards Pain. As for the vacancy left by Uchiha Obito's departure, I shall fill it. I will assume the alias of Toby and join the organization. Upon hearing this, Pain's spirits lifted immensely. That is splendid news. After all, it is Mr. Madara who has effortlessly resolved two of my major dilemmas. Uchiha Obito responded with a calm smile. It is all for the organization. He then rose and departed. The Wagakure. Humph, rest assured. I would not allow your Akatsuki to simply vanish. I shall assist you in navigating this situation. The third Subjugate, Inoki, observed the masked man before him and smirked cunningly. I naturally trust the integrity of the Subjugate. The masked man, upon hearing this, offered a compliment and then vanished from Inoki's presence. Humph. Your continued utility is what keeps you around. You can aid a Wagakure in executing certain unsavory tasks that, while clandestine, would greatly benefit us. However, when you become of no use to me, a sinister smile crept upon his lips as he contemplated. That will be your demise. Konoha the root. Humph. You dare to threaten me, old man? You possess quite the audacity. Shimura Danzo's gaze was chillingly cold as he regarded the masked figure before him. You may choose to disregard my threat, but the entire village of Konoha will soon learn of your endeavors to seize the Sharingan, experiment with Hashirama's cells, and conduct forbidden human experiments. At that juncture, even the third Hokage would hesitate to shield you from the wrath of the masses. What do you suppose will be your fate? The masked man, unfazed by the gravity of Danzo's words, replied with an unsettling calmness tinged with a hint of mockery. I trust that you would not wish to relinquish your dual roles as Hokage advisor and puppet master, would you? Danzo's countenance darkened considerably upon hearing this. A murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. Mark my words, this is a one-time concession. I shall not assist you in such matters again. The masked man chuckled softly. Indeed, for I too do not anticipate a second opportunity to threaten you, Danzo. With that, he gradually vanished into the swirling vortex of space. The task he assigned to Danzo was rather straightforward: to intervene in the joint investigation of the 5 great shinobi villages, allowing Konoha's ninjas a mere formality. With the authority of Konoha as the leading village, the ultimate outcome would surely be credible. Moreover, with Inoki's representatives mediating, what could the hidden cloud, hidden mist, and hidden sand possibly uncover? They would only discover the information that Uchiha Obito had prepared for them. Ultimately, all evidence would point to Uchiha Akira, confirming that the Two-Tails Jinchuriki was indeed in his possession, as well as the fact that the Thunderblade was owned by him, and that the rogue Kirigakure ninja, Kisame Hashigaki, had been manipulated by Uchiha Akira to defect. In the land of rice, Uchiha Akira casually selected a small town and approached the local exchange, trading the heads of several million Ri bounty criminals for 13 million Ri, after which he published a piece of information. Deep in the Shinkamayama, the underground space served as a former research base of Orochimaru. He was confident that the 2 individuals who would see this information would soon come to seek him. Half a day later, Uchiha Akira arrived at the underground space of Shinkamayama, only to be momentarily struck by surprise, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. How interesting. He mused, I did not expect you to be here. This will save me the trouble of searching for you. No sooner had he spoken than numerous figures emerged around him, encircling him. What audacity, to dare infiltrate our secret base. But now that you are here, death is your only fate, for only the dead can keep secrets. The group was led by 2 rogue ninjas of special J-Nin rank, a man with long green hair to the left and a woman with short red hair to the right. They were tasked with guarding a place that their leader had strictly ordered to remain undisclosed. Oh, is that so? Uchiha Akira responded, his youthful face displaying a playful demeanor. Are you certain? Upon recognizing Uchiha Akira's features, the red-haired woman was struck with terror, her face paling as she gasped, Uchiha Akira, how could a powerhouse like you be here? The green-haired man, taken aback and nearly overwhelmed, gasped in shock. Uchiha Akira. He had just dared to offend the formidable Achihai, sealing his fate. He was undoubtedly doomed. The surrounding rogue ninjas were equally pale, their legs trembling in fear. They understood all too well how terrifying this young man was. To dare to flee? That would only hasten their demise. In that moment, the sound of gulping echoed around them. Observing the scene, Achihai waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "I am in a good mood today, be gone. Killing so many would only dirty my hands." Upon hearing these words, the group felt as if a great reprieve had washed over them, and they scattered in haste. The green-haired man wished he could sprout additional legs. He had never moved so swiftly, disappearing in an instant. Truly, a spectacle indeed, Achihai. At that moment, a sinister voice emerged. Out came the peculiar figure of Yakushi Kabuto, his teeth clenched, yet filled with trepidation. His arms were lined with bulging veins, and scales began to emerge upon his skin. His visage transformed to resemble that of a serpent, his eyes now golden slits typical of serpentine creatures. His aura approached that of a shadow-level ninja. Achihai, with his keen perception, sensed a formidable power concealed within him. "Ah, we meet again, Yakushi Kabuto," Achihai said with a faint smile. "You seem to have fared well in these past 6 months. It seems my decision to let you go was not in vain. Your growth is indeed remarkable." At this, Kabuto's expression shifted dramatically, his face contorting with anger as he shouted, "Damn it. So it was you. I was wondering why I had been pursued after betraying Sasori. So you were orchestrating everything from behind." He gritted his teeth, demanding, "What is your purpose? Why let me go and allow me to grow?" Achihaya chuckled softly. "Purpose? Quite simple. To have you grow strong enough to serve my needs." At this, Kabuto scoffed coldly. "Do you think I would heed your commands? Do you not realize how absurd that sounds?" Achihaya merely smiled knowingly, his grin growing brighter. "Do not be so quick to dismiss me. What if I were to say that I have resurrected Orochimaru and brought him under my command? Would you then consider working for me?" Kabuto's pupils constricted at this revelation, and he retorted mockingly, "You claim to have resurrected Lord Orochimaru? Do you think me a mere child easily deceived?" Achihaya shook his head, chuckling at the absurdity. "Deceive you? Is there any need for that?" As he spoke, he retrieved a vial containing the essence of blood and flesh from his system's space. "Watch closely as I demonstrate how Orochimaru is resurrected." He extracted a mass of flesh from the solution and placed it upon the cursed seal on the nape of Yakushi Kabuto's neck. Hiss! The moment the flesh made contact with the seal, it appeared to melt away, devoured by the curse. An eerie energy emanated from the seal, gradually turning crimson. Release the cursed seal. Achihaya swiftly formed hand seals and pressed his palm against the cursed mark. Instantly, a radiant red light burst forth, and a white serpent emerged from the seal. Its gaping maw revealed the incredulous face of Yakushi Kabuto, slowly manifesting before his eyes. Subsequently, a foul, viscous figure crawled out from the mouth of the great serpent. With golden serpent eyes, pallid skin, and purple eyeshadow reaching the nostrils, accompanied by an eerie smile. It was none other than Orochimaru, the very being that Yakushi Kabuto had longed to exact vengeance upon. Orochimaru had officially returned. Gazing at this familiar visage and sensing the well-known aura, Yakushi Kabuto was momentarily stunned. Orochimaru, licking his lips, cast a sinister smile towards Achihai. "What a surprise. I never expected you, Yikuin, to be the one who resurrected me." As he sensed the overwhelming chakra emanating from Achihai's body, his gaze sharpened. "I never anticipated you would become so formidable." He then turned his attention to the beaming Yakushi Kabuto. "Unable to restrain a note of admiration, even you have grown so much stronger." Achihai withdrew his hand from the red bean and addressed Orochimaru. "I did not resurrect you for mere sentimentality, Orochimaru." His eyes were calm yet exuded an air of authority. "You will serve me, or face death once more, with no chance of revival." At this, Orochimaru chuckled ominously, his eyes glinting dangerously. "Yikuin, then prove you possess such capability. Would he, the legendary Sannin, bow beneath a mere child?" As he spoke, a cold light erupted from his mouth, Void's great blade. With a piercing sound, Achihai was impaled without a hint of resistance. Yet, Orochimaru felt no joy. Instead, he waved his arm, serpent's hidden shadow. Several long, brown snakes surged forth from the blade with incredible speed. The fangs of the serpents bore seals that suppressed chakra. Having learned from past experiences, did he now understand the importance of suppressing my elemental form? Progress, but insufficient. Achihai remained unfazed, calmly uttering, "Scorch." His body erupted in a violent heat, unleashing a torrent of scorching waves. The Kusanagi sword that pierced his body rapidly turned crimson, while the incoming serpents were instantly obliterated. This scene astonished Orochimaru, as the intense heat forced him to stifle a grunt of pain. He quickly retreated, drawing the Kusanagi sword and swiftly forming hand seals. Water release, water surge. The torrent of icy water surged forth with immense force, crashing towards Achihai while simultaneously cooling the blazing Kusanagi sword, allowing him to retract it. Truly, as the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru's water surge unleashed a waterfall-like might. Achihai expressed his admiration, only to swiftly alter his tone. Yet, it remains too feeble. A chilling voice, reminiscent of a deity, echoed, "Great fireball." In an instant, it felt as though one were engulfed in a sea of flames, as the surrounding air was entirely expelled, suffocating with its scorching heat. In mere moments, all the water evaporated, accompanied by a deafening sound wave crashing towards Orochimaru. Facing this terrifying assault that rendered him breathless, Orochimaru felt a surge of dread. He had anticipated Achihai would be powerful, otherwise he would not have possessed such confidence in resurrecting himself. Yet, he never imagined Achihai would reach such terrifying heights. The overwhelming aura was reminiscent of his previous encounter with Zero in the Akatsuki, instilling a sense of dread. In the face of his mesmerizing eyes, a profound sensation enveloped him. The searing energy rapidly scorched his skin, rendering it charred and blackened, while an oppressive aura held him captive, leaving no room for evasion. As he transformed into a serpent-like figure and swiftly retreated, he opened his mouth wide, expelling a new version of himself. Instantly, the old shell was consumed, obliterated as if crushed by a mountain. K9 Bite of the Crimson Lotus. Observing Orochimaru evade this fiery onslaught with his substitution technique, Achihai remained unperturbed, his gaze already piercing through Orochimaru's true path. With a flick of his right arm, a ferocious fire dog lunged forth, hurtling towards Orochimaru. Hiss! In that moment, Orochimaru undoubtedly experienced sheer terror. With barely a moment to breathe, he was immediately suppressed. Earth clone. At the very instant the fire dog engulfed him, Orochimaru's form swiftly transformed into mud, splattering across the ground. Observing this, Achihai's indifferent eyes shifted slightly, a futile struggle. With that, he vanished from his position. Yakushi Kabuto, witnessing Achihai's disappearance, was taken aback. So swift, he could not capture his precise movements. In the next instant, Orochimaru reappeared from afar, having just caught his breath, when he suddenly heard Kabuto's panicked shout, "Lord Orochimaru, be cautious." Before Kabuto could finish, Orochimaru sensed an acute danger looming behind him. Wind release, wind blade. Orochimaru swiftly formed seals, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades with his left hand, while his right hand executed Shadow of the Hidden Serpent. Multiple serpents surged from all directions, attacking Achihai with unpredictable yet rapid movements, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Undoubtedly, each serpent bore cursed seals, one of Orochimaru's lethal abilities, capable of injecting toxic power to control the enemy's movements and disrupt their chakra. However, Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. Achihai, akin to a fire deity, radiated an intense glow, yet was enshrouded in a dark substance. The wind blades and serpents could not inflict a single scratch upon him. It was as if they were striking an impenetrable metal, sparks flying in all directions. Achihai harnessed the scorching jet of heat, descending upon Orochimaru like a rocket. A blistering punch struck his face with tremendous force. He immediately activated his soft body technique, which significantly mitigated physical damage. Yet, puff! Orochimaru incredulously spat out a mouthful of blood. How could such power be so refined? The soft body technique failed to completely diminish the force behind Achihai's fist, leaving him feeling more fatal than a blow from Tsunade's monstrous strength. His very soul felt rattled, and stars danced before his eyes. Simultaneously, the searing heat swiftly breached his flesh, and his bones shattered under the immense, concentrated force. He was on the brink of demise. Whoosh! Orochimaru gritted his teeth and swiftly elongated his neck once more, activating the Great Serpent Substitution technique to evade the impending doom. Simultaneously, he unleashed his shadow snake hands, rapidly entwining around Achihai's body. This strike was not aimed at inflicting harm upon Achihai. Rather, it was a desperate attempt to buy himself a moment of respite, distancing himself from his formidable opponent. Indeed, as the robust serpent coiled around Achihai's form, it was unable to unleash the cursed seal from its maw before being seared and twisted into oblivion. Yet, this momentary entanglement forced Achihai to pause for a fleeting heartbeat. In the distance, Orochimaru appeared, breathless and pale, still haunted by a lingering terror. Meanwhile, Achihai, momentarily hindered by Orochimaru's shadow snake hands, had not yet pursued him, granting Orochimaru a sigh of relief. "Do you believe you can afford to relax?" Achihai grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he planted his foot firmly on the ground. Lava eruption. In an instant, the area surrounding Orochimaru was engulfed by a torrent of molten lava. Everything in the vicinity was incinerated in the searing heat. "This is bad." Orochimaru, filled with dread, summoned a new self, yet the remnants of his old form were utterly obliterated. "What's the matter, Orochimaru? You seem to be struggling," Achihai taunted, casually approaching him with an air of superiority. "Do you wish to continue?" His gaze was reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. Orochimaru remained silent, but his body tensed involuntarily. He knew he had fallen into the gravest of predicaments. Just as despair loomed, a sharp voice echoed from behind Achihai. "You shall not harm Lord Orochimaru." It was Kabuto, invoking the sage art, transmutation of the inorganic. In an instant, he was engulfed in emerald chakra flames, his visage transforming into that of a serpent, his body adorned with scales, his lower half morphing into a snake's form. Sage mode. The mysterious power Achihai had sensed earlier was, in fact, sage chakra. In the blink of an eye, the earth beneath Achihai sprang to life, morphing into two massive serpents that lunged at him with ferocity. Their speed rivaled that of Orochimaru himself. What astonished Achihai most was that his elementalization ability felt threatened by this assault. With a swift maneuver, Achihai preemptively elementalized his form, leaving two colossal craters in his wake as the serpents pierced through. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Is it because sage techniques harness natural energy that they can partially assimilate my elementalized state, thus causing harm? A slight smile graced his lips. This is an unexpected revelation. Discovering this here will surely prepare me for future encounters with even more formidable practitioners of sage arts. This was indeed fortuitous. As the molten lava fully receded from the two serpents' assault, the intense heat had already melted them away. Yet, Kabuto, undeterred, immediately launched another attack at the lava-infused Achihai, Shadow Snake Hands. The same ability manifested anew, yet with a different presentation. In contrast to Orochimaru's robust serpent, Kabuto Yakushi resembles a pale, elongated snake with a more elusive presence. Intriguingly, Achihai's lava-imbued form exhibits remarkable agility as he swiftly weaves through the serpentine figure, eyes widening in realization, binding technique. Kabuto exclaimed in alarm, a thin veil immediately clouding his gaze and obstructing his sight. Simultaneously, he retreated with great speed. "I shall not fall prey to your illusions, Achihai. Over the past 6 months, I have conducted thorough research on you." As he dodged, Kabuto declared with pride, "Even if you seldom employ Genjutsu, possessing the Sharingan means I cannot be caught unawares. Do not presume I remain the powerless individual you once controlled." With that, he commanded the earth around him to launch an assault on Achihai. The ground surged upward, piercing toward Achihai without any sign of slowing, relentlessly pursuing him, leaving him no opportunity to find his footing. Void Blade. At that moment, Orochimaru's piercing voice echoed, the icy edge of his blade entwined with cursed energy, aiming directly at the retreating Achihai's chest. Witnessing this scene, Kabuto's joy intensified as he focused intently on manipulating natural energy, compressing the earth's offensive toward Achihai, forcing him to expend all his efforts against his onslaught, leaving no time to evade Orochimaru's strike. With a sickening sound, Achihai's body was pierced. Orochimaru could not contain his delight. However, the smile on his face quickly froze. A massive gash had erupted from Achihai's chest, allowing the void blade to pass through his form unscathed. In the next instant, Achihai transformed into molten lava, escaping the blade's vicinity, radiating a terrifying heat as if he were a demon returned from hell, tearing through space before him. Hellhound. The speed was so astonishing that Orochimaru barely had time to react. With a sickening sound, a searing fist pierced through his body, igniting it in flames, causing him to scream and collapse to the ground. "You wretched fiend, perish." Witnessing Achihai inflict yet another devastating blow upon Orochimaru, Kabuto's fury ignited. How arrogant! The ground surrounding Achihai erupted, two massive serpents lunging toward him. The sharp clang of metal echoed painfully amidst the intense sparks as the two serpents, formed from earth and stone, clamped down on Achihai. Yet, they rapidly turned a fiery crimson before transforming into molten lava and collapsing to the ground. What? Kabuto gasped in shock, his eyes widening as he beheld the dark, dissipating armor around Achihai, uncertainly pondering. Could this dark substance be yet another new bloodline limit? Just as he was lost in thought, Achihai shouted, "Lava eruption!" Hiss. Kabuto's pupils dilated in alarm, sensing imminent danger as he hastily retreated. However, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly broke into a cunning smile. "Do you really believe you can escape?" Boom. At the crucial point of Kabuto's retreat, a searing crimson flame erupted. Slender yet lethal. Kabuto's serpentine lower half was severed. Kabuto could not contain a wretched scream, forced to relinquish his sage mode. His legs were a gruesome sight, flesh torn and charred, even revealing scorched bones. Yet, he valiantly endured the excruciating pain and continued to retreat, beginning to weave hand signs, water release. However, before him lay the absence of Uchiha Sasuke's presence. "Where is he?" Kabuto frantically searched, but found nothing. "Behind you." The teasing voice of Uchiha Sasuke rang out, and in Kabuto's moment of alarm, he declared word by word, "Armament, harden." His fist was instantly enveloped in an inky power, striking forth like a dragon, tearing through the air with a thunderous roar, landing squarely on Kabuto's back. Boom. The impact seemed as though it would expel Kabuto's very soul. The sound of bones shattering resonating throughout, causing the very air to tremble. Bang! Kabuto's body arched, crashing heavily like a phantom into the distant forest, shaking the ground. Uchiha Sasuke dispatched a shadow clone, and then turned his gaze to the extremely weakened Orochimaru, who appeared as if he had just emerged from water. A mocking smile on his face. "Orochimaru, how many more times do you think you can be reborn before death claims you?" "My guess is, not more than twice." Observing Orochimaru biting his finger to summon a summoning beast, Uchiha Sasuke could not help but laugh, arrogantly surveying the surroundings. "How many punches do you think the great serpent can withstand before it perishes? Or perhaps, do you think it can endure my Sharingan Genjutsu?" This statement made Orochimaru lower his arm, letting out an eerie chuckle. "I never imagined Orochimaru, would face such a moment of powerlessness. However, to be defeated by someone as formidable as you is not entirely humiliating." He laughed softly. "Let my eyes gaze into the future and witness what changes your capabilities will bring to this tranquil ninja world. Allow me to assist you in making this dull ninja realm far more intriguing." Faced with defeat, Orochimaru chose to ally himself, as long as he could continue his eternal life research. Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke chuckled. "To make this ninja world more interesting? Excellent. Then it is settled. Let us embark on a grand venture together." As he spoke, his shadow clone emerged, carrying the unconscious Kabuto. "He is quite a talent. Your discernment is indeed commendable, Orochimaru." Uchiha Sasuke praised, to which Orochimaru replied with a laugh. "I did not anticipate this child would achieve such heights, reaching realms I have yet to touch. It seems fortune has favored me, granting me such an exceptional heir." In response, Uchiha Sasuke merely smiled. After spending some time tidying up the underground space, he gathered all the research materials and equipment he had previously collected from the system space and piled them up. Orochimaru naturally took full control of the situation and began to organize matters. Meanwhile, Kabuto Yakushi remained a mere subordinate, still lost in the shadow of Orochimaru. Orochimaru's allegiance inadvertently drew him toward Achihai. "Have you not seen your disciple, Mitarashi Anko?" Achihai inquired with a smile after Orochimaru and Kabuto had spent half a day setting up the laboratory. "Not at all," Orochimaru replied calmly. "There is no need to divert my attention with such trivial matters. Mundane concerns will only hinder my research progress." Upon hearing this, Achihai shrugged. "In that case, I shall return her." Orochimaru nodded in silence and resumed his organization of the laboratory. Research must first have experimental subjects. In the ninja world, the most abundant resources are the numerous heinous criminals. Thus, the next step involves communication with the feudal lord. One of the most crucial elements in establishing a ninja village is, undoubtedly, financial resources. In his eyes, the feudal lord represented a veritable treasure trove. Although the land of rice is somewhat impoverished, its proximity to the land of fire ensures that its economy is not too shabby. With his assistance, The economic development of the land of rice will undoubtedly flourish. You shall handle the negotiations with the feudal lord of the land of rice, Kabuto Yakushi. Possessing ample experience in undercover operations, had mastered the art of assuming various roles through countless tasks. Acting as a negotiator posed no challenge for him. Kabuto respectfully nodded, understood. Lord Yi. His allegiance to Achihai was partly due to his connection with Orochimaru, but more so because Achihai's formidable power had truly captivated him. Additionally, the prospect of the ninja village that Achihai was about to establish presented him with a new path in life. Building a ninja village. The feeling of being needed is truly delightful. His life was no longer shrouded in confusion. In a subterranean space, within a certain room, Achihai gazed at the information that appeared before him, a glimmer of anticipation crossing his features. What shall it be this time? The frog tadpole has returned from its journey, carrying specialties awaiting collection. Collect. As he spoke, a unique memory surged into his mind. Item. Technique of the external body. Source. Naruto world. Description. Splits an independent body with its own consciousness from the original body, maintaining absolute obedience to the main body. Possessing the same physical strength as the original, and with a certain probability of inheriting the original's bloodline. It can merge with the original in normal circumstances, but separates during combat. Note, abilities cannot be shared between the avatar and the original. Upon the avatar's death, its abilities are reclaimed by the system, omitting several hundred words. 1 minute later, the memories fully integrated. Achihai raised an eyebrow. This technique is indeed intriguing. If his memory served him correctly, in the original narrative, Orochimaru had a subordinate named Zaku, who possessed a similar ability. The two brothers could share a single body in their everyday lives, separating into two independent entities during battle. Alas, it seemed the avatar he created did not inherit his strength. It appears he must train anew. Achihai sighed slightly, but then felt it was quite reasonable. After all, where could one find a technique that was utterly flawless? The external body technique was already remarkably extraordinary. If one could further dissect his power, it would be more terrifying than the multiple shadow clones. This resembles the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, yet with even fewer restrictions. One can only hope that someday, the frog spawn will bestow upon him a devil fruit. He imagines that if his avatar were to consume such a fruit, it would undoubtedly be a remarkably cool feat. However, in light of this, I have a far superior plan for transplanting the Kamui Sharingan. Initially, he had contemplated merging this Sharingan with Hashirama cells and implanting it on his forehead. Now, there is no need for such a grotesque appearance. It can be directly transplanted onto the avatar. This not only enhances his strength, but also maintains an aesthetic appeal. In that case, let us commence. Recalling the technique in his mind, Achihai formed the hand seals, body double technique. Instantly, an obscure power emanated from Achihai's body, gentle yet overwhelmingly oppressive. Even Orochimaru, engrossed in his experiments, felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of technique was he practicing to evoke such terror? Orochimaru keenly sensed a hint of forbidden human experimentation. What a mysterious and perilous man he is. I wonder if I shall have the opportunity to examine his body. Achihai proclaimed, split. He clenched his teeth as his soul began to detach from his body, slowly dividing in two. This caused Achihai to emit a muffled groan of pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was as if his very soul were being torn asunder. Transform. He gritted out once more. Suddenly, his body began to swell, and it too commenced the gruesome process of division. Achihai's gums bled profusely from the intense agony of his biting down too hard. His eyes were veined with crimson, and the veins on his forehead bulged ominously. He was truly experiencing the excruciating torment of being flayed alive. Yet, with the thought of the foes he would soon confront and the urgency of time weighing heavily upon him, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Pain was preferable to the helplessness of the future. Enemies from beyond the heavens are beings of unimaginable terror, far beyond what the current shinobi world can fathom. 5 minutes later, in a state of profound weakness, akin to being pulled from the depths of water, a clone identical to him, yet with white hair and golden eyes, emerged. Ah, greetings, my original. The avatar exclaimed cheerfully, extending a hand towards Achihai. Now, hand over that Sharingan to me. It is hardly my fault if I cannot inherit your Sharingan's power. Upon hearing this, the severely weakened Achihai managed a feeble shake of his head. No, if that were the case, this technique would be utterly outlandish. As he spoke, he retrieved the left eye of Kamui from his system space. I need to enter a period of slumber. The matters concerning Kisame Hoshigaki and Kagaya Tsutsuki shall be entrusted to you." The avatar, now fitted with the Kamui left eye, smiled and replied, "Leave it to me. While the abilities cannot be shared, the memories can. Whatever Achihai knows, I shall know as well. I will handle these affairs without error." Thanks to his Uchiha physique, the avatar quickly adapted after a brief discomfort and successfully integrated the left Sharingan. This significantly enhanced the power of the avatar. Although it had not yet reached the point of instantly initiating Susanoo, the ability of Kamui was already more than sufficient. "Henceforth, I shall call you Jin." Observing the avatar's golden eyes, Uchiha Yedo remarked, "Uchiha Jin? A rather delightful name." Upon hearing this, Jin pondered with a feigned air of contemplation, then smiled and said, "As long as you are pleased." Uchiha Yedo couldn't help but feel the urge to retort, "Please, it's Jin, not Uchiha Jin. Thank you for the compliment. I shall continue to strive for excellence." Jin, blissfully oblivious to Yedo's inner thoughts, responded with a beaming smile. "Very well. He is indeed a cunning fellow." A day later, Kakashi Kisame and Kagaya Kimimaro arrived in succession. Although both were curious about Uchiha Yedo's sudden transformation into a white-haired figure, they refrained from probing too deeply. Moreover, Kakashi Kisame finally encountered his most compatible weapon, the sword Samahata. "Remarkable, Lord Yedo. I never anticipated that the Samahata would find itself in your possession." The moment he exchanged the Raijin for the Samahata, Kakashi Kisame realized its rightful owner was none other than himself. He chuckled, "Having promised to find you a suitable weapon, how could I go back on my word?" Jin replied with a smile, then led him to meet Orochimaru. "Ah, astonishing indeed." Kakashi Kisame exclaimed with a wide grin, "I never imagined I would have the fortune to become a companion of Lord Orochimaru. I now feel considerably more confident in the forthcoming establishment of our ninja village." Orochimaru also held a favorable impression of Kakashi Kisame, humble and courteous. However, his attention was even more captivated by Kagaya Kimimaro, who had accompanied him. The Kagaya clan. He licked his lips, such an exceptional bloodline. "I cannot resist the urge to study it." This prompted Jin to interject, "Orochimaru, do not harbor any ill intentions towards him." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru chuckled darkly, merely jesting. "Since he was handpicked by you, Lord Yedo, why would I dare to act recklessly?" Yet, glancing at Jin with his white hair and golden eyes, he curiously inquired, "It has only been a day, and yet you seem almost unrecognizable, Yedo." Jin replied nonchalantly, "Is that truly of significance? Am I not permitted to change my hair color?" Orochimaru shrugged, returning to his studies. In the afternoon, Kabuto returned, bringing news regarding the collaboration with the daimyo of the Land of Rice. The daimyo has declined to provide funding and refused to cooperate. Upon hearing Kabuto's words, Jin smirked, then nodded. "I understand. Thank you for your efforts." The refusal from the daimyo was anticipated. Given his currently notorious reputation, rejection was to be expected. After all, the Land of Rice is merely a small nation. Uchiha Yedo is now a wanted figure in Konohagakure. How could the daimyo dare to offend Konoha and the Land of Fire? As for the establishment of the ninja village, Kabuto hesitated, a look of regret evident on his face. "Fear not. The endeavor to create the ninja village will yield the anticipated positive outcome. Our light shadow village shall indeed be established and recognized by the 5 great ninja villages." With a confident smile, Jin patted Yakushi Kabuto on the shoulder, assuring him, "There is no need for concern. When the time comes, the daimyo of the Land of Rice will acquiesce. In fact, he will be the one imploring me for an agreement." Upon hearing this, Yakushi Kabuto nodded and withdrew, harboring no doubt about the veracity of Uchiha's words. Given Uchiha's unwavering confidence, it was clear he possessed the strength to back it up. At that very moment, within the halls of the daimyo's residence in the Land of Rice, the daimyo engaged in conversation with his aide, the left minister. "My lord, by rejecting Uchiha's request, do you not fear inciting his wrath and facing repercussions?" The left minister's face bore a look of concern. He is, after all, a formidable individual whom even the village hidden in the leaves cannot contend with, the most fearsome rogue ninja in the ninja world. In response, the daimyo scoffed dismissively, his eyes glinting with disdain. "Fear not. Should he dare to lay a hand upon me, he would be challenging the authority of the 5 great nations. A mere ninja is but a group of skilled henchmen. If he dares to strike at me, he positions himself against all the daimyos. The daimyos of the 5 great nations will not allow him to escape unscathed. When faced with the united pursuit of the 5 great ninja villages, even Uchiha, no matter how powerful, will ultimately meet his demise. As he spoke, he sipped his tea. After all, how formidable was Senju Hashirama in his day? Yet he still had to obey the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Ninjas are merely our loyal hounds. I have seen men slay dogs, but I have never witnessed a dog daring to betray its master. Upon hearing the daimyo's words, the left minister could not help but prostrate himself on the ground, exclaiming in admiration, "It seems my perspective was too narrow to trouble my lord over such trifles. That is my transgression." The daimyo, pleased by the flattery, assisted the left minister to his feet, relishing the praise. Meanwhile, within the village hidden in the leaves, the third Hokage glared sharply at his old friend, Shimura Danzo. His expression stern. "Danzo, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? You would have me condone the continued existence of the Akatsuki, this perilous organization?" He slammed his hand upon the table, his voice rising. "This jest is far from amusing. It is a blatant dereliction of duty toward the village hidden in the leaves and the entire ninja world." In the face of the third Hokage's admonition, Danzo maintained his composure, even seeming to peer through the facade of his old friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Have you forgotten so swiftly? Not long ago, Uchiha took away our esteemed Jonin, Mitarashi Anko, right before your eyes. As Hokage, you intervened personally, yet not only did you fail to apprehend him, but you were also subjected to ridicule, losing Kakashi's Sharingan and inflicting grave injuries upon Akimichi Choza in the process." He remained resolute. "To have a rogue of such caliber infiltrate and abduct a special Jonin without our village being able to offer any resistance. Do you not find that disgraceful? Do you not feel any shame? How do you expect other factions to regard us? The casualties among our ninja need not even be mentioned. Sarutobi, I ask you, can you guarantee that the village hidden in the leaves will successfully hunt down Uchiha?" Without allowing the third Hokage an opportunity to retort, Danzo pressed on. "If you cannot ensure that, then what is the harm in allowing the Akatsuki, who share a vendetta against Uchiha, to pursue him as well? There is no need to harbor this threat indefinitely. Through this organization's assistance, we shall eliminate the calamity that is Uchiha Obito, and after cleansing the disgrace, we will once again unite the 5 Kage to obliterate the Akatsuki." Shimura Danzo's eyes glimmered with a spark of brilliance. "Is this not an exceptionally astute strategy? Why do you oppose it? Is this not the very embodiment of true responsibility towards Konoha?" As an old friend of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was acutely aware of his weaknesses and knew precisely how to persuade him. Thus, his words were devoid of any gentleness. Yet, the third Hokage found himself unable to counter. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he regarded Shimura Danzo and remarked, "You do present a valid point. In that case, I shall entrust this matter to you. Danzo, ensure that it is resolved impeccably. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable for any shortcomings." The method is proposed by Danzo. Hence it is only fitting that he undertakes it. Should Danzo succeed, it would reflect Sarutobi Hiruzen's bold decisiveness and foresight. Conversely, if he were to fail, it would indicate Danzo's incompetence and exaggeration, leading to a misjudgment on Sarutobi Hiruzen's part. Ultimately, the blame would unequivocally fall upon Shimura Danzo. "Rest assured, you know I am capable." In response, Shimura Danzo let out a cold snort, his eyes flashing with derision. "Hiruzen, you are indeed hypocritical, as Uchiha Obito has pointed out. Your current pretense is almost laughable. Indeed, had I possessed your level of hypocrisy, it would have been I who became Hokage, not you." He then took full control of the investigation dispatched from Konoha to the Land of Rain, with all members being from Root. A day later, the joint investigation team of the 5 great shinobi countries arrived in the Land of Rain. With the assistance of Uchiha Obito, traces of the Akatsuki had nearly vanished. However, some new leads gradually emerged during the investigation, enticing the ninjas from Kumogakure and Kirigakure to continue their inquiries. Meanwhile, in the Land of Rice, here lies the location for the village. Jin Zhengchao was diligently preparing for the establishment of Hikari Village. Undoubtedly, the site would be in proximity to the existing underground space. With the aid of Kabuto Yakushi's sage technique, a solid foundation was laid. Moreover, he had cleverly utilized Kabuto's abilities to form the initial structure of Hikari Village from earth blocks. In the later stages, they would incorporate steel, boards, and underground pipelines. This approach undoubtedly saved considerable effort. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had embarked on an irreversible journey into the depths of life's truths and the world's mysteries. 2 days later, after several days of deep slumber, Uchiha Obito's original body finally awakened. Thank you for your efforts. The somewhat pale Uchiha Obito gazed at Jin with gratitude. Ah. To speak such words among those of the same origin is rather unnecessary. Assisting you is tantamount to aiding myself. Jin shook his head with a smile and then said, Now, we are on the brink of the most critical step. It is time to enhance my strength. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is high time to augment your power. Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, and various other abilities. As the original body possesses capabilities that Jin cannot utilize or learn, he could only focus on acquiring abilities external to the original. In the realm of illusion, I have acquired several practical techniques from the scrolls collected by Orochimaru. Jin remarked that his mastery over chakra control had significantly improved. Concurrently, he has intensified his practice with the Sharingan. However, I must emphasize that you need to expedite your research on the Senju cells. Otherwise, the power of my Sharingan will not endure for long. As for ninjutsu, I discovered that it is not the common fire or lightning techniques typical of the Uchiha clan, but rather the more obscure wind techniques. Acknowledging Jin's words, Achihai nodded in understanding and added, coincidentally, I have recently acquired a new item from the system that can swiftly enhance your strength. However, further development will require your utmost dedication. Upon hearing this, Jin grinned, expressing his eagerness. I wonder what kind of item it could be. I truly look forward to it. Achihai chuckled softly, shaking his head. You already knew, didn't you? Unless my physical form restricts memory sharing, you would instantly know what I am thinking. Ding. The frog hatchling has returned from its journey, bringing back specialties to collect. Achihai silently thought, and in an instant, a slender, icy blade with a black and white diamond-patterned hilt, radiating a sharp aura, materialized in his hand. Item, Senbonzakura. Source, Soul Society. Description, a wind attribute Zanpakutō of the Kido system, requiring exceptional manipulation skills to wield. It possesses both Shurikai and Bankai forms, corresponding to different abilities. The system has eliminated the necessary usage barriers, and the host need not communicate with the Zanpakutō spirit. Gazing at Senbonzakura, Jin was elated and exclaimed dramatically, Wow! I never expected to acquire such a powerful weapon. As he took hold of it and infused it with chakra, he instantly felt a profound connection with Senbonzakura. Techniques and corresponding skill information surged into his mind, merging rapidly. Scatter, Senbonzakura. Jin involuntarily recited the release phrase. The blade in his hand gleamed brilliantly, transforming into beautiful cherry blossoms that fluttered down, accompanied by a gentle breeze. However, to assume that these blossoms lacked lethality would be a grave error. Each petal was a razor-sharp edge, possessing formidable destructive power. This was the Shurikai ability of Senbonzakura, transforming it into countless delicate blades resembling cherry blossoms. Under the wielder's command, these blades could both attack and provide defense, showcasing remarkable versatility. The Bankai, however, represented an even higher level of capability, attainable only after mastering the Zanpakutō. It revealed the Zanpakutō's ultimate form, unleashing its true might. With closed eyes, Jin reveled in the power of Senbonzakura, savoring the sense of fulfillment that such strength brought. Indeed, this was also a process of merging with the Zanpakutō. An hour later, Jin was already wielding Senbonzakura with considerable proficiency. Achihai continued, in future development, pay close attention to the lethality and agility of the blades. They can be combined with your wind attribute transformations. Upon hearing this, Jin broke into a grin. Then I shall trouble you to impart your wisdom. His face was flushed with fervor. I will not hold back. The powers of the Sharingan and the Zanpakutō shall be harmonized splendidly. Do take care not to get hurt. Provoked by his own taunt, Achihai felt a strange sensation. Yet, in response to Jin's provocation, he confidently replied, Fear not. To wound me, you have quite a long journey ahead. The current strength of Achihai, at the pinnacle of his abilities, was not so easily overcome. Subsequently, Achihai gathered everyone and introduced Jin's existence, which naturally elicited astonishment from the crowd. So that's why Achihai has suddenly transformed into one with white hair and golden eyes. It turns out this is merely his external manifestation. However, this ability piqued the profound interest of Orochimaru, who remarked with a fervent expression, an independent entity with its own consciousness that can coexist harmoniously. What a truly marvelous ability. I find myself quite unable to resist the urge to study you. To this, Achihai smiled. Perhaps that day will come. Then, He created shadow clones to commence training Orochimaru and Hashigaki Kisame, while his true self focused on honing Jin's external manifestation. With the combination of the Manjiki, Genjutsu, Taijutsu, and the Zanpakutō, what kind of power would he ultimately manifest? Achihai was immensely curious. 4 days later, the joint investigation team from the Rain Village returned. Yet, the final findings left many in disbelief. The Rain Village had minimal ties to the Akatsuki organization, and the 5 great ninja villages would continue to monitor the situation, preparing for a summit to discuss the handling of the Akatsuki. However, the spotlight was primarily on Achihai. Through meticulous investigation, it was confirmed that the two-tailed Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village had been abducted by Achihai. Additionally, the missing ninja blades, the Raijin's Fong and the Samahata, from the Mist Village were also in his possession. The death of the 4th Mizukage was closely linked to Achihai as well, with suspicions that the 3 tails might also be under his control. The missing ninja from the Mist Village, Hashigaki Kisame, had betrayed them under Achihai's deception. The revelation sent shockwaves throughout the ninja world. Achihai was already perceived as a significant threat. Now, with so many formidable abilities at his disposal, the level of danger he posed escalated sharply. Consequently, the populace of neighboring nations fervently urged the 5 great ninja villages to eliminate the menace that was Achihai, fearing the repercussions of his unchecked power. Achihai had swiftly become a public enemy in the ninja world. Outside the underground space of Shinkansen Mountain, the clash between Achihai and Jin had just concluded. Now, we stand fully in opposition to the ninja world, Jin panted, a playful glint in his eyes. Isn't it quite terrifying? Although the word fear does not exist in my lexicon. The ground around him lay in ruins, his body marred and burned, blood streaming from his left eye, and his right arm bent at an unnatural angle. Meanwhile, Achihai stood at a distance, his right arm injured, his breath slightly disordered. The notion of being in opposition to the ninja world, indeed. Achihai shall, wasn't this already anticipated? From the very moment I resolved to establish the light-hidden village, I became a thorn in the side of the 5 great ninja villages. Not far away, Yakushi Kabuto approached to commence treatment for Jin. Jin grinned widely. Then let us officially announce the establishment of our light-hidden village to the ninja world, right at the upcoming 5 Kage summit. Upon hearing this, Achihai's lips curled slightly, and a flicker of anticipation brightened his profound gaze. The expressions of the 5 Kages will surely be quite spectacular. In just 4 days, Jin, having mastered the 1,000 cherry blossoms, also successfully harnessed the wind nature transformation, significantly enhancing the lethality of the 1,000 cherry blossoms. During this process, he unlocked the first form of Susanoo. However, limited by the fact that he only possessed his left eye, the highest potential he could develop would only reach the 3rd form, the Tengu armor. Yet, that was already sufficient. Jin's overall strength had ascended to the level of a Kage, and he was poised to grow even stronger, as Achihai was thrust into opposition within the ninja world. The 4th Reikage, residing in the Land of Fire, formally issued an invitation for the 5 Kage Summit. The chosen venue was set at Mount Yakoga in Central Fire Country. Thus commenced the highly anticipated 5 Kage Summit, drawing the attention of the entire ninja world. The citizens of the Land of Rain and Rain Ninja Village were particularly concerned, as the outcomes could determine whether they would be targeted by the 5 great ninja villages, directly impacting their prospects of war. As the Hokage, Wind Shadow and Earth Shadow set forth in succession, Achihai donned a black cloak and embarked on his journey to the Land of Fire. A day later, all 5 Kages arrived at the summit location on Mount Yakoga. The welcoming, accommodations, and security arrangements were overseen by the Leaf Village. In the vast conference room, the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages were seated at a pentagonal conference table, with their respective village and national insignias displayed prominently behind them. Behind these grand emblems stood the guards of the 5 Kages, primarily comprised of their most trusted successors and confidants, such as Hatake Kakashi, Maki, and Inoki. As the initiator of the meeting, the imposing 4th Reikage took the esteemed position at the upper left. Let us not waste time, let us begin. He then turned to the 3rd Hokage and 3rd Subjugates, directly challenging them. Why did the members of your investigative team deliberately assist the Akatsuki during their inquiry? I demand an explanation. His animosity towards the Akatsuki was palpable. Yet, in this investigation, one of the most pivotal members from Konoha not only refrained from aiding the investigation, but repeatedly diverted attention away from the Akatsuki, ultimately placing the focus entirely on Achihai. This was far from the outcome he desired. and he could not tolerate it. Upon hearing this, the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, leaned slightly forward, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes narrowing. Indeed, Hokage, Subjugates, I request an explanation from both of you. Although it had been confirmed that Deidara and Kagaya Kimimaro were lured away by Achihai, and that the Reikage sword and the shark skin had fallen into his possession. However, compared to the Akatsuki's capture of the fourth Mizukage and their seizure of the three tails, the matter concerning Uchiha Obito can be momentarily set aside. The annihilation of the Akatsuki organization is of paramount importance. The threat posed by the Akatsuki far surpasses that of Uchiha Obito. Yet, this entire situation has been thrown into disarray by the interference of Konoha and Iwagakure. I do not believe there is any need to provide you two with an explanation. The third Subjugates, Inoki, remarked with composure. They are merely executing their assigned duties. As for the accusations of harboring the Akatsuki and diverting attention, he scoffed with a smirk. Is it not possible that our investigative pursuits simply coincidentally conflict with yours, leading to this misunderstanding? Furthermore, is not the purpose of this meeting to discuss how to deal with the Akatsuki? He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, and stated leisurely, once we establish a fundamental consensus under the united pursuit of our 5 great ninja villages, the discovery and total eradication of the Akatsuki is merely a matter of time. Why bother with trivial details? As he spoke, he regarded the enraged fourth Reikage, who was gritting his teeth, and the frustrated fifth Mizukage, Mei Terumi. What do you two think? The fourth Reikage, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, rising to shatter the table with a single blow. Subjugates, what jest is this? His threatening demeanor instantly prompted the Subjugates guards to rush forth. Reikage, please mind your attitude. Are you seeking war? A man with a serious countenance, resembling Inoki, interjected. He was none other than the Iwagakure Jonin, Kuratsuchi. Lord Reikage, please remain calm. The Reikage's aide and secretary, Mabui, also stepped in front of the fourth Reikage, attempting to dissuade him. Beside Mabui stood a man with short silver hair and brown skin, adorned with the kanji for lightning on his arm, who gazed at Kuratsuchi with a languid expression. If it comes to war, I would gladly oblige. He was none other than Darui, the future fifth Reikage. Meanwhile, the other 3 Kage waved their hands to signal their respective guards to withdraw. The third Hokage then spoke, intending to ease the atmosphere. However, TSK. If I did not know this was a meeting of the 5 Kage, I would have thought it was a marketplace. Your bickering is quite entertaining. A mocking voice emerged from behind the flag, instantly captivating the attention of everyone present. Who? The fourth Reikage, most furious, bellowed, enveloped in lightning, and in a split second, tore through the flag and launched a heavy punch towards the perceived enemy. Armed and hardened, the newcomer uttered lowly, as if a furious dragon were roaring, delivering an even more terrifying punch. Boom. The platform exploded in an instant, splinters flying everywhere. Astonishingly, the advancing fourth Reikage was actually repelled. This scene immediately shocked all those in attendance. The Reikage, who excelled in strength, was at a disadvantage in direct confrontation. Mei Terumi covered her mouth in surprise, but upon recognizing the newcomer, her eyes widened in shock, and her expression turned icy. Uchiha Obito, how dare you trespass here alone? Regarding the matter of Kisame Hashigaki, you must provide me with an answer today. What talents does he possess that merit your attention, compelling you to personally persuade him to defect from the hidden mist? The third Hokage, with a fierce countenance, declared, although I am unaware of your reasons for intruding here, now that you have arrived, you shall not depart unscathed. You must pay the requisite price for the lives lost in Konoha. Meanwhile, Inoki and the fourth Kazekage, Raza, gazed at Uchiha Leaf in astonishment. They were taken aback to discover that the one who had thrown Konoha into chaos and declared enmity against the entire shinobi world was merely a youthful lad. Inoki, with a mocking glance at the third Hokage, remarked, you have been thoroughly humiliated by such a child, causing such devastation in Konoha. It appears your village has truly fallen from grace over the years. It is time to relinquish the title of the foremost shinobi village. My Iwagakure is far more deserving of that honor. Raza, the fourth Kazekage, could not suppress his frown. Is this the individual responsible for the Mizukage's capture plan in the hidden mist? He is remarkably reminiscent of the scorpion from years past, young yet terrifying. He shook his head in lament. What a pity that such talent should meet its end here before it has fully matured. There was no justification for allowing Uchiha Leaf to survive. This prodigious figure, despite the absence of conflict with him thus far, might pose a threat in the future. Lord Subjugates, you truly are a master of chaos, he scoffed. Even in such dire circumstances, you managed to create discord. I commend your audacity. Only you could orchestrate such a farcical situation. Observing this, Uchiha Leaf feigned astonishment, his smile radiant as he addressed Inoki. This caused Inoki's smile to abruptly freeze, his expression darkening. A master of chaos? What a jest! Yet the expressions of the other four Kage grew even grimmer. If Inoki was deemed a troublemaker, then what did that make them? Am I to understand that my overwhelming power has left you all disheartened? Uchiha Leaf feigned a frightened demeanor, exclaiming, Oh dear! It seems I am truly doomed this time. Should I perhaps draft a will to settle my debts of half a Rio? However, the fourth Reikage had no patience for such banter. He bellowed, charging forward. Enough of your nonsense. Hand over the Yuki. As he spoke, his fist was already upon Uchiha Leaf. Yet, Uchiha Leaf displayed not the slightest reaction. How could someone capable of wreaking such havoc on Konoha be so unresponsive? Observing this scene, Raza and Inoki exchanged incredulous glances. Humph. Witnessing Uchiha Leaf's lack of response, the fourth Reikage could not contain his elation, then perish. He had no regard for the fairness of the situation. If he could severely injure Uchiha Leaf and extract the whereabouts of the Yuki, then why not seize the opportunity? However, the fourth Reikage soon realized something was amiss. Uchiha Leaf's form had transformed into searing lava, and his fist passed through, failing to strike anything tangible. Moreover, an unbearable heat suddenly enveloped his arm, akin to confronting a blazing sun. Even through his lightning armor, he felt as though he might be cooked alive. What is this? Upon witnessing the dire situation, the fourth Reikage immediately sought to retreat. However, to his astonishment, he found his arm immobilized. The molten core of Uchiha Leaf's chest had inexplicably sealed shut, solidifying with a density akin to steel, ensnaring his fist. The terrifying heat instantly compelled the Reikage to cry out in agony as his arm rapidly charred. At that moment, Terumi Mei's voice echoed a warning. Be cautious, Reikage. That individual's abilities can negate most penetrating attacks. Unless one possesses water release or sealing techniques, engaging him in close combat is futile. Yet, it was already too late. Uchiha Leaf grinned, exclaiming, Maydog. His right arm materialized into a vivid crimson, enveloped in an armor of destructive force. And he unleashed a devastating punch aimed at the Reikage's heart. A chill coursed through the fourth Reikage's body, for he comprehended that this strike could indeed inflict fatal harm upon him. Instantly, arcs of lightning surged around him, attempting to mitigate some of the impending damage. At that precise moment, two voices rang out simultaneously, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Two formidable water dragons, dense and heavy, surged forth from either side to assault Uchiha Leaf. It was the third Hokage and Terumi Mei who had joined forces. The leftward water dragon, strikingly swift, closed the distance to Uchiha Leaf in an instant. Its vapor already beginning to evaporate, summoned forth by the third Hokage himself. How astute, Uchiha Leaf thought. Continuing the assault on the Reikage would leave him vulnerable to the dual onslaught of the water dragons. He had no choice but to withdraw swiftly. Gaara Inoki, the third Hokage bellowed. We must first unite to eliminate him before we can discuss cooperation. As he spoke, he hastily formed hand seals, darkness technique. Uchiha Leaf suddenly felt the world around him plunge into darkness, his vision undeniably obscured. Yet, the only one affected by this was Uchiha Leaf himself. The remaining four Kage remained unperturbed. You seek to restrict my sight and plunge me into a more perilous predicament? Truly, the third Hokage is remarkable. In an instant, the effectiveness of his Sharingan was diminished, its perceptive prowess rendered ineffective. For most shinobi, losing their sight could be fatal. Suna Gold Pursuit. Upon hearing this command, Raza swiftly acted, unleashing a torrential cascade of formidable sand gold, hurtling toward Uchiha Leaf. Yet, Uchiha Leaf was not inclined to engage them in such confined quarters. He charged forth. Boom. Across the lush expanse, Uchiha Leaf retreated rapidly, simultaneously releasing gold. The threat posed by the sand gold remained significant, as it could not be melted, only serving to hinder his adversary's advance. With the third Hokage's keen observation, he would surely notice this and direct Raza to restrain Uchiha Leaf, ensuring that the latter would eventually exhaust his strength. As the distance of retreat increased, the influence of the darkness technique swiftly waned. As soon as the gold was unleashed, Uchiha Leaf commanded, Use 1,000 cherry blossoms to block the wind shadow. The gold, intrinsically linked to Uchiha Leaf spirit, understood his intent. In an instant, amidst the fierce winds, exquisite cherry blossoms scattered gracefully to the ground, transforming into a colossal wave that clashed against the torrent of sand gold. What? This scene took the 5 shadows, who had just pursued, by surprise. To their astonishment, this individual had an accomplice? The third Hokage was taken aback. When did this happen? The failure of the dark arts did not exceed his expectations, yet he was astounded by the terrifying perceptive abilities of Uchiha Leaf. Even deprived of sight, he could effortlessly evade Rasha's pursuit, a feat beyond the Hokage's own capabilities. Hokage, do not hesitate. Uchiha Leaf indeed possesses formidable sensory abilities. Obscuring his vision is futile. Terumi, upon witnessing Kinj, was equally astonished. However, at this juncture, the priority was to swiftly eliminate Uchiha Leaf. No matter how strong he was, facing the 5 shadows, survival was impossible. Was Uchiha Leaf truly that fearsome? Terumi's words caused both Rasha and the third Hokage to furrow their brows, their expressions laden with gravity. Are penetrating attacks ineffective? Then allow me to unleash my strike. Inoki had already ascended into the air, a transparent cubic energy body manifesting in his hand. Dust release. Yet before he could launch his attack, 5 streams of lava erupted from beneath the earth, surging toward the 5 shadows. Lava eruption. Boom. Faced with this searing assault, the 5 shadows changed countenance. The Raikage, enveloped in lightning, dodged and then charged directly at Uchiha Leaf. The Hokage utilized a mud clone. The Mizukage evaded with a water clone, and Rasha likewise escaped using a sand clone. After dodging, Inoki once again gathered a transparent cube in his hand, emanating a destructive aura, dust release. However, Uchiha Leaf had long been on guard against him. To him, the greatest threats on this journey came from 2 individuals, the third Hokage and the third Subjugates. Both possessed immense strength and rich experience. Incapacitating either one would alleviate his pressure significantly. Kin shared a memory link with Uchiha Leaf, instantly grasping his thoughts. His left eye spun rapidly, transforming into a shuriken-like Sharingan, focusing on Inoki's neck. Kemui. Suddenly, the space around Inoki's head distorted, and a terrifying force of tearing energy left him astonished. Rock clone. Inoki swiftly dispersed his dust release and activated his rock clone to evade the fatal strike. Humph, did you think it was over? Observing this, Uchiha Leaf grinned, stowing Kinj, who was covering his left eye, into the system space. His body rapidly transformed into molten lava, swelling. Then, he unleashed an earth-shattering aura. Laughing maniacally amidst the surrounding onslaught of the 5 shadows guards, as well as the appearance of the 5 shadows, eruption of the lava realm. Boom. Like a solar storm unleashed. The area instantly transformed into scorched earth. The visible waves of heat spread within moments to dozens of meters away, overwhelming even the 5 shadows before they could react. The temperature of this unleashed heat wave soared to a staggering 1,080 degrees, a truly obliterating strike. Water release and sand release could not withstand it. Not good. The 5 shadows simultaneously paled, feeling a bone-chilling cold. Is this truly his real strength? No wonder he could disrupt Konoha so thoroughly and still depart unscathed. To think that all 5 Kage have been thoroughly outmaneuvered, maintaining control of the battle from beginning to end. Is this truly something a mere teenager could achieve? Achihai must perish. Such a monstrosity cannot be allowed to exist. These thoughts merely flickered through the minds of the Kage. The third Subjugates, Inoki, immediately soared into the sky. Fortunately, I can ascend. Otherwise, I would have to confront this strike with great difficulty. Even from dozens of meters above, the heat is unbearable. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, manipulated a vast quantity of gold sand to immerse himself within the earth. The third Hokage swiftly struck the ground, burrowing underground, and dragged the Mizukage and Raikage down with him to evade the impending attack. Humph. Third Hokage, you continue to make this mistake. Observing this scene, Uchiha couldn't help but smirk as if his scheme had succeeded. Do they really believe that retreating underground ensures their safety? Little do they know. This is precisely what I desire. The scorching flow explosion is aptly suited to counter the Mizukage and Raikage due to their abilities. However, against the Hokage, Subjugates, and Kazekage, who either possess incomplete elemental affinities or wield special bloodline limits, such an attack proves less effective. But fear not. If a singular capability falters, it can be augmented with others. The true intent behind this strike is to drive away the surrounding Kage guards. ensuring they do not become a hindrance at a crucial moment. After all, they are all elite jonin, capable of delivering decisive blows when it matters most. Retreat. Quickly. Kakashi Hitaki, having witnessed the might of this strike, bellowed to the other Kage guards. Yet, even without his warning, none dared to face this terrifying storm that incinerates all. Meanwhile, Achihai unleashed his gold while taking a step. Lava eruption. The ground suddenly trembled violently, and intense heat surged forth. The third Hokage's expression shifted drastically. Damn it. It's coming so fast. He was well aware of Achihai's attack patterns and recognized the peril of retreating underground. Yet, he had no alternative. One blow from the scorching flow explosion would leave the 5 Kage gravely injured. Without retreating underground, survival seemed impossible. But to dive underground now, with the imminent eruption, could also result in a fatal injury. Boom. The searing heat singed their skin, leaving them no chance to form hand seals. Achihai controlled the situation with an iron grip. Scatter. Almost as soon as the third Hokage spoke, 3 slender pillars of lava erupted from the ground, grazing their bodies. Sizzle. In an instant, a substantial portion of flesh was stripped from their forms, causing the 3 Kage to cry out in pain. Their movements slightly hindered, yet they dared not pause. Further away, Raza, ensconced in his gold sand, emerged from the earth, enveloped by the molten lava. The golden mass was now a fiery crimson. One could only imagine Raza's discomfort within. Meanwhile, the released gold once again targeted Inoki in the sky. At that moment, Inoki had just managed to avoid the jetting lava. Before he had even the slightest chance to react, the space around his neck twisted once more. At that moment, Yuki had just evaded the molten lava. Faced with the distorted space, he collided with it as though he had propelled himself forward. The speed was so tremendous that he had no time to respond. Yet, being Yuki, he managed to substitute himself with an earth clone at the very instant his neck was about to be torn apart. Simultaneously, as Jin unleashed his strike, Achihai had transformed the ground beneath him into a sea of lava. Canine bite of the Crimson Lotus. 5 slender fiery hounds lunged forth. Just as Rasha manipulated the sand gold mass to the ground, dispersing it to catch his breath, the fiery hounds approached once again. Cursed be it. Rasha gritted his teeth. Once more enveloped by the sand gold, retreating at great speed. The searing heat assaulting his face forced a muffled groan from his lips. Agony etched across his countenance. It was unbearably hot. In the distance, the 3rd Hokage, 4th Reikage, and 5th Mizukage had just made their appearance. They witnessed the fiery hounds magnifying rapidly in their sight, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. This was dire. However, as they began to form seals, the 3rd Hokage's voice preempted their actions. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Clearly, he had anticipated this scenario. The disparity was starkly evident. Simultaneously, he retreated swiftly, shouting to the Mizukage, "Let us create a deluge together. Reikage, infuse lightning into our waters." Heeding the 3rd Hokage's command, the two complied without hesitation. Water release, exploding water shockwave. Lightning release, thunderclap. A colossal wave surged forth, engulfing the entire plain. While the furious lightning raced along the water, crashing toward Achihai, accompanied by the torrential waterfall technique unleashed by the 3rd Hokage. As the fiery hounds broke through the earth flow wall, they were instantly submerged within the overwhelming torrent. The violent steam could not halt the roaring advance of the water. The combined might of the 2 leaders' water release was unimaginable, still surging forth toward Achihai, the accompanying lightning intensifying with each moment. Such an onslaught. Achihai could not possibly counter with elemental transformation. Thus, he had no choice but to confront it head-on. Great fire. With a thought, Achihai expanded the lava beneath him to prevent any surprise attacks from below, unleashing a scorching punch that blotted out the sky. Boom. The collision of the molten lava with the colossal wave of thunder and water erupted into terrifying heat and sound. Boiling release, steaming mist technique. Yet, at that very moment, the Mizukage, Terumi Mei, spoke again. To his astonishment, within the searing mist, her corrosive mist was instantaneously infused, amplifying its acidity. Achihai immediately expelled a gust of hot wind to disperse the fog. However, in that instant, a water dragon roared forth, summoned by the 3rd Hokage. Not only that, the 4th Reikage, enveloped in lightning, approached the water dragon with deadly intent. Lightning plow, scorching blade. Just as he prepared to transform, the water dragon morphed into an overwhelming deluge. obstructing his elemental transformation. Perish! The fourth Reikage loomed ominously, his fierce elbow strike undoubtedly capable of severing Uchiha Leaf's head. In that moment of life and death, 3 fiery hounds surged forth from the ground beneath Uchiha Leaf's feet. One hurled him into the sky, while the other 2 charged directly at the third Hokage and Tsurumi. In such dire circumstances, could there truly be a counterattack? This unexpected maneuver took both the third Hokage and Tsurumi by surprise, forcing them to retreat hastily. Yet, behind them, another crisis unfolded. Sakura Blossom, kill. A torrent of cherry blossoms erupted like a torrential downpour, too dense to evade. Thud, thud, thud. Amidst the blossoms, shocking blood emerged, but soon, only a puddle of water and mud remained. In the distance, the fourth Reikage, having missed his target, quickly halted his movement and began to search frantically for Uchiha Leaf's whereabouts. The third Subjugates, Inoki, appeared at his side, clutching his neck and gasping violently, blood streaming from his hand. In the molten core, Uchiha Leaf landed heavily, gasping for breath, with kin beside him, equally breathless. Their chakra reserves were critically low. Further away, Raza, the third Kazekage, landed awkwardly, his body severely burned and in a state of utter disarray. Then, the third Hokage and Tsurumi appeared in succession. Their garments were tattered, revealing ghastly wounds from which blood flowed freely. Uchiha Leaf, the only unscathed fourth Reikage, bellowed in fury as he charged forward. His speed was astonishing. He reached Uchiha Leaf in an instant, shouting, "Lightning execution, Chidori dance." This was the very technique capable of cleaving through Uchiha Madara's Susanoo and severing the horns of the 8 tails. With the strike of his hand, survival was an impossibility for his foe. With a sickening sound, Uchiha Leaf was instantly decapitated, only to transform into molten lava. Suddenly, a flurry of cherry blossoms erupted from the lava, striking the Reikage squarely in the chest and sending him hurtling backward. It was Kin's intervention. In the current scenario, 3 of the 5 Kage were injured, one severely, while another remained unscathed. Uchiha Leaf and Kin were nearing the end of their chakra reserves. Overall, the 5 Kage possessed a distinct advantage. Yet, Uchiha Leaf had confidence in his ability to escape. How could it be that the 5 Kage were unable to contend with that individual? Kakashi Hitaki, who had just emerged from underground, was taken aback by the scene before him. "Lord Subjugates, are you alright?" The sight of the alarming blood loss from Inoki's neck left the usually composed Yamato aghast. Rushing to his side, Kakashi also noticed the grievous injuries of the third Hokage, his face paling in concern. "Hokage-sama, are you unhurt?" He and Shikaku Nara hurried to the third Hokage's side, their voices tinged with worry. Similarly, Tsurumi, battered and bleeding, stood alongside the Hokage, while Raza, the Wind Shadow, was not far behind, shielded by his 2 guards. Even witnessing this harrowing spectacle firsthand, disbelief lingered in the air, as Nara Shikaku summoned the medical ninjas for treatment. A grave expression crossed his face. Indeed, who would believe that, despite the united efforts of the 5 Kage, it was they who sustained injuries? Hitaki Kakashi observed Achihai, his body tense with apprehension. "It's nothing serious." The third Hokage reassured the anxious medical ninjas rushing to assist. "Just superficial wounds, nothing vital." After taking a couple of deep breaths, he turned his gaze, laden with concern, towards Achihai. Achihai, after consuming 2 soldier pills, promptly administered 2 more to Kinya. His previously waning vitality surged dramatically, prompting a palpable change in the third Hokage's demeanor. How could he recover so swiftly? Tsurumi could not suppress her astonishment, exclaiming, "What kind of physique does he possess?" The Wind Shadow, Raza, wore a face of apprehension, questioning, is he truly only 14 years old? Though they had been caught off guard due to their ignorance of his abilities, the fact that he maintained control over the situation, leading the 5 Kage by the nose, was already terrifying. Clenching his fists, Raza declared, "Esteemed colleagues, I feel compelled to act decisively. He must be eliminated." He sensed that Uchiha, as he matured, would undoubtedly become a catastrophic threat to the ninja world. This sentiment was immediately echoed by the 4th Reikage, while Tsurumi and the 3rd Hokage were equally swayed. "Shall we continue?" Uchiha chuckled darkly, his expression serious, yet his words were sharp. "I am prepared to engage you until the end. I wonder, though, if you can withstand until that moment." Yet, at that moment, the 3rd Subjugates, Inoki, countered, "Wind Shadow Brat, I admire your determination, but I may no longer be able to keep up." His face was pale, devoid of color, and he stood only with the support of Kuratsuchi, his chest heaving violently. Achihai, I acknowledge your strength. But next time, I shall let you experience the true might of my dust release. And you shall not receive even a fraction of the opportunities you had today. It was then that the assembled crowd noticed the deep, gaping wound on his neck. A gash that stretched ominously across half of it, as if it might sever his head entirely, blood continuing to seep from the injury. It was hard to fathom how he could remain conscious after sustaining such a grievous injury. With that, he ascended into the air, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, and departed. However, this scene weighed heavily on the hearts of those present. What a formidable master that Subjugates was, to be so grievously wounded by Achihai. This was in the context of the 5 Kage working together against him. Had it been a one-on-one battle, would Inoki not have perished by now? Before departing, Inoki's voice echoed back from the sky. As for our stance on the Akatsuki, I advocate for their annihilation. When that will occur depends on whether we can reach a consensus. With that, he was gone, leaving Achihai yet to exhale in relief. For this aligned perfectly with his plans. Given his current strength, he stood no chance against the desperate 5 Kage. He would surely be the one to fall. With his current prowess, should the 3rd Hokage and the 3rd Subjugates refrain from joining the fray, he could barely hold his own against the 3 desperate Kages. However, if either of these 2 were to join the battle, he would only be able to contend with 2 of the Kages. Today, he has capitalized on the power of gold and the disparity in information to stall the 5 Kages. Otherwise, even the formidable Pain, the sole super-strong entity in the ninja world, would find his best outcome against the relentless 5 Kages to be a precarious 40 to 60 chance, with a substantial risk of defeat. The only individuals capable of completely overpowering the 5 Kages are the monstrous Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, along with those extraordinary beings that emerge in the latter part of the original narrative. Thus, Achihai's strategy hinges on unleashing his full potential, exploiting the information gap to catch the 5 Kages off guard. Inflicting significant damage on 10 fingers is less effective than severing a single one. Inoki serves as that critical severed digit. His abilities are exceedingly lethal. Should he be ensnared by the remaining 4 Kages, a single dust release attack would spell disaster. As it stands, the strategy has proven remarkably successful, utilizing the power of gold, coupled with his own peak strength as a Kage. He has delivered a devastating blow to Inoki, even at the expense of his chakra reserves. The situation has now become precarious. Witnessing Naka's departure, the remaining 4 Kages could not help but feel a chill. Observing the seemingly unscathed Achihai, even the 3rd Hokage began to weigh his options. Just how many trump cards does Achihai possess? If they continue this conflict, how many more sacrifices will arise? The uncertainty is what truly evokes concern. Reflecting on how Achihai had led them by the nose, even delivering a significant blow to Inoki right before their very eyes, they found themselves compelled to contemplate numerous factors. For instance, if they were to sustain serious injuries, would the situation within their villages, or beyond their borders, undergo a drastic transformation? The 3rd Hokage pondered whether it might be prudent to allow Achihai and the Akatsuki organization to expend their resources against one another. Mizuki's Terumi may consider the implications of fighting desperately. If she were to be gravely injured and lose consciousness, the political landscape within her village would inevitably destabilize once more. The blood mist policies she had painstakingly eradicated might resurface, which would run counter to her interests. As for the Wind Shadow Raza, he contemplated whether this might be an opportune moment to seize the interests of a Wagakure. As for the Akatsuki and the present Achihai, they have yet to fully develop into a significant threat. Therefore, why should Raza not seize this opportunity to enhance Sunegakure's strength and once fortified? Ally with other ninja villages to annihilate the Akatsuki and eliminate Achihai with greater ease? All of this hinges on Raza's successful and safe return. Thus, it would be unwise to remain entangled with Achihai. The only one truly intent on eliminating Achihai is the Reikage, as he harbors no other ambitions. The individual motivations of the 5 Kages did not escape Achihai's keen perception, leaving him with a sense of absurdity. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Only when disaster genuinely threatens the interests of all ninja villages can they unite in earnest. Otherwise, their collaboration will remain superficial as it does now. A golden opportunity lies before us, yet the 5 shadows contemplate retreat, choosing instead to safeguard their own interests. Uchiha Leaf, what audacity possesses you to infiltrate the 5 Shadows Conference with such intent? The Wind Shadow, Rasha, speaks first. Is this merely a provocation against us? Even with the Earth Shadow's departure, Capturing you would be a trivial matter. Though thoughts of retreat linger, they feign confidence in their words. Huh. As Uchiha Leaf hears this, he chuckles derisively and responds, it's quite simple. From this moment forth, the Village of Light officially comes into existence. His voice carries a hint of madness. As the 6th great ninja village, we have now arrived in the ninja world, and I hope you take note. Upon hearing this proclamation, the 4th Raikage rushes forward, exclaiming, what nonsense is this? His voice brimming with killing intent, he roars. Who would ever recognize such a pitiful ninja village? Lightning dance, Chio? A hand strike infused with lightning descends with lethal precision, the air itself seeming to split apart with a deafening shriek. Boom. The one to intercept this blow is Uchiha Jin. He activates the first form of Susanoo, a skeletal figure enveloped in 1,000 cherry blossoms, blocking the strike head-on. Unable to break through, the 4th Raikage is taken aback, astonished at this mystical ability capable of withstanding his attack. But the spectacle does not end there. Jin, covering his bleeding left eye, shouts, Kemui. The Raikage suddenly feels the space around his head contort unnaturally. The terrifying force of distortion sends shivers down his spine, even with his chakra armor shielding him. Ryup. The lightning armor shatters. Crack. Flesh on his neck begins to tear. All of this transpires in the blink of an eye. The 4th Raikage, filled with dread, hastily attempts to retreat. Can one simply arrive and depart at will? Uchiha Leaf's voice cuts through sharply. Great fireball. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupts from him, his arm swelling with molten energy as he unleashes a cataclysmic punch that compresses the air. Bang! The 4th Raikage is hurled backward like a marionette with severed strings, his lightning armor exploding, his chest charred and caved in. Even when the wind shadow, Rasha, attempts to catch him with sand, the sheer force sends tremors through the earth, fierce winds swirling uncontrollably. Yet it does not end there. Before the 4th Raikage can even express his gratitude, he suddenly bends over, spitting blood. His neck bleeds profusely, a crimson gash glaringly torn open. Lord Raikage. Witnessing this scene, Darui and Mabui, having previously witnessed Inoki's dismal exit, are struck with horror, rushing towards the Raikage. Could such damage be inflicted upon him in an instant? The wind shadow, Rasha, feels a surge of trepidation. Considering the previous concerns, he refrains from launching a direct assault on Uchiha Leaf. What now, my esteemed colleagues? Uchiha Leaf swiftly perceives Rasha's subtle movements. Understanding his thoughts, a smirk graces his lips. Does my Village of Light truly possess the qualifications to be recognized as the 6th great ninja village? Upon hearing these words, Kojime smiled alluringly, her eyes glinting with an unpredictable playfulness. The 6th great ninja village, you say? Hiki, let us see how long you can endure, dear sister. The wind shadow, Rasha, interjected, in the past. Even the formidable Hanzo of the Salamander dared not claim the Rain Ninja Village as the 6th great ninja village. I eagerly await to see how you differ from him. The 3rd Hokage added solemnly, bearing the name of a shadow. I hope you do not ultimately become a mere jest. Upon hearing these remarks, Uchiha Leaf erupted into hearty laughter, declaring, just watch closely. I shall demonstrate whether I possess the capability to uphold the name of a shadow. And do not dare to compare me to Hanzo of the Salamander. With that, his body glowed red and he vanished into the ground. Uchiha Jin was also returned to his system space. The 4th Raikage appeared utterly bewildered. What was happening? Just moments ago, they had united against a common enemy, yet in the blink of an eye, they had all acknowledged Uchiha Leaf as Light Hidden Village. Were they truly allowing a ferocious tiger to grow? Were they all fools? Unable to contain his frustration, the 4th Raikage roared. Shouldn't our objective be to eliminate this threat right here and now? He struggled to comprehend their actions. Calm down, Raikage. Kojime laughed lightly. I concede that Uchiha Leaf's strength is indeed prodigious. However, no matter how powerful an individual may be, in the face of the 5 great ninja villages, he remains but a mere child. She continued with pride. Do you truly believe that becoming the 6th great ninja village is a simple feat? If it were so easy, the ninja world would already boast 7 great villages. The Rain Ninja Village and the Takigakure, both of which possess strength far exceeding that of many small villages, still remain vulnerable before us, the 5 great villages. In agreement, Wind Shadow Rasha chimed in. Indeed, what strength did Hanzo of the Salamander possess? Despite his extraordinary efforts in developing the Rain Ninja Village, it never achieved the same scale as the 5 great villages and had to develop discreetly. A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Uchiha Leaf is merely a child, lacking the understanding of what it takes to develop a ninja village. How large could he possibly grow the light hidden village? I wager it would barely rival the Rain Ninja Village. He continued, to become a great ninja village. One must consider factors such as a suitable geographical location, robust economy, ample population, and exceptional talent, among others. Do you truly believe that the 5 great ninja villages would allow the light hidden village to rise and become the 6th? No. Otherwise, the Takigakure, which possesses tailed beasts, would have already claimed that title. Hearing their words, the 4th Reikage began to calm slightly, yet still frowned. While that may be true, what if an unforeseen event occurs? The 3rd Hokage responded in a low voice. In that case, it would be the moment for us 5 shadows to unite and eliminate the elements of instability within the ninja world. At that moment, an Umbu swiftly approached with a report. Hokage-sama, the recently missing special jonin, Mitarashi Anko, has been found. Another Umbu rushed in, cradling the still unconscious Mitarashi Anko. This prompted the 3rd Hokage to urgently inquire, where was she found? The figure to the left promptly responded, at the foot of the mountain. It was personally given by Achihai. This answer caused the 3rd Hokage to furrow his brow even tighter. What was Achihai's true intent in abducting Hondo? And why release her now? As he murmured to himself, he naturally arranged for someone to escort Yushowashi Hondo away. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue the meeting. The 3rd Hokage turned to the other 3 Kage, his expression inquisitive. Of course, Mizukage Terumi Mae answered, and both the Wind and Lightning Kage expressed no dissent. A day later, as the 5 Kage summit concluded and a unanimous decision to pursue the Akatsuki organization was reached, a new piece of news reverberated throughout the ninja world. Have you heard? Achihai has declared the establishment of the 6th hidden village, the Village of Light. It was astonishing that such a development received the endorsement of the Hokage, the Wind Kage, and the Water Kage. Insider information suggested that Achihai had engaged in fierce combat with the 5 Kage, severely injuring the Subjugates. This victory garnered him the recognition of the other Kage and legitimized the Village of Light. Is it true? Achihai managed to injure the Subjugates amidst the onslaught of the 5 Kage, the establishment of the Village of Light, along with the endorsement from 3 of the 5 Kage, and the fact that the Subjugates was left gravely wounded, sent shockwaves through the ninja realm. Countless individuals were taken aback. The 5 Kage represented the pinnacle of power in the ninja world. For Achihai to withstand their combined assault and inflict such damage on one of them, what kind of terrifying strength must that require? The strongest in the ninja world, indeed, lives up to his reputation. Perhaps he should now be referred to as the first light shadow. It was astonishing, a mere 14-year-old Kage, truly a life beyond belief. Indeed, while many were astonished, some could not help but feel tempted, especially among smaller clans with decent strength seeking a formidable ally for support. Achihai's overwhelming power made him an undeniably reliable figure to ally with. Joining the Village of Light could enable their families to continue thriving, and with a fortuitous opportunity, they might even rise to prominence. Moreover, those unable to affiliate with the 5 great hidden villages, such as the Rain Village or the Takigakure, yet who looked down upon the wandering ninjas of lesser villages, found themselves similarly inclined to seek refuge. No one wished to live in uncertainty. With such a dazzling force newly established, why not join? Even if they could not reach the heights of the 6th hidden village, they would still secure a decent place to settle. In a certain underground chamber, Uchiha Obito soon learned of this development, feeling a twinge of surprise. To face the 5 Kage alone and gain the acknowledgement of 3 of them regarding his existence and that of the Village of Light was no small feat undoubtedly. Achihai had become even more formidable, placing immense pressure on him. Meanwhile, Nagato, aware of these events, could not help but grit his teeth in frustration. This individual has remarkably flourished in such a short span of time. Now, the pursuit by the Hidden Mist and Hidden Cloud villages will not be so effortless. Undoubtedly, the scheme devised with Uchiha Obito to divert calamity has significantly lost its efficacy. Furthermore, it will not be so simple for him to lay a hand on Uchiha Sasuke in the future. After all, Uchiha Sasuke now wields power and is no longer isolated against threats. Most importantly, the Akatsuki organization is currently under the keen scrutiny of the 5 great ninja villages. They have no opportunity to act recklessly and must instead retract their influence and develop cautiously. A day later, Uchiha Sasuke officially returned to the Hidden Light Village, commencing the recruitment of craftsmen for the village's construction. Simultaneously, news of personnel recruitment was disseminated. Heavens, Sasuke, you have certainly stirred quite the commotion. The ninja world now acknowledges you as the strongest ninja, exclaimed Orochimaru, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at Uchiha Sasuke. The strongest ninja? Merely an empty title. I was merely fortunate to return. Uchiha Sasuke replied with a shrug, an expression of helplessness adorning his face, reminiscent of someone who has gained advantage yet pretends otherwise. It was the disunity among the 5 Kage, each harboring their own agendas, that facilitated my success. It was quite perilous this time. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, laughed heartily, donning an air of perceptiveness. Is it not because you had meticulously planned this, utilizing the weakness of the 5 Kage's lack of unity to achieve this outcome? In response, Uchiha Sasuke patted Orochimaru on the shoulder and sighed. Engaging in conversation with astute individuals yields no sense of accomplishment. He then proceeded to visit Kabuto, instructing him to once again negotiate collaboration with the feudal lord. Subsequently, he arrived at his training grounds. I ask you, is it certain that the Two-Tails Jinchuriki will indeed return? Should she fail to return or be detained by the Hidden Cloud Village? It would be a substantial loss of power. Jin appeared before Uchiha Sasuke, expressing concern. You are taking quite a risk this time. On the way back, Uchiha Sasuke deliberately delayed his return for several days, subsequently releasing the previously imprisoned Yujito and wagering with her that she would undoubtedly return to the Hidden Light Village in the future. Jin felt a wave of anxiety upon hearing this. In response, Uchiha Sasuke smiled enigmatically yet confidently. Let us await the outcome, shall we? Jin shrugged. I am quite eager to see what unfolds. After all, counting Yujito, the Hidden Light Village, despite its recent establishment, already boasts 3 shadow-level powers, Orochimaru, Jin, and the Sage Mode Kabuto. If we include Uchiha Sasuke and the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, that amounts to 5. Should we also consider the rapidly developing Kisame, we would have 6. Such top-tier strength would undeniably confer absolute advantage over any major ninja village in the shinobi world. Indeed, even the shadow-level powers of Konoha are not so formidable. Thus, the return of Yujito holds significant implications. In the Land of Rice, at the feudal lord's mansion. Ah, esteemed guest, please take a seat. Just days ago, the proud feudal lord of the Land of Rice had transformed, now exuding an extraordinary warmth toward Kabuto. I was foolish just a few days ago. Rest assured, esteemed guests, I shall wholeheartedly support the development of your village and provide ample funding. I hope that once your village flourishes, you will also extend your support to the Land of Rice. Ever since I heard the news of Uchiha Obito single-handedly battling the 5 Kage without faltering, and even severely injuring the Tsuchikage, a singular thought occupied the mind of the daimyo of the Land of Rice, to invest in the Hidden Light Village, to stake my entire fortune. Even if I lose the gamble in the future, it matters not. For if I win, I shall truly have the opportunity to stand shoulder to shoulder with the daimyos of the 5 great nations, reaching the pinnacle of my life. The Land of Rice will achieve a magnificent revival under my stewardship. I shall become the revered sovereign of the Land of Rice. Such an alluring honor is irresistible. Faced with the daimyo's earnest demeanor, Kabuto Yakushi responded with equal courtesy. Rest assured, Your Excellency, I shall convey all your needs to Lord Kage. Lord Kage is occupied with pressing matters and could not attend in person. I hope for your understanding. Upon hearing this, the daimyo of the Land of Rice graciously waved his hand and smiled, saying, busy is good. It signifies that Lord Kage is genuinely dedicated to the development of the village. How could I possibly take offense? Thus, Kabuto Yakushi departed, satisfied with the response, while the daimyo of the Land of Rice received the promise he desired. Is it truly necessary for the daimyo to gamble so recklessly? What if it fails? After Kabuto's departure, the chief minister couldn't help but voice his concerns. It is necessary. The daimyo interrupted, his corpulent visage imbued with grave seriousness. If I fail, it is merely a matter of bowing to the Land of Fire and compensating them a little more. But if I succeed, he clenched his fist and swept his arm dramatically, his eyes ablaze with fervor. I will obtain a status equal to that of the daimyos of the 5 great nations, becoming the most transcendent figure in the ninja world. I shall revive the Land of Rice with a reputation for wisdom that will echo through the ages, becoming the most illustrious sovereign. Can you fathom that I could refuse such temptation? The chief minister shook his head in response. You cannot. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Cloud Village. Look, is that not the puppet? Was she not captured by Uchiha Obito? How has she suddenly returned to the village? This unexpected return raised suspicions. Could she have become a spy? Hurry, report to the Reikage. There must be something amiss with the puppet. Otherwise, how could Uchiha Obito have released her? The puppet appeared unscathed, completely intact. Who would believe she escaped from enemy territory? Moreover, if she had taken advantage of the chaos during Uchiha Obito's disruption of the Five Kage summit to flee, she would have returned much sooner. Instead, she returned only after the summit concluded and the Reikage had already returned to the village. It was evident to all that something was amiss with her. Soon, the Umbu of the Hidden Cloud village arrived and took the puppet away, locking her up immediately. Uchiha Obito, let me see how you will make me willingly leave the Hidden Cloud village and join your Hidden Light village. Within the confines of her cell, the puppet uttered these words. Upon her awakening once more, she was greeted with the familiar visage she had come to know all too well. Yet the master of that visage could effortlessly subdue her with a mere gesture. At that moment, she inquired what the owner of the face truly intended. He captured her, neither to slay her nor to bring her harm. The man, adorned with a smile, proposed a wager. He bet that she would soon depart from Yuin village, only to return to the Hidden Light village of the Land of Rice. With that, the man who had once dominated her vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Regarding this bet, Murin could only think, how could she possibly lose? As a Jinchuriki, despite the villagers' disdain, she was certain that Reikage trusted her. Whether she had betrayed Yuin village could be discerned from her memories. She believed that Reikage would vindicate her. Konoha village. The renowned Tsunade, one of the legendary three, returned abruptly from her travels. She was summoned back for a singular purpose, to heal Akimichi Za's nearly ruined arm. Among all the medical ninjas in Konoha, none could mend injuries beyond the superficial. However, the catastrophic fractures compounded by shattered meridians surpassed their capabilities. Only Tsunade, the legendary healer, could simultaneously ensure the restoration of the bones and the rebuilding of the chakra pathways. How ruthless it was! The meridians were almost entirely destroyed. The bones shattered beyond the limits of human endurance, and the flesh and tendons gravely injured. The arm was rendered nearly useless, and the significance of healing seemed minimal. As Tsunade meticulously examined Seiza's arm, she remarked, yet Achihai, amidst his severity, left a sliver of hope. Otherwise, amputation would be the only recourse. Her words elicited expressions of surprise from the third Hokage and Nara Shikaku, who seemed taken aback by Achihai's unexpected leniency. It appeared to be a warning in disguise. Achihai was not entirely devoid of compassion. Tsunade's reflection prompted the third Hokage to fall into a contemplative silence. In contrast, he, who had mercilessly eradicated the Uchiha clan, appeared devoid of conscience. After all, in a fit of rage, Achihai had still granted Akimichi a glimmer of survival, while he had pursued annihilation without mercy. This realization weighed heavily upon his conscience, causing him discomfort. And this was precisely the rationale behind Achihai's actions. It is said that to kill a man is less impactful than to strike at his heart. Though the third Hokage, a cunning fox, would not linger in discomfort for long, even a fleeting moment of unease would suffice for Achihai. Should this plan falter, he would be perceived as a soft-hearted individual. Achihai mused that the uproar he caused in Konoha and his subsequent departure had already inflicted a lifetime of discomfort upon the third Hokage. Whether he succeeded or failed, the burden of discomfort remained with him. After an hour of urgent treatment, Tsunade washed her hands and conveyed the necessary follow-up instructions before addressing her assistant. "Shizen, let us be off, Shizen." The third Hokage quickly interjected, "Tsunade, after such a long absence, want you stay a few more days?" To which Tsunade calmly replied, "No, the atmosphere in Konoha is too oppressive. I cannot endure it." After speaking, he turned his back to the third Hokage and waved his hand, saying, "Take care, old man." Then he departed without a backward glance. This left the third Hokage with a slightly somber expression. He had originally intended to persuade Tsunade to remain, as her formidable strength would undoubtedly benefit the village. However, it was evident that Tsunade's disappointment in him had remained unchanged, deepening his inner turmoil. In the Hidden Light village, within Orochimaru's laboratory, he held a vial of crimson blood in his hand, resembling a fervent artist, caressing the precious liquid. He murmured in a low, husky voice, "Yuki, your blood possesses an extraordinary power, it seems." Opposite him, Uchiha Yuki responded, "Thank you for the compliment. However, more than this, I hope you can swiftly research a power that matches my Hashirama cells. After all, I can wait, but Jin does not have much time to spare. He requires this power to maintain his ocular prowess." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru grinned and remarked, "Understood." It appears that the battle among the 5 Kage has indeed taken quite a toll on Mr. Jean. Outside the laboratory, the construction of the Hidden Light Village was proceeding apace, fueled by the financial backing of the daimyo. The development of the ninja village was advancing at an impressive speed. Although its area was not particularly large, it was certainly no smaller than Konoha. The architecture was a harmonious blend of circular and rectangular forms, stylistically reminiscent of the ancient civilization from Achihai Yuki's previous life, exuding an air of elegance. At the pinnacle of the tallest building, 2 vast columns extended outward, anchoring into the earth on either side. From a distance, it appeared as though the structure had sprouted a pair of ethereal wings. This design was inspired by the naval headquarters of another world. Standing atop this completed edifice, Achihai Yuki declared, thus, being targeted by a scheme that uses others as pawns. I cannot simply remain passive. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Whether it is Nagato or Uchiha Bido executing such tactics, I shall return their own methods to them. If they delight in orchestrating schemes, then I shall allow them to experience the thrill of their own machinations. With a flicker of thought, he devised a corresponding strategy. He summoned Kabuto Yakushi, outlined the necessary details, and then, with a hint of regret, said, I must trouble you further. In response, Kabuto shook his head repeatedly, gazing at Achihai Yuki and stating, My lord, your trust in my abilities by entrusting such an important task to me fills me with immense gratitude. How could I ever perceive it as a burden? It is an honor to serve you. I hope you will always require my assistance and trust in my capabilities. Upon hearing this, Achihai Yuki realized that his good intentions had inadvertently caused harm. For Kabuto, such words felt like a sign of mistrust, dampening his enthusiasm. Thus, he nodded and replied, Very well, your involvement in the affairs of the ninja village will be necessary moving forward. Indeed, for someone like Kabuto, who had lost himself, continuous engagement was essential to fill the void in his life. With his extensive experience as an undercover agent, spreading a few rumors within the shinobi world was exceedingly simple. These remarks serve as a crucial strategy for Achihai, employing the art of manipulation. After disclosing these matters to Yakushido, he intended to take a brief respite. However, a sudden recollection from Jean surged into his mind, compelling him to proceed to the recruitment base in the village of Light and Shadow. May I inquire if Lord Kekkei has arrived? A man with short azure hair, appearing gaunt and malnourished, posed this question to Jean from a corner of the recruitment base. Please hold on a moment, esteemed sir. Lord Kekkei will arrive shortly. Jean replied with a beaming smile, though he could not help but question, Why do you insist on having Lord Kekkei personally assess you? Do you doubt my prowess? In response, the man, displaying utmost politeness, replied, It is not that I underestimate your abilities, esteemed Jean. How could I possibly look down upon someone capable of severely injuring the Tsuchikage? I merely wish to showcase my strength directly to Lord Kekkei and earn his acknowledgement to wield that legendary ninja blade. As he spoke, a shadow darkened his gaze, and he clenched his jaw, declaring, I want the scoundrels of the Mist Village to realize that I, Aoyama am the rightful heir to the Raikiri. Far more suited than Hwale. Just as he uttered these words, Achihai made his entrance, extending his hand with a smile. Aoyama, greetings. Observing Achihai, clad in black yet exuding a formidable aura reminiscent of towering mountains, Aoyama promptly bowed in respect. Greetings, Lord Kekkei. Achihai, noticing the gesture, gestured for him to rise, then produced the Raikiri, stating, I have heard of your reputation. Now, demonstrate your abilities to me, and let me ascertain whether you possess the capabilities to become the master of this blade. Taken aback by Achihai's directness in offering him the Raikiri, Aoyama swallowed hard. Meeting Achihai's trusting and expectant gaze, he resolutely accepted the blade. Instantly, he transformed, his demeanor shifting as he declared, Forgive my rudeness, Lord Kekkei. In that instant, he enveloped himself in a shimmering armor of lightning. The Raikiri crackled with electric energy. Achihai found himself momentarily unable to perceive Aoyama's presence. In the next moment, a fierce, tearing force surged toward Achihai's form. Would he launch a sudden, lethal strike at lightning speed? Achihai could not help but marvel, recognizing that even a genin might suffer grave injuries due to unexpected circumstances, while the lightning coursing through the blade could render an opponent entirely incapacitated. A solitary genin encountering him would surely face swift defeat. His body immediately transformed into an elemental state. With a resounding crack, Achihai was bisected. Lava splattering in the aftermath. Aoyama Zetsu, initially filled with joy, was now overtaken by astonishment. Is this truly Lord Kekkei? Such an extraordinary ability. His gaze sharpened with determination. But I shall not falter. He swiftly retreated, declaring, water release. Hidden mist technique. Amidst the thick fog, Achihai was astonished to discover that Aoyama Zetsu could form hand seals with a single hand. Quite intriguing. Activating his observation technique, Achihai felt the rush of a piercing bolt of lightning streak past him. No wonder they advocate for him as the successor to the Raikiri. He is indeed quite capable. However, his arm swiftly hardened into an armored form, delivering a powerful punch. It collided heavily with the incoming lightning blade of Eiguchi Zetsu, dispersing the mist in an instant. Achihai gazed at Eiguchi Zetsu, raising an eyebrow slightly, with such meager strength. How can you prove to me that you surpass Kurokushi Raiga? In my eyes, you are no different from Kurokushi Raiga. There is nothing surprising about you. The overwhelming force pressed down on Eiguchi Zetsu, causing him to grit his teeth and involuntarily take a step back. Even the lightning on his blade dimmed somewhat, and his arm began to bend under the pressure. Eiguchi Zetsu, fully aware that Achihai's words were meant to provoke him, could not help but shout in excitement, Lord Kage, please watch closely. He suddenly retreated, swiftly plunging the lightning blade into the ground while forming seals, lightning release, rising thunder. The earth beneath Achihai erupted with terrifying lightning, prompting him to leap into the air. Yet, Eiguchi Zetsu suddenly laughed. Lord Kage, you have fallen for my trick. Falling thunder, descend. With a fierce swing of his lightning blade, a terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky, targeting Achihai, who had just leapt up. In that fleeting moment, how many could evade the lightning that struck so swiftly? Whoosh! Just before the lightning struck, Achihai transformed into a pool of molten lava, effortlessly dodging the bolt. However, another terrifying bolt of lightning fell from the sky, piercing through Achihai's molten form. This strike caused Jin to raise his eyebrows in surprise, nodding in approval. It was truly an unexpected turn of events. Were it not for Achihai's unique abilities, even if he could evade this sudden attack, what of the next lightning strike from above? Even a shadow-level ninja might not guarantee complete evasion. Seeing Jin's acknowledgement, Eiguchi Zetsu couldn't help but smile with pride. Lord Kage, brace yourself for the coming thunderstorm. He formed seals with remarkable speed once more. Lightning release. Storm Thunder Prison. The lightning blade embedded in the earth connected lightning to the sky. In the next moment, thunder rumbled as torrential rain began to pour. However, it was not the rain that was deadly. The true threat lay in the sudden bursts of lightning amidst the downpour. Boom! A bolt of lightning exploded upon the ground, creating a massive crater as electricity crackled and spread. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, lightning enveloped the area, bombarding the earth with fervor. Moreover, due to the rain, the ground was soaked, rendering it conductive. Even burrowing underground or shielding oneself with earth would prove futile. The currents surging from below were lethal. This was an almost impossible attack to defend against, one that could pose a challenge even to shadow-level warriors. Even Jin summoned 1,000 cherry blossoms to shield himself from the rain and ascended into the air, expressing high regard for Eiguchi Zetsu's strength. In this torrential environment, even Achihai could not elementalize. He fashioned a massive umbrella from lava to shield his head, rendering him impervious to the thundering strikes above. This development made Eiguchi Zetsu feel uneasy. He drew forth the lightning blade and pointed it forward. Lightning release. Lightning beast. A colossal beast, forged from the very essence of thunder, roared forth with a resounding ferocity. Its speed was astonishing, and its might was equally terrifying. Akin to a high-speed train hurtling towards its target, a great torrent of flames erupted. Achihai's voice remained eerily calm. Yet, Aotani Seiki felt as though he were on the brink of being consumed. The surrounding moisture evaporated instantaneously, and the horrendous heat expelled all air, rendering him breathless. Before him loomed a gigantic molten fist, delivering a force that echoed throughout the heavens, effortlessly obliterating his thunder beast and bearing down upon him with unfathomable power. There was no time to react. Faced with this fist capable of instantly devouring him, Aotani Seiki was engulfed in terror. Yet he could not summon even a flicker of the desire to retreat. It was too swift. Even as he unleashed his thunder beast, the molten fist had already been unleashed. In such a brief span, there was hardly enough time for any excess contemplation. Was this how he was to meet his end? He had no inkling of how to halt such a terrifying blow. The searing wind rushed towards him, heavy and lethal. He had lost all hope of survival. He closed his eyes. Even if he could not inherit the Thunderblade, dying at the hands of a formidable figure like Achihai felt somewhat fulfilling. However, in that moment of closure, the terrifying heat that threatened to evaporate him suddenly vanished. The anticipated death did not arrive. Otani Seiki involuntarily opened his eyes, only to find Achihai gazing at him with a serene expression. Otani Seiki was taken aback. Such terrifying power can be so effortlessly controlled. He swallowed hard, his heart racing with astonishment. Is this truly the Lord of Light and Shadow? Astonishingly strong. Yet, after the shock came an overwhelming sense of despondency. He gazed at Achihai, dejectedly declaring, I have lost, Lord of Light and Shadow. A defeated one like me could never inherit the Thunderblade. Why so? I have yet to give up on you, yet you have already surrendered? Achihai's words left Otani Seiki in disbelief, his eyes widening. So, does that mean I? Achihai nodded, smiling as he said, Congratulations, the Thunderblade is yours. This declaration sent Otani Seiki soaring with joy, and he bowed deeply to Achihai, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, Thank you for your trust, Lord of Light and Shadow. Achihai approached and patted his shoulder, saying, Welcome to the Hidden Light Village. Meanwhile, Jean remarked from the side, To allow your true self to manifest such power, you are indeed remarkable. The Mist Village truly made a grave mistake in overlooking a talent like you. This acknowledgement filled Otani Seiki with uncontainable excitement. How could he not feel elated? Curiously, he asked, I wonder why the higher-ups of the Mist Village did not choose you? Upon hearing this question from Jean, Otani Seiki's expression darkened as he replied, Because they believed that Haishu had more experience and was better suited to become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, thus disqualifying me. Jean was momentarily taken aback, unable to refrain from expressing his thoughts. Ultimately, he could only shake his head and depart with a wry smile. The hierarchy of seniority, was it? Achihai, upon hearing this, also shook his head, and after conveying a few parting words to Otani Seiki, he took his leave. As they gazed upon the newly appointed wielder of the Raikiri, Eiguchi Shige, the other ninjas who had joined the village of Kekkei and could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of envy. The Raikiri, such a formidable weapon. It was a symbol of power and identity, a coveted treasure that nearly 90% of the ninja realm yearned for. While all had entered Kekkei, Eiguchi Shige had directly received a legendary sword and earned the praise and recognition of Achihai, establishing a familiar rapport with her. There was no doubt that he would soon become one of Ye's trusted allies, destined for greatness. Meanwhile, what about them? They might remain nameless for an entire lifetime, merely ordinary J-nin or Ch-nin. If only I were a tad stronger. If only I wielded lightning-based abilities. Such thoughts echoed in the minds of several wandering J-nin. The prowess displayed by Eiguchi Shige had extinguished any notions of rivalry. They were all too aware of their own limitations. Although they envied Shige's remarkable fortune, they knew they stood no chance against him in a contest for the Raikiri. The fact that Eiguchi Shige possessed the Raikiri was an unalterable truth. Our luck seems fortuitous. We have recruited a potential heir to the legendary sword who is nearing the level of a Kage, Kin remarked, standing beside Achihai atop the central edifice, a smile adorning his face. Achihai could not help but smile in response. Indeed, with proper training, this individual may well have the opportunity to ascend to Kage level. It was surprising that beyond the likes of Kisame Hashigaki, the Hidden Mist Village had produced such an exceptional heir to a sword. It seemed he had underestimated the talents within the ninja world. Although he was unaware of such a figure in the original narrative, it was understandable. After all, the primary focus of the original story was on Konoha, with little mention of the Hidden Mist Village and its hidden talents. However, returning to the matter at hand, should they not be concerned about the spies that had infiltrated their ranks? Kin inquired with a hint of worry. At this early stage of village establishment, we are exceedingly busy and may easily overlook threats from other regions. What if they seize the opportunity to wreak havoc within our village? The spies Kin referred to were those among the newly recruited ninjas who stood out as distinctly different. Their presence exuded an aura of refinement. Yet their gazes were particularly watchful, traits characteristic of spies. There is no need to raise alarms prematurely. Let the situation unfold for the time being. Achihai replied with a knowing smile, confident in his strategy. When they eventually reveal themselves, that will be the moment for us to eradicate them. It will also provide an opportunity to assess the capabilities and performances of our newly recruited ninjas. Upon hearing Achihi's words, Kin contemplated briefly before nodding. That is indeed a viable plan. Meanwhile, Eiguchi Shige had already proceeded to meet with Kisame Hashigaki, having been instructed by Achihai. Greetings. I am Eiguchi Shige, the newly recognized wielder of the Raikiri by Lord Kn. Shige introduced himself with a polite bow, exuding a demeanor of calmness. I am Kisame Hashigaki, the wielder of the Samahata. I look forward to working with you. Kisame, also a man of courtesy, returned the greeting and then grinned. I have heard of your exploits, the Raikage S. Eiguchi Shige, renowned for your exceptional lightning swordsmanship. However, after failing to compete with the Black Hose Thunderfang and vanishing, I never expected to meet you again here. This took Chinguza by surprise, and he rubbed his head. Perhaps this is fate. He caressed the Thunderblade as if it were a treasured gem. I have finally acquired the blade I long desired, and now I have the opportunity to prove myself. To this, Kakashi Zetsu merely smiled, then introduced Kagaya Kimimaro to Chinguza. His nature is inherently aloof, and it is not a personal affront to you. Please forgive him. Chinguza immediately waved his hand, indicating that it was of no concern. Meanwhile, a piece of information that captured the keen attention of both the Hidden Mist Village and the Akatsuki organization spread throughout the ninja world. Astonishingly, the fourth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist had been manipulated by a member of the Akatsuki for nearly a decade. I was astounded. I always thought the fourth Mizukage was quite progressive in the past. How could he suddenly become so cruel, enacting an even harsher blood mist policy? This implies that the ninjas of the Hidden Mist were compelled to kill their comrades to fulfill their missions under the Akatsuki's covert influence. Once the news of the fourth Mizukage's manipulation by the Akatsuki and the implementation of the brutal blood mist policy circulated, it became uncontrollable. This deepened the ninja world's understanding of the terror that the Akatsuki represented. Naturally, fear of the Akatsuki surged. If even a village leader could be controlled, what else were they capable of? This prompted the other four great ninja villages to hastily seek confirmation from their leaders regarding their own autonomy. This was truly terrifying. I knew it. Far away in the Cloud Village, upon hearing the news concerning the fourth Mizukage from Mabui, the fourth Raikage bellowed, "This Akatsuki is an incredibly dangerous entity that cannot be tolerated. They must be eradicated immediately." As he spoke, he pounded his fist on the desk, shattering it. It is all the fault of that damned Hokage and Subjugates for obstructing the investigation. Otherwise, we should have already united to eliminate the Akatsuki by now. Especially that damned Subjugates, who claimed the Akatsuki posed little threat and that even if there was a danger, the five Kage could collectively annihilate them. Now, he must see the Akatsuki's true power and terror. Perhaps he himself has been quietly controlled by someone else. At this point, the fourth Raikage grew increasingly agitated and inquired, "Has anything been uncovered from the investigation into the wood release user? Is she still unwilling to speak?" Mabui shook her head in response. "No valuable clues have been obtained. However, I believe she would not lie, based on her memories. There has been little valuable information since that mission in the Land of Trees. After that, she must have been imprisoned. Yet, recently, there is a fragment of memory where Achihai made a bet with her. She would surely return to the Hidden Light Village." This remark caused the fourth Raikage to furrow his brow. What does this mean? What is Achihai up to? Not only did he release the wood release user, but he also made such a peculiar bet with her. What tricks is he playing with her? Is there truly no way for us to uncover this? He did not believe that Achihai would release the wood release user without reason. Therefore, something must surely be amiss with her. There may indeed be surveillance in Cloud Hidden Village, providing a method to acquire confidential information. Upon contemplating this, a fierce expression crossed his face. Conduct a thorough search for the wooden puppet, even if it results in harm to her. Elevate the imprisonment level of the wooden puppet to the highest degree, forbidding her from any interaction with the villagers to prevent any potential leaks of sensitive information. This statement startled Mabui, who hastily interjected, "Lord Raikage, we cannot proceed in such a manner. Does this not convey to the wooden puppet that we have utterly lost trust in her? What if this is a deliberate ploy by Uchiha Bito? He might be aiming to force the wooden puppet out of Cloud Hidden Village through your hands. In such a case, it would lead to a significant loss for us." In response, the fourth Raikage asserted directly, "Mabui, should I gamble the safety of the entire Cloud Hidden Village? What if she harbors mechanisms set by Uchiha Bito? If the secrets of Cloud Hidden Village were to leak, would that loss not be greater than the potential loss of the Jinchuriki?" If the wooden puppet is loyal to the village, she should be able to endure this. Mabui felt a tumult of emotions within, ready to counter-argue. Yet, despite opening his mouth several times, not a single word could escape to refute the point. Indeed, in the face of the village's safety, everything else pales in significance. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the entire ninja realm continued to buzz with discussions and growing panic due to the manipulation of the fourth Mizukage by a member of the Akatsuki organization. The animosity towards the Akatsuki intensified, with many citizens from smaller nations urgently requesting the 5 great ninja villages to locate and eradicate the Akatsuki, thereby eliminating this potential threat. Particularly in the Rain Village, the populace fervently petitioned their deity to actively collaborate with the 5 great ninja villages to eradicate this malignant tumor known as the Akatsuki, lest it bring disaster upon them. However, Nagato found himself feeling stifled by such demands. How could he confront his own organization? What a ridiculous notion. Yet, could he voice such sentiments? No. Instead of dismissing these oblivious citizens manipulated by public opinion, Nagato faced a greater headache concerning issues within the organization. There was no other. Kisame, hailing from the same mist village, alongside Zabuza, demanded an explanation from Pain of the Akatsuki. Since the fourth Mizukage had been manipulated, it implied that their defection was instigated by the Akatsuki, a notion they found unacceptable. Thus, they sought clarity from their leader, Nagato, regarding who had covertly orchestrated the fourth Mizukage's actions, causing all this turmoil, and demanded a reasonable explanation. Yet, Nagato himself was equally perplexed by the entire situation. How could he be unaware of such matters? Consequently, he began to suspect Madara. Indeed, it was I. When Nagato privately inquired, Uchiha Obito replied with nonchalance, his eyes glinting with mischief. So, do you intend to hand me over to Kisame and Zabuza for an explanation? But without me. Do you think your plans could proceed smoothly? Thus, a dilemma presented itself before Nagato. Regardless of the choice he made, it would place him in a precarious position, as each option bore enormous potential losses. Nonetheless, he was compelled to make a decision. He was well aware of the mastermind behind the dissemination of these messages. Hence, at this juncture, despite harboring immense loathing for that individual, there lingers a tinge of regret within. Had I foreseen the ferocity of their retaliation, I would never have made them a scapegoat. Now, the Akatsuki finds itself in a precarious position, whilst the adversary thrives unscathed. Furthermore, given my understanding of that individual, it is inevitable that they will continue to strike back in the future, exacerbating the dire situation of the Akatsuki. This truly feels like a matter of life and death. Yet, as Nagato grappled with how to resolve this predicament and restore tranquility to the organization, news from Sunagakure and Iwagakure diverted their attention. The Wind Shadow Raza has dispatched forces to seize the mineral resources of the Land of Birds. Iwagakure's troops attempted to intercept, but were repelled by the ninja of Sunagakure. The Land of Birds, a small nation connecting the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth, has historically been under the protection of the latter. Undoubtedly, Sunagakure's incursion into the Land of Birds blatantly threatens the interests of Iwagakure. This confrontation between the two great ninja villages signals the imminent outbreak of a ninja world war, instilling fear in the smaller surrounding villages. However, the subsequent developments were indeed unexpected. The typically unyielding Tsuchikage, Inoki, surprisingly retreated. He directly dispatched ninja to negotiate with Sunagakure, conceding the mineral resources that had already been seized and urging Sunagakure to uphold peace. Could it be that Tsuchikage has suddenly shown leniency? What is happening? Inoki's concession left many astounded. It is well known that he is a man of formidable resolve. Even if he were to yield, it would be to Konoha. To show weakness to Sunagakure is utterly unprecedented. This raises suspicions about whether Inoki is in ill health. Could it be that the injuries inflicted by Uchiha Obito during the 5 Kage summit were too severe, and he is yet to recover? Those who participated in the summit, including the Wind Shadow, are privy to this information, which emboldens them to invade the Land of Birds so brazenly. Many factions are left in shock. Just how severe were his injuries that he would show such weakness? Subsequently, Wind Shadow Raza indeed ordered a withdrawal and extended a hand of reconciliation to Iwagakure, re-establishing their cooperative relationship as if the prior tensions had never existed. This entire process transpired in a mere 5 or 6 days, truly surreal. Naturally, no one dared to provoke Iwagakure during this time. The ability of Sunagakure to compel Iwagakure to relent does not imply that the smaller ninja villages can do the same. In Kekkei, after several days of recruitment, the previously desolate village gradually filled with a diverse array of ninjas. The total number of new recruits reached 2,823, including 572 ninjas. Among them, there were 12 jonin, 37 special jonin, 89 chunin, and 434 genin. This serves to illustrate the terrifying might of the 5 great ninja villages that dominate the ninja world, boasting a reserve of tens of thousands of ninjas and populations in the hundreds of thousands. In the village of Kekkei, even with the formidable reputation of Achihai, the recruitment has yielded only these individuals. The plight of other smaller ninja villages is indeed apparent. How can they possibly contend with the might of the 5 great shinobi countries? They are fundamentally not on the same scale. The situation has suddenly become overwhelmingly daunting. Achihai gazed at the incessantly arriving documents on his desk, instinctively raking his fingers through his hair. Thus, as an exemplary leader, he naturally sought out several skilled ninjas from the selected candidates to assist him in these matters. Achihai would merely provide the final approval. Lord Kekkei, please confirm our village's emblem, attire, as well as the corresponding management system, promotion structure, laws, and educational framework. Upon hearing these words, Achihai could only feel a sense of unease creeping over him. Indeed, the adage that all beginnings are difficult holds true. Consequently, even if Achihai wished to take a back seat, he had no choice but to commence the conception of the most fundamental aspects of the village. The village emblem is quite simple. Given that it is named Kekkei and the sun best symbolizes light, it shall be represented by a circle. As for the attire, this posed no challenge for Achihai. In his previous life, he had a particular fondness for the garb of the Grim Reaper, especially the distinct Haori of the captain-level characters. With a slight modification, it could serve as a ninja village's vestment, while the management system, educational framework, and promotion structure did cause Achihai some headaches by integrating the unique characteristics of ninja villages with elements from Konoha and some systems from his previous life. Along with gathering insights from Orochimaru, Kisame, and certain wandering ninjas in the village, he believed that managing a ninja village would pose no insurmountable challenge. Thus, the departmental framework of the ninja village should also be established. While various departments among the major ninja villages may differ, the foundational departments such as the Ninja Academy, Medical Facility, Security Division, and the Umbu should remain consistent. For these matters, Achihai found himself unusually burning the midnight oil. The heads of the Ninja Academy and Security Division were yet to be determined. Naturally, the head of the Medical Facility would be Kabuto, along with the nominal Orochimaru. Coincidentally, among the recently recruited ninjas, there were a dozen or so proficient in medical ninjutsu. As for the crucial Umbu division, it would undoubtedly be under the command of Jin, who had been entrusted by Achihai to covertly monitor the infiltrators. At that moment, Achihai suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance beneath the night sky within the village, a dissonance that disrupted the prevailing tranquility. Activating his observation Haki, he discerned the general situation and could not help but break into an enigmatic smile. Have the infiltrators finally shown their impatience? A few days prior, Jin had discussed these matters with him, and at that time, he had refrained from acting rashly to avoid alarming the snakes in the grass. Instead, he allowed these individuals the freedom to reveal themselves, facilitating his own strategy to ensnare them. However, he had not anticipated their lack of composure. Within less than 5 days, they had commenced their actions. Very well, since you cannot remain still, I shall begin to cast my net. According to the covert surveillance conducted over the past few days, the origins of these individuals align perfectly with his expectations. They are indeed the assassination squads from the villages of Yunin and Kirigakure. Initially, their mission was to eliminate Uchiha Sasuke. However, following the 5 Kage summit and the establishment of his own shinobi village by Uchiha Sasuke, it appears that these individuals have come to realize that the likelihood of successfully assassinating such a prominent figure is rather slim. Consequently, they have shifted their focus to targeting other formidable warriors within the village, such as the likes of Kisame Hashigaki and others of his caliber. At this very moment, as the assassination squads commence their operations, each team hastens towards their designated targets. The Kirigakure assassination unit has set its sights on Kisame Hashigaki and Ao, 2 elite ninjas wielding the distinctive sword known as the Samahata. This strategy not only aims to undermine the morale of the Light Shadow village, but also to reclaim the lost sword. Truly a dual victory. Meanwhile, the Yunin assassination team targets various departments within other villages, planning acts of sabotage to disrupt the progress of the Light Shadow Village's construction efforts. In the research facility, Orochimaru observes with amusement the terrified and incredulous Yunin ninja he has captured. Unable to restrain himself, he licks his lips, remarking, "How fortuitous that I am in need of experimental subjects, and you have delivered yourself so conveniently." His words, however, evoke a shocked exclamation from the Yunin ninja, who has been poisoned by Orochimaru's hidden shadow snake hands and rendered immobile. "Orochimaru, how can you still be alive? Weren't you supposed to have perished at the hands of Uchiha Sasuke? Why are you now in his village, serving him?" He feels as if he has uncovered a monumental secret, yet regrettably, it seems he will not have the opportunity to relay this information. A person on the brink of death need not concern themselves with such matters. With a menacing grin, Orochimaru coldly renders the Yunin ninja unconscious. Naturally, he hopes for a few more naive Yunin ninjas to wander into his trap, yet he is destined for disappointment, as the focal point of this night does not lie with him. At Kisame Hashigaki's residence, the situation unfolds. Kisame Hashigaki, surrender the Samahata and return with us to Kirigakure to await the Water Shadow's judgment, and you may yet spare your life. Otherwise, tonight shall mark your demise. Do not presume that possessing the Samahata grants you the means to resist us. I hope you exhibit a modicum of wisdom. 7 members of the assassination squad encircle Kisame, with the leading J-Nin delivering his chilling proclamation. His features are as sharp as the rugged cliffs, bearing a long sword reminiscent of a cleaver upon his back, while his gaze is as predatory as a beast, instilling dread. Behind him stand 6 Umbu operatives, their pale masks inscribed with numbers from 1 to 6. Hearing these words, a flicker of gravity crosses Kisame's shark-like visage, yet his lips remain curled in a smile. I never anticipated that I would become the target of the legendary White Killing Team. The White Killing Team is an elite Umbu unit exclusive to Kirigakure, akin to Konoha's root organization, tasked with executing nefarious missions. He gazes at the 6-masked Umbu, his expression hardening slightly. However, I regret to inform you that whether it involves handing over the Samahata or accompanying you back to face the Water Shadow, I cannot comply. The only way for you to reclaim the Samahata is to wait until I have fallen. Upon hearing these words, the leader of the cold-hearted men suddenly wore an expression of extreme frost. Since that is the case, let us erase you. Let me witness just how far you, who are merely somewhat renowned within the shadows, have actually ascended to such heights that you dare to defy our judgment. With that, he drew his blade and lunged forward, arriving before Kisame Hashigaki in an instant. His massive sword descended like a thunderbolt, sharp and fierce, undoubtedly possessing the power to rend stone and sever steel. The 6 members of the White Killing Team merely observed in silence. They held no doubt that their captain would easily handle Kisame Hashigaki. After all, their captain was a formidable expert among the elite jonin. What could a mere Kisame Hashigaki, even with his shark skin, possibly achieve? The outcome was inevitable, death. Faced with the ferocious strike, Kisame swiftly drew his shark skin, which resembled a shield, to protect himself. Bang! The heavy blade struck the shark skin without any effect, vanishing as if it had sunk into the depths of the ocean. What? This scene was beyond the cold man's expectations. He was acutely aware of the terrifying strength he possessed. Few among the jonin could confront him head-on. Yet, he never anticipated that someone he had scarcely regarded could so effortlessly withstand his assault. Just as he was filled with astonishment and prepared to retreat, the shark skin blade before him suddenly expanded, tearing through its bindings, and countless sharp spikes shot forth with alarming speed. Flash! Caught off guard, the cold man found his arm grazed, leaving a wound, and he immediately recoiled in shock, retreating hastily.